World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 663 to Chapter 690. On the huge platform, Li Hansong and the two elders guarded the entrance of the walkway while Fang Ping chatted with Qin Yaozu. Yes, Qin Yaozu. Fang Ping suspected that this Qin family's second grandmaster was related to Qin Yaoting. Two brothers. Could old Qin be a child the Qin family abandoned? Of course, the possibility was not high. The Xuanda Grotto Heaven has never been opened. A long time ago, we came to the Xuanda Grotto Heaven many times, but we could not open it. In addition to the danger and father's decision to start the new martial era and not blindly pursue further, the Qin family gave up guarding the boundary zone. Until more than 10 years ago, Maple King suddenly let his divine generals enter. Father felt that something was wrong and sent us here. That was when we found out that Maple King had obtained the token of the Xuanda Grotto Heaven. Qin Yaozu briefly explained these things to Fang Ping and finally said, the energy tide erupts here once every 3 months. When it erupts, it is also when the boundary barrier is the weakest and the easiest to open. Since you have the token, you should know that just the token is not enough. It must have the owner's aura. However, when the boundary barrier is weak, with the token, there is hope to open the Xuanda Grotto Heaven through the door. Therefore, every time the energy tide erupts, Maple King's people will come most of the time. However, the token is in their hands. We don't know when they will come, so we can only wait. Fang Ping could not help but say, then kill them and snatch the token. Qin Yaozu smiled bitterly. Beside him, the old lady sighed too. It's not that easy. After all these years of fighting, we have both suffered casualties. In addition, we can't return and can't frequently pass through the Forbidden Sea to recover. We are now an arrow at the end of its flight. When you go back this time, I hope to inform you so that someone can come and replace you as soon as possible. It's not that we are afraid of death, but we can't recover to our peak. The people in the Forbidden Zone come in peak condition every time. If this goes on, we will not be able to defend soon. Once they open the Xuanda Grotto Heaven, there may be a new desperation powerhouse born. Is the Maple King's subordinate very powerful? The Maple Monarch is an old true monarch of the Fey Plant Royal Court. He became a true monarch earlier than my father. Qin Yaoting sighed. He has 8 divine general-level powerhouses under him, which are rank 9. Apart from these 8, there were also a few children, 2 of whom were rank 9. One of them was killed by us back then. However, the other person is extremely powerful. He is on par with me, and he has also walked his own path. Fang Ping asked suspiciously, Maple Ninth City? You know him? Qin Yaozu was shocked. You know Fengjiu City? Fang Ping nodded. I know him, of course I know him. Back in the King battlefield, he was so pitiful. If Zhang Tao wanted to hit him, he would hit him. The others didn't give him any face either. Even King Huai wasn't polite to him. Feng Jiuqing was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. When old Zhao and the others went out, Feng Jiuqing wanted to attack them, but old Zhang coldly snorted and blew up his palm. Who knew if he was fine now? From Qin Yaozu's tone, it seemed that the other party was quite strong. Both of them seemed to be first-generation bloodlines at the pinnacle. It seemed that they were evenly matched. Thinking of this, Fang Ping coughed softly and said, Senior, how far has your rank 9 Dao progressed? Is it 100 meters? Qin Yaozu looked confused. What did he mean? Fang Ping explained, isn't it difficult to divide rank 9? I heard from Minister Zhang last time that the pinnacle powerhouses have walked 1,000 meters on their path and reached the end. That is the pinnacle. Based on this division, have you walked 100 meters? It was really difficult to use specific quantifiers to divide rank 9. Fang Ping did not even know how to measure the strength of a rank 9 powerhouse. Qin Yaozu heard this and laughed. He said, Martial King, this analogy is quite vivid and direct. Previously, we only made some rough divisions. Actually, in the division of realms, there are rarely any special big differences between the pinnacle and those below it. There are mainly 4 stages. Weak rank 9 who have comprehended the origin path, strong rank 9, and pinnacle. You should know the rest. As for strong rank 9, it means rank 9 martial artists who have already walked a part of the origin path. There is also a big gap between them. If we really divide it according to the 1000 meters you mentioned, let's not talk about the weak rank 9. He has just barely stepped into rank 9. The gap between him and rank 8 is not too big. Rank 9 and strong rank 9 who have comprehended the origin path can be divided together. It's about 1 meter to 999 meters. However, don't think that the gap is huge. In reality, after comprehending the origin path, the gap is not as big as you think. On the other hand, 999 meters and 1000 meters, that is a world of difference. Chen Yaoting sighed. This 1 meter difference is too big. If walking 999 meters on the origin path can allow you to fight 1 against 3 and defeat 3 rank 9 martial artists on the origin path, then at the pinnacle, you can fight 1 against 5 and defeat 5 powerhouses who have walked 999 meters. Do you think you can defeat 15 martial artists who have just comprehended the origin path? Then you are gravely mistaken. When the gap is huge, then it is not a matter of numbers. Killing some powerhouses who have just walked the origin path at the origin path is just a matter of moments. At this time, it is no longer a matter of numbers. For example, when you have mentality-vitality fusion, you can defeat 5 early-stage rank 6 martial artists working together, or even more. However, when you defeat rank 4 and 5 martial artists, at this time, it is not a matter of numbers. If there are many rank 4 and 5 martial artists, you can kill early-stage rank 6 martial artists, but it is difficult to kill mentality-vitality fusion. Of course, Feng Ping understood. He asked immediately, then how far have you walked? If I really want to calculate, 600 or 700 meters. Chen Yaozu smiled and said, maybe you don't understand. Back then, this old man and Zhao Xingwu sparred once, and I won by a stroke of luck. Feng Ping understood immediately, he was ranked top 10 among the rank 9. Moreover, he had a rank 9 divine weapon. Feng Ping thought of this and asked hurriedly, did you use a rank 9 divine weapon? How could that be? Chen Yaozu burst out laughing. It was just a sparring, how could I use a divine weapon? Feng Ping understood again. He understood now. He was about the same as Wu Chuan, maybe a little stronger. In that case, Fengjiu City was not weak. As for Wu Quishan, Zhang Tao said last time that he might reach the level of Zhao Xingwu and the others soon. That meant that he was still not as good as this old man in front of him. There are 9 rank 9s under King Feng's command. Indeed, he is very powerful. Beside him, the old woman sneered, 9? Second progenitor has been guarding here, not recovering, because he is not willing to give him a chance to enter the platform. Because only by guarding here can he unleash his full strength, and it is easier to kill rank 9s. All these years, second progenitor has killed a total of 3 rank 9 divine generals. There are only 7 rank 9s left under King Feng's command. King Feng has his own royal territory in the restricted area, and there are at least a few rank 9s guarding it. Every time they come here, there are at most 3 or 4 of them. If Fengjiu City doesn't come, the others will practically have a death wish. As the old woman spoke, she looked at Chen Yaozu and sighed softly. It's a pity that second progenitor can't leave. Once he leaves, Endless Mountain will know very soon, and King Feng will send people here very soon. We also know their goal, which is to drag second progenitor to death. Therefore, we are also very happy that you can come this time. We hope that the situation here can be spread out as soon as possible, so that Patriarch and the others can send people here to take over. At least, we have to give second progenitor time to recover. Feng Ping nodded. Chen Yaozu was like the old vice-chancellor of MCMAU. The battle had been going on for a long time, and it had been dragged on. His injuries were getting more and more serious. Right now, the restricted area was to drag him to death. As for the humans, Chen family patriarch might not be unaware of the situation. In fact, he could also determine it through the people coming from the restricted area. However, it was very difficult for human powerhouses to enter the bounded area. Now that King Feng had sent people to keep an eye on this side and send people to take over, they might die halfway. There were not many rank 9s among humans. Chen family patriarch dared not be unwilling to take the risk. Since his son could still drag it out, then he would continue to drag it out. Senior, then how long until the next energy tide erupts? Chen Yaozu calculated for a while and said, about 5 days. So long? Fang Ping looked helpless. 5 days. 5 days in the forbidden catacombs, maybe the war would be over. I still want to go out and join the war, however, according to Xianxia, if the energy tide did not erupt in the boundary wall, he could not enter at all. Fang Ping thought about it and decided to give it a try. Without asking any more questions, a token appeared in Fang Ping's hand. It was the Xianxia token that old Wang had obtained. Fang Ping held the token and approached the illusory gatehouse. When the token was near, the silent token exploded with a faint glow. And the illusory gatehouse seemed to have become clearer. At this time, Wang Jinyang stretched out his hand and touched the boundary wall, giving Fang Ping a questioning look. Fang Ping nodded. Old Wang did not hesitate either, punching out. Rumble, with a loud explosion, old Wang flew out. He said, "Can't." On the other side, Li Hansong, who was guarding the plank road, said, "Let me try." Old Wang. Wang Jinyang did not say much and went to guard the plank road entrance. They took turns to guard. Xianxia did not say anything either. These brats were probably still worried that they would block the plank road entrance and catch them all in one fell swoop. They were quite vigilant. Li Hansong ran over. He also unleashed a vitality outburst and punched out. The result was the same. He flew out. This time, Li Hansong was also helpless. He mumbled, "No." Fang Ping and the rest knew what he meant. It was not his home. Yao Qingjun did not need his reminder. He also tried. The boundary wall still retaliated. "Can't." Fang Ping frowned. No one activated the token in his hand. Without a matching aura, it could only make the illusory gatehouse slightly clearer. It could not open the door. Did this not mean that he had to wait for the energy tide to arrive 5 days later? Old Wang and the other two actually could not enter. They were all attacked. It seemed like they were not familiar with the owner here. 5 days, the other party will send people here in 5 days. Fang Ping actually did not really want to meet the people from the restricted area. Feng Jiuqing also knew him. If he really met them, that guy would go crazy and kill him when he saw him. The Qin family had 2 rank 9 martial artists here. They were not weak. But now they were extremely weak. Fang Ping glanced at these people. He could actually give them imperishable substances to help them recover. However, it was their first time meeting. Who knew if these people were really good people or fake? If they got greedy at the sight of money and killed him and the rest, then they would be finished. As for the token, Fang Ping looked at the token in his hand. If this thing was really snatched away, he actually did not care too much. This stupid thing could not even open the door. It might not be of much use. How do I get in? Fang Ping stared at the gatehouse for a while. The token had some effect, but the effect was not obvious. It lacked the owner's aura. That group of resurrected martial artists is actually related to the bounded boundaries. They might have been the descendants of the major grotto heavens in their past lives. In Star Town, I have seen many resurrected martial artists. Except for a few whose ranks are higher than mine, I can imitate the others' aura. Not only them. I can also imitate the aura of many rank 7 martial artists in the Hall of Myriad Origins who have not been resurrected. The token did not respond last time. Maybe that little bit of life origin is too weak. It might not be impossible. Fang Ping glanced at Xianxia and the rest again, calculating in his heart. He simulated it. If he could open it, these people would not want to follow him in, would they, if they really followed him in and saw the absolute hope? Fang Ping dared not guarantee that this kind-looking old man would really not be tempted. I can't let them recover now. If they really recover to their strongest, although I don't think old Wu is too strong, it won't be difficult to kill me in a second. I won't even have the strength to fight back. Unless I come out from inside. While Fang Ping was thinking, a crystal book suddenly appeared in front of him. As soon as the crystal book appeared, Xianxia and the rest's expressions changed. Xianxia was just about to speak when Fang Ping suddenly restrained his aura. He smiled and said, "This is the treasure that the minister gave me before I came. He said that it will help in opening the bounded zone. Senior, let me try to open it now." As he said that, Fang Ping added, "The few of us have been given the right to control this thing by the minister. Old Wang, you guys come together." Let's try opening it together. Xianxia's face was blank. A martial king could do this, he really did not know. His old father was the absolute peak, but he had never heard that he could give others a treasure that could conceal their aura. He recognized this thing. Was it not just a mentality clone? How could it conceal its aura? However, he could still see Fang Ping's aura concealment. Even he did not notice anything strange. Fang Ping did not say much. He also did not let Old Wang continue to guard the plank road entrance. When the few of them came, Fang Ping concealed their auras together. Then, he hit a series of hand seals at the crystal book. Old Wang and the rest did not change their expressions, following suit. Xianxia and the rest were stunned. What was he doing now? He had not left the realm territory for 15 years. Could it be that the martial arts in the outside world had changed again? Fang Ping did not care what they thought. Very quickly, he threw the token onto the crystal book. At this time, while Fang Ping was making hand seals, he was, in fact, constantly imitating the aura of the resurrected martial artists, imitating the rank 7 martial artists' life origin aura in the Hall of Myriad Origins. He thought of something. He imitated the aura, opened the door, and brought Old Wang and the rest in. That way, they could all imitate the same aura. However, Xianxia and the rest. Fang Ping felt helpless. You guys are too strong. I can't bring you guys along even if I wanted to. I can't change the aura of people who are stronger than me. Therefore, if the door really opened later, they would not be able to enter. Fang Ping changed his aura again and again, but the token did not respond. Among the resurrected martial artists he met in Stellar Sky City, other than the few that could not be imitated, he tried the rest, but it still did not work. Helpless, Fang Ping could only continue trying. That day in the Hall of Myriad Origins, Hall 318, other than rank 8 and 9, there were close to 100 early stage and middle stage rank 7 martial artists. And in these halls, there were about 50 or so life origin existences. At this moment, Fang Ping was imitating these life origin auras. While imitating, Fang Ping said, "Senior, if we really go in, see if we can seize some restorative treasures like imperishable substances, so that you guys can recover your full combat strength. However, this token might not be able to pass through many areas, so it might not work. I don't know if we can get the cultivation method this time," Fang Ping rambled on. Li Hansong and the rest continued to remain silent. Was he going to lay the groundwork in advance, or was he going to appease them? When we come out, if the people from the restricted area come, when the time comes, you guys will recover your full strength, and I will use the backup that the minister left behind to kill all the rank 9s under the Maple King's command in one go. When the time comes, after we seize the token, you guys can return to the House of Guardians. There's no need to continue guarding here. Xianxia laughed. If you guys can really go in, forget about the restorative treasures, the cultivation method is the most important. Don't worry, we will guard this side well, so that you guys won't encounter the people from the restricted area the moment you come out. The old man's words sounded very touching. Fang Ping also felt that a person who guarded for 15 years without even recovering from his injuries was worthy of respect. But in the end, he did not do anything that would expose his possession of large amounts of imperishable substances. He would think about it after going in. If he could not go in, then he would give these people some imperishable substances before leaving, and leave after that. As he spoke, the token floating in midair suddenly trembled. Fang Ping's expression changed, the others looked at the token one after another. At this moment, the token was actually glowing with an even brighter light. And the gatehouse was also becoming clearer. Not enough. But it's effective. This is the Taibai Mountain Green Bull sect leader's aura. Fang Ping remembered the owner of this rank 7 martial artist's origin aura, and his eyes moved slightly. Taibai Mountain Green Bull sect. This was a sect from 1,000 years ago. It felt like it had nothing to do with the Xuanda Grotto, but the Xuanda Grotto, according to the legend, it was located in Taibai Mountain. Sure enough, those sects from 1,000 years ago are related to the Bounded Boundaries. When Commander Li entered the Bounded Boundaries back then, it was said that his mother was a resurrected martial artist. That little bit of origin inheritance actually allowed him to enter, probably related to Commander Li's powerful strength. His aura is too weak, not enough. Thinking of this, Fong Ping suddenly looked at old Wang and the others, growling, "Go all out." Previously, they had restrained their auras. These fellows were really pretending, and Fong Ping was only imitating. But now, Fong Ping had also changed their auras in an instant. It was the same aura as the Green Bull sect leader, 4 people, all rank 7, and 2 of them were middle stage rank 7. With this kind of strength, even if the Green Bull sect leader was resurrected and recovered his original strength, there was no way he could compare. 4 people's auras changed instantly. Fong Ping's palm appeared blood red, and a gush of vitality force surged into the token. The other 3, one after another, followed suit and acted together. The token trembled even more violently, and the gatehouse, too, became clearer. Xianxia was dumbfounded. This could work too. How did he do it? King Wu even knew how to open the bounded domain. This was too unbelievable. The few of them looked at the crystal book one after another. How did King Wu do all this? While Xianxia was in a daze, he could not help but say, King Wu is getting stronger and stronger. Could he really take that step? The old ancestor beside him also said in shock, could it really open the Xuanda Grotto Heaven? If it could be opened with just a token, then many Grotto Heavens would have been opened by now. Opening the Grotto Heaven required more than this. Although King Feng's people came here with the token, they only wanted to wait for the tide to erupt, when the boundary wall was the most unstable, and use the token to open a gap. But now the energy tide had not erupted yet. Even if King Feng's people wanted to open the gap, they would have to pay a huge price. They might even need a rank 9 powerhouse to break the barrier by force. Xianxia looked at the token, then at the gatehouse that was getting more and more realistic. His eyes were filled with excitement, and he murmured, if it can really be opened, then take away the things inside. Even if King Feng's people come again and really open the bounded domain, it will be no big deal. When that time came, he could go home. It had been 15 years, he had guarded this place for 15 years. Day and night, he was worried that King Feng's people would come, barge in, take away something useful to humans, or obtain the opportunity to enter the peak. If all these were gone, even if the bounded domain was rich in energy, it would be nothing. If King Feng really wanted it, so what if he gave it to him? They were excited, but Fong Ping was even more excited. At this moment, Fong Ping's face was flushed red. He roared, harder. Go all out. This isn't the real master's aura. It's just borrowing the minister's power to forcefully change a little aura. It's not enough. Li Hansong was mentally exhausted. Even at this time, he still didn't forget to push the blame to the minister. When these people went back later and asked, he would be exposed, but after thinking about it, it was nothing. When he really went back, Fong Ping was probably not afraid of being exposed. Here, he was worried that the Chen family would get greedy at the sight of wealth. He was not afraid when he went out. Moreover, by then, he would probably have gotten all the things in the bounded domain. Buzz, 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 the boundary wall began to tremble, the gatehouse seemed to be squeezing out. The sparkling and translucent boundary wall began to ripple like water. Fong Ping hurriedly kept the crystal book in his arms. If this thing did not attract the counterattack of the bounded domain, it would be troublesome. Now it was more or less enough to pretend. They began to move toward the gatehouse. The boundary wall trembled even more violently. Wisps of liquid-like energy began to atomize and permeate. It's really going to open. The members of the Chen family were overjoyed. Soon, however, Xianxia's expression changed. Get ready. Now that the boundary wall is fluctuating in advance, it will soon trigger the energy tide. King Feng's people are coming. After saying that, Xianxia looked at Fong Ping and the others and shouted, my friends, you must be careful. After entering, do not wander around. These tokens are not the core tokens. No, the real master of the Grotto Heaven doesn't need tokens at all. The token is only a pass for some outer disciples, so don't enter the depths, and don't enter the secret place. Try going to the cultivation tower. Even if you can't get the mentality cultivation method, the other cultivation methods from the ancient martial era can also be a great reference for us. Remember, the most important thing is the cultivation method. At this time, Fong Ping had already seen a small gap opening in the boundary wall. Looking at the old man's earnest advice, Fong Ping felt helpless. It seemed like he was going to bleed. Moreover, once the boundary wall opened, the energy would leak. King Feng's people were coming. Fang Ping shouted in a low voice, "Enter." Old Wang and the others were extremely fast. Like noodles, they squeezed into the gap forcefully. Their bodies were hit by the brutal energy, leaving bloody marks. Iron Head was the first to squeeze in. He pulled Old Zhao and Old Wang, pulling them to their deaths. He pulled so hard that their bones creaked. He dragged the two of them in forcefully. Without the support of these three people, the gap in the boundary wall began to shrink. At this time, while squeezing into the gap, Fang Ping turned around and threw a big gold ball, saying loudly, "This is the life-saving treasure that the minister gave us. Seniors, this is for you. Don't die. It's okay even if we die, but you are the pillars of humanity." Xianxia caught the gold ball and knew what it was. He panicked and said, "No, my friend, seniors, we can die without regrets. You must live, you must live. My name is Fang Ping. If I die, please take care of my family." As he spoke, Fang Ping had already been dragged in by the three of them like a dead dog. "You're still acting at this time. Aren't you tired? You still have to do a parting of life and death, a virtuous and righteous performance." Old Wang and the other two were about to collapse. Did they not see that the boundary wall was about to close completely? As soon as the four of them entered, the boundary wall closed completely. The gatehouse once again returned to its illusory state. Xianxia was moved. He looked like he was struggling. He sighed and said, "My friend Fang Ping. How can this be? The martial king gave them these life-saving immortal substances. This much, it shows how much the martial king values them. Now that these are gone, what should we do?" The other Chen family elders also had complicated expressions. Someone said in a low voice, "Second patriarch, if the few of them are seriously injured inside and don't have the immortal substances to recover, it'll be troublesome." Xianxia sighed. "How can I not know? My friend is worried about our injuries." Sigh. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the old woman beside him with a face full of dissatisfaction. He scolded, "Little Seven, who told you to talk nonsense earlier? You had to say that I'm seriously injured." Although the old woman was not young, she still looked respectful when she was scolded. She said apologetically, "Second patriarch, I was just complaining. I didn't expect that my friends would have the immortal substances." Sigh. Xianxia sighed again. He shook his head and said, "Fine, share some with them. Recover your strength as soon as possible. I hope my friends can return safely. If something really happens, after we get out, we'll repay you for saving our lives." Xianxia sighed again and again. His heart was filled with emotion. The martial artists of the neo-martial era were indeed different. His father started the neo-martial era. Today, the Qin family descendants benefited from it. It could be considered a drink and a peck. It's just that I took advantage of my friends. How can I be at ease? Xianxia sighed again. Fine, it was good to recover their strength. When the Maple King's people came, they could catch them off guard and give them a fatal blow. There's nothing I can do to repay you. I can only kill a few more enemies. At this moment, the Chen family's second patriarch was filled with emotion for Fang Ping and the others. The younger generation had such a character. No wonder he entered rank 7 at such a young age. With such a breadth of mind, as long as they could come out alive this time, they would be more than just rank 7, genius in a second. Remember this site's address. Mobile version. Now, during the double monthly vote period, 5,000 votes would be enough to catch up. Old Eagle wanted to be in the top 10 of the annual billboard. Originally, when the Golden Keyboard of the Month came out, Old Eagle would be satisfied with just taking it. His brothers had also spent a lot of money on the Golden Keyboard. If he went to the monthly votes list, it would be too greedy. But his brothers had given Old Eagle hope. Yesterday, the gap between him and the 10th place was over 40,000 votes, so Old Eagle had not thought about it. But now, everyone could see that the gap was so small that it was practically tempting to commit a crime. At this point, Old Eagle definitely had to do something. He had to make a fortune, he had to be in the limelight, he had to show off for once. In short, everything could be summed up in one word: do it. There were only 2 days left. He still hoped that everyone could cast some monthly votes, catch up, and take the top 10 of the year. The top 10 of the year were all platinum and godly. If Old Eagle managed to sneak in, perhaps he would become a godly next year. There was still hope. Brothers, please give me some support in the last 2 days of 2018, thank you very much, take the top 10 and have a great 2018. It feels so good. A moan jolted everyone out of their reverie. The three of them looked at Li Hansong. Li Hansong looked embarrassed and said sheepishly, I couldn't help it. It felt so good, they ignored him. This guy was developing in the same direction as Qin Fengqing. Fang Ping and the others felt good too. At this moment, it was as if they had fallen into seawater of energy. While Li Hansong was complaining about how good it felt, Fang Ping had already taken out a super big bottle. Gurgle, the energy in the Xuanda Grotto heaven had really liquefied. The energy tide had not erupted yet, but the energy in the grotto heaven was already saturated. With a slight fluctuation, it would turn into liquid and drip onto the ground. Fang Ping did not even have time to look around. Once he entered, he took out the big bottle and filled it with energy liquid. He had actually prepared for this. Last time in Tiannan, he already knew that the energy here had liquefied. Before coming here this time, he had also made some preparations. Although energy liquid was not as good as life essence, the liquid that could be turned into was also extremely valuable. At least, it was worth more than energy stones. Fang Ping waved the big bottle, fishing around. After a while, the big bottle was filled with energy liquid. While waving the bottle, Fang Ping threw out an even bigger energy crystal box, shouting, Iron Head, dig. Don't dig too deep. Be careful, don't touch the seal underground. There must be a seal here. Dig? Fang Ping scolded. Nonsense. Qin Fengqing ate a mouthful of soil, and his meridians and flesh were directly reforged. That guy just conveniently took a handful. We're here. Yes. Their eyes were bright. At this moment, even Wang Jinyang was no exception. He began to squat down and dig. The underground soil seemed to be slightly crystallized. In reality, Fang Ping and the others were not stepping on soil, but the ground that was paved with energy crystals. A sparkling and translucent crystal path extended from the gatehouse to the interior. However, there was still soil on both sides of the path. They were digging the soil on both sides. As for the energy crystals on the path, no, these were energy stones. Wang Jinyang did not pay attention to it before. Now, he suddenly exclaimed, was this originally paved with energy stones, or did the accumulation of energy recharge these energy crystals and turn them into energy stones? They're all supreme grade. Li Hansong's face was also full of shock. This huge path was filled with top-grade energy stones. In other words, almost all of them were rank 9, which was a higher grade than the core mineral veins. After Li Hansong recovered from his shock, he hurriedly said, has this road been dug? I don't know how long the road is. Just the ground alone, a meter long, is equivalent to a cubic meter of top-grade energy stones. It was a 1 meter long road. Even if they could not see the bottom, just the road surface alone was probably about a ton of energy stones. They were all of the highest quality, 1 gram for 600,000, 1 ton was worth 600 billion. Just by digging this road, even if it wasn't the entire road, everyone would be rich. This was even greater than digging up King City. It would have been better if they hadn't settled the score, but once they did, their eyes glowed green. Didn't this mean that they could learn from Fang Ping and set up their own private energy mine? Fang Ping's eyes glowed. Then, he scolded suddenly, stop dreaming. The owner of the Xuanda Grotto is quite evil. There's a restriction underground. The buildings here seem to be like the stone monument. They're considered as a whole. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked regretful. Before this, Wang Jinyang had advised Fang Ping not to have any wicked ideas. Now, as he dug the soil, he stared at the crystal road. His reluctance to part was clear in his words. The stone monument was only a material used to create accessories for the mentality restriction. He did not value it too much. If a middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artist encountered a high-ranked martial artist, even with this, could they really survive? Maybe the source stones were different, especially when they were all of the highest quality. If he brought them back to NMAU, within 3 months, the strength of all NMAU instructors and students would increase a lot. Middle-ranked martial artists did not care about mentality. Before rank 6, there was no need to locate the Sanjiao gate. From rank 1 to rank 5, the body honed, the bones honed, the internal organs honed, the flesh and meridians honed, the word honed ran through rank 1 to rank 5. All of this required a large amount of energy to support the martial artist's consumption. Energy was not unlimited. If it was consumed, it would be reduced. If there were more martial artists, the energy consumption would be greater. NMAU was not as rich and imposing as MCMAU. They could not support this kind of cultivation. Right now, right under his nose, a real energy Dao was at his disposal, but he could only see it and not take it. Wang Jinyang felt like his heart was broken. As he dug the soil ferociously, he stared at the Dao with a dim light in his eyes, as if he wanted to swallow the Dao alive. The other two were the same. Fang Ping was not surprised at all. Martial artists were actually people who would open their eyes to money. Back then, in order to get some resources, old Wang did not hesitate to go south and north. He started to cause trouble when he was rank 1, and he even instigated Fang Ping. He was not a good person either. It was just that after reaching the high ranks, some things were not too eye-catching. That was why he was as calm as a big brother. However, when he saw those divine weapons in the king's battleground that day, his eyes were still red as if he had seen a naked beauty. Yao Qingjun and Li Hansong were no exception. Right now, they all had the same expression. Fang Ping was slightly better. As he filled the energy fluid, he looked around and said casually, "Don't be so short-sighted. It's like you've never seen the energy stones before. It's not easy to come to the boundary zone. Are we here for these things?" "Yes," the three of them said in unison. Fang Ping's face darkened. "Nonsense. We're here for the cultivation methods, for all of humanity to become stronger." "Who said we're here for these?" The three of them showed a look of disdain at the same time. "Since you're not here, then King started to fill the energy fluid without saying a word. "How many big bottles did you prepare?" "No, there were also big boxes. This guy actually built quite a number of huge energy crystal boxes." The few of them were in awe of him. No one was as well prepared as him. If it were someone else, even if they came in, even if they saw all these, they might not have the chance to take them away. Fang Ping ignored them. He looked around and soon felt that something was wrong. Then, he looked up. With this look, Fang Ping said with a shocked expression, F***CK. I thought we've already reached the place. It feels like we're still underground. Guys, the Sky Palace is still in the sky. The place they entered was already at the top of a mountain thousands of meters high. Fang Ping thought that after entering the gatehouse, they had already reached the place. But now, when he looked up again, there was actually an incomparably huge palace floating in the air. Previously, when it was blocked by the atomized energy fluid, he did not notice it. As soon as Fang Ping said that, old Wang and the others looked up quickly. Li Hansong murmured, "It's the same as last time." "No, this place is even higher than the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven Sky Palace. I remember that the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven Sky Palace is only a few hundred meters in the air. This place is almost 10,000 meters in the air, right?" That stretch of endless Sky Palace, even at this moment, was still thousands of meters high in the air. What did this mean? This meant that it was at least 10,000 meters high from the sea level where they entered the bounded zone. "Fang Ping, are you sure this is really not your Sky Palace?" Li Hansong asked again. "Such a tall Sky Palace, are you sure it was not built by you?" If it was not Fang Ping, then the owner of the Xuanda Grotto Heaven was really arrogant. Fang Ping stared at the Sky Palace in the sky, ignoring him. Instead, he said in a low voice, "Be careful, all of you. Don't forget, we encountered that powerful origin in Tiannan last time. Since this place is well preserved, maybe there's also that thing." Hearing that, Li Hansong was a little frightened. He did not forget the last time, when he and old Qin had just squeezed in, they were controlled by that huge force and then thrown out. Looking around, Li Hansong's eyes flickered slightly. There are also buildings underground. Could it be that the Sky Palace is actually a place where the owner stays, and the servants live below? Fang Ping and the others also saw that the area they were in also had buildings. Above them was the Sky Palace suspended in the air. It was a grand scale. Below them, there were also pavilions and towers, the buildings magnificent. As they looked and looked, Fang Ping focused and said, "Be careful, all of you. This place seems to have been destroyed?" Fang Ping frowned slightly. He had already seen some buildings in front of him. He did not look too closely before, but now that he looked closely, he realized that something was wrong. Among the buildings, some had already collapsed. It did not seem like they had collapsed naturally over a long period of time. Instead, they were affected and destroyed by the war. Back then, the minister said that the soil that Qin Fengqing ate was not soil, Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, and the few of them reacted quickly. The soil in the boundary zone was actually not just pure soil. It included some messy things. The flesh and blood of powerhouses, the existence of mentality that had been obliterated, imperishable substances, even some of the origin that had spilled out. Previously, they had not really thought about it in detail. Now that they thought about it, did this not mean that the boundary zone had actually also had a war? Could it be that the war back then had affected a wide area, even fighting all the way to their lair, all the way to the boundary zone, and not just limited to the place where the kings fought? Fang Ping said softly, "That's true. It's impossible that the boundary zone did not leave people behind and went out in full force. Maybe in the later stages of the war, some people retreated, and in the end, a war still broke out." Fang Ping said casually. A big bottle was already full. Fang Ping kept the bottle and the box of soil that old Wang and the others had dug up. Looking ahead at the main road, he said, "Let's go. We'll put these small coins aside for now. Let's go take a look at the buildings." As he said that, Fang Ping raised his head and looked at the Sky Palace. The huge Sky Palace building seemed to have existed since ancient times, suspended in the air, not moving an inch. This Sky Palace, how did it float up? Everyone shook their heads. They really did not know. This was not a small house. This was an incomparably huge building that stretched for thousands of miles. Fang Ping and the others could also do it now, controlling a small house with mentality and making it float in the air. However, if they were dead, then it would be useless. Absolute peak could solidify mentality, which could be achieved for a long time, like the Imperial Sea Mountain. However, the Imperial Sea Mountain also had a foundation. It was built by piling up countless huge boulders. It did not appear out of thin air. However, the Sky Palace was really suspended in the air. Such an incomparably huge building. A boundary zone might not have expended any less energy than the Imperial Sea Mountain. It was simply unbelievable. Li Hansong stared at the Sky Palace for a while, asking, "Can we go up?" Fang Ping, in the past, martial arts ranks were strict. The Sky Palace building should be where the masters are. The token that you have and the aura that you imitate might not be some core personnel. "I know." Fang Ping said in a low voice, "Don't go up first. If we alarm something, then it'll be troublesome. We might end up with nothing. Search below first. This token is a rank 9 powerhouse's token. Although we can only imitate that rank 7 martial artist's aura, rank 7 is not cabbage. There might be a way to enter the Sky Palace. Below, there shouldn't be too many restrictions." The Sky Palace. That's hard to say. We'll check it out later. Even if we're thrown out, we won't end up with nothing. "I'm not afraid of being thrown out, I'm afraid," Li Hansong said softly, "I'm afraid that I'll be like the Yang family's old ancestor. Outside, I'll be suppressed to death." That day, Qin Fengqing said that he saw the Yang family's old ancestor being suppressed to death at the main entrance of the Sky Palace's Imperial Road. Who suppressed him? If he was not mistaken, it was that powerful source energy that was suppressing it. Even an absolute peak could be suppressed to death. It was really too scary. If the boundary zone had ill intentions towards them, with just the few of them, they would be 100% finished. No matter how golden Fang Ping's core house was, it was useless. Once it suppressed you, you would die without a doubt. Fang Ping licked his slightly dry lips and laughed. "Since we're already here, don't think too much about it. Every time we enter the catacombs, it's like this. If there's really no danger, would it be our turn? As he said that, Fang Ping took a step and said, "Let's go." He was just about to move when Li Hansong said reluctantly, "Let's dig a little more. Otherwise, if we're thrown out later, we'll have come here for nothing." Fang Ping was speechless. He said, "This soil is a little different from what Qin Fengqin grabbed. The energy is very rich, comparable to rank 7 and 8 energy stones, but it doesn't seem to be mixed with anything else. For a little rank 7 and 8 energy stones. Don't waste too much time." The few of them looked at him in unison. "Fang Ping, you're too full of yourself. In the past, you were green with envy for low-grade energy stones. Now, you actually don't care about these." Fang Ping looked helpless. When these guys came in, they kept persuading him not to be green with envy when they saw good things. "I haven't even been green with envy, but you guys are green with envy first." To be honest, Fang Ping did not have much need for things like energy stones now. If he really had a need, that mineral vein of his would be enough for him to use. Now, the only thing that limited his rapid progress in his realm was mentality. After achieving mentality vitality unity, he could nurture his mentality. His speed was not slow. In just a few months, his mentality had exceeded 2,200 Hz. It was only late September now. At the beginning of the year, he was only rank 5. However, to Fang Ping, it was still slow. As his knowledge grew, the number of paragons he had seen was more than a handful. The Fang Ping now felt that even a rank 9 was weak. At the very least, he had to be a rank 9 paragon. "Alright, dig another box. Once we're done, we'll go explore immediately. You guys, this is all you're asking for." The few of them turned a deaf ear to him. Yes, this was all we were asking for. There was no other way. They were poor. It's not like everyone is as rich as you. Also, if you had the guts, don't take it. While they were digging, Fang Ping began to use the big bottle to scoop up the energy liquid again. More than 10 minutes later, Yao Qingjun said in a low voice, "Dig another box." "Okay." Fang Ping agreed readily. "I'll try fishing another bottle." Half an hour later, Old Wang said, "4 of us, dig 4 boxes. 1 box for each person to distribute." "Okay." 40 minutes later, Fang Ping said with a serious expression, "We're not digging anymore. It's been so long, and we haven't done anything yet." Everyone nodded. There was no other reason. The soil beside the Crystal Avenue was almost hollowed out by them. They did not dare to dig too deep. There was a restriction underneath. Moreover, the soil here was only crystallized energy on the surface. When they reached the depths, it was not much different from the outside world. Not only them, Fang Ping had also almost fished up the energy liquid nearby. He had fished up 4 big bottles. The surrounding energy was obviously much thinner. The few of them did not have any more ideas about the soil and energy liquid. One by one, they stepped onto the Crystal Avenue. Very soon, the few of them walked along the Crystal Avenue and headed toward the depths. Just as they left, outside the border wall, Chen Yaozu and the others could vaguely see the situation inside the border wall now. After staring at the border wall for a while, Chen Yaozu said slowly, "Did you guys notice?" "Second Patriarch, what's wrong? I don't know if my eyes are playing tricks on me." "You guys, didn't you guys notice that the border of the border wall, the ground seems to be a little lower?" The few of them craned their necks to look at the border wall. The border wall was a little blurry, not very clear. After looking for a while, someone mumbled, "It seems to be a little shorter. It seems much lower than where we are. They're scraping the ground 3 feet deep." Someone murmured. He could not help but ask in a low voice, "Second Patriarch, are these few really that pure and kind?" It was not that they could not scrape the ground 3 feet deep. The key was that these few fellows had not gone in for long. Without doing anything serious, they actually went to dig the ground. This was too weird. Chen Yaozu did not answer. He said again, "The energy that seeped in seems to be much weaker. The energy tide this time won't disappear, right?" Fang Ping had fished up 4 big bottles of energy near the border wall. Now, he could clearly feel that the energy that seeped in had become much weaker. The energy that had seeped out when the border wall was forcefully opened earlier had also disappeared. If this went on, the energy tide this time might not erupt. Of course, regardless of whether it would or not, the energy that had seeped out earlier and erupted a lot might have attracted the attention of some monsters. If the monsters moved, the Maple King's men would probably be here soon. Moreover, it was almost the time for the normal energy tide to erupt. The few of them looked at each other. These few fellows were really something, bandits crossing the border, energy, soil. If it were outsiders who entered, they would probably not even consider these. Someone mumbled, "The avenue behind the gatehouse is still there, the bounded zone's buildings are integrated with the avenue, it can't be moved away." Inside the bounded zone, the four of them walked forward on the Crystal Avenue. After walking for a while, a huge palace came into view. Wang Jinyang stared at the signboard of the palace for a while and said, "Guest Palace." Fang Ping glanced at him and said, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. This is the place to welcome the guests?" "More or less. It's not far from the gatehouse. It's probably where the guests temporarily rest." As Wang Jinyang said that, he looked toward the right side of the avenue. There was also a big hall there, but it looked much more boorish. He said, "Myriad Beasts Palace." "Myriad Beasts Palace?" Fang Ping rubbed his chin and said, "Myriad Beasts Palace. Is it where the guests keep their mounts?" "Probably." Wang Jinyang nodded and said, "The left side welcomes the guests and the right side houses the mounts." "That's normal." The doors of the two big halls were closed at the moment. The guest palace on the left had some carvings on the huge bronze ancient door. The Myriad Beasts Palace on the right had many carvings of demons. Li Hansong looked left and right, asking, "Which way should we go?" Fang Ping was not in a hurry to answer. Another stone appeared in his hand and he threw it toward the guest palace's door. The stone hit the door, making a crisp metallic sound. "Let's go in and take a look at the guest palace." "But this is only a place to welcome the guests. There might not be anything good inside." Fang Ping did not hold out much hope. It was normal. Who would store anything good in a place for the guests to rest temporarily? Everyone had no objections. However, when they walked to the front of the bronze door that was more than 10 meters tall, Li Hansong still asked carefully, "There won't be any living people inside, right?" Yao Qingjun did not care too much about this. Instead, he looked toward the door and said, "Under normal circumstances, isn't the door always open for the guest palace? Why is it closed?" Maybe it was on the eve of the Great War that year. They knew that no one would come, so they closed the door. "It's quite normal." Fang Ping explained casually. Wang Jinyang laughed and said, "It's hard to say. Maybe after the Great War, some people fled here and closed the door in order to avoid it. The buildings here are one. I feel that it's also connected to the seal. Maybe it has a certain defense system." The few of them were not making idle guesses. They were worried that opening the door would cause some trouble or attack. The divine armor appeared on Li Hansong's body. He said, "Then I'll try to open the door. You guys stay away." This bounded zone has existed for at least 2,000 years. The battle at the Marshall King battlefield was at least 2,000 years ago. If there's really someone alive, the energy here is so rich, everyone sucked in a deep breath. 2,000 years, even a pig wouldn't have a low cultivation base under such rich energy. Of course, it was normal for it to die before it could break through. Although martial artists rarely cared about how long powerhouses could live, it was common for rank 7 powerhouses to live for 200 to 300 years. Rank 8 was even more awesome. Rank 8 golden body powerhouses always had abundant energy. It might not be difficult for them to live for 1,000 years. Fang Ping and the others were too lazy to think about how long they could live. It would not be too late to verify it after they had lived for a few thousand years. Li Hansong and the others took a few steps back. They followed the stairs and walked toward the hall door. When Li Hansong started to push the door, a faint vibration came from the gigantic ancient bronze door. The door did not open. Fang Ping observed for a while and said, "It should be a token. The grotto heaven is quite strict." After saying that, Fang Ping did not hide anymore. He went up the stairs and unleashed his vitality. The token emitted a faint glow. As if it had been too long, the hall door trembled for a while. After a long time, the hall door trembled slightly. The two doors began to open slowly. The moment the hall door opened, a decaying aura erupted from the gap of the door. Fang Ping and Li Hansong both took a few steps back. They were not in a hurry to enter. They stood on both sides of the door and waited. "Is anyone there?" Fang Ping shouted. Then, he said loudly, "We are human martial artists, earth martial artists. Humans are about to perish. The future generations are here to seek help from the ancestors of the Grotto Heaven powerhouses." After shouting for a while, Fang Ping said, "Let's go. Let's greet them first. Otherwise, someone will say that we came uninvited." After saying that, Li Hansong still took the lead. Fang Ping and the others were extremely vigilant. They stepped into the hall together. "Have we lost?" "No. It can't be. Where's the sect leader? Where are the 9 true god elders? Brothers, follow me and fight our way out. The sect leader will come back." The moment Fang Ping and the others stepped into the hall, a murmur echoed in everyone's ears in the spacious hall. At this moment, everyone seemed to go back in time, back to a few thousand years ago. Before their eyes, scenes of the past seemed to appear. All the powerhouses of the Xuanda Grotto Heaven went out and went to the restricted area to eliminate the enemy. In the end, no one returned. Countless powerhouses surged over and killed their way into the Grotto Heaven. In the guest reception palace, some of the disciples of the Grotto Heaven sect were in despair and disbelief. Under the leadership of some people, they killed their way out of the hall and fought with the enemy. In their ears, the murmurs dissipated quickly. Fang Ping touched a giant pillar in front of him gently. It was stained with some dark colors. It should be blood stains. Back then, there seemed to be a great battle here too. Fang Ping knew that it was not an auditory hallucination. It was the unwilling roar of the group of people in the hall that year. It echoed in the hall for thousands of years. Here, martial artists above rank 7 might have died in battle. Rank 7 martial artists' mentality remnants might leave behind some fragments. Sighing, Fang Ping touched the giant pillar and said softly, "The metal giant pillar is comparable to A-class alloy. No, maybe it's even stronger. Ancient martial artists are really rich." It was such a huge metal pillar. At a glance, there were actually dozens of them in the main hall. On the giant pillars, exquisite patterns were carved. They were luxurious yet restrained. "All of them are money." Fang Ping sighed again. In the blessed Grotto Heaven, he finally understood what it meant to be extravagant. Compared to them, modern martial artists were really poor beyond belief. Someone like old Zhang, who was at the pinnacle, was actually so poor. However, it was just a guest reception hall. If it was really demolished, maybe he could buy dozens of divine weapons. No, maybe even more. It's a pity that I can't take it away. Old Zhang probably hasn't entered the bounded domain before. Otherwise, he would be green with envy. Fang Ping sighed again and again, but he did not forget to look around. When he saw the beam above the hall, Fang Ping suddenly rubbed his eyes and said in a daze, Is this the torso of a rank 9 monster plant? The martial artists of the ancient martial era were too crazy. The beam above the hall seemed to be the torso of a rank 9 monster plant. Fang Ping felt that he could not be wrong. This was too awesome, using the torso of a rank 9 monster plant, especially a tree monster plant, as a beam was unheard of. This was just the guest reception palace. The sky palace in the sky. How spectacular would that be? No, how rich. Fang Ping was still in shock. Not far away, Wang Jinyang and the others had already begun their inspection. The hall was not really empty. There were some huge chairs on both sides. They did not look like modern chairs, but more like the thrones in the catacombs. As for the skeleton, he did not see it. He did not know whether it was self-annihilation after death, or if some of the people who died that year survived and restrained it. Fang Ping. While Fang Ping was still staring at the crossbeam above, Yao Qingjun shouted. The few of them looked at him. Yao Qingjun was holding a crystal book in his hand. Crystal book. Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. He walked over immediately and asked in surprise, What is this? It was very similar to old Zhang's crystal book. Of course, there were differences. Fang Ping took the crystal book and looked at it. After a while, he said, It's not a mentality clone. Nonsense. Beside him, Wang Jinyang took the crystal book and looked at Yao Qingjun. You realized it, right? Yes. The two of them were talking in riddles. Li Hansong looked confused, while Fang Ping looked calm. I knew you guys want to see me asking anxiously, but I won't ask. Say it if you want. Old Wang glanced at him and suddenly released his mentality to explore the crystal book. Soon, he frowned and said, it's a book from the ancient martial era. It's very interesting. The ancient martial era isn't as backward as we thought. Old Wang said, the material of this crystal book can't be determined, but the person who made this book should be at least a rank 7 martial artist. Only mentality can read it, Li Hansong finally understood and said happily, cultivation method? Wasn't it a little too easy? Magazine. Everyone was stunned. Wang Jinyang said casually, ancient gossip magazine. It should be for the guests to read, to relieve boredom. This also proves that the guests who come to the Grotto Heaven as guests are at least rank 7. Rank 7 is the standard to be received. It's really extravagant. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing to use this to relieve boredom if those below rank 7 could not read it. Fang Ping also used his mentality at this moment. As expected, once his mentality was released, he saw many words on the crystal book. This thing was similar to invisible ink. Normal people could not see the words at all. Fang Ping looked at the words and felt a headache coming on. He really did not know much about seal script. He did not even know if it was seal script. He really did not have much time to learn these things. He was too busy. What does it mean, old Wang? Read it. I don't know many, since you said it was a magazine, you should understand some of it. Tell me, is there any information related to cultivation methods? Alright. Lao Wang carefully analyzed the situation. After a long time, he slowly said, April Xianxia, Bamboo Mountain Zhang, wait. Fang Ping glanced at him. After a while, he said, Zhang so-and-so? Don't be so picky about words. You know that ancient words are quite complicated. Wang Jinyang skipped the story and did not read it out loud. He translated, on the 13th of April, an expert. Surnamed Zhang from Mt. Gaiju was dragged into the water by a big fish while he was fishing. It was an extremely embarrassing incident. I'm recording it for everyone's amusement. On the 18th of May, an elder with the surname Liu from Changshan pursued a female elder from Tianmu Mountain. He was ganged up by 3 nameless real god experts, 12th of June, the birthday of the Dongyang Mountain sect leader's daughter. The Dongyang Mountain sect leader caught a dragon as a birthday present, June 18th, Purple Cap Mountain's first seed MO. Unquestionable sword? Wang Jinyang was stunned, Fang Ping and the others were also stunned. Fang Ping said quickly, unquestionable sword? There are records of the unquestionable sword on it, are you sure you didn't see wrongly? No, it's him. Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, 18th of June, Purple Cap Mountain's first seat unquestionable sword's wedding. The sword broke through the void and became a true god, Fang Ping frowned slightly. True gods are rank 9. Rank 9. Rank 9 or rank 9 paragons are called true gods? Rank 9, I guess. Li Hansong said, you've forgotten that the Hall of Myriad Origins has records of rank 9. They're all called true gods. Duh, of course I know. Fang Ping was speechless. The point is that it was already 1,000 years after the battle at the King battlefield. Do you know that nothing has changed in these 1,000 years? Maybe there were many paragons in the past. Only paragons are called true gods. Later, all the paragons died. Rank 9s also started to be called true gods. There's even a distinction between true kings and false kings in the catacombs. During the ancient martial era, it's really hard to say whether a rank 9 is true god or a paragon. Don't forget, the corpses of powerhouses that we found in the King battlefield were almost all rank 9. If they were all true gods, then too many true god powerhouses have died in the King battlefield. Xuanda Grotto Heaven seems to only have 9 true god elders. Li Hansong retorted, then can there still be 9 paragons? That's not even considered a sect leader. Wang Jinyang sighed softly. It might not be impossible. Everyone, don't forget, how many paragons are there in the restricted area now? Li Hansong thought about it and said after a while, there are at least 100 people in the 4 major dynasties. Maybe more than 100. There are at least 50 paragons on Earth, but they are still suppressed by the monster plants dynasty. I suspect that there are even more paragons in the 4 major dynasties. And this is now. What about back then? Back then, there were still 2 kings alive. Maybe they were even stronger. After all, we can infer the grand occasion back then from Mount Imperial Sea. If that's the case, if the bounded domain can really suppress the other party, everyone, in the 108 bounded domains, there might not be people everywhere, and there might not be sex everywhere. Maybe there's only a small portion. If that's the case, we can suppress the other party. 1 grotto heaven, 9 paragons, why not? Yao Qingjun also said, it's still possible. You all said that the Yang family's elder ancestor was suppressed to death in the bounded domain. If the bounded domain is not strong, how can it suppress a desperate realm, and this is thousands of years later, 9 paragons. Sect leaders have to be counted separately. Fang Ping took a deep breath and said, if that's the case, the bounded domain is too strong. Actually, it's also possible that powerhouses who have comprehended the origin path are true god-level powerhouses. Of course, these are not important now. As Fang Ping said that, he looked at Old Wang and said, if that's the case, unquestionable Jian is indeed a figure from the ancient martial era. No, it might be the end of the ancient martial era, the early stage of the sect era. After all, these grotto heavens now are somewhat similar to sections. Devil Emperor. Unquestionable Jian. The few of them remembered this name again. This person was really everywhere. He was in the Hall of Myriad Origins, and he was also here. Moreover, he had broken through to rank 9 a long time ago, and was even a desperate realm. Such a powerhouse, actually became a deserter? Fang Ping did not think about this anymore. He laughed and said, ancient martial artists are also very gossipy. They have to record all kinds of trivial things. Old Wang, stop reading these gossips. Is there any information about cultivation methods? Wang Jinyang took the crystal book and read it over and over again. He shook his head and said, no, it's just some gossip. Actually, I can't recognize some of them, but I can roughly guess what they mean. Then everyone, look around again and see if there are any crystal books like this. As Fang Ping said that, he took the crystal book from Old Wang's hands and stuffed it directly into the storage space. This thing was not bad. Some gossip might not be useless. If he took it back and studied it, he might be able to restore some of the history of the past. As he searched, Fang Ping laughed and said, don't say. I have to learn the production method of this kind of gossip magazine. In the future, I'll specialize in selling gossip news in the Grandmaster Circle. The few of them were speechless. Only he could think of that. Wang Jinyang ignored him. Instead, he said, there's actually one good thing about the production method of this kind of book. It can preserve the cultivation methods and not destroy them. I just don't know if mentality cultivation methods are also preserved in this way. Fang Ping did not say anything. The chances were not high. In the basilica, Fang Ping and the others searched for a long time but could not find the second crystal book. The others were still searching. Fang Ping, on the other hand, had already moved the huge thrones and the tea table into the storage space. These things were not connected to the buildings. After Old Wang and the others searched one round, the hall was empty, the few of them were a little dazed. Fang Ping, on the other hand, chuckled and said, it's a waste not to take them. Good stuff. 6 chairs and 4 tables. You guys don't know. Mother asterisk Kerr, it's so extravagant. They're all made from the monster plant's torso, and not just any monster plant's torso, a rank 8 golden body. Fang Ping sighed and said, that's awesome. It's just a guest hall. Using the rank 8 golden body monster plant's torso to make these things, and a rank 9 torso to make the beam. Although there's no heart nucleus or brain nucleus, just these materials alone are good stuff to forge divine weapons. Go back and dismantle it. Just this alone, it won't be difficult to sell it for hundreds of billions. The few of them did not say much. Yao Qingjun opened his mouth and said, there are some residences behind the basilica. It should be the place where the servants or disciples lived back then. We looked around and didn't find any skeletons. Some of the residences are a little messy, probably because they packed their luggage in a hurry. Wang Jinyang added, the people here might not have all died back then. Some might have run away. Also, after the boundary was attacked, the boundary wall rose again and sealed this place. Did powerhouses come back? I don't know. Fang Ping shook his head and said, there's nothing else here. It's just a guest hall. I don't expect to find too many things. Let's go and look elsewhere. The few of them did not delay and left the guest hall in no time. When they came out, they realized that Li Hansong did not come out. After a while, Li Hansong came out. When this guy came out, Fang Ping and the others were stunned. Li Hansong was carrying a super huge bag in his hand. He grinned and said, didn't I go to the back of the basilica now? I saw a lot of soil at the back. It's not ordinary soil. I think it's like the soil from the garden or the herb garden back then, so I dug it up. Fang Ping laughed, took out an energy crystal box, and stored the soil inside. This thing could be preserved more perfectly if it was stored in this box. The few of them plucked everything. Fang Ping swept away all the furniture in the hall. Li Hansong was even more straightforward. He even dug up the soil in the residential area at the back of the basilica. As for the furniture and the like in the residential area, Old Wang and the others were not interested. That was some simple and crude furniture made of real wood. Many of them had already decayed. The residential area behind the guest hall was probably where the low-ranking disciples lived. They were not surprised. This was the guest hall. It was probably a place where some servants who served tea and poured water stayed. What good stuff could there be? It was good enough that they could get their hands on some furniture. Fang Ping and the others had just left the guest hall. When the door closed with a bang, the few of them stopped in their tracks, their bodies stiff. Fang Ping did not say a word. He turned around and bowed in the direction of the palace, saying loudly, I'm using these to increase the strength of humans. Senior, please forgive me. I don't mean to be greedy. Beside him, Old Wang's body stiffened for a moment. He recovered quickly and said lightly, all right, it's not that someone is here. Without the support of your token's aura, they left the palace and sealed the door. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. He could not help but say, you scared me. Ironhead, don't do this kind of thing next time. You don't even let the soil go. Li Hansong was speechless. I'm learning from you, okay? The few of them said no more and quickly walked toward the Thousand Beasts Palace. Since they were already here, of course, they had to sweep the palaces one by one. They would take whatever they could. Wouldn't it be a waste to leave it here, at the same time? Just as Fang Ping and the others entered the Thousand Beasts Palace. The Forbidden Catacombs. The war had officially broken out. Hundreds of high-ranked powerhouses were fighting in the air. In the distance, tens of thousands of Wuan soldiers had also formed a military formation. Under the leadership of more than 10 vitality fusion powerhouses, they were fighting the enemy. This time, it was a battle to exterminate the catacombs. It was not only a battle between high-ranked powerhouses. Middle and low-ranked powerhouses would also participate. They would fight until one side was completely powerless and had to retreat from the 18 southern regions. The Rank 9 Battle Zone. Old Manly roared madly, I'm not a Rank 9. Motherf asterisk cur, you really think too highly of me. Come on, don't force me. Old Manly was going crazy. For this war, Sino Nation had sent out 16 Rank 9 powerhouses. Xia Yifan had not arrived, but the old Taoist who guarded the Mount Imperial Sea passageway had escaped. He was also a Rank 9 powerhouse, a Rank 9 that almost no one in the outside world knew about. 16 Rank 9s. More than half of them were Rank 9 powerhouses. Nan Yinyue, Zhang Weiyu, Wu Chuan, Zhao Xingwu, Wang Yu, Li Daong, these people were as strong as Nan Yinyue. Although she could not kill the enemy even if she fought 1 against 3, she could still hold on. Zhang Weiyu and the others could take on 2 opponents at the same time. Of course, if there were too many Rank 9s, they could forget about killing them. Rank 9 against Rank 9. Suppressing the other party was fine, but killing them was not an easy task. Previously, when Wu Quishan and Old Manly teamed up to fight Skygate Tree, it took a long time. Sino Nation had 16 rank 9 powerhouses participating in the war, but the catacombs had more. This time, 8 people came from the Forbidden Area alone, 8 rank 9. The Forbidden Catacombs originally had 12 cities and 24 rank 9s. 32 rank 9s. It was more than expected. Among the 8 rank 9s from the Forbidden Area, one was to protect Ji Yao. He did not join the others' battle circle, always following behind Ji Yao. As for the other 7, 5 of them were generals under King Huai's command. The other 2 were from the Monster Plant's king court. This time, King Huai had also turned out in full force. He did not have many generals under his command. Previously, he wanted to subdue the Skygate City Lord, but he did not expect that he would die before Skygate City Lord entered the Forbidden Area. There were only 6 divine generals under King Huai's command now. Divine generals were different from the city lords of other territories. Divine generals were equivalent to their private soldiers. Although the city lords of other territories were technically under the true king's command, in reality, these city lords all had very complicated backgrounds. In this war, other than leaving one person to guard his king's territory in the Forbidden Area, King Huai sent all the remaining 5 divine generals. 32 rank 9s, other than the one behind Ji Yao who did not participate in the war, 31 had participated. Rank 9 powerhouses like Nan Yunyue, 6 of them ranked in the top 11, had held up 14 rank 9 powerhouses. The remaining 10 could not fight 1 against 2. Most of them were one-on-one. However, like Magic City Old Fan, ranked 15th among the rank 9. Chen Haodong, the family head of the Chen family, Shen Mingwei, the family head of the Shen family, Bei Gongyan, the commander of the Wuan army, Zhong Qinghuan, these few people all had rank 9 divine weapons. They were also the few powerhouses who had rank 9 divine weapons. They managed to hold up 13 people with 10 of them. Guo Xingquan's 3 resurrected martial artists were still quite powerful. Old Wang and the rest felt that the rank 8 powerhouses were weak, but that was built on the basis of comparing themselves. However, how could 3 powerhouses who had comprehended the origin of Dao be too weak? With the 3 of them working together, they had also held up a rank 9. As for the remaining 3 rank 9 powerhouses, according to the original plan, Li Chongqing would hold up one of them, and the remaining 2 would be handled by some rank 8 powerhouses. Everyone was waiting for Nan Yunyue to break through and kill some powerhouses. Who knew? Something that no one could have predicted would happen. As soon as Li Chongqing showed up, 3 rank 9s went to kill him. At this time, Old Man Li flew into a rage, roaring madly, "Don't force me. Longevity sword, you will definitely die today." The 3 rank 9s who went against him were all from the same side, the divine generals under King Huai. The moment Li Chongqing showed up, King Huai recognized him. The MCMAU powerhouse who killed the Skygate tree. King Huai hated MCMAU to the core. MCMAU Fang Ping had ruined his plans twice. Now that he saw Li Chongqing participating in the battle, and others did not know, he knew that the other party had a trump card that could kill a rank 9, and it was even the Netherworld King's void-piercing sword technique. When the battle started, he sent a voice transmission to the 3 divine generals that they must kill him. If this person did not die, he would also be a disaster. He actually took the land of rebirth, the path of an ancient martial artist, and one of the most unique paths. In this aspect, King Huai knew even more than the human paragon. If this kind of person died, then so be it. But if he did not die, he would become a disaster sooner or later. 3 rank 9s besieging a martial artist whose true realm was still rank 8. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been beaten to death long ago. 3 rank 8s besieging a rank 9 was more like it. Now, the tables were turned. Faced with such a lineup, even Wu Chuan would be beaten. However, Old Man Li did not fight head-on. A few times he was injured, he swallowed a mouthful of life essence and continued to run. Behind him, a few human rank 8 powerhouses wanted to help, but the 3 rank 9s ignored them completely. King Huai said that regardless of the other martial artists in the land of rebirth, they must kill Li Chongqing. The 3 of them besieged Li Chongqing, but he ran out of the encirclement a few times. In the end, one of the divine generals could not stand it anymore and shouted, "Divine General Hu Lei, this person is from MCMAU. Teacher Fang Ping, join forces and kill him." Li Chongqing was about to cry, just as this rank 9 shouted, the two divine generals from the monster plant's royal court suddenly shouted, "He is Fang Ping's teacher?" "That's right. Damn it. Fang Ping killed my descendant in the land of rebirth. He deserves to die. He deserves to die." From afar, Jiao also shouted, "Uncle Hulei, kill him." Two divine generals from the monster plant's royal court and this divine general from the monster life royal court. All of a sudden, the three of them looked at Old Man Li. Old Man Li's eyes were green. 6. Fighting Nan Yunyue now did not even require 6 rank 9s. They thought too highly of him. Old Man Li was about to collapse. Fang Ping, that little bastard, told them before he left not to mention his name. He did not, but now, he was done for. On the other side, Gua Xingquan and the other two did not say a word. At this time, the three of them had no intention of saying that they were also from MCMAU. It was not just them. In the rank 7 area far away, Tang Feng and Lu Fengru were also fighting in silence, not even blinking. Lu Fengru was also very sad. These people had directly ignored her, Fang Ping's real teacher. They had their eyes on Li Chongqing. They could not blame them for targeting Li Chongqing. Who asked Li Chongqing to be so ostentatious, a rank 8 killing a rank 9, but now, with Fang Ping, he was in trouble. 6 rank 9s. Even if Old Man Fan and the rest were holding back the two monster plants royal court god generals, both of them were also bristling with anger. One of them roared, "Everyone, hold them back. We'll go kill Li Chongqing first. I owe you guys a favor." Old Man Fan and the rest were also very helpless. Tianmu was also speechless. They had 10 people against 13 rank 9s. If the other party really ran away, it would be difficult for them to break through the other party's defense line in a short time. But if that happened, Li Chongqing would really be in trouble. 1 against 6, and it was still a rank 8 against a rank 9, Old Man Li was already about to collapse. He roared and fled frantically. He wanted to run. He had no choice but to run. It was too scary. 6 rank 9s wanted to kill him. Behind him, Jiao shouted, "Uncle Hulei, kill him." "Your Highness, Uncle Hulei, no one below God General can kill me. Quickly go and kill him." Hulei glanced at the other human rank 9s who were being held back. After thinking for a while, he still chased after them into the distance. On the other side, 2 god generals had also extricated themselves from the battle, chasing after the escaping Old Man Li together. Old Man Li flew madly with a muffled cry. His face was really purple now. He didn't expect that things would turn out like this. He thought that even if King Huai knew about him, he would at most send 1 or 2 rank 9s to kill him. In the end, King Huai paid more attention to him than he expected. 3 came. This was not enough, because Fang Ping lured him 3 more, 6 rank 9s. Was it enough to kill the current Nan Yunyue? Maybe not, because among these 6, there were probably only 3 who had comprehended the origin path. The other 3 belonged to the weak rank 9s. But 6 people was enough to fight against Nan Yunyue. On Nan Yunyue's side, almost all of them were powerhouses who had comprehended the origin path. Although these 6 people were not as strong as Nan Yunyue and the rest, Old Man Li still broke down. He broke down so much that he wanted to curse out loud. Did old Zhang know that this would happen? That was why he specially made a life-saving talisman for himself, but King said it in advance. If you said 6 rank 9s, I might not come in. If I was caught, what else could I do other than die? Old Man Li brought the 6 rank 9s and escaped like lightning. On the battlefield, the pressure on the others was greatly reduced. No one expected such a change to happen. A guy who did not plan to let him participate in the battle could actually lure 6 rank 9s away. How unexpected. Nan Yunyue and the rest looked at each other, eager to make a move. If they broke through in time and killed some rank 9s, Li Chongqing would bring them further away. They could not return in time to help, and the situation between rank 9s might change drastically. MCMAU guys are really something. A few people's eyes were teasing, but their hearts were solemn. Li Chongqing was probably in trouble this time. Wu Chuan wanted to rescue him a few times, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and did not leave. He wanted to wait for Nan Yunyue to break through and kill some people instantly. Then, he would cooperate with the others to kill these rank 9 powerhouses. He could not leave now. If he left, then there would be one less powerful combat strength. As for Li Chongqing, Wu Chuan was also very helpless. Who would have thought that it would be like this? Everyone was already very surprised when he dragged 3 people away. Now, 6, they really thought too highly of him. Mount Imperial C. Although Zhang Tao's expression did not change, he felt extremely helpless in his heart. Fang Ping was not here, and now Li Chongqing had provoked 3 rank 9s, if he was here, that kid might lure more rank 9s away. But now, it was really troublesome. Li Chongqing's speed was not slow, but 6 rank 9s were chasing after him. If this went on, perhaps it would not be long before he would fall here. Li Chongqing died here. Fang Ping, sigh, Zhang Tao really did not know what to say. He did not even plan to let Li Chongqing participate in the battle. Who knew that this would be the result? I can only hope that Nan Yunye breaks through quickly and kills the opponent, so that those people can return in time to help. Otherwise, when the life essence is exhausted, Li Chongqing will be finished even without the pursuit. At this time, Old Man Li was already using life essence to recover, vitality outburst, and quickly escaped. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website, Xuanda Grotto. Fang Ping naturally knew nothing about the Forbidden Catacombs. In the Palace of Beasts, Fang Ping used the token to open the door again. When he entered the Palace of Beasts, Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. So did the others. Demons can't be trusted. Traitor. Just like before, there were remnants of voices in the hall. It was not just voices. Fang Ping found traces of a great battle here. Inside the Palace of Beasts, there were bloodstains. Even after thousands of years, these bloodstains did not disappear. The incomparably huge palace was completely different from the caves of the demon race. This place was extremely magnificent, and seemed even more luxurious than the guest palace. Fang Ping looked at the roof subconsciously. There were also beams made of monster plants' torsos. Fang Ping looked for a while and suddenly said, "Say, do you think that the monster plants and the monster plants royal court are against us because these ancestors killed too many monster plants? Mounts should be monsters, right? No one would ride a tree around, right? Is it because our ancestors killed them too badly, so now they're taking revenge on us?" Everyone was speechless. How would they know if you asked us? Fang Ping continued. They said that the demons are traitors. I saw that senior's record when I was in the Imperial battleground. The people in the restricted area seem to be able to make their mounts fall into chaos. Is the same thing happening here? It should be. Wang Jinyang looked around. The Palace of Beasts was still very luxurious. There were no chairs or anything like that. Monsters did not need them. However, the hall was very, very big. Like the guest palace, there were no remains. But here, there were many energy stones. Many energy stones, the ground was almost completely covered with energy stones. It was very messy. Fang Ping swept his gaze across. Just the energy stones scattered on the ground alone were at least a few thousand caddies. This is used to feed monsters? Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many energy stones lying around without anyone asking about them. Back then, monsters were actually fed with high-ranked energy stones. Fang Ping once again called it extravagant. These energy stones had not been depleted by the passage of time. The hall was closed, but the energy did not dissipate. Even if it was not closed, the energy outside was rich. Fang Ping guessed that this place might have the effect of automatically gathering energy. Otherwise, it would not be able to produce energy like rain. There was no need to say anything. A few thousand kilograms of energy stones, at least 1 or 2 tons, would be worth nearly 1 trillion. And these were the ones that were left behind after the Great Battle. The people of the domain zone were really extravagant. Just how many energy mines had they dug back then? Under the seal, was there an ore vein? Fang Ping seriously suspected that there was an energy mine beneath the bounded boundary. Through the seal, energy seeped in and gathered here. Otherwise, there would not be so much energy. The old ancestors were really good. Back then, they used energy stones as stones. No wonder there were so many experts. If there were such conditions in the neo-martial arts era, wouldn't the number of powerhouses explode? How could modern martial artists have such conditions? Fang Ping felt that he was extremely shabby here. Would I be willing to use an 8th or 9th grade demon plant's trunk to make a table, chair, and bench, making beams? Would I be willing to feed the monster with high-grade energy stones? What's more, it was a few thousand kilograms. The last time the Jiao asked him for the imperishable substance, he almost felt like his heart was bleeding. So rich. He did not delay his work. Very soon, all the energy stones on the ground were swept clean. This time, the harvest was actually not small. Including the soil that Li Hansong dug, there were 5 large boxes of soil. 4 large bottles of energy fluid. In addition, there were some chairs and tables made from a rank 8 demon plant's trunk and a few thousand kilograms of high-grade energy stones. However, these did not help Fang Ping much. At most, they could only increase his wealth. What he lacked now was not wealth. The Hall of Beasts definitely doesn't have any cultivation methods. Fang Ping swept his gaze around. Suddenly, his eyes moved slightly. There seemed to be something on the ground. Walking over to take a look, Fang Ping picked up a crystal ring on the ground. It was very, very light, so light that Fang Ping thought it was not a real object. Beside him, Yao Qingjun also walked over. He took a look and frowned. This looks like a divine weapon. Divine weapon? No, it should be a divine weapon similar to my soul-splitting spear. Fang Ping, it seems to be a divine weapon related to mentality. Fang Ping tried to use his mentality to control it, but the crystal ring did not move. Yao Qingjun tried it too. In the end, the crystal ring began to change shape. Fang Ping's face turned green. It's yours again? Yao Qingjun was silent for a while, then said slowly, yes. Who are you trying to fool? Fang Ping cursed. If this was yours, he would jump into the Forbidden Sea. Old Yao had been corrupted. This guy actually wanted to keep this crystal ring for himself. Could he not hesitate when lying? Be more direct next time. Yao Qingjun looked embarrassed, but he still coughed softly. Even if it's not mine, it should be related to me. Beside him, Li Hansong continued, Old Yao, don't tell me you're a craftsman who specializes in forging weapons? You didn't say you were familiar with this crystal ring. Maybe it was made by your disciples and disciples. Your whole family does this kind of thing. As he said that, Li Hansong touched his chin and said, which ancient immortal specialized in forging weapons? Everyone ignored him. Wang Jinyang asked, what's the use of this ring? It seems like, Yao Qingjun judged for a while, pondered for a moment, then said, it seems to be used to imprison mentality. I'm not too sure. Do you want to try? As he said that, he looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping's expression was dark. He said coldly, once we're here, listen to me. Go and try Iron Head. Li Hansong felt slightly innocent. Me again, Yao Qingjun was straightforward. Iron Head was made of iron. Skull honing had a certain defensive effect against mentality attacks. It was still reliable to use him as an experiment. Under Yao Qingjun's control, the crystal ring slowly fell toward Iron Head. As soon as it fell, Li Hansong's mentality fluctuated. Very quickly, the crystal ring fell to the ground. Li Hansong said innocently, I didn't move. I really didn't move. I'm letting you guys experiment. Yao Qingjun ignored him. He looked at the basilica again and said slowly, is it only effective on monsters? How did the ancients tame monsters? When we tame monsters, we have to constantly intimidate and suppress them. Even so, monsters can defect at any time. Since the ancients dared to use monsters as mounts, I think there must be a way to restrain them. I found this here. Maybe it's specially used to restrain monsters. An imprisoned weapon forged by mentality can imprison monsters' mentality, forcing them to obey. The possibility is very high. Fang Ping agreed with this judgment, but he was a little depressed. How can you use it? Why can't I use it? It did not make sense, it was all mentality. Could it be that there was an incantation or something? It could not be. Moreover, the 4 of them were all in the period of aura conversion. They were all using the Green Bull sect leader's aura. Fang Ping was afraid that if he changed his aura, he would be rejected by the bounded zone. The aura was the same. It did not make sense that Old Zhao could use it but he could not. When martial artists cultivated martial arts, there was actually no such thing as an incantation. Just like a divine weapon, whoever got it could use it. Even if Old Yao's long spear was in his hands, although he might not be able to unleash its full strength, he could still use it. Yao Qingjun said casually, it has to do with one's character. This thing works sometimes and sometimes not. It's probably because it's been too long. It needs to be nurtured for a period of time. Besides, it might not be of much use. Back then, the monsters defected, chaos. I suspect that something might have gone wrong with these things, causing the powerhouse's mounts to run away during the war. Put it away first. No matter what, back then, the people in the restricted zone could target this thing and destroy it. Now, it might not be possible. After all, after the war in the Imperial battleground, the restricted zone seemed to have broken off. Fang Ping put away the crystal hoop and said, if it can really imprison the monsters, then it'll be of great use. I don't know if old Zhang can make some. At a critical time, during the war, if we use this on the monsters, even if we can't control them, we can still make the monsters fall into a short period of chaos. I just don't know what rank it'll be effective on. You'll know when you go back and try it. Yao Qingjun said without sincerity, try it on rank 7, rank 8 and rank 9, Fang Ping glanced at him. Treacherous villain, trying to frame me on purpose, if I went to try rank 8 and rank 9 and didn't succeed, wouldn't I be beaten to death by the monsters? Shameless, he did not expect Old Yao to be this kind of person. Previously, he even wanted to take this crystal hoop for himself. Ignoring him, Fang Ping said quickly, look for what should be looked for. Take whatever can be taken. Oh right, Iron Head, go take a look at the hall doors. I think the hall doors might not be one with the building. See if we can take them down. Okay. Li Hansong was straightforward. The hall doors here were very strong. A great war must have happened here in the past, but these hall doors were still intact. It might be comparable to the material of a divine weapon. If it was really melted, perhaps it could also be forged into a divine weapon. Modern divine weapons were different from the ancient martial era. Back then, it seemed like demons' heart and brain cores were not needed. The door might be made of the same material as the ancient divine weapon. Li Hansong went to pry open the door. Fang Ping, on the other hand, continued to stroll around, stepping on the ground from time to time. The ground seemed to be made of high-grade materials too. He checked if there were any damaged areas and tried to dig it away. However, after looking around, he did not find any damage. This time, Fang Ping was a little disappointed. The owner of the Xuanda Grotto was really not a good person. You said that your heavenly palace protected it well, then forget it. You also made these small places down there like this. Don't you have any shame? Don't you know that the future generations have a hard time? Humans are going to die soon. Now we're all fighting with our bare hands. Can't you just separate these buildings? At least we can forge some weapons for everyone. With so many alloy pillars, we can forge tens of thousands of A-class alloy-grade weapons. Fang Ping muttered a few words. Tens of thousands might be more than that. A-class alloy was also very valuable, okay. Among the Sino Nation martial artists, less than one-third of the middle-ranked ones used A-class alloy weapons. It was very miserable. The rest of the alloy had to be used to build alloy houses to cover the catacombs entrance. Humans are so miserable. This is also a disaster left behind by the ancestors. Now, the future generations have to bear it. Sigh. Wang Jinyang and the others looked at him in surprise. Why did he tell them all this? Fang Ping saw them looking at him, shrugged and said, there might be the ancestors' origins here. Maybe they can hear and understand, right? As he said that, Fang Ping said loudly, Senior, if they can hear us, remove the main hall's restriction. I'll bring it back to improve the human strength. The three of them were mentally exhausted. You're good. You even want to fool the dead. Li Hansong saw him shouting, thought for a while, and said, maybe we were comrades in arms back then. Now that we've returned and are fighting the catacombs again, why don't we remove the restriction? Old Yao and Old Wang were dumbfounded. These two idiots, you're almost done. After shouting for a while, Fang Ping said helplessly, all right, there's no movement. Let's go to another place. There's still a palace behind. It's best if we can find a place for training, or a library or something like that. If that doesn't work, we can forge weapons or alchemy rooms or something like that. These places are more reliable. These two places were used to receive guests and demons. Moreover, they were in the outermost area. What good stuff could there be? The few of them did not linger. After exiting the palace, the main door of the palace slammed shut once again. Xianxia had been pulling for a long time but still could not pull it out. Following the main road, they continued walking toward the back. On both sides of the road, there were not all buildings. Fang Ping saw that there seemed to be rice fields or herb fields. Anyway, they were squarish and looked like fields. Without saying a word, they continued digging. Needless to say, the soil in this place seemed to have an abundance of energy. After digging a few more boxes, Fang Ping's boxes were all used up. Fang Ping was rather disappointed. There were no treasures growing in this place. Logically, with such rich energy, there should be some grass growing, right? But there were none. This place had been sealed off for so many years. If there were any treasures or the like, the effect would definitely be good. The few of them walked on, plucking as many feathers as they could. Fang Ping also obtained a lot of energy liquids along the way. This time, he had gained a lot of energy liquids and energy soil. As for the other things, he did not gain much. The bounded domain was very big, spanning thousands of miles. Its width was not short either. Fang Ping and the others walked for thousands of meters and still could not see the end. At the end, the opposite side should be the Triqing catacombs. Walking and digging, very soon, Fang Ping saw the dilapidated building that he saw earlier. Unlike the Myriad Beasts Palace, this building was really destroyed. It seemed like it was directly cut by someone with a sharp weapon. The foundation was still there, but the roof was gone. The walls were also shorter by half. The few of them standing outside could see everything inside clearly. When they saw the situation clearly, Fang Ping and Xianxia's eyes moved slightly. The load-bearing pillars inside had been cut off. Moreover, the upper halves of a few of the broken load-bearing pillars had fallen into the building. Needless to say, the few of them had originally planned to go in to see if there was anything useful. Seeing this scene, how could they let it go? Stepping into the ruined palace, Fang Ping did not say a word and kept the upper halves of the broken load-bearing pillars. These were all good stuff. A few broken load-bearing pillars weighed more than 10,000 caddies, and that was an understatement. Other than the load-bearing pillars, Fang Ping actually wanted to find the beam. According to the nature of this place, it was probably the torso of a rank 9 monster plant. In the end, after searching for a long time, he still could not find it. He did not know if it had been taken away by someone. Without the protection of the main hall, some of the things in the building had also completely decayed. The main hall here had been cut in half at the waist. Even the signboard was gone. However, judging from the remnants of the ruins, Fang Ping could still determine where this place was. It seems like the cafeteria? Fang Ping hesitated for a while, but still said this conclusion. Everyone nodded slightly. It seemed like the cafeteria. There was no other reason. If the layout of this place was restored, it was similar to a cafeteria. In the bounded domain, not everyone was a powerhouse. It was also possible for ordinary people to survive. Ordinary people naturally ate, drank, and defecated. Fortunately, it's not a very important building. Continue searching. After we're done, let's go to the Sky Palace. Fang Ping raised his head and looked at the floating Sky Palace. This thing had to be left for last. He even suspected that some of the important areas were on the Sky Palace. Even if there were some good stuff here, it would probably be limited. Also, he had to speed up. Helping himself and the three of them to change their auras consumed 10,000 wealth points every minute. It had been almost 2 hours since they came in. He had spent 1.2 million wealth points. Fang Ping did not dare to stop, worried that this side would reject him. I've spent 12 billion. But fortunately, it's only 40 caddies of rank 9 energy stones. It's not a loss. This time, he had earned a lot. It was impossible for him to make a loss. It was just that he could not find any cultivation methods. Fang Ping was a little worried that there were none here. After another few minutes, what appeared in front of everyone was no longer a palace but a 3-story building. Seeing this building, Fang Ping did not need Old Wang to translate. His eyes moved slightly. Library? Old Wang, is that what you mean? Wang Jinyang nodded slightly. Almost. We've finally found the place. Let's go. Fang Ping was overjoyed. Although everyone had said that the mentality cultivation method might be the legacy of the origin, who could be sure? Maybe it was just that the others had not realized that the crystal book could also be passed down. In front of the door of the building, Fang Ping took out the token and released his aura. However, this time, the hall door kept trembling and did not open for a long time. Li Hansong said with a solemn expression, "I have a bad feeling about this." It was not just him. Everyone had a bad feeling. It was very difficult to open the door. Moreover, the library had a total of 3 floors. Would it count as one floor, or would there be no restrictions after entering through the main door? It was already so difficult to open the main door now. If they really had to enter level by level, what would they do next? It seemed like Fang Ping could not open it alone. Li Hansong and the other 2 did not say much and began to release their auras together. After a while, the hall door slowly opened. The moment the hall door opened, the situation inside came into view. On one side of the hall door, there was a table. Behind the table was a chair that looked like a rocking chair. A crystal book was placed on the table. When Fang Ping and the rest saw this scene, an image suddenly flashed in their minds. Once upon a time, there was an old man with white hair and a beard sitting on the rocking chair, holding a crystal book in his hand. He read while waiting for the disciples to enter and leave. Now, the table was still there, the crystal book was still there, the rocking chair was still there, but the person was not. The first floor was not a library, but rows of tables and chairs. Perhaps there was a group of people who read and studied here every day. When they encountered something they did not understand, they might even ask the old man at the door. Li Hansong mumbled, "There might be children here too. The first floor might even be a school." When the war broke out that year. Fang Ping. Do you think that group of children died too? The bounded domain was a self-contained world. Were there no children here? There must be. When the war broke out, where were the children? Were they sent away in advance, or were they already dead? Fang Ping said softly, "Thousands of years have passed. Let's not talk about this anymore. Now, humans are surrounded by danger. If we still can't get the mentality cultivation method this time, children. There are countless children among humans. After a few years, they might be homeless, dying in battle, dying in the war, dying on the run." Fang Ping's expression returned to normal. These tables were not considered good stuff. It seemed like the bounded domain was not so rich that every item was made from the body of a monster plant. On the right side of the hall, there was a staircase that led to the second floor. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to go upstairs. Instead, he kept the table and chair at the door into his storage space. This was good stuff. After all, there should have been powerhouses guarding this place back then. As for the crystal book, Fang Ping threw it to Old Wang. Old Wang glanced at it and said, "It seems to be gossip news too." Fang Ping was helpless. Could these seniors not be so embarrassing? Were they so free? Why didn't they read some cultivation methods and secret manuals? They read gossip every day. Good job. Upstairs. The few of them began to walk up the stairs. There was no door on the second floor. Standing at the entrance of the staircase, Fang Ping could even see the corner of some bookshelves. However, when Fang Ping was about to take a step in, he was bounced back. Damn it! Fang Ping cursed. Mentality barrier. I guessed there would be this. There really is. A mentality barrier in a desperate situation. What should I do? Only in a desperate situation could one solidify their mentality and not be extinguished for tens of millions of years. The token. It might not work. Try it. We're already at the door. If we can't get in, I'll go crazy. The few of them looked anxious. It did not matter if it was a normal cultivation method, but a mentality cultivation method, a myriad Dao integration cultivation method, or a separate golden body cultivation method was also possible. Walking the path of the flesh, the path of mentality, the path of myriad Tao integration, ancient martial artists had developed many, many years more than modern martial artists. Even if modern martial artists did not cultivate, the reference value was incomparably huge. Fang Ping's vitality and mentality surged. The others did the same. The barrier still did not budge. What's going on? Don't tell me that the senior with this token, a rank 9, can't even enter an underground library? Fang Ping was very doubtful. This was only a library on the ground. It was not in the heavenly palace. It could not be that even a rank 9 could not enter, right? Maybe our aura is not pure, Wang Jinyang said in a low voice. What you imitated was only the Green Bull sect leader's aura. According to our speculation, the other party might just be an outer sect disciple that skipped a generation. The bounded zone is the core boundary. An outer sect disciple, one that skipped a generation, can enter as he pleases? As for the guest palace and myriad beasts palace, they were open to the public. Entering should not be a problem. However, the library would obviously not be open to the public. What should we do? Fang Ping was a little helpless. Very quickly, he gritted his teeth and said, attack. The person who set up the barrier is probably long dead. Although the absolute peak is strong, after thousands of years, it's like a duckweed without roots. The barrier may not be as strong as we think. If we work together, we might be able to open it. But, once this place is sealed and counterattacked, it won't happen. When I crashed into it just now, there was no sealing and counterattacking force. This should not be related to the entire bounded zone. The layout of the bounded zone is also not set up by this absolute peak. Fang Ping explained and looked at everyone. They nodded. Li Hansong's armor appeared again. He opened his mouth and said, we're already here. The cultivation method is right in front of us. We must go in, Fang Ping is right. If we attack forcefully, we might be able to break the barrier. Let's do it then. The few of them did not waste any time. They attacked the invisible barrier together. The barrier trembled slightly. This barrier did not have the power to counterattack. Now, the few of them were relieved. They began to attack the barrier continuously. Although the absolute peak was strong, after all, so many years had passed. The absolute peak who set up this barrier back then might not have gone all out. After all, this was only a library on the ground. Again and again, the barrier gradually began to tremble. The few of them were overjoyed. It was effective. After another 7 to 8 minutes, in the void, there seemed to be a sound of glass shattering. At this time, Fang Ping's expression changed. He rushed in quickly. He did not even have time to check. He stored everything he saw into the storage space. In the bounded zone, there seemed to be a powerful force erupting and reviving. Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang and the rest's expressions changed again and again. Was there really the existence of a force similar to the Tiannan bounded zone here? Fang Ping did not speak. He pressed his hands together and did not move. The few of them attacking the barrier earlier might have attracted the attention of this origin. Fang Ping tried to restrain their aura. The bounded zone did not reject them. That powerful force, he did not know if it had discovered them or if it did not care. Very soon, the invisible pressure dissipated. Fang Ping did not dare to breathe. He could not guarantee that this pressure would not kill them. Although he really wanted to try and see if he could obtain the cultivation method legacy, it was better to gamble with one's life as little as possible. The few of them did not speak. They looked at each other and asked what they should do next. Just now, Fang Ping rushed in and took away a lot of things. However, not all of them were crystal books. Wang Jinyang and the rest took a look. There did not seem to be many crystal books. The rest were some animal skin books. There seemed to be a lot of animal skin books. There was no time to check if they were what they needed. After a while, Fang Ping signaled that they could speak. Wang Jinyang said softly, "Are we still going to the third floor? I'm afraid the third floor is more difficult. Also, above the heavenly palace." Fang Ping hesitated for a moment. He gritted his teeth and said, "Go." Although I did not read the books on the second floor, there is a high probability that there are no cultivation methods that we need. I suspect that this kind of cultivation method will definitely be in the Heavenly Palace. Also, we have to go to the Heavenly Palace to take a look. I've restrained my aura. Everyone, don't talk later. I realized that after restraining my aura, other than not being able to use the token, this place doesn't seem to reject us. After saying that, Fang Ping did not waste any time. He quickly walked toward the stairs to the third floor. The third floor also had a barrier. It was probably set up by the same person as the second floor. It was not much stronger. The few of them attacked again and again. Midway, that powerful pressure erupted again. The few of them were trembling with fear. When the pressure erupted, they started pretending to be dead. When the pressure dissipated, they attacked again. The movement was much smaller this time. Although they did not say anything, the few of them also felt that this pressure might really not belong to a living person. It lacked the intelligence that a living person should have. At this moment, Fang Ping's heart was filled with endless doubts. What is this pressure? Is it a powerhouse's origin? Or is it a defense mechanism? With endless doubts, Fang Ping still blasted the barrier open. There were much fewer things on the third floor. In such a big place, there were not bookshelves but crystal tables. No, energy crystal tables. There were a total of 6 tables. On each table was a crystal book. Fang Ping quickly kept the crystal book. He did not look at it in detail. He led the few of them out of the library hurriedly. As soon as he went out, Fang Ping looked up at the sky. He wanted to enter the Heavenly Palace. Li Hansong and the other 2 looked at him. Their expressions were slightly solemn. Entering the Heavenly Palace at this time might not be a good thing. Fang Ping's brows furrowed. Go to the Heavenly Palace? Maybe if he went, it would be a dead end. After thinking about it, many crystal books appeared in Fang Ping's hand. He tossed them to Old Wang. Old Wang scanned through them one by one. His expression was sometimes solemn, sometimes happy. In the end, he shook his head at Fang Ping. There was no mentality cultivation method. Damn it! Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Without hesitation, he tossed the token to Old Wang and motioned for them to go first. The few of them did not say anything. Since they came together, they would just have to try it together. Fang Ping glanced at them. No one paid attention to him. Idiot! Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Without any hesitation, the next moment, he soared into the sky and flew toward the Heavenly Palace. During the flight, he did not forget to throw stones to test the waters. As it turned out, this was definitely a wise choice. The stones disappeared into thin air. Some of the black cracks flashed. The Heavenly Palace could not be entered directly. Fang Ping tried along the way and found that there was only one direction without space cracks. And this direction was the direction directly facing the gatehouse. Only this direction seemed to be the real entrance to the Heavenly Palace. Genius in a second, remember this site's address. Mobile version. The void trembled. When Fang Ping and the others flew toward the Sky Palace, a powerful pressure emanated. Fang Ping's figure stagnated, almost falling from midair. Behind, Old Yao and the others hurriedly followed. The 4 of them unleashed their mentality, joining forces to resist this powerful pressure. Fang Ping's ears and nose bled. He looked up at the sky, his face full of unwillingness. Who are you waiting for? Must we wait for your successor? Humans are going to perish. Fang Ping screamed in his heart. He did not know if he should hate. The bounded zone, the blessed grotto heaven, that group of people known as immortals died in the catacombs, but left a legacy for humans. The situation seemed to have improved a lot, but the catacombs passageways were about to be fully opened. The Monster Plants Royal Court and the Monster Life Royal Court were about to join forces. The Guardian Royal Court had long joined the war, and the Myriad Demon Royal Court's attitude was unclear. Once the 4 royal courts joined forces, would humans still have a way out? Fang Ping did not want to think too highly of himself. He was not that great, but he really wanted to find a mentality cultivation technique. He wanted to make himself stronger. He wanted to make his teachers stronger. He wanted to make humanity's grandmasters more. He wanted to make humanity's grandmasters more. Perhaps this was the only way to let humans have the strength to fight back. The bounded zone, since the kings had started the war, and the forbidden zone was also an enemy, why not leave a little hope for humans after they perished? You found us? Right. Fang Ping suddenly no longer remained silent, shouting loudly, "You found us. You didn't chase us away, is there still a consciousness?" Senior, Fang Ping has no other request, just to see the mentality cultivation method. A mystic virtue martial arts powerhouse, I, Fang Ping, am not wrong. To be able to levitate the sky palace so high, it is obvious that you are also a proud and virtuous person. I, Fang Ping, will not disgrace the cultivation method and inheritance left by the seniors. The enemies who destroyed the mystic virtue realm, when Fang Ping is strong, I will definitely settle the score. Senior, please pity the plight of humans and lend a helping hand. Fang Ping roared for a while, continuing to release the pressure. The entire bounded zone was covered by the pressure. Beside him, Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, "Stop shouting. This pressure should not be from a living thing. It should only be sensed through aura and energy changes. It did not appear before us until we attacked the apex barrier. This means that as long as we don't touch or attack anything here, there shouldn't be a problem." The few of them had already deduced some things. This pressure probably did not possess any intelligence or life force. Perhaps, it was just a defense program left behind by the ancient warriors. Last time, when he threw Li Hansong and the others out, it was probably just a kind of aura identification, a simple way to distinguish between friend and foe. When Fang Ping and the others imitated the Green Bull sect master's aura, it did not cause the appearance of pressure. When the pressure appeared, it was also when they attacked the barrier of the summit. At this time, when they arrived at the Heavenly Palace, it might have caused the pressure to be released again. The defense mechanism of the Heavenly Palace might have been activated. When Fang Ping heard that, he said impatiently, "You flattered me for nothing." The three of them looked at him speechlessly. "No one asked you to lick them. Cut the crap." Yao Qingjuan's face turned pale as he said, "The four of us have joined forces, yet we can feel immense pressure from even the slightest aftershock. And this isn't even directed at us. What the hell was this thing? If there was such a powerful defense mechanism in the past, how could people have invaded the bounded domain?" Li Hansong chuckled. When they invaded the bounded domain seemed to have been defeated, yet it was not destroyed. Instead, it sealed itself. This actually proves a lot of things. If the people from the restricted area really attacked, do you think they would let the Heavenly Palace go? Do you think they would allow the bounded domain to seal itself? Therefore, I'm guessing that this pressure actually existed a long time ago, existing along with the bounded domain. Back then, the restricted area might have had a slight advantage, but they were unable to resist this pressure. Most of the powerhouses from the restricted area had also died in battle in the land of grand battles. The people who came were not strong enough and could not resist, so they left. As he said that, Li Hansong continued, "They might not have left. I even suspect that the people who invaded this place back then might have all died under this pressure. This is the reason why the bounded domain has been preserved until now." Li Hansong's guess was still somewhat reasonable. At this time, Wang Jinyang suddenly said, "Since this pressure might have always existed, then the people in the bounded domain back then should have known that this place could defend against the enemy. If they could not resist the enemy, then wouldn't it be normal to retreat to the Heavenly Palace? When we were down there previously, we didn't see any remains, nor did we see any living people. Where did the remains go? There might really be living people in the Heavenly Palace." Their hearts stirred. It might not be impossible. If this pressure had always existed and not only appeared later, then it would be too normal for someone to retreat to the Heavenly Palace back then. After the bounded domain sealed itself, would the enemy still come back? If they did, the Heavenly Palace might have already been destroyed. Since they did not come back, then the people who survived back then might really still be living in the Heavenly Palace. Let's go. It's already come to this. Life and death aside, let's go up and take a look together. After the pressure appeared, the few of them did not leave. They had already come with the mentality of a slim chance of survival. It was not easy to get to this point. Who would be willing to give up now? The four of them's vitality surged and their mentality erupted, joining forces to resist the suppression of the pressure. This pressure pervaded the entire bounded domain. Perhaps it could be felt from the outside. But it was also because it had spread too far and was not targeted. Under the joint efforts of the four rank 7 martial artists, they could still resist it with some difficulty. From this, one could feel the strength of the pressure. When a rank 9 powerhouse unleashed their pressure, not to mention spreading so far, even if it was aimed at a rank 9, it would not be able to suppress a rank 7 to death. If it was so easy, Wu Quishan would have been crushed to death at first glance when he met the Skygate City Lord back then. If a rank 9 could kill a rank 7 so easily, then the battlefield would not be a high-ranked battlefield, but a rank 9 battlefield. Rank 7s and 8s would die with just one pressure. What was the point of fighting? It's definitely comparable to a paragon, maybe even stronger. The few of them had made a comparison. The strength of this pressure would not be weaker than a paragon. That was the minimum. For rank 7s joined forces and could only barely resist some of the overflowing pressure. It was too powerful. The few of them flew upward with difficulty. A height of 1,000 meters could usually be covered in the blink of an eye. Right now, they were crawling like a snail. Outside the bounded domain, on the platform, Qin Yaozu and the rest looked solemn too. Following the outburst of the pressure, they also felt the pressure. Of course, after all, they were separated by the boundary wall, so the pressure was not too great. They've been discovered. Will something happen? Second progenitor, they won't die in there, right? Among the few elders, some were deeply worried, some were slightly perturbed. Qin Yaozu stared at the boundary wall. As the energy concentration nearby decreased, although the boundary wall was trembling now, it did not seem like there was any intention of an energy tide eruption. If the energy tide did not erupt, the boundary wall could not see the situation inside. Qin Yaozu looked at the boundary wall for a while. At this moment, this old man could not help but curse in a low voice, "These brats, if they didn't thin out the energy, at least we would still have some points." If the energy tide erupted, they could still see some of the situation inside. But now, they could not see at all, and they did not know whether Fang Ping and the rest were dead or alive. Qin Yaozu said, his expression solemn. He looked at the entrance of the plankway and said softly, "We have no way of knowing what's going on with them. We can't enter, and we can't rescue them. Little 7, get ready. The Maple King's people are coming." Everyone looked solemn. The old woman gritted her teeth and said, "This time, we must kill Feng Jiuqing. Second progenitor, kill him. When the Maple King's people come, we won't have to worry anymore." After absorbing the imperishable substance, the few of them had almost completely recovered from the injuries that they had accumulated for 15 years. At this moment, their combat strength had increased greatly. There were still 7 rank 9s under the Maple King's command. Among them, Feng Jiuqing was the strongest, on par with Qin Yaozu. If Feng Jiuqing was killed, even if the other 6 came together, they would have a huge advantage as long as they guarded the plankway. There were space rifts on both sides of the plankway. If they fought on the narrow plankway, Qin Yaozu and the rest could retreat to the platform. The geographical advantage was maximized here. Qin Yaozu took a deep breath and looked at the old woman. Apart from him, the old woman was the only rank 9. She called him an old woman, but in his eyes, she was still a child. The old woman called him second progenitor because he was the son of the Qin family's elder ancestor. The old woman, on the other hand, was his second brother's granddaughter. It was not a problem for her to call him third grandpa. Qin Yaozu glanced at the old woman and said, "Little 7, if Feng Jiuqing comes this time, then I'll try my best to make him stay. After killing Feng Jiuqing, the rest is up to you guys. Seize their tokens, and in the future, you can go home." Having said that, Qin Yaozu looked back at the bounded domain, took a deep breath and said, "If they come out, then you guys will escort them out of the Xishan catacombs, second progenitor." The few of them looked conflicted. Second progenitor, was he preparing to finish off Feng Jiuqing and the rest in one go? Alright, let's wait patiently. Qin Yaozu did not care about what was going on inside. He could not afford to be distracted now. The wait did not last too long. King Feng's people did not hide anything. In reality, it was hard to hide anyway. the rank 9 powerhouse's chi was too strong. Before he arrived, someone laughed at the foot of the mountain. Xianxia, you're not dead yet? You're tough. Feng Jiuqing, if you're not dead, how can I die? Ha ha ha. Laughter came from the plankway, getting closer and closer. As Feng Jiuqing walked on the plankway, he replied, Xianxia, you're dead this time. Not just you, but also the other powerhouses from your land of rebirth. You've been holed up here for so many years, I'm afraid you don't know that more than 10 god generals have died in battle in your land of rebirth. As for the rest of the god generals, I'm afraid they're dying soon. 18 southern territories, King Huai led 50 god generals to besiege your remaining god generals. Ha ha ha, Xianxia, are you desperate? Feng Jiuqing laughed. As he laughed, he said loudly, after we've annihilated you, we'll go to the 18 southern territories to hunt down the other god generals from the land of rebirth. No, we'll enter the land of rebirth and annihilate all of you. Xianxia, today is the day you die. Ridiculous. Xianxia snorted. Do you really think I don't know? He had already asked a lot of things when he chatted with Feng Ping. In the past, Feng Jiuqing often told him who died in battle and who was annihilated, especially the Yang family's elder ancestors' demise. When Feng Jiuqing told them, they did not believe him. However, Feng Jiuqing even swore in the name of King Feng, proving that the Yang family's elder ancestor had indeed fallen. At that time, Xianxia and the rest were indeed very pessimistic and desperate. But now, according to Feng Ping and the rest, the Yang family's elder ancestor had fallen, but Nan Yunyue was about to reach the peak. Not only that, over in Tiannan, they had killed dozens of rank 19s. Magic City Catacombs and Nanjiang Catacombs had also won again and again. Even in the Land of Kings battleground, more than half of the restricted area's younger generation had been killed. Humans were getting stronger and stronger, and Sino Nation was getting stronger and stronger. Especially Feng Ping and the rest of the youngsters, they had all reached rank 7, which also proved everything. Under such circumstances, how could Xianxia be disturbed? Feng Jiuqing wanted to attack him and wear down his willpower, but that was just wishful thinking. Ridiculous? Xianxia, you're really pathetic. Feng Jiuqing laughed heartily. You think I'm lying to you? Is that necessary? My father has already made a deal with King Huai. If you don't die this time, when the 18 southern territories battle is over, the god generals under King Huai will come here to annihilate you. At most, we'll share some of the benefits with King Huai. You've been pestering us for 15 years, it's time to end it. Xianxia did not say anything else. They had heard about the battle in the Forbidden City from Feng Ping. However, when Feng Ping said that Sino Nation had the upper hand, Xianxia did not know and did not want to guess. He would rather believe Feng Ping's comforting words than believe Feng Jiuqing and shake his own confidence. In the next moment, the silhouettes of Feng Jiuqing and the rest appeared on the plank road. Xianxia frowned slightly. For rank 9s and 3 rank 8s, this time, King Feng had sent so many people. There were only 7 rank 9s under his command. King Feng had a lot of properties under his command. The royal territory needed someone to hold the fort, and the royal court needed a spokesperson. When there was time, the rank 9s were also in charge of guarding missions, such as the King's Battleground, Mount Royal Sea Passageway, for rank 9s were here. They had turned out in full force. Xianxia glanced at them and did not say anything. Golden light flickered on his body, and his golden body seemed slightly dim. The others were the same. Feng Jiuqing glanced at them and frowned slightly. It felt like these guys were stronger than last time. Could it be that they went out to recover before they came? Although he had some doubts, Feng Jiuqing did not care. So what if they went out to recover? These people could not stay for long even if they went out. How could imperishable substances be recovered so easily? Xianxia, stop hiding. Why don't you and I go down the mountain and fight? There's no need to continue this ridiculous game. For the past 15 years, you've never won against me, and this time is no exception. Is that so? Feng Jiuqing laughed loudly. He did not go forward. Standing on the plankway, he threw a punch across the air. Xianxia also threw a palm. Energy collided in the middle of the plankway, and the roar shook the sky. Feng Jiuqing was not in a hurry. He threw punch after punch, laughing loudly. Everyone, let's grind them to death together. He was not prepared to fight recklessly. This was an old trick that had been used for many years. Here, there was no way to recover energy, and there was no way to recover consumption. They came at full strength, slowly depleting the other party's vitality and mentality. These people might have even used up their vitality recovery pills and energy stones, but they had reserves. If these people had not brought a lot of energy stones in the past, and recovered a lot after the energy tide erupted a few times, they might have been grinded to death long ago. Even so, Feng Jiuqing felt that this would be the last time. He was not lying. If he still could not take down these people this time, his father had already promised with King Huai that after the war in the 18 southern regions ended, the god generals under his command would come to help. At that time, could these people not die? Feng Jiuqing threw punch after punch. The other 3 rank 9s and 3 rank 8s also did not make a sound, bombarding them across the air. If they blocked, they would have to exhaust them. If they did not block, they would rush out of the plankway and onto the platform. At that time, the geographical advantage would be gone, and the 4 rank 9s would not be afraid of Qinyaozu and the rest. The old woman glanced at Qinyaozu. Qinyaozu did not move, but the aura on his body weakened slightly. Since Feng Jiuqing and the rest wanted to exhaust them to death, then let them do as they wished. On the plankway, Feng Jiuqing bombarded while looking behind Qinyaozu and the rest with a frown. There was an explosion of force in the bounded domain. Could it be that Qinyaozu and the rest wanted to go in? Since they could trigger the force, it meant that the bounded domain had already reacted. Could it be that these guys had been sitting here for many years and found a loophole? Damn it, then this time they must get rid of these guys. Otherwise, if they were given more time and really let them go in, wouldn't all their years of hard work be in vain? There was a great battle in the Forbidden Catacombs. There was also a great battle outside the Xianxia Grotto Heaven. Battles between rank 9s that were rarely seen erupted everywhere today. In order to not give humans a chance to help, countless rank 9 force erupted in other catacombs. Magic City Catacombs. Last time, it was Wu Chuan, Tian Mu, and the rest who sealed the city. This time, it was Monster Sunflower City's city lord and a few rank 9s who were wandering around Hope City and Skygate City, eyeing and oppressing Wu Quishan. They had no intention of erupting a rank 9 war now, but they could hold back the human rank 9s. This was the consensus of some true kings. If it were not for the fact that the catacombs passageway had not been completely opened, right now, an all-out war would have erupted instead of suppression. Magic City Catacombs was like this, and so were the other catacombs. Including the Xishan Catacombs. Usually, there were very few battles. Right now, in a city 1,000 miles away, 2 rank 9s came together, cruising outside Xishan City. Grandmaster Feng Yu also looked solemn, standing on top of the city wall, confronting the other party. The situation was so tense that it was suffocating. Inside the Xianxia Grotto Heaven, Fang Ping and the rest withstood the force, moving up bit by bit. The higher they went, the stronger the force. After a while, Fang Ping and the rest were on the same level as the Heavenly Palace. The first thing that came into view was an incomparably tall gatehouse. It was even bigger than the gatehouse below. It's the Southern Sky Gate. Li Hansong sighed. There were indeed 3 big words on this huge gatehouse. Behind the gatehouse was an incomparably huge imperial road. The imperial road led straight to a dazzling golden hall at the back, like an immortal palace. Xianxia Palace. Old Wang muttered, opening his mouth to say, this can be called the real Xianxia Grotto Heaven. There are only some subsidiary buildings below. The few of them had not even stepped into the gatehouse and imperial road, but they could already feel what was called immortality. The gatehouse and imperial road were shrouded in clouds and mist, half hidden. This was not clouds and mist, but energy. Behind the imperial road, behind the palace, there was golden light rolling, like a golden dragon turning over. Li Hansong and the rest were almost drooling. Last time, they saw this too. This was the lake of imperishable matter. They could not imagine how extravagant the Grotto Heaven was back then. Perhaps, in the eyes of ancient martial artists, the lake of imperishable matter was just an ordinary swimming pool or lotus pond. Although the few of them were talking, they were sweating profusely. The pressure was getting heavier. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and said, "Stop chatting, let's get on the Imperial Road." As soon as he said that, the four of them stepped onto the Imperial Road. As soon as they stepped onto the Imperial Road, the pressure on the few of them increased exponentially. Old Wang's legs were trembling, and for a moment, he actually had the urge to kneel. Fang Ping's legs were also trembling. The golden light on his body shone brightly, and he growled, "Give me the cultivation technique, and I'll kneel to the seniors once. If you don't, then don't even think about it." The moment they stepped onto the Imperial Road, the pressure became even more intense. Fang Ping thought that he could take it easy. If he gave them the cultivation technique, it was nothing to kneel to these human seniors once. However, if he did not give them the cultivation technique, he did not think that these seniors were really meritorious to humanity. Why did they not comment on their merits and demerits in the past? Now, they did not have any merits at all. Why should they kneel to them? It was unknown whether Fang Ping's words triggered a reaction, or if it was just like that, but the pressure became even more intense than before. Wang Jinyang let out a low growl. The vitality in his body surged, and he forced himself to straighten his back. Yao Qingjun also unleashed his mentality, standing ramrod straight. Li Hansong, on the other hand, was much more relaxed in his armor. He glanced at the few of them, chuckled and said, "Old Wang is the weakest, Old Yao is the second weakest, and Fang Ping is slightly weaker too. I'm much stronger than all of you." Smack. The three of them did not say a word, but each of them slapped him across the face. Mother **Ker, this bastard still had the mood to pretend to be weak at a time like this. "If it was not for your armor, would you really be more relaxed than us?" Fang Ping panted and gave him a slap, then looked at Old Wang and said, "Old Wang, you're a little weak. You'll have to work harder later. All of you, shut up." Wang Jinyang's face was livid, and his face was flushed red. Yao Qingjun was a middle stage rank 7 with strong mentality. He was only early stage rank 7. His mentality was not as strong as Yao Qingjuan's, and his physique was not as strong as Li Hansong's. There was no way he could compare to Fang Ping. At this moment, among the four of them, he was the most pressured. Even with his vitality outburst, he could barely stand straight. Fang Ping chuckled and did not say much. He took a deep breath, and the energy around him was instantly absorbed into his stomach. Then, the golden light on his body shone brightly again, and he roared, "Go in. If we don't get the cultivation methods this time, we'll tear down the heavenly palace." Bang! As soon as he said that, Fang Ping flew backward, blood spurting from his mouth. Fear flashed across Fang Ping's eyes. Then, he said loudly, "Sino Nation is going to perish. Are there any living seniors in there? Do we really have to watch humanity perish before our eyes?" Cultivation methods. Are cultivation methods that important? Are they more important than the survival of humanity? Are they still testing us at this time? In the neo-martial era, the number of martial artists who died in battle is in the millions. The war has not officially started yet. Once it starts, the number of people who died in battle will be in the hundreds of millions. The seniors are so cruel. Bang! Fang Ping was bombarded by the pressure again, and his golden body began to crack. Seeing that, Li Hansong's body shone brightly, and he roared furiously, "Since you're alive, then come out, sneaking around, don't you dare to show your face." Is what Fang Ping said wrong? If I can find my own territory, why would I need to beg you guys? If you're really not willing to give us the cultivation methods, then please tell us where my home is. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Hansong shouted, "Fang Ping, remove my aura concealment. Iron Head. Remove it." At this moment, Li Hansong was extremely determined. He said loudly, "I asked them to identify it. Since they're not willing, then they'll have to find it themselves. At most, they'll just die. The ancient martial era has already perished. At this time, they're holding on to the cultivation methods and not passing them down. Are they waiting for humanity to perish and the catacombs martial artists to come in and pass them down?" Because of Fang Ping's few words, they were targeted by the pressure one after another. At this time, everyone was no longer like before, feeling that the pressure was uncontrollable. Or rather, the pressure had a consciousness, it could understand what everyone was saying. Seeing that Fang Ping did not remove his aura concealment, Wang Jinyang took a deep breath and shouted, "Fang Ping, remove Iron Head's concealment. If Iron Head can't do it, then try it one by one." Fang Ping, what are you hesitating for? Li Hansong shouted, with your indecisive attitude, how are you going to accomplish great things? How are you going to be a good leader? Since there's a chance, then give it a shot. Fang Ping gritted his teeth, glanced at him, and said nothing. In the next moment, Li Hansong's own aura suddenly erupted. At this moment, Li Hansong's vitality erupted to the extreme. He shouted, I'm Li Hansong. I don't know who I was in my past life, but maybe you know me. If you're not willing to pass on your cultivation methods, then let me find my own cultivation method. There was no response. Go in. Seeing that, Li Hansong did not hesitate. He shouted and walked directly toward the palace in the distance. He had unleashed his aura, but the pressure did not target him. He did not care anymore. He would go in first. Maybe the other party had acquiesced. As soon as Li Hansong moved, the other three followed him and walked forward. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Motherf asterisk cur, targeting me. Just you wait, if I can't get the cultivation method this time, I'll settle the score with you sooner or later. I'll tear down the grotto heaven. And bring it to MCMAU and let you be arrogant. He was now 100% sure that the pressure was either self-aware or controlled by someone. No matter what, it was intelligent. How dare you pretend to have no intelligence earlier? Shameless, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. I won't scold you now. When I'm stronger, I'll settle the score with you. Currently, except for a few people who did not retaliate against me, the rest had already retaliated. In the little notebook, there was another score. Xuanda Grotto Heaven's pressure or the manipulator behind the scenes. Fang Ping thought in his heart. Without delaying his actions, he moved his feet and followed Iron Head forward along the Imperial Path. The Imperial Path was thousands of meters long. The deeper they went, the greater the pressure. As they walked, the first one to fall behind was not Old Wang, but Yao Qingjun. Yao Qingjun could not go on. His whole body was trembling, and his body began to crack. You guys continue. Yao Qingjun didn't continue. He shouted at the others, this might be a test. I don't think I'm suitable. You guys continue. The few of them did not utter a word. They continued forward against the pressure. 100 meters, 200 meters. The further they went, the stronger the pressure. At this moment, the few of them had an idea. Maybe, someone was really testing them. Deliberately mystifying. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. But it looked like there was a chance to get the cultivation method this time. I wonder if it's a living person. Absolute peak? If I can trick it out. Fang Ping pondered as he walked. He felt a little helpless. It was not easy to trick someone who was not familiar. On the long road, Yao Qingjun had already stopped. Fang Ping and the other two continued to move forward against the pressure. 500 meters, 600 meters, when they were halfway on the road, helplessness flashed in his eyes. He panted and said, you guys continue. Fang Ping understood a little. He looked at Iron Head in front of him and said, it seems to be a test of physical strength. Li Hansong responded, then said in a muffled voice, Fang Ping, what's wrong? The person inside wants to take off my clothes. Armor. Fang Ping was a little speechless. At a time like this, he still had the mood to say such ambiguous words. It was fine to take off his armor, but to take off his clothes, moreover, as Li Hansong spoke, the pressure seemed to be stronger. Fang Ping said telepathically, the senior inside seems to be quite stingy. Stop talking nonsense, the pressure was even stronger. Fang Ping almost vomited blood. Motherf asterisk cur, was he eavesdropping? Another old zhang. If he did not eavesdrop, why would he increase the pressure? However, when he increased the pressure, Fang Ping's eyes moved. He suddenly shouted, I'm invincible among rank 7. If the senior wants to test me, then continue. This is not enough. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. The golden bone on his body burst out, his whole body golden. Still not enough. Fang Ping laughed. This is just the beginning. F***ck, this pressure could actually help him forge his golden body. Fang Ping had just felt it. There were 9 refinements to the golden body. Fang Ping's current golden body was an embryonic one. The forging of the golden body was actually a process of compression. Constantly condensing the golden body, the more compression, the better. Unfortunately, it was difficult for Fang Ping to compress and melt the golden body. As for the others, Fang Ping had not tried it before. Old Zhang might not be able to do it. Truth be told, modern martial artists loved to fight and had strong combat power, but some methods were not good enough. If he let old Zhang help him compress his flesh, he might just explode. But now, it seemed possible. Fang Ping felt a large amount of energy around him being absorbed by him. This energy fog was constantly absorbed by the golden body, integrated, and then compressed. Fang Ping looked at Li Hansong and shouted, "Iron Head, take off your armor. Absorb the energy and compress the golden body." Li Hansong heard him and did not hesitate. He quickly took off his armor. In reality, that pressure had always wanted to rip off his armor, but he didn't let it. Once the armor was removed, Li Hansong staggered. Behind him, Lao Wang snorted and said in disdain, "You're just SOSO. Who asked you to be so arrogant before? Aren't you the same as us now?" Li Hansong's body shone with golden light as he chuckled and said, "If you have the ability, come to me. If you do, I can even give you my armor." "You said it." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Jinyang gritted his teeth and took a step forward. When Li Hansong saw this, he was instantly shocked. Without another word, he forcefully walked forward. Lao Wang had gone crazy and was willing to throw his life away for money. Fang Ping glanced at Wang Jinyang. He saw that his vitality was erupting, and so was his bone marrow force. As he walked forward, he shouted, "Absorb more energy liquid. There's a lot of energy here. If you're seriously injured, maybe the senior will give us some imperishable substance to recover." I knew that the seniors of the domain definitely had the human race in their hearts. They even have the Lake of Eternal, so why would they care about giving us juniors a little bit of imperishable substance? Until now, he had not used his wealth to recover. He was just waiting. As Fang Ping flattered him, he shouted, "Old Yao, continue walking. As long as you don't die, it's fine. There's a lot of energy nearby. Absorb more. I don't know if the catacombs people will benefit from their existence here. The catacombs have opened up many domains. I heard that the catacombs have opened up more than 10 domains. Even the Lake of Eternal has been wiped out." As he spoke, Yao Qingjun, who was behind him, gritted his teeth and continued moving forward. The flesh on his body began to crack. He had consumed a golden body fruit that could strengthen the flesh, but it only made his body slightly stronger. He could not even compare to Lao Wang. Lao Wang's vitality force was probably stronger than Fang Ping's. Fang Ping's vitality force was less than 20,000 calories. Lao Wang was probably about the same. When Fang Ping saw that they had caught up, he continued walking forward, shouting, "The Mystic Virtue Realm seniors still have the human race in their hearts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have tested us. It's a pity that humans today can't even cultivate the imperishable substance. They can only rely on the golden body to give birth naturally. It's extremely tragic." After talking for a while, Fang Ping had already walked close to 800 meters on the imperial path. Li Hansong was now at the same level as him, panting violently. Fang Ping ignored him. The energy in front of him was even thicker, almost turning into a solid. Fang Ping felt a little itchy in his heart, but he was afraid that the owner of this place was too stingy and would throw him out when he saw that he had absorbed the energy. Forget it. When I get the cultivation method, I'll take it all. Fang Ping made a decision in his heart. Before he left, he scooped up all the energy. Now, he would absorb as much as he could. Fang Ping compressed the golden body as he walked forward. His vitality seemed to be growing along with the compression of the golden body. His vitality was being consumed, but the upper limit kept increasing. The density of the golden body was also increasing at this moment. As he compressed it, Fang Ping felt that he had become shorter. He could only continue to absorb the energy madly to make himself continue to expand. "I'm afraid I'm 3,000 caddies now." Fang Ping was a little emotional. This martial artist was almost training himself into a diamond drill. Old Zhang, at least 10,000. Caddies. Fang Ping suspected that it might be more than 10,000 caddies. He was not even a real golden body now. The golden body was still compressing. Fang Ping was also walking and stopping. Behind him, Li Hansong was panting as he followed, the golden light flickering non-stop. At this moment, Yao Qingjuan's body at the back suddenly cracked, letting out a muffled groan. At this moment, a ray of golden light shot out from the palace in front. In the next moment, Yao Qingjuan's body began to recover. At this moment, Fang Ping's golden body suddenly cracked, a ray of golden light also shot out violently. Seeing this, Li Hansong's gaze flickered. His golden body also collapsed suddenly. Old Wang's body collapsed almost in the same time. Golden light continued to shoot out from the main hall. Imperishable substance. The few of them were overjoyed. It was really a gift. Thank you, Senior, for your help. Fang Ping thanked him loudly and continued to walk a few meters forward. His body collapsed again, and a ray of golden light shot out violently again. Old Wang and the others also took a step forward respectively, and their bodies continued to collapse, again and again, and again and again. Earlier, when they walked a few hundred meters, everyone was fine. However, this time, when they walked 1 or 2 meters, their faces were flushed red, and their bodies collapsed. In the beginning, the golden light still shot out violently. In the end, the golden light seemed to hesitate a little, but it still shot out violently. Fang Ping and the others did not make a sound. After walking for a while, their bodies collapsed once. After walking for a while, their bodies collapsed again. At this moment, Fang Ping was crazy with joy. So rich, every time the golden light shot out violently, it contained at least 10 yuan or so of imperishable substance. That was 100,000 wealth points, which was not a small amount. In just a short while, he had obtained it more than a dozen times. That was up to 1,000,000 wealth points, seeing that the imperial path was only about 1,500 meters long, and now he had almost walked 1,000 meters. Fang Ping was thinking if he should slow down a little. Through these few tests, he realized that if there really was a living person inside, he probably wasn't too bad of a person. Looks like the test still gives me benefits. Fang Ping was secretly happy. He continued to collapse his body and continued to absorb imperishable substance. The more he went, Fang Ping realized that it was getting harder and harder for his body to collapse. This was because of the strength of the golden body transformation. Beside him, Li Hansong had already caught up with Fang Ping. When he saw Fang Ping crawling like a tortoise, Li Hansong's footsteps slowed down, secretly regretting it. No, I walked faster. It seemed like Fang Ping took a few fewer benefits. This time, Li Hansong also slowed down his footsteps. With every step he took, his golden body collapsed once. Just when they were enjoying themselves, Fang Ping's body collapsed again. He was waiting for the golden light to shoot out violently. After waiting for a long time, there was no movement. Senior? Are you still there? This junior's body is collapsing. No reaction. Not only was there no reaction, but the pressure seemed to be stronger. Fang Ping looked helpless, turning his head to look at Li Hansong. Li Hansong saw that Fang Ping did not have the imperishable substance to replenish. After thinking for a while, he carefully cracked his body slightly. In the end, there was no reaction after waiting for a long time. No more? Li Hansong looked at Fang Ping. Was he done cheated by us? That could not be. There was a big lake of imperishable substance, and this was not even close. Fang Ping shook his head, feeling very helpless. It was probably not that there was no more. Either there was a limit to the number of times, or the other party knew what they wanted and did not give it any more. As he was thinking, a golden light shot out violently, shooting toward Yao Qingjun, who was behind. Yao Qingjun recovered while saying calmly, "My body has really reached its limit. You guys haven't. I'm afraid if you crack again, it'll be gone." The few of them looked at each other. F***ck, he could still judge. Fang Ping was helpless. He could only continue walking forward. This time, he did not crack his body on purpose. 1,100 meters, 1,200 meters. When Fang Ping walked to 1,300 meters, Yao Qingjun stopped at about 800 meters. He sat down cross-legged and began to absorb energy and imperishable substance to cultivate. He could not walk anymore. At this time, Yao Qingjuan's body was cracking while he cultivated. The healing speed could not keep up with the cracking speed. Old Wang stopped at about 1,000 meters. Like Yao Qingjun, his body was also cracking. Iron Head was still following Fang Ping. His face was flushed, panting heavily. Fang Ping, can you still walk? Fang Ping was also panting heavily. Looking at the palace steps in front that could already be seen clearly, he said aloud, I should be able to. He did not even use his own recovery ability. Now that he had recovered to his peak, he should be able to walk to the end. As he said that, Fang Ping said again, testing the strength of the body. Don't tell me it's mainly to walk the path of the flesh? Walking the path of the flesh. I don't know if it's useful for myriad Dao unification. He also roughly understood now. If this was really a test to obtain a cultivation technique, it meant that Xuan de Grotto Heaven was most likely walking the path of the flesh cultivation. There were still some differences between cultivating the flesh and myriad Dao unification. The two were not quite the same. As he thought about it, Fang Ping shouted, Senior. Is there a cultivation technique of myriad Dao unification? One of my teachers walked the path of myriad Dao unification. He once killed a rank 8 as a rank 6, a rank 8 killed a rank 9, he made great contributions in the catacombs and killed countless enemies. Even peerless powerhouses. Maybe the true God powerhouses in your eyes said that my teacher had a bright future. But he walked the path of myriad Dao unification. His vitality kept depleting. He killed the enemy a few times and almost died together with them. If it's possible, I hope that Senior can bestow the cultivation technique of myriad Dao unification. This happened a few times. Fang Ping shouted for a while, but no one answered. Fang Ping was helpless. He did not understand the situation and did not know if there were any living people here. As he walked, he got closer to the palace in front. When he reached this place, he passed by a bridge. The moment he stepped on the bridge, Fang Ping glanced down. Suddenly, his eyes moved. There was a river below. No, it was not a river. Damn it, Fang Ping cursed silently, it was energy fluid, what was flowing below was actually energy fluid. Moreover, it was mixed with a golden glow. How extravagant was this, the river seemed to be flowing. Fang Ping looked toward the end of the river, but he could not see the situation in the distance. Where did the energy fluid flow to? Fang Ping guessed in his heart. He did not know that this river surrounded the entire heavenly palace and penetrated the boundary wall. The energy maintenance of the boundary wall almost all came from this river. And the excess energy seeped down, tumbling down from the boundary wall and into the ground. It kept seeping until it penetrated the seal and flowed into the Forbidden Sea. Outside the boundary, there were countless monsters in the Forbidden Sea tributary. The imperishable matter and energy that they swallowed and spat out all came from here. Fang Ping stood on the bridge and looked for a while. Suddenly, he sighed. This energy is enough to help countless martial artists improve. It's a pity that we human martial artists have to kill countless enemies, kill enemies that are 100 times stronger, just for a low-grade energy stone. Senior, if I take some, it won't interfere with the operation of the mystic virtue realm, right? I'll only take some to save human martial artists between life and death. Senior may not understand me, but I dare to swear to God, swear to everyone, that more than 90% of the resources I get have been given to others. Although it's a little too much today, I still want to take some. If Senior doesn't mind, then I'll take some. Fang Ping waited for 3 seconds. There was no reaction. No reaction, that meant it was acquiescence. Fang Ping did not care that much. He really could not hold it in anymore. The river of energy liquid was mixed with imperishable matter. If the conditions allowed it, he wanted to move this river away. A huge bottle appeared in his hand again. Fang Ping used his mentality to control it. He realized that he could use his mentality. This time, he did not hold back. The big bottle fell into the water. Not long after, it was full. Fang Ping lifted a bottle of energy liquid. Another big bottle appeared in his hand. Another bottle, bottle after bottle. In the end, there were no more bottles. Fang Ping simply poured all the energy liquid in the storage space into the storage space. He let the energy liquid flow in the space and continued to take out bottles to fill them. 5 bottles. 10 bottles, although it looked like a river below, endless, as Fang Ping filled it, Fang Ping could clearly feel that the surrounding energy was beginning to weaken. The energy that was almost solidified earlier was now being absorbed by the river. In an instant, the energy became thin. At this time, Li Hansong also rushed over. He was speechless. Was Fang Ping going to empty this place? However, Li Hansong could still see it. He said in a low voice, "Stop pretending. It seems like it's used to maintain the boundary wall. If it's done, the heavenly palace might fall." Fang Ping gave him a look. Nonsense. How could he not know? The point was, could this little bit of energy make the heavenly palace fall? Fang Ping ignored him and continued to fill it. As he filled it, he said, "It won't. I'm taking these to make humans stronger. When humans are stronger, we can defeat the enemy. Only then can we avenge our mystic virtue seniors." Bang! Just as Fang Ping was still filling it, the pressure suddenly moved. In an instant, Fang Ping was pushed forward by a huge distance. He went straight across the bridge. Fang Ping almost fell to the ground. Behind him, the corner of Li Hansong's mouth twitched. Was he being chased away by force? At this time, both of them were completely sure that this pressure was intelligent. It knew everything that happened. Li Hansong did not stay on the bridge. He moved his feet with difficulty, panting. "I don't really understand what this test is for. The strength of the physique, with the strength of the seniors, can't you tell at a glance? Why did you have to walk such a long distance?" Fang Ping glanced at him and said, "It should be for us to forge a stronger physique. Didn't you notice? This is the brilliance of the mystic virtue seniors. It's not only a test but also a gift. Do you think everyone is like you? When we reach the end of the imperial path, the seniors will probably send us into the lake of eternity to forge a stronger physique. A rank 7 might be able to forge a 3rd refinement or even stronger physique, really? It can't be. But our mentality is limited. Idiot. Is such a small matter a problem to the seniors?" Both of them were still chatting when the pressure moved again. This time, it was not the pressure in front of them that was strong. Instead, it was the pressure behind their butts that was so strong that it could not be any stronger. It shrouded the two of them rapidly. It had an attitude that said if they did not leave, it would crush them to death. Fang Ping and Li Hansong looked at each other. Without saying a word, they moved forward frantically. It seemed like the flattery did not work. If they did not leave now, they would be delaying the proper business. After both of them walked for a while, their physiques began to crack. However, they were not far from the steps of the palace now, about a few dozen meters away. Fang Ping took out a big bottle and threw it to Li Hansong, saying, "Drink some, replenish your energy." Li Hansong did not stand on ceremony. He poured it into his mouth and drank it madly. It made Fang Ping want to kick him to death. With the replenishment of energy mixed with the imperishable substance, the cracked physique began to recover. Actually, Li Hansong could also use the imperishable substance to recover. However, this guy was also smart. Every time he seemed to be on the verge of serious injury, he restrained himself from moving forward, not letting his imperishable substance gush out. He would save as much as he could. After a few minutes of walking and stopping, they reached the steps. Fang Ping stepped on the steps and looked at the incomparably huge palace in front of him. The palace door seemed to be wide open. From afar, it seemed like he saw an incomparably glorious throne. Below the throne, there were many similarly huge thrones. Fang Ping moved up the steps. Looking at the incomparably huge throne in front of him, his gaze suddenly changed. Iron head. What's wrong? Li Hansong could not even stand up. He hugged Fang Ping's leg and moved up. I saw it. There seems to be a gem on the throne. No, a demon core. Fang Ping swallowed and murmured, "A demon core with a diameter of 1 meter. Gulp, Li Hansong began to swallow too. Was it true? The size of a demon's body and strength determined the size of a demon core. Even for rank 9 monsters, Fang Ping had seen the size of a demon core. The heart core was about 30 centimeters in diameter. The one from Tianmen Tree was about the same size as the one from the rank 9 monster he brought back last time. The brain core, on the other hand, was slightly smaller, at most 20 centimeters. However, a diameter of 1 meter, Fang Ping suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Was that really a demon core, heart core or brain core? However, he had seen a lot of demon cores. It felt very similar. Was the gem on the throne a demon core or a real gem? Or was it an energy stone? A diameter of 1 meter, don't tell me it's not a peak-level demon core. Fang Ping was really shocked. He had never heard of a peak-level demon core. Among the human peak-level humans, the only one he knew was that the subduing king seemed to have killed a peak-level monster from the Forbidden Sea. However, after the battle, it seemed that he did not get the demon core and brain core. When the peak level was on the verge of death, he destroyed everything that he could. In the end, he only got a little outer armor and a wisp of origin energy. This wisp of origin energy was also used by Fang Ping last time. Could it be that a peak-level demon core was used as a decoration for the throne? If he dug it out, could it be used to forge a peak-level weapon? He had never heard of a peak-level powerhouse having their own peak-level weapon. Old Zhang and Li Jin definitely did not have one. Those people in Star Town most likely did not have one. It was hard to say for the subduing king. Fang Ping's gaze swept across the huge throne. From the corner of his eyes, he looked at the slightly smaller thrones on both sides. There seemed to be a crystal color on them too, but they were not facing Fang Ping. Fang Ping could not tell for a moment whether they were decorated with demon cores. While Fang Ping was still reeling from the shock, the pressure erupted again. This time, it was a little more violent. Maybe it was because the dim light in Fang Ping's eyes was too intense. The powerful pressure imprisoned both of them in the next moment. Both of them could not resist at all. This powerful pressure moved the two of them directly into the huge palace. Fang Ping wanted to turn his head to look, but he realized that he could not move at all. He could only see the huge throne in front of him. It was the same for Li Hansong. Both of them could not release their mentality. The pressure moved the two of them to the center of the hall, facing the throne. Then, Fang Ping felt a huge pressure, forcing his body to bend. Is this asking us to kneel? Fang Ping gritted his teeth. They were not given any cultivation methods. Kneel for what? This time, the pressure did not seem to be forcing them. It only pressed them to bend. When it was halfway through, it stopped. At this moment, both of them maintained their bowed posture, unable to straighten up. Fang Ping realized that he could speak now. He said, "Iron Head." Li Hansong responded. He said gloomily, "You want us to kneel? What should we do? A man's knees are made of gold." Even people like old Zhang and old Li, who have been fighting for humanity for many years, have never made anyone kneel. The seniors in Star City have been guarding Mount Royal Sea for hundreds of years, and they have never made anyone kneel. But if we don't kneel, I don't think they're giving us cultivation methods. Li Hansong continued to mumble, "I might be the same generation as them, or even higher. In this life, I've never knelt before." Both of them mumbled for a while. Fang Ping suddenly laughed. "You won't die if you kneel once. It should be like this during the ancient martial era. You've received a favor from someone, so you should kneel once. We've gotten a bargain, but we're still pretending to be innocent. If the cultivation method is really useful, we can get it just by kneeling once. That's what we've earned. Iron Head, hurry up and kneel." "You first." "Insincere." Fang Ping scolded. He smiled and said, "I sincerely want to kneel before you, senior. I'm just not used to saying these things. Because it's been a long time, these rules have disappeared. I don't mean that I'm unwilling. Senior, please don't misunderstand." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping knelt on the ground with a thud. He said softly, "Senior, please teach me the cultivation method. If Fang Ping achieves anything in the future, I will repay you 100-fold. Beside him, Li Hansong also knelt down. The basilica was eerily quiet. There was no sound. There was no movement. Just like that, it lasted for a long time. Fang Ping and Li Hansong did not say a word. They continued to kneel. After an unknown amount of time, there seemed to be the sound of wind in the basilica. Both of them wanted to raise their heads, but they could not. However, both of them had a feeling that something had come to the basilica. They could not sense the presence of any aura. Perhaps it was not human. Perhaps it was too powerful. Both of them could not sense the other's presence at all. Time was still ticking away. Fang Ping and Li Hansong did not say a word. They continued to wait. The pressure here was incomparably strong. It was almost impossible to forcefully obtain the cultivation method. Even if old Zhang was here, it might not be possible. If the other party was unwilling, even if old Zhang was really stronger than the other party, this thing could not be forced. Just as Fang Ping and Li Hansong were still waiting, the pressure suddenly became stronger. Fang Ping's mouth was overflowing with blood. Li Hansong even let out a muffled groan. Blood flowed from all 7 of his orifices. Both of them still did not say a word. At this point, life and death were in the hands of the other party. They could not resist at all. The pressure grew stronger. It was even greater than when they walked on Imperial Path. It was so great that Fang Ping's golden bones were trembling. They were about to be crushed. Creaking sounds came from both of their bodies slowly. This pressure seemed to be crushing them into powder. Blood, minced meat, bone powder. Bit by bit, they were peeled off from both of their bodies. Fang Ping was no longer silent. He smiled and said, "Senior, if you think there's still a need for a test, you can use more force. This is not enough. We don't have anything else. Martial artists in the neo-martial era still have this bit of willpower. It's nothing." Li Hansong grinned with his cracked lips and said, "Martial artists in the neo-martial era really don't care about this little test. If it's really like this, then Senior should just give the cultivation method to us. Not only us, but anyone who comes will also have 100% chance of getting the cultivation method." Both of them spoke one after another, their faces calm. This was not even close. Li Hansong almost curled his lips. When he first cultivated, forging his golden body in blazing fire was even more painful than this. Fang Ping did not care. He had been beaten into a skeleton a few times. He would get used to it. As long as he had one breath left, he would be full of vigor. The pressure continued. Fang Ping's newly compressed golden body began to crumble again. His internal organs began to crack. Fang Ping did not care about this. He wanted to look up, but he could not. He could only stare at the floor. As he looked, Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. There seemed to be a reflection on the snow-white floor. Behind him, there seemed to be a blurry figure. There really was someone, however, the reflection was too blurry. Fang Ping could not see it clearly. He could only see a shadow. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Ping grimaced and said helplessly, "Senior, why don't you just crush us until we're on our last breath? If you can't crush us to death, we really don't care. Right now, the situation outside is critical. The 18 Southern Territories' human powerhouses are at war with the Catacombs powerhouses. If I don't go and turn the tide, something might happen." Li Hansong was also panting heavily. "Yes, Senior. It's too much of a waste of time. If we don't go and rescue them, something big might happen. Why don't you crush us until we're on our last breath, then you can give us the cultivation method." At this moment, Fang Ping seemed to see the shadow behind him flutter. After an unknown amount of time, a crystal book suddenly floated out of Fang Ping's body. The crystal book trembled slightly. After a long time, a weak voice was heard. "There really is an ancient martial powerhouse alive. Junior Zhang Tao, Sino Nation." Buzz buzz, Fang Ping was stunned. Disconnected, F***CK, this worked too. Old Zhang could actually speak. No, it seemed like he could. Prince Song's mentality avatar could do it back then, right? Why did he disconnect halfway through? Before old Zhang could finish his introduction, Fang Ping immediately added, "Old Zhang. No, Minister Zhang is one of our humans' guardian gods. Sino Nation today. Senior, are you someone from the Pre-Qin era? We are the descendants of the Pre-Qin era. Sino Nation has 14 desperate guardian gods now. Minister Zhang is one of them." Fang Ping spoke for a while, but there was still no sound. At this moment, the crystal book fell into Fang Ping's arms again. After a while, Fang Ping felt his mind go blank for a moment. It was as if someone was talking to him in his mind. Fang Ping was delighted and hurriedly began to memorize. However, after memorizing for a while, Fang Ping was a little dazed. What was it talking about? I don't think I understand it. Beside him, Li Hansong's face was also blank. Someone was talking to him, but he could not understand it either. Even though they could not understand, both of them still memorized it. This was probably the cultivation method. It was made so mysterious that he could not understand it. How could it be explained as clearly as the modern cultivation method? After about a few minutes, the voice disappeared. Fang Ping was just about to ask. In the next moment, Fang Ping's vision suddenly went black. Then, he realized that he was floating away. Senior. I haven't explored the palace. No, I haven't seen its true face. Senior, you're a desperate realm, right? Humans need you, Sino Nation needs you, come out with me. Senior, Fang Ping had just shouted when he suddenly realized that he could not speak. He was instantly flustered and exasperated. What was the meaning of this? But now that he was flying out, it was obvious that he was chasing him away. Fang Ping was extremely helpless. Was he chasing him away just like that? I've been kneeling until now, and you're giving me a cultivation method that I don't even understand? Aren't you embarrassed? Fang Ping gritted his teeth. He realized that he could still move, so he did not waste time talking. A big bottle appeared in his hand. Suddenly, an incomparably huge suction force came from his body, and the surrounding energy quickly gathered. Fang Ping picked up the bottle and scooped it up. After scooping one bottle, another bottle appeared, and he continued scooping. Behind him, Old Wang and the others had also floated out. When they saw Fang Ping's actions, they were also straightforward. Their bodies suddenly released a suction force, and the surrounding energy rushed into their bodies. Li Hansong and the others were already spewing out energy from their mouths, but they refused to give up. There was a lot of liquefied energy here. Now that the other party was chasing them away, if they did not absorb it, there would be no more chances. Just as they were absorbing wildly, the throwing force suddenly became stronger. They were like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, they were thrown out of sight. Until they were thrown out, in the Sky Palace Basilica, a faintly discernible figure appeared on the basilica's steps. Neo. Marshal, an incomparably dry and hoarse voice came out slowly. The illusory figure suddenly cast his gaze downward. Below, there were many pitch-black pits. Then, he looked at the thin energy in the air, and then at the somewhat thin energy in the river. The illusory figure swayed slightly. His gaze turned toward the direction where Fang Ping and the others were thrown out, and he let out a hoarse voice that was unknown whether he was laughing or crying. Bang! An incomparably loud explosion rang out. Fang Ping and the rest were like water droplets, sliding down from the boundary wall. Among them, Fang Ping's impact was the loudest. His golden body was about to explode. Why, Fang Ping rolled down from the boundary wall, feeling a little sad. I'm not doing this for myself. I, Fang Ping, want all of this, isn't it for mankind? Why do you have to treat me like this? But, we haven't gone out yet. Fang Ping's heart leaped with joy. Alas, before his joy could end, the boundary wall suddenly wriggled. Fang Ping's head was stuck out all of a sudden, as if someone was forcefully shoving him out. So shameful. Fang Ping felt too ashamed to face anyone. He had already reached the boundary wall. If Xianxia and the others saw this, how embarrassing would he be? At this moment, his head was stuck in the boundary wall, and he was being pushed out by someone. Although he felt ashamed, Fang Ping still thought of something important. Whether it was people or other things in the domain, it seemed that they could not control the outside world. He remembered, last time, when Li Hansong and his companion were thrown out, they also hit the boundary wall and came out on their own. Is there a limit? What restrictions? Are you unable to go out, or are you unwilling to go out? At this moment, many thoughts arose in Fang Ping's mind. As for the friction between his face and the ground, forget it, who cares about that? If Xianxia and the others saw it, they could just deny it. At most, they could just bribe them with some imperishable substances. As he thought about it, the look in his eyes changed. Up ahead, at the entrance of the walkway, Xianxia and the others blocked the entrance of the plankway, shouting and fighting incessantly. Bang, a loud sound rang out as a figure was sent flying, crashing into the world wall. However, the world wall instantly counterattacked, sending the figure flying again. While he was still in midair, his blood had already splattered all over the platform. Yuan Hu. Fang Ping heard the old woman's shrill cries, which were laced with deep worry. Mother, in the air, the figure spoke in a weak voice. Blood kept spurting out from his mouth as he mumbled, "I'm fine." Although he said he was fine, a large amount of blood gushed out of his mouth, mixed with some pieces of his internal organs. There were a total of 6 people from the Qin family here, 2 at level 9, 2 at level 8, and 2 at level 7. This person was one of the rank 7 martial artists. Fang Ping did not pay much attention to him before, but he did not expect him to be the old woman's son. Ha ha ha. Chen Yaozu, you will die today. As soon as he finished speaking, another rank 7 martial artist flew backward. This time, he crashed directly into Li Hansong, who had just stuck his head out. As for Fang Ping, he was still down there. The rank 7 martial artist collided with Li Hansong. His tailbone was almost broken by Li Hansong's ironhead centipede. Li Hansong almost vomited blood. I just came out, and I was hit. More importantly, it was my butt that hit me. Just as he was about to speak, Fang Ping's mentality moved a little from below. As he climbed out, he shook his head at him. The people at the entrance of the walkway couldn't see them. Until now, Fang Ping was still restraining his aura. Previously, Ironhead did not restrain his aura. At this time, Fang Ping also hurriedly added this fellow. Just now, this fellow had poked his head out, hoping that he had not been sensed. Feng Jiuqing was here. He recognized Feng Jiuqing's voice. This guy was very arrogant at the king's battlefield, but his arm was broken by old Zhang. Seeing that the rank 7 from the Qin family had also seen them and seemed like he wanted to say something, Fang Ping immediately used his mentality to probe and shook his head quickly. This guy doesn't have any chemistry at all. I've already used my mentality to hit you, and you're still shouting. Fang Ping ignored him. When Old Wang and Yao Qingjun had also climbed out, he used mentality and said, Feng Jiuqing and the others are here. The few of them did not speak, climbing out quickly. As they walked out, the gap in the boundary wall was quickly mended. At this moment, the few of them walked to the side, avoiding the direction of the entrance of the walkway. Feng Jiuqing and the others were still below. There was no need to care about him. As for Qin Yaozu and the others, the 2 rank 7s were seriously injured. Among the others, only Qin Yaozu's body was covered in golden blood, but he was not dead yet. Fang Ping felt that he would not die so easily. The old man Qin Yaozu stood alone at the front, just inside the walkway. He was fierce enough. Fang Ping really did not see it before. The few of them avoided that direction. The old woman seemed to have sensed something too. She turned her head and glanced at it from the corner of her eyes. As a result, she was stunned for a moment and was almost hit by a giant golden fist below. They were out? No, it was not a problem of coming out. Where was their aura? If she did not feel that something was wrong with these guys just now, she would not even know that they had come out. Although the old woman was somewhat at a loss, this was not the time to greet them. Seeing that they had avoided to the side, she did not say anything. A few rank 7 martial artists. Even if they attacked now, what could they do? In front of her, Qin Yaozu did not have time to look back. He roared continuously, manipulating a divine weapon longsword, constantly fighting with Feng Jiuqing and the others below. Among these 4 rank 9 martial artists, 2 of them had rank 9 divine weapons, and 2 had rank 8 divine weapons. They were stronger than before. In the past, among these people, only Feng Jiuqing had a rank 9 divine weapon. The others did not even have a divine weapon. At this moment, Qin Yaozu was very pessimistic and helpless. Previously, he thought that when his strength recovered, he would suddenly explode under the cover of his hidden strength. At worst, he would perish together with Feng Jiuqing. However, who knew that the other god general actually had a rank 9 divine weapon? In this case, he could not die. At least not now, otherwise, Xiaoqi would not be a match for 3 rank 9s, especially when one of them even had a rank 9 divine weapon. Xiaoqi only had a rank 8 divine weapon. This unforeseen event disrupted Qin Yaozu's plan. What should we do? At the back, a few people retreated to the side. Li Hansong asked through mentality voice transmission. Fang Ping, on the other hand, sensed for a while and said, for rank 9s. Too many. There's no other way. We can only use old Zhang's crystal book. This place is good, right inside the plank road. As long as we hit them on both sides, they are finished. But if we use the crystal book, old Zhang's strength will be damaged. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Fang Ping did not really want to use this. This was old Zhang's mentality clone. If he used it, it was equivalent to permanently cutting off a part of old Zhang's mentality. The other 3 people frowned too. Sometimes, the damage to the ultimate combat strength was more important than killing a rank 9. Old Zhang's strength was strong, but after all, his foundation was not strong enough. He had only broken through a few years ago. Once he used it, Li Hansong said through voice transmission, then I'll do it. I'll drag them along and fall into the space rift. Forget it. Once you go out, you'll be sent flying. You won't have the chance to drag them. Fang Ping ignored him. After pondering for a moment, he said, why don't we be logistics? Let the seniors of the Chen family fight with the imperishable substance. With the imperishable substance, their strength will be much stronger. We can't recover the imperishable substance here. Feng Jiuqing and the rest have expended a lot too. If this goes on, they will also be exhausted to death. Can't they run? That depends on their acting skills. Fang Ping sighed with mentality. These few honest people from the Chen family did not know how to act. If old Wu and the rest were here, Fang Ping felt that it would not be a problem to trick Feng Jiuqing and the rest to death. However, Qin Yaozu looked so honest. Would he know how to act? Would he pretend to be seriously injured, dying, and about to die? When fishing, one had to hide the hook. If one did not act well and revealed a flaw, that would not do. When martial artists fought, it often depended on who could act better. If Qin Yaozu's acting skills were up to par, he could lure Feng Jiuqing and the rest to the point of wanting to die. He would not stop until he killed them, exhausting his energy and his imperishable substance. When that time came, Fang Ping and Li Hansong could still go out and fight with the rank 9. Both of their golden bodies were not weak. Fang Ping had improved a lot before this. Li Hansong was even more impressive. He had the divine armor. Once these people exhausted themselves, they might not be able to kill him. When that time came, he could bring a few people and run toward the rift. Maybe Li Hansong could really kill the rank 9. In this way, they could save the crystal book. Acting skills, a few of them looked at the few Chen family members at the plankway entrance, looking worried. It might not happen. If these few honest people were not good at acting, they might not be able to keep Feng Jiuqing. Old Wang thought for a while and said, let's try. If it really doesn't work, then we have to keep these people. If we use it, so be it. Killing 4 rank 9s and King Feng's son, the minister won't think it's not worth it. Paragons could not attack. Mentality avatars were not easy to come by. If a paragon was willing to do this every day, the catacombs could bring rank 9s for you to kill every day. If a paragon was willing to do this every day, the catacombs could bring rank 9s for you to kill every day. If you had the ability, cut 8 or 10 times. When that time came, it would be the paragon who died. Using 10 or 20 rank 9's lives in exchange for a chance to kill a paragon, the catacombs' true king would probably laugh like crazy. An outland in exchange for a paragon. Before the outland was completely destroyed, the human paragons would all be dead. Let's try it then. Fang Ping had no other choice. He could only rely on Qin Yaozu's acting skills now. In the next moment, Fang Ping's mentality probed toward Qin Yaoting. Qin Yaoting was in the midst of killing. Feeling the touch of mentality behind him, he did not speak, continuing to maintain the state of killing. However, in the next second, Qin Yaozu had some fluctuations. Senior, do you know how to act? Fang Ping's voice rang in his ears. Qin Yaozu almost made a mistake. What was going on, acting? I just picked up thousands of imperishable substances from the Xuanda Grotto heaven. You can always use the imperishable substances to fight. I can wait for you to use them up and help you replenish them to kill Feng Jiuqing and the rest. But if you perform too well, they might retreat. That's why I need your cooperation. Pretend to be in a life and death struggle. Using the imperishable substances will also be at the end of their rope. They'll exhaust their mentality and imperishable substances, Fang Ping described his plan to them. As long as Xianxia could fight them until both sides were powerless, then it would be like when he was in Tiannan. He, Fang Ping, could appear and be the savior for once. Killing the enemy required strategy as well. Although Xianxia was a little surprised that he had picked up imperishable substances again. Why did he say again? Xianxia did not think too deeply about it. It was still surprising that he could get imperishable substances for free. Also, these few brats did not die, and they actually came out from inside, acting. Acting, right? In the next moment, Xianxia suddenly let out a roar, saying mournfully, "Even if I die today, I'll bring you all along with me." As soon as he finished speaking, the golden light on his body shone brightly. The longsword in front of him burst into a brilliant golden glow. Feng Jiuqing was not shocked. Instead, he was delighted. He laughed loudly and said, "Everyone, kill." Xianxia was at the end of his rope. He had actually started to use the imperishable substances to fight. He was at the end of his rope. Little 7, fight. Unleash the destructive force. When the old woman heard that, a ruthless look appeared on her face. She did not hear Fang Ping's voice transmission, but since the second patriarch said to fight, then she would fight. In the next moment, the old woman also unleashed a powerful destructive force. Both of them were no longer guarding the plank road entrance. Instead, they killed all the way down. Durong, Deming, unleash the destructive force. Xianxia roared again. The two rank 8 powerhouses also unleashed the destructive force without saying a word. The 4 powerhouses unleashed the imperishable substances to fight. Their strength suddenly increased by a notch, killing Feng Jiuqing and the others until they kept retreating. Seeing this scene, Fang Ping felt a little emotional. Xianxia believed in him quite a lot. This was the charm of a person. Xianxia was not afraid that he was fooling him. If he did not have the replenishment of the imperishable substances, he would really be done for if they continued fighting like this. He did not care about the other side anymore. Both sides could not decide the winner for now. If they were to fight a battle of attrition, it would not be something that could be done in a short while. Fang Ping took a look at his own panel. Wealth, 172 million points. Vitality, 20,000 calories, 21,200 calories. Mentality, 1,800 Hz, 2,320 Hz. Destructive force? Bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%. Storage space, 1,000 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus 3 1,000 points/minute, or a simulation, 10 points/minute, plus 10%. My wealth is less than 10 million compared to when I came in, Fang Ping lamented in his heart, but he did not care. Previously, he gave Xianxia and the others a lot of imperishable substances. He also concealed his aura and simulated it, so the loss was not small. Disregarding everything else, just the upper limit of his vitality had increased by more than 3,000 calories and his mentality had increased by more than 100 Hz. Fang Ping felt that even if he did not gain anything this time, he would still have profited. He had only forged his golden body for a while, and he had not even reached the standard of first forging, but his vitality had increased by more than 3,000 cal. It was too scary. It would be difficult for him to cultivate on his own without a month or two. Sure enough, only by taking risks could he quickly increase his strength. This time it seemed easy, but the danger was definitely beyond imagination. A place where a paragon had fallen before, how could it be so simple? There are a lot of good stuff. Endless energy liquids, endless soil, a few giant metal pillars, crystal divine weapons, a few thousand caddies of energy stones. Plus, I plagiarized the library, and there's also a cultivation method that might be a mentality cultivation method. I've really profited a lot this time. How long had it been? The sky had just brightened. When he arrived, it was almost daybreak. Overnight, he had gained a lot. Fang Ping did not waste any time. He condensed a few large lumps of imperishable substances and threw them to Old Wang and the others, sending a voice transmission, recover to peak condition. These guys had just walked on the imperial path, so they had expended a lot of energy. Not to mention that Li Hansong was almost crushed by someone earlier. As for him, he had the system to recover, so what was there to be afraid of? They did not waste any time either. They took the imperishable substance lumps and quickly absorbed and digested them. Fang Ping did not care about them. He glanced at the two Qin family rank 7s who were still in a daze and sighed. There were so many honest people in the Qin family. What are you two looking at? You're already so old, why are you still so silly and adorable? Fang Ping also threw a small lump of imperishable substance over, sending a voice transmission, "Seniors, don't participate in the battle anymore. Recover from your injuries." As he said that, he sent another voice transmission to Qin Yaozu who was in the distance. "Seniors, we're almost exhausted. Let the seniors be sent flying back." "Oh right, seniors, don't be sent flying back together. One by one." Fang Ping sighed at their honesty again. Look at them, back then, for the sake of mixing imperishable substances, they were sent flying with just 1, 2, 3 hits. These few had expended a lot of energy, yet they could not even fly back. This was a human powerhouse. Qin Yaozu did not speak. He did not fly back either. If he was acting, then he had to act real, unless he was really crippled, otherwise, he would not fly back. Not only did he not fly back, but the current Qin Yaozu's eyes were bloodshot. He no longer controlled the divine weapon. Instead, he held the divine weapon in his hand and charged downwards like a mad demon, engaging in close combat with the few rank 9s directly. This also meant that he would fight to the death. Close combat had always been a sign of a battle to the death. When high-ranked powerhouses started close combat, they were really fighting with their lives on the line. Fang Ping's mentality took a look and even he was a little scared. Qin Yaozu fought like a mad demon. There were a few times when he was almost beaten out of the plankway by Feng Jiuqing and the rest. Once he was beaten, it would be a dead end. However, Feng Jiuqing and the rest were somewhat cautious. It was obvious that Qin Yaozu was going to fight with his life. At this moment, the few of them were thinking more about dragging him to death. There was no need to take the risk and go crazy with them. Even if they killed Qin Yaozu that way, they could have spared their lives. It was not worth it to exchange their lives now. Qin Yaozu was crazy, and so was the old woman. The two rank 9s were fighting at the forefront now, killing Feng Jiuqing and the rest until they retreated. When they retreated, the two of them retreated again. Feng Jiuqing and the rest hurriedly followed, continuing to fight, wanting to continue exhausting the two of them. While fighting, Feng Jiuqing goaded him, "Qin Yaozu, you also know that you will die without a doubt. Do you want to die a little faster? Have you forgotten that your son died in my hands back then?" It was clean and painless. Qin Yaozu was not angry. He said coldly, "Your big brother died in my hands too, clean and simple. That useless thing. If he died, then he died. If he didn't die, I wouldn't be who I am today. Qin Yaozu, do you think I will care? Don't force me. If you push me too far, when I self-detonate, all of you will be buried with me." Ha ha ha. Feng Jiuqing did not think much of it. A rank 9 self-detonation was very powerful, but they had 4 rank 9s and 3 rank 8s. They could still block the aftershock if they joined forces. At most, they would be heavily injured. As long as they did not fall into those space rifts and Qin Yaozu self-detonated, the Qin family would probably not survive. Would he dare? If he could not kill them and let all of his people die instead, Feng Jiuqing did not care about his threat at all. In the midst of the few of them fighting, the old woman suddenly roared and slashed with her saber. She did not dodge or evade, forcefully taking on a rank 9 sword, but with one slash, a rank 8 powerhouse was slashed out of the plankway. Ah! A shrill howl was heard. The rank 8 powerhouse struggled to return to the plankway, but the old woman paid the price of taking a rank 9 powerhouse's attack head-on and attacked him. There was no way he could survive. Without a sound, several black rifts slashed across the other party's torso. The head disappeared instantly. Immediately after, the lower half of the body disappeared. The shrill howl continued, but in the blink of an eye, the howl disappeared. On both sides of the plankway, black rifts flashed frequently. Each time they flashed, some torso was taken away. Not long after, this rank 8 golden body powerhouse disappeared without a trace, as if she had never appeared in this world. Feng Jiuqing and the others did not look too good, but they did not care too much. Using a rank 8 martial artist's life in exchange for a sword that seriously injured the old woman, it was worth it. The few rank 9 powerhouses did not retreat, but advanced instead, their attacks becoming more and more ferocious. The old woman had already taken a blow, and now she was an arrow at the end of its flight. In the blink of an eye, she was sent flying. On the platform, the old woman flew backward. Fang Ping did not waste any time, immediately taking out a large mass of imperishable substance. The old woman was stunned for a moment. Fang Ping said quickly, "Senior, when you're acting, you must act more realistically. If you continue to get injured, don't let them know that you have recovered. Then kill the remaining 2 rank 8s. I know the habits of these catacombs fellows. If you are injured in exchange for a rank 8's life, they think it's worth it. They won't let the rank 8 retreat, they would be injured a few more times, to the point where they were on the verge of death. Then, they would consume their immortal substance and mental energy. When the time comes, just leave it to us. We guarantee that we'll kill them." The old woman didn't say anything. She quickly picked up the imperishable substance and began to recover. Fang Ping was still nagging, "Don't heal your physical injuries. At most, you'll be turned into a skeleton. You won't die. Recovering the bones and internal organs would make the process more realistic. If Senior can endure it, then try not to recover the internal organs. The imperishable substance would be stored in the bones. It would be best if he was in the skull. That way, it would be difficult for them to detect any abnormalities. At rank 9, even if their internal organs are shattered, they won't die so easily. If they can't die, then I can continue to save you, Senior." The old woman was a bit sluggish. "We're fighting, this brat actually taught me how to act. Senior, don't just stand there. Second Patriarch can't hold on any longer." The old woman came to her senses immediately. Just as Fang Ping said, she did not heal her physical injuries. She remained in the bloody mess from earlier and quickly charged toward the plankway. After a while, the 2 rank 8s were sent flying, heavily injured. Fang Ping continued to instruct while rescuing them. He felt a little helpless. The Qin family was quite stupid. If he didn't teach old Wang and the rest, once the imperishable substance was used, they knew what to do. Old Wu, old Manly, and the rest were almost the same. Old Zhang, that shameless one, was probably better at acting than Fang Ping. These people from the Qin family had lived for so long, yet they still wanted a young man like him to teach them how to act. They had no talent at all. We should really set up an acting training course for all high-ranked powerhouses. Old Zhang can be the main lecturer, and I can be the assistant. Fang Ping sighed, and even specially sent a voice transmission to old Wang and the rest. Their faces were filled with black lines. How did MCMAU teach such a thing? Li Hansong, on the other hand, deeply agreed. It made sense. Fang Ping still had some skills. He could act, he could dig holes, he could bluff, he could earn money. He was now looking up to Fang Ping. Needless to say, he had learned a lot. The whole digging course back then had taught many people. As for acting, he could do it now. As for bluffing and earning money, Li Hansong pondered for a moment. He was still lacking a little. When the day came when he could bluff old Wang and the rest into believing that he was stronger than them, then it would be enough. Fang Ping's strength was actually just so, but old Wang and the rest all believed that Fang Ping was stronger than them. This was very wrong. It was obvious that Fang Ping had subtly influenced their judgment. P.S. Happy New Year, everyone. Also, Lovable Feathers A Bite of Hogwarts will be available at 12 tonight. I hope my brothers can support the First Order. Lovable Feather has helped Old Eagle a lot. I, Old Eagle, am very stingy. I can't bear to tip. That. Brothers, please donate a little. I'll write more free words in each chapter in the future. Let Old Eagle lose face, please. I can give my speech now. I'm excited. It's past 12 o'clock. In 2018, the first half of the year was painful, and the second half was happy. On the 2nd of January, at the beginning of the 18th year, his source of income was blocked. He was so upset that he wanted to cry and break down. He didn't even have the mood to celebrate the new year. Tossing and turning, it didn't take long for Kai Yuan to finish his revision. He had originally planned to write 10 million words. Gao Wu released a letter on June 4, after which the source of revenue was completed in May. When he was posting the book, he was restless and couldn't sleep. However, happiness came so quickly. On July 13, Gao Wu went on sale with 5,500 initial orders, a result that far exceeded Old Eagle's expectations. On August 30, the Silver Alliance crowdfunded by readers gave Old Eagle a huge surprise. Since September, Gao Wu had been at the top of the best-selling list. In October, it officially topped the best-selling list, and no one could shake it. Similarly, they completed the miracle of the 100 Alliance hegemony in October. In November, Gao Wu became the first Golden Sect Master. At the same time, he also took first place in the monthly votes, creating a new glory. He had thought that this was the limit of his glory, but who would have thought that in December, even greater glory would come? In the Golden Keyboard event, Gao Wu took first place with a lead of more than 1 million votes and won the Golden Keyboard. In the annual monthly votes ranking, Gao Wu used 5.5 months' time to obtain the 10th place in the monthly votes ranking. Similarly, in December, Gao Wu's average subscription exceeded 30,000, far exceeding expectations. There had been too many brilliant moments. Old Eagle, who had sent a book in January, hadn't expected it, and Old Eagle, who had sent a book in June, hadn't expected it. Even now, he still hadn't woken up. In less than 6 months, he had achieved such results. 18 years of sorrow and happiness, but the happiness far surpassed the sadness. All of this was the glory, the achievements, and the glory that his brothers and sisters had given him. Without everyone's support, Otaku Eagle could only look at the gods and drool. Subscribe, recommend, tip, vote, send red packets for monthly votes, buy booster cards. I've spent a lot of money, but there are no benefits. It's impossible for me to refund Old Eagle's money, so I can only share this honor with everyone. This is the honor of all the brothers and sisters who support Old Eagle. This is the honor you've all fought for Old Eagle. 18 years had passed, and Old Eagle could only give his blessings to his brothers and sisters. He wished everyone a happy life, a healthy body, a happy marriage, a smooth career, and a steady stream of money. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your support and companionship. In 2019, Old Eagle continued forward. In 2019, Gao Wu continued moving forward. Originally, I wanted to make a thank you list. But after thinking about it, there are hundreds of thousands of brothers and sisters supporting me. Forget it, I can write a new book. Everyone, don't blame me. Let's not talk about refunds. I will always be thinking of you. Please remember the domain name of this book. Jiutian Shenhuang mobile version. The battle was still going on at the plankway entrance. At the edge of the platform, Fong Ping rummaged through the storage space for a while and found a set of armor that looked more luxurious. Soon, Fong Ping put on the armor. Li Hansong and the rest looked at him, slightly surprised. Was there a need to pretend now? Fong Ping put on the armor and said telepathically, do you think Feng Jiuqing will be dumbfounded if Feng Miaxing suddenly runs out later? Huh? They were stunned. This guy wanted to impersonate Feng Miaxing, Li Hansong said suddenly, simulate Feng Miaxing's aura. I'm only a rank 7. Even if Feng Jiuqing suspects me, he won't care too much. He won't kill me without seeing it clearly. When I get close to him, drag him into the space rift. Li Hansong's reaction was quick. It was extremely inappropriate for him to impersonate Feng Miaxing, even at this time and place. However, Feng Miaxing was Feng Jiuqing's nephew and the most outstanding descendant of the Maple King. After Feng Qing's death, Feng Miaxing would be the leader of the 3rd generation and had the potential to fight for the throne. At this time, even if Feng Jiuqing suspected him, he would not kill him without saying a word. As long as he got close, he would have a chance to drag the other party into the space rift outside the plankway. Don't. Ironhead, can you lend me your armor? Fong Ping said telepathically, I'm more familiar with Feng Miaxing. If you can lend me your armor, I'll be more confident in killing him. Sure, but, no buts. Fong Ping interrupted. Hurry up. If this goes on, Feng Jiuqing will be suspicious. The Qin family's old lady had already killed 2 rank 8 martial artists and was almost a skeleton, but her combat strength was still strong. If this went on, Feng Jiuqing was not an idiot. How could he not have any doubts? Not only the Qin family's old lady, but Xianxia was also crazy, fighting with his destructive force. Logically speaking, he should be completely exhausted after years of exhaustion. However, Xianxia was still fighting with his destructive force. It would not be long before Feng Jiuqing and the rest found out about their situation. Li Han took a deep breath and quickly said, "After lending it to you, you can't go too far away from me. Otherwise, I won't be able to use my own strength to repair the armor. If you stay in the spatial crack for too long, it will cut into your body." Understood. Beside him, Wang Jinyang said in a deep voice, "Don't take the risk. It's fine even if you really use the division chief's spiritual energy avatar. There's no need to risk your life right now. You know what I mean. Don't worry, I won't." Of course, Fang Ping knew. He and Li Hansong seemed to have inherited the cultivation method now, but they had not passed it on yet. If he died here, then this trip to the domain would be in vain. Fang Ping put on Li Hansong's armor while putting on the catacombs armor on the outside. He said telepathically, "If it's impossible, I won't take the risk. The few of you, remember to pull me back at the crucial moment. I think the space rift seems to be attracting me. Don't let me fall in." "I know." After the discussion was settled, Fang Ping began to wait. Actually, at this time it would be best if he could appear below the plankway. If he really appeared there, then things would be much easier. If he shouted, "Uncle Wang, Patriarch Wang asked me to help you," Fang Ping suspected that Feng Jiuqing might really take it seriously. However, he could not get down now. To get down from the platform, he had to walk the plankway. There was no way he could go through it now. The other places also had restrictions. It was too dangerous. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Fang Ping signaled old Wang and the rest to step back. Then, he looked at a Chen family rank 7 beside him and said telepathically, "Senior, when you chase after me later, punch me to the side of Feng Jiuqing and the rest." The Chen family rank 7 was stunned for a moment. Then, he said worriedly, "This is too dangerous. Moreover, second patriarch and the rest are in front. If they lose control and attack you." At this moment, everyone knew Fang Ping's plan. However, Qin Yaozu and the rest were in front. If they casually gave Fang Ping a blow and blasted him out of the plankway, then they would be in big trouble. "It's okay. I've already talked to second patriarch and the rest. Later, when they are attacked, they will make a small opening. Seize that moment. Senior, just shout." He came from the bounded zone and confused Feng Jiuqing and the rest for a moment. "But. No buts. Senior, once Feng Jiuqing is killed, the rest are no match for second patriarch and the rest. You can kill them by force." The Qin family rank 7 looked conflicted. Then, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Although they were not familiar with Fang Ping, at this moment, they admired him very much. He was a ruthless person, and a little sinister. After the discussion, Qin Yaozu and the rest in front also attacked wildly. On the plankway, 6 rank 9 martial artists were fighting in close quarters. It was extremely dangerous. Often, they would stick to the edge of the plankway, making Fang Ping and the rest nervous. At this moment, Qin Yaozu and the old woman unleashed their powers at the same time, killing the last rank 8 powerhouse by force. However, both of them were also hit by Feng Jiuqing and the rest. Blood spurted from all over their bodies, and they took a huge step back, making a small opening in the middle. At the same time, the Chen family rank 7 roared, throwing a punch at Fang Ping. Fang Ping's aura was unleashed. He was hit by the punch, flying 30 meters in the air above the Chen family people. Behind him, the Chen family rank 7 shouted hurriedly. He came out from the bounded zone. "Kill him. Uncle Wang, save me." Fang Ping also let out a low cry. At his level, imitating someone else's voice was extremely easy. Martial artists would never determine each other's identity through voice or body shape. Extermination. Feng Jiuqing was indeed stunned for a moment. At this moment, Feng Jiuqing was almost stunned. How could Feng extermination come out from the bounded zone? There are entrances in other places, Fang Ping added quickly. Qin Yaozu, on the other hand, let out a roar and slashed at Fang Ping. Fang Ping felt the powerful vitality force, cursing in his heart. Chen Yaozu must be addicted to acting. Are you trying to kill me? Seeing Chen Yaozu's attack, Feng Jiuqing also acted quickly, slashing at Chen Yaozu, shouting, "Come here." Although he was shouting, when he saw Feng Extermination falling toward him, Feng Jiuqing still took a step back. Why did Extermination appear here? Was there an entrance in other places? They had been searching for decades, yet they could not find an entrance in other places. Also, why was Extermination here alone? Why did his father let Extermination come here alone? All kinds of thoughts flashed across Feng Jiuqing's mind. In the next moment, Feng Jiuqing seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly roared, "Retreat!" Your Highness, the few rank 9 martial artists around him did not have these thoughts. Seeing Fang Ping's landing, 2 rank 9 martial artists reached out to catch him. "Retreat!" Feng Jiuqing roared again. Something was wrong, something was wrong. He remembered, there seemed to be someone who could disguise his aura. Who? Fang Ping. Fang Ping had disguised himself in the King battleground. Feng Extermination had said it once, Ji Yao had said it too, but no one believed him at that time. Although they did not believe it, they did not forget it. Fang Ping. Feng Jiuqing did not know if the person in front of him was Fang Ping. The other party was wearing a helmet, so he could not see clearly. However, he felt that Feng Extermination should not be here, regardless of whether it was or not. The best thing to do now was to retreat. As for whether a rank 7 martial artist like Fang Ping could hurt rank 9s like them, although he was confident, who knew if that B*** had some trump card. He retreated, but it was too late to catch the 2 rank 9s. When Feng Jiuqing shouted retreat, Fang Ping had already fallen into their hands. As soon as he landed, Fang Ping and the 2 martial artists' bodies were stuck together. Watching Feng Jiuqing retreat, a hint of regret flashed across Fang Ping's eyes, but he did not delay. The golden hut appeared instantly, covering himself and the 2 rank 9s. The hut moved, appearing outside the plank road in the blink of an eye. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. In the hut, Fang Ping's face turned pale. The golden hut, which was not damaged even by a rank 8 self-destruction, disappeared in an instant. The power of the space rift was beyond imagination. In an instant, it cut off a part of the golden hut. Made of imperishable substances. Fang Ping put away the hut hurriedly. In the next moment, the 3 of them appeared in the void outside the plank road. Creak, an ear-piercing sound rang out. Fang Ping felt like he had been hit by a rank 9 monster head-on. His internal organs were about to be crushed. The armor on the outside was also an armor worn by a rank 6 powerhouse. Its quality was no worse than A-class alloy. However, there was no resistance at all. It was cut into pieces directly. Inside, a crack appeared on Li Hansong's divine armor. Above the platform, Li Hansong's face was pale. Vitality force, golden body force, and even vitality were surging out of his body, repairing the armor through the air. Beside Fang Ping, the 2 rank 9s also landed outside the plank road in the blink of an eye. Fang Ping was cut, and so were the 2 of them. One of them lost his left arm in an instant. Damn it! The other person roared, trying to run toward the plank road with all his might. Fang Ping did not care about them. He ran toward the plank road with all his might. If he did not run, he would be cut into pieces. Chen Yaozu and the old woman also unleashed their full strength. One of them attacked Feng Jiuqing and the rest, while the other attacked the 2 rank 9s who had been thrown out of the plank road. Fang Ping did not care. He kept vomiting blood, flying toward the plank road. Behind him, a long spear appeared in Yao Qingjuan's hand. In the next moment, it turned into a long rope, wrapping around Fang Ping and pulling him up with all their might. Yao Qingjuan's face was pale. Cracks cut on the long rope, making an ear-piercing sound. His long spear was also of an extremely high level. However, at this moment, it was being worn down by the cracks. Come back! Even Li Hansong, who was repairing his armor, grabbed the end of the long rope. With a roar, the 3 of them pulled Fang Ping and flew toward the plank road. Ha! Wrapped in armor, Fang Ping, who was pulled by the long rope, let out a roar too. With a leap, he landed on the plank road in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the divine armor on his body had already cracked into countless cracks. Behind him, Li Hansong's hair had turned snow white. At this moment, he was weak, his face full of fear. It was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, not only had he exhausted all his energy, but he had also exhausted a large amount of vitality. Even so, the divine armor was almost cut into pieces. This was even with Yao Qingjuan's help. Otherwise, Fang Ping might not even be able to return. Wang Jinyang could not help but curse, Mother Cur, why did he have to take the risk? The few of them had underestimated the pulling force of the cracks. If Yao Qingjun had not quickly turned his spear into a rope to pull Fang Ping might not have been able to return to the plank road. Fang Ping had a lingering fear, but he could not care so much. He roared, "Don't let them escape. Kill them." The two rank 9s who had fallen into the void were now blasted more than 10 meters away by Qinyaozu through the air. Fang Ping was only 1 to 2 meters away, but he almost did not make it back. Although they were stronger than Fang Ping, at this moment, their faces were filled with despair and indignation. They did not have divine armor. In just a short while, both of their golden bodies were almost cut into pieces. One of the rank 9s had his head chopped off in half. "No! Your Highness Jiuqing! Save me!" Both of them roared in despair. They kept unleashing extremely powerful energy, trying to run toward the plank road. However, the more they struggled, the more cracks appeared in the void. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were surrounded by black cracks. All of this happened too quickly. Feng Jiuqing, who had retreated a few steps, was still fearful. With a slash of his saber, he pushed back the crazed Chen family's old lady and roared, "Fang Ping." The resentment in his voice was chilling. Two divine generals had been tricked just like that. If he had not sensed that something was wrong and retreated hurriedly, he would have followed in their footsteps. "Feng Jiuqing, long time no see." Fang Ping retreated a few steps behind Qinyaozu. The armor disappeared from his body, revealing his true appearance. He smiled. "Uncle Wang, why didn't you save me just now? Damn it! I'm going to grind your bones into ashes." Feng Jiuqing saw Fang Ping's true appearance and roared with resentment. It was really him. Fang Ping saw him charging toward him in a frenzy. He retreated again and laughed. "King Feng and I are really fated. I killed Feng Qing and many of Feng Qing's subordinates. In the end, I even tricked Feng extermination once. Now, I've killed 2 rank 9 powerhouses. TSK, as a rank 7, I've actually done this. Even I'm surprised." "Feng Jiuqing, are you surprised? Are you happy?" Fang Ping spoke very quickly. As he spoke, a huge ball of golden light appeared instantly and surged into the bodies of the Chen family, Yao Qingjun, Li Hansong, and the rest. "Kill them!" Fang Ping said and roared. The Changdao in his hand flashed. Golden light flashed, and he slashed at them. Qinyaozu and the old lady did not need him to say anything. At this moment, they did not care about the 2 rank 9s who were about to be cut into pieces. Holding their divine weapons, they charged toward Feng Jiuqing swiftly. At this time, Feng Jiuqing's side was only left with 2 rank 9s and 1 rank 8 martial artist. When Feng Jiuqing saw the two coming, the golden light on his body was dazzling. He was so angry that his eyes were about to pop. He roared, "Retreat!" They were done for today. These people had stored so much imperishable substance. He and the other 2 had fought until now and consumed a lot of it. He thought that Qinyaozu and the rest would be exhausted soon. He did not expect them to recover to their peak in the blink of an eye. Most importantly, the 2 god generals were dead. Yes, in just a short while, the 2 god generals who had fallen into the void let out an extremely desperate, shrill cry at the same time. The densely packed black fissures almost enveloped the 2 of them. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them disappeared without a trace. "Retreat!" Feng Jiuqing roared. The remaining god general and the rank 8 golden body powerhouse were also terrified. The tide of the battle had turned too fast. "Don't even think of leaving." Qinyaozu was so ecstatic that he was about to explode. He did not expect Fang Ping to be able to kill 2 rank 9s. He really did not expect it. The moment Fang Ping fell into the void, he thought that Fang Ping had gone mad and wanted to die with them. He did not expect that the armor on Fang Ping could actually withstand the slashes of the space fissures. After all, these were fissures that could even cut a rank 9s into pieces. Among the rank 9 powerhouses, other than the Paragon, probably only people at Nan Yunyua's level could escape by luck from dozens of fissures, and even suffer serious injuries. But Fang Ping blocked it, not only the armor, that rope. In that moment just now, everyone had actually thought of many, many things, but this was not the time to pursue these questions. Li Hansong's armor, Yao Qingjuan's long spear turned into a rope, Fang Ping's golden house, including the instant change of aura. It could be said that there were too many secrets. However, this was not the time to be puzzled about these things. Fang Ping had trapped and killed 2 rank 9s. Since the situation had reached this point, Feng Jiuqing and the others must not be allowed to escape. Kill. Qin Yaozu unleashed his full strength, the golden vitality all over his body rushed to the sky, the divine weapon turned completely golden, and a giant golden dragon even appeared under his feet. Walking on the dragon, Fang Ping was dumbfounded. What was this? A materialized object? No, it did not seem like a materialized object. It was more like a materialized object mixed with something, and it had a certain relationship with the materialized object. However, Fang Ping was sure that it was not a pure mentality materialized object. Is it the origin Dao? Fang Ping was not too sure, but now was not the time to be puzzled. He shouted, "Don't let them escape." Feng Jiuqing was about to escape. Right now, Feng Jiuqing did not care about the others at all. While resisting Qin Yaozu, he quickly retreated to the bottom of the plankway. The Qin family's old lady also unleashed her full strength, entangling the other rank 9. Even when both of them fought to the edge of the plankway, the old lady did not retreat, determined to make this person stay. The other 2 Qin family rank 8s also fought with the remaining rank 8. These people were entangled together. At this moment, the energy explosion on the not-so-wide plankway, even the crystal plankway seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Fang Ping stood at the back. At this moment, Old Wang and the others also came over. Seeing this scene, they felt a lingering fear in their hearts. Should they still intervene at this time? If they were not careful, they would be thrown off the plankway. Li Hansong repaired his armor while frowning, saying, "If this goes on, Feng Jiuqing might escape." Although Qin Yaozu unleashed his full strength, his combat strength was strong, but Feng Jiuqing was not a weakling. Even if he had expended a lot of energy earlier, he was determined to escape now. In addition, there was still a rank 9 and a rank 8 existence. If this went on, he might really escape. Fang Ping nodded slightly, then said quickly, "Iron Head, both of us will go and help. Kill that rank 8 first. Old Wang, you and Old Zhao attack from a distance. Old Zhao will tear his mentality apart. After killing this rank 8, Feng Jiuqing, we'll think of another way." Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping and Li Hansong's golden light shone brightly, dashing down quickly. The 2 Qin family rank 8s who were fighting with the rank 8 powerhouse roared, "Retreat! Danger!" Although they had the absolute upper hand with 2 against 1, this place was too dangerous. 2 rank 7 martial artists were only rank 7. If they were struck off the plankway, it's okay. I've killed rank 8s before. Li Hansong's slightly broken armor also appeared on his body, indicating that he would not die. Both of them did not say much, dashing toward each other quickly. The 4 of them joined forces and suppressed the rank 8 martial artist in no time. You want me to die? It's not that easy. This person's eyes flashed fiercely, looking at Fang Ping first. The destructive force on his body also erupted with all his might. Even if he died, he would kill this B*****starred. Why are you glaring at me? Fang Ping did not care at all. As soon as he finished speaking, a large mass of golden imperishable substance appeared in his hand. His fist turned completely golden in an instant, punching out. As soon as his left fist punched out, the Chongdao in his right hand turned golden, slashing down. His left fist punched out, his right hand holding the saber slashed. Time and time again, this scene made the 2 Qin family rank 8s look a little sluggish. Was he still human? Every move he threw out was all imperishable substance. It looks like it's only 2 or 3 refinements. What's there to be arrogant about? With such a huge consumption, his golden body might not even be as strong as mine. Fang Ping's fists and Chongdao kept attacking, while Li Hansong beside him acted as a shield. When the other party wanted to attack Fang Ping, Li Hansong immediately flashed beside Fang Ping, blocking the other party's attack. The two Qin family rank 8 powerhouses also blocked this person's way, attacking continuously. B** starred. This person roared furiously. At this moment, he could not be any more sullen. He actually could not kill a rank 7 martial artist. Li Hansong was wearing divine armor. Every time he attacked, he could force the other party to retreat, but he could not kill the other party. This made him extremely sullen. What made him want to vomit blood was that every time Li Hansong was hit, he was also seriously injured, his internal organs severely damaged. However, at this time, Fang Ping would throw a large mass of imperishable substance to Li Hansong, and Li Hansong would shine with golden light again. Both of them cooperated well. Li Hansong did not care if he was injured at all. If he had the guts, he would smash my armor with one punch and smash my head. Otherwise, he would not be afraid of this guy. Damn it. Fang Ping. This rank 8 powerhouse was getting angrier the longer he fought. In the end, he even let out a roar, and a giant tree condensed in the void. That was his materialization. The moment the materialization appeared, it flew toward Fang Ping with strong waves. Fang Ping's dilapidated golden house also appeared in an instant, with a loud bang. The golden house was even more dilapidated. Fang Ping himself was bleeding from his 7 orifices, cursing for a while. Kill. At this time, the 2 rank 8 powerhouses from the Qin family also seized the opportunity. Both of them erupted at the same time. Sabers and swords rang together, and with a loud bang, they hit the rank 8 powerhouse out of range of the plankway. I can't accept this. An angry roar filled with unwillingness was heard. Soon, the voice disappeared. Below, Feng Jiuqing saw this scene and was even more determined to escape. The giant dragon under Qin Yaozu's feet wrapped around him. At this time, Feng Jiuqing gritted his teeth. A towering giant tree appeared out of thin air, entangling with the giant dragon in an instant. With a loud bang, the entire plankway shook again. The golden giant dragon dimmed instantly. Feng Jiuqing's body also exploded, but he broke free from the giant dragon's entanglement. Without hesitation, he turned around and fled downwards. Damn it! Qin Yaozu cursed and quickly chased after him. At this time, the Qin family's old lady was also full of anxiety. However, she was still fighting the remaining rank 9 divine general and could not escape at all. Fang Ping glanced at Li Hansong. Li Hansong said quickly, "It's about time. I can still do it one more time. You've killed both of them. Let me take the limelight back." "Old Yao!" Fang Ping shouted. The long spear in Yao Qingjuan's hand turned into a rope again, trapping Li Hansong. Fang Ping yelled, "Seniors, keep that guy occupied." The Qin family's 2 rank 8s quickly cooperated with the old lady to besiege the divine general. Li Hansong took a deep breath and headbutted the rank 9 not far away. Even though it was extremely dangerous now, Fang Ping's face was still black. Mother of asterisk Kerr, do you really have to headbutt people? The rank 9 powerhouse who was entangled laughed bitterly when he saw this. A rank 9, 2 rank 8s, and Fang Ping and a few other guys who were even harder to deal with than rank 8s were entangled with him. Feng Jiuqing had already escaped. If Qin Yaozu could not kill Feng Jiuqing, he would definitely come back to kill him. It could be said that if Feng Jiuqing escaped, he would also have no way out. Seeing that these guys wanted to repeat the same trick and deal with him like how Fang Ping dealt with the 2 divine generals, the man's eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. Then they would die together. There was no loud roar, no warning. Just as Li Hansong was about to hit him, the energy on this person's body suddenly fluctuated violently. The Qin family's old lady's expression changed drastically. She shouted, "Knock him down." The other party was going to self-destruct. It would have been fine if Qin Yaozu was here. The few of them could still defend together. However, Qin Yaozu had left. Right now, it was difficult for her to defend herself. She might be fine, but the others would be in trouble. Li Hansong also felt the danger. With a roar, the helmet on his armor emitted a blinding golden light. With a rumble, he crashed into the rank 9. Above him, Wang Jinyang also let out a wild roar. A thick arrow of blood shot out. Fang Ping did not stay idle either. The dilapidated golden house surrounded Li Hansong, who was knocked backward in an instant. The roofless golden house suddenly made a cracking sound. The rank 9 powerhouse sneered coldly. He did not target the Chen family. Instead, he allowed them to attack him. Without a care, he got close to the golden house in an instant and self-destructed with a loud bang. The Chen family's old lady let out a roar. She blocked most of the self-destruct's power, but there was still some leftover energy that penetrated and hit the golden house. Puff! Fang Ping grabbed a strand of golden substance in his hand and kept it in his Xianxia gate. His face was so pale that he looked like he was already dead. The golden house was destroyed. In the golden house, Li Hansong was blasted out of the range of the plankway. Yao Qingjun and Wang Jinyang roared again. They pulled the rope frantically, trying their best to drag Li Hansong onto the plankway. The Chen family's old lady hurried to help too. She did not care about the 2 rank 8 powerhouses who were also heavily injured. She hurriedly pulled Li Hansong onto the plankway. After a while, the dust settled. The rank 9 divine general had self-destructed in the end. Li Hansong's armor was already unrecognizable. Not only the armor, but there was also a huge crack on his abdomen, as if it had disappeared into thin air. Fang Ping's eyes were cloudy. He said weakly, "Senior, quickly go and help second grandmaster." Fang Ping condensed another huge golden glow and tossed it to the old lady. His heart was bleeding again. Every great battle burned money. His golden house had cost him tens of millions of wealth points. Now, it was completely destroyed. Moreover, his mentality was severely damaged this time. He did not know how long it would take for him to recover. Ever since Nan Yunyue and the others said that his mentality was too scattered, Fang Ping did not self-destruct again. However, in the end, the golden house that he had spent months condensing was still gone. No matter how desperate a rank 9 was, it was still a rank 9. Even the old lady was the same. When the other party self-destructed, she tried her best to block the aftershocks. Yet, she still could not block the power of self-destruction completely. The old lady did not say much. She took the imperishable substance and quickly chased down the plankway. At this moment, only Feng Jiuqing was still alive. He did not know if second grandmaster had stopped the other party. After the old lady left, Fang Ping gave the 2 Chen family rank 8 some imperishable substance again. His heart was in excruciating pain. Just for a while. In total, he had spent close to 20 million wealth points. The most crucial thing was that his golden house was gone. His iron head's vitality was draining rapidly. His armor was broken. He had to repair it. All of this was money. The golden house could not be restored to its original level without 10 to 20 million wealth points. Close to 50 million wealth points were gone just like that. Damn that Feng Jiuqing. Chase after him. Don't let him get away. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. He could not care less about the damage to his mentality. He got up and chased down the plankway quickly. There were not many people in this battle. It was far from the last battle in MCMAU. However, those who participated in this battle were all powerhouses. The price he had spent was almost half of what he had spent last time. However, the results of the battle were impressive. Until now, he had killed 3 rank 9 in a short period of time. There were also 3 rank 8s. All of them had died here. Even King Feng did not have many rank 8s and rank 9s under his command. If Feng Jiuqing was left behind, King Feng would probably vomit blood. Everyone did not hesitate. No one guarded the platform anymore. One after another, they chased down. Feng Jiuqing had a lot to do with not having to guard the bounded zone anymore. The token must be in Feng Jiuqing's hands. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version website, Rumble. Outside the walkway, Chen Yaozu stopped Feng Jiuqing. At this moment, the 2 rank 9 powerhouses were engaged in a bloodbath. Feng Jiuqing was fighting and fleeing at the same time. He was mad with hatred. He did not hate Chen Yaozu. He hated Fang Ping. Damn that Fang Ping, it's him again. If it were not for the sudden death of the 2 rank 9 martial artists, even if Chen Yaozu and the others recovered their full strength, what could they do? Fang Ping. Feng Jiuqing roared, his voice shaking the heavens. "Father, we must kill Fang Ping." At this moment, Feng Jiuqing did not know if he could escape, but no matter what, he had to tell his father that Fang Ping must be killed. If this person didn't die, something big would happen. Moreover, the other party had just come out of the domain, which meant that it was very likely that he had stepped into the true king realm. Fang Ping was already so frightening and detestable at rank 7. When he reached true king realm, he would be an incomparably huge threat, even enough to threaten his own father. "We must kill Fang Ping." Feng Jiuqing roared as he fled. There were demonic beasts in the bounded domain, and they might not be able to transmit messages. However, there were demonic beasts on the other side of the tributary of the Forbidden Sea. If they heard him, they could also transmit the message to Feng King. "We must kill Fang Ping." Feng Jiuqing shouted again and again, his voice shaking the heavens. Xianxia didn't care about this and shouted, "You can't escape." If he wanted to leave, he would have to go to the Forbidden Sea. Under such circumstances, he would not sit and watch Feng Jiuqing cross the Forbidden Sea. If Feng Jiuqing attacked him midway, Feng Jiuqing would die even faster. "Run?" Feng Jiuqing let out a mournful laugh. That's right, they might not be able to escape. Perhaps they would die a worthless death. Thinking of this, Feng Jiuqing suddenly stopped fleeing towards the Taboo Sea. Instead, he ran along the edge of the Taboo Sea towards Imperial Sea Mountain. Although the domain was not connected to the Imperial Sea Mountain, it was not far from the end of the domain. Father might be able to sense it if there was a big commotion there. "Even if I die, I want all of you to die with me." Feng Jiuqing's heart was filled with hatred as he madly fled towards the north. Behind him, the old woman was also quickly chasing after him. Behind him, Fang Ping bellowed, "Feng Jiuqing, didn't you want to kill me? Why are you running? Trash. If you don't kill me this time, I'll kill your father next time. He's also a piece of trash. When I get back, I'll go to the king's battlefield and kill all of your Feng clan's descendants. I'll completely destroy you." Fang Ping cursed for a while, but his speed was not as fast as Feng Jiuqing and the others. Seeing Feng Jiuqing running further and further away, Fang Ping roared, "I'm a mystic virtue successor. Demons in the territory, kill that person in front." As soon as he finished speaking, a token appeared in Fang Ping's hand. The token shone brightly. "All demons in the Xuanda Grotto Heaven, listen up. Kill the enemy. Kill him, and I'll send you into the inner realm to cultivate. My ancestor is in the Heavenly Grotto Heaven Palace." Behind them, Xianxia and the others exchanged glances. "Was it reliable? Aren't you afraid that these demons will kill you first?" Fang Ping did not care about this. He continued to roar. Then, he turned around and shouted, "My mentality has been greatly depleted. They might not understand me. Use your mentality to condense the Heavenly Palace model." As soon as he said that, Yao Qingjun and the others looked at each other and did not hesitate. Soon, they joined forces and condensed a simple model of the Heavenly Palace. Fang Ping stepped into the air, standing proudly above the Heavenly Palace. He roared again, "Kill the enemy, I'll send all of you inside to cultivate. Our patriarch is waiting for you in the Heaven Palace." In the boundary zone, within 1,000 miles, there were many indigenous demons living there. At this moment, in some areas, the demon powerhouse's auras were revealed. Many demons released their mentality. Some demons nearby even probed Fang Ping directly. Fang Ping said in a low voice, "Quick, create 2 shadows above the Heavenly Palace. At least they look like me and my patriarch." Yao Qingjun gave him a deep look. "You have another patriarch. Why do you have so many patriarchs?" Mentality could not condense real people, but it was possible to create human shadows. They did not know whether Fang Ping's method was reliable or not. However, this was a desperate situation. They could not let Feng Jiuqing escape. They joined forces again. Above the Heavenly Palace, 2 illusory human shadows appeared. As for whether the demons could understand it or not, that was another matter. "Demons in the territory, listen up. Kill the enemy, and you'll be sent into the inner realm to cultivate." As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Qingjun and the others used their mentality to simulate some gigantic demon shadows and sent them into the Heavenly Palace. Fang Ping felt that this expression was very obvious. If Jia was here, it would have understood long ago. At this moment, Fang Ping missed that traitor demon. The demons here seem to be idiots. Send them in to cultivate. Motherf asterisk Kerr, were there no demons who were tempted? Fang Ping chased quickly while shouting. On the token, it shone brilliantly, even triggering some seals in some areas. In front, Qin Yaozu and the old woman chased quietly. For a moment, they did not know whether this kid was reliable or not. Stop fooling around. If this caused a riot among the local demons, they would be in danger. Although there was usually no energy in the bounded zone, every time the energy tide erupted, the energy was extremely rich. There were many demon powerhouses here. Rank 9 was rare, usually in the Forbidden Sea. However, the last time in the Tiannan bounded zone, Fang Ping and the others roughly calculated that there were no less than 100 rank 7 and 8. That was the least. If this caused a riot, they would be in big trouble. Fang Ping, at this moment, Old Wang was a little worried. He had already sensed many demons' mentality probing, even with a hint of greed. He did not know whether it was greed to enter the heavenly palace or to kill Fang Ping and get the token. The high-ranked demons were not really idiots. Maybe if they killed Fang Ping, they could go in themselves, at least, compared to killing a rank 9, killing a rank 7 was easier. Fang Ping said nothing, but a crystal hoop appeared in his hand, shouting, "This is the beast-taming hoop. The elder ancestor gave it to me to protect myself. If the demons within the boundaries don't attack, don't blame me for controlling you by force." After saying that, Fang Ping looked at Old Yao again. Let's erupt. Old Yao's cooperation was not good. Yao Qingjun was helpless, but his mentality erupted. The crystal hoop erupted with a brilliant light. With this explosion, the mentality of some of the nearby monsters that were probing over suddenly showed signs of being absorbed by the crystal hoop. Roar! At this moment, some of the demons roared in fear. Including a few rank 8 monsters, they were roaring non-stop at this time. Fang Ping roared, "Do you really want to force me to ask the elder ancestor to leave the heavenly palace? The elder ancestor has been cultivating in seclusion for more than 1,000 years, unwilling to care about you guys. It's not easy for the demons. The energy tide erupts once every 3 months for your cultivation. If you don't attack today, you can forget about the energy tide eruption." After saying that, something appeared in Fang Ping's hand again, the crystal book. As soon as the crystal book appeared, the demons' roars became even louder. Some rank 8 monsters roared again. The aura of a true king, even the demons in the Forbidden Sea had to retreat when they carried this thing on them. Fang Ping had been concealing it previously, not revealing its aura. Now that he took it out, it immediately caused a commotion among the demons. The token, the crystal hoop, the crystal book, as soon as these items appeared, all the demons in the entire boundary zone who could hear and see Fang Ping began to stir. The demons were not fools. High-ranked demons still had intelligence. The ones who really did not have intelligence were the demons in the King battleground who were impacted by the chaos source. They did not have high intelligence. The demons might not understand Fang Ping's words. However, the demons still understood the scene that Yao Qingjun and the others' mentality had conjured. Fang Ping pointed at Feng Jiuqing who was fleeing in front. His meaning was clear. Roar! Squeak, squeak, squeak. All kinds of monsters roared, as if they were communicating with each other. At this moment, the Chen family and Old Wang were extremely nervous. Fang Ping liked to cause trouble. Why did he have to provoke these demons? If they did not kill Feng Jiuqing but besieged them, then they would be in big trouble. Fang Ping, however, did not care. He said calmly, "It's okay. I have a peak mentality avatar. If I attack together with the carrot and the stick, these demons will know how to choose, unless they are really idiotic demons. As for idiotic demons, when they cultivated to a high rank, even demons would not be that idiotic. The few of them were helpless." Whatever he said. However, if it really caused a riot, think of a way to solve it yourself. Fang Ping had Old Zhang's mentality avatar. If the demons rebelled, the danger would not be as great as imagined. However, it would be a waste then. Fang Ping did not consider this. If the demons really rebelled, he could wait for them to gather. Old Zhang's avatar could at least kill dozens of high-ranked monsters. At that time, he could bring these monsters' corpses to Old Zhang. Old Zhang would probably think that it was a good deal. Thinking of this, Fang Ping suddenly said, "Why don't we not kill Feng Jiuqing, but take this opportunity to kill dozens of monsters?" Everyone was speechless. How could he do whatever he wanted? No one paid attention to him. Fang Ping did not continue this topic. He continued to yell, flying through the air, extremely arrogant and despotic. The Xuanda Grotto heaven was his home, although it was not his old ancestor inside. The key was that he had the inheritance. In this way, it was originally his territory. If these demons did not help, he would chase them away. The crystal book on top of Fang Ping's head and the crystal ring continued to exude aura. He continued to yell. Old Wang and the others also continued to display their avatars. At this moment, Feng Jiuqing had left Fang Ping and the others more than 10 li behind. However, because of Qin Yaozu's obstruction, they fought and retreated at the same time. They did not run too far for a while. Following Fang Ping's ostentatious display, some monsters began to gather. In front, 4 to 5 rank 8 monsters and 7 to 8 rank 7 monsters gradually gathered together. Feng Jiuqing naturally felt this too. He roared, "Bastards! I am the son of the Maple King, how dare you? The 17th Southern Territory is the Feng family's territory." Feng Jiuqing roared incessantly. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. These local demons were actually trying to block their way. Behind them, Fang Ping shouted, "This is the Xuanda Grotto heaven. What bullshit T Maple King? Let the Maple King come in and try to suppress him. Do you dare to come in?" Fang Ping roared. "Do you dare or not?" The seal here was not a threat to the average person. Even if old Jing's avatar exploded, it might not cause a counterattack. However, once the avatar of the Catacombs' true king exploded, it would definitely be counterattacked. If the Catacombs' true king dared to come in, he would be attacked instantly. This point was displayed vividly in Tiannan last time. Fang Ping was sure that the Maple King would not give Feng Jiuqing's mentality avatar. Kill him, and I will send all of you here to cultivate." In the Heavenly Palace, there are countless imperishable substances and energy liquids. With the old ancestors' guidance, all of you have a chance to enter rank 9 and become a demon king. "Bastards, how dare you? My father is just outside Mount Yuhai." "Old Chen!" Fang Ping roared. Qin Yaozu was a little speechless. After a while, he said in a muffled voice, "All of you big demons, you know who my father is. We have been guarding here for 15 years. My father is guarding the peak of Mount Yuhai. The Maple King is nothing." Behind them, Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yaozu was fine. At least he did not screw up. Fang Ping did not know if these demons understood the meaning of their words, but he guessed that they might understand. Especially when they used mentality to communicate, the probability of them understanding was very high. At this time, more and more demons gathered in front of them. Feng Jiuqing's expression was ferocious. Were these demons really going to attack him? He was the Maple King's legitimate son. The Maple King governed the 17 southern territories. This was his family's territory. In the end, the demons in his family's territory actually wanted to attack him? Get lost! Feng Jiuqing roared, shouting sternly. These demons were blocking the way. Behind him, Fang Ping curled his lips. In the bounded domain, the demons did not care about your identity. The demons here were extremely bold. Back then, King Song's divine general was attacked every day, but he did not see those demons being afraid of King Song. Roar! At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded beside Fang Ping's ear. In the roar, there were some mentality fluctuations. Go! Go! In, Fang Ping's eyes moved. Were the demons talking to him? Did they really understand? They wanted to enter the heavenly palace to cultivate. F***ck, these demons are so bold. Aren't they courting death? I was just saying it, and you guys really took it seriously. Fang Ping had no doubt that these demons would be killed by the powerful pressure once they entered the bounded domain. But, it was hard to say. These demons lived in the bounded domain. In fact, they were really not much different from the bounded domain's watchdogs. It was also because of the existence of these local demons that the bounded domain was so peaceful. Ordinary high ranks in the catacombs did not dare to enter, not only because of the Forbidden Sea tributary, but also because there were many demons here. Fang Ping even suspected that every time the bounded domain's energy tide erupted, it was really to nurture the demons here and make the bounded domain safer. Otherwise, although the energy was rich, Fang Ping felt that condensing it into liquid and flowing into the river would not be a problem. It's hard to say. Fang Ping was thinking a little too much now. The energy tide eruption might not really be passive. It was not impossible for it to be active too. Sure. After killing him, I'll send the big demons into the heavenly palace to cultivate. The token in Fang Ping's hand shone even brighter. Roar. In the next moment, several rank 8 monsters' golden bodies flickered and blocked Feng Jiuqing's escape route. Behind Fang Ping, Li Hansong transmitted his voice. Fang Ping, are all the demons so stupid? You can fool them every time. How do you do it? Get lost. Fang Ping scolded and reluctantly transmitted his voice. What do you mean fool? After killing Feng Jiuqing later, I'll really open the boundary wall and send them in, as long as they dare to go in themselves. Fortune comes from risk. Humans are like this, and so are demons. What's so surprising about it? We're strong here. We have 2 rank 9s. I even have a peak mentality avatar. Tell me, if you were a demon, who would you choose to help? Tai 2, you must have your wits in battle. In martial arts cultivation, whether it's humans or demons, it's all about fighting. If you don't fight, how can you become stronger? Entering the inner region of the bounded domain may not necessarily be dangerous. Maybe the elder ancestor, cough cough, maybe that senior has taken a fancy to these monsters and sent them into the heavenly palace? Li Hansong thought about it. It seemed somewhat reasonable. They wanted to enter the bounded domain, but these demons did not want to. After living here for so many years, Fang Ping's understanding of this place was much stronger than theirs. It was understandable that the demons wanted to enter the inner region of the bounded domain. Thinking of this, Li Hansong nodded slightly. It seemed that Fang Ping was not purely fooling them. He had grasped the demon's mentality. No, or rather, the mentality of all martial arts cultivators, humans and demons. Cultivation was to become stronger and to fight for a chance, carrot and stick, a peak elder ancestor, and a peak mentality avatar as a deterrent. It could reduce the danger to the minimum and make these demons give up the idea of using force to force them. Li Hansong thought of this and looked at Fang Ping with some admiration. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping had thought of so many things. Amazing, his grasp of the human heart and the demon's heart was very amazing. Just as they were thinking about this, Feng Jiuqing went completely crazy in front of him. His eyes were blood red as he bellowed, I am the son of the Maple Prince. He is not a descendant of the bounded domain. If I die here, my father will not let you go. Rumble, the rumble resounded through the void. In just a short while, there were as many as 8 rank 8 demons blocking the way, 6 demon beasts and 2 demon plants. Chen Yaozu and the Chen family's old lady stopped in their tracks. They did not dare to continue. What should they do now? If they participated, would they be attacked? 8 rank 8 demons were not weak. Feng Jiuqing was strong, but he was now an arrow at the end of its flight. Facing 8 demons, it was dangerous. Behind them, Fang Ping had almost caught up. Seeing the situation, he shouted, Old Chen, let's go together. Everyone, go. Since the great demons of the demon race have made their move, I don't think they will not distinguish between friend and foe. Kill Feng Jiuqing, Old Chen and the rest will also leave this place. From now on, the land of the Grotto Heaven Gate will no longer restrict the great demons from cultivating. Even if you don't enter the heavenly palace, you can still cultivate better. The elder ancestor will not let too many demons enter and disturb his quiet cultivation. It's fine if there are less than 10, but it definitely won't do if there are more. Having said that, Fang Ping looked at some of the demons who had just arrived nearby and shouted, Enough. There's no need to come anymore. Everyone is a step late. If there's a chance like this next time, I'll call everyone again. Right now, the opportunity has already been taken by the few great demons. As soon as he said that, Fang Ping was sure that these demons really understood what he said. The 8 demons who were fighting with Feng Jiuqing were like they were on steroids. They began to attack madly, roaring incessantly. It seemed like they were scolding the demons who were surrounding them, Enough, they could take care of this guy. The other demons did not need to come. Li Hansong and the rest were dumbfounded at this moment, not to mention the Qin family. Other than Xianxia and Old Qin who were participating in the battle, the others had gathered around Fang Ping. They looked at the demons around them with vigilance, and could not help but look at Fang Ping. Who was this guy? They had stayed here for 15 years. They were familiar with these demons. In fact, they had communicated with them before, but these demons had never given them face. Every time the energy tide erupted, they had to fight with these demons. Of course, because Maple Prince's people would also come at this time, and they were all fighting on the plankway, these demons would rarely come. They also knew the danger. In the past, these demons had never helped them kill people. Now, the few Qin family members had mixed feelings. Was this also possible? If they had known this would happen, they would have joined forces with these demons. Would they still need to be afraid of Maple Prince's people? There were a lot of native demons here, they were blocking the way above. Below the plankway, there were dozens of high-ranked demons blocking the way. No matter how strong Feng Jiuqing and the others were, they would have been killed long ago. Fang Ping did not care what they thought. He did not join the battle. Instead, he shouted at the side, "Don't care about getting hurt. As long as you don't die, there's an eternal lake in the heavenly palace for all the great demons to soak in. Everyone, help me. The elder ancestor will not care about some imperishable substance. When I came out, the elder ancestor also gave me some imperishable substance. I'm giving it to all the great demons to show my sincerity." This move had been tested time and time again. Fang Ping threw out a few lumps of imperishable substance. It was not a lot. The crystal book on his head erupted with a brilliant light. It suppressed the demons' greed and signaled them to enter the heavenly palace. There were many of these things. Fang Ping had used coercion and carrots to the fullest. The few great demons were really on steroids. Eternal lake, soak in the eternal lake. In terms of understanding of the boundary zone, Fang Ping was not as good as these demons. At least these demons knew that the eternal lake water seeped out of the Forbidden Sea. The great demons in the Forbidden Sea actually came from the boundary zone. When there were demons in the boundary zone who reached rank 9, they would enter the sea. This was something that Fang Ping was completely unaware of. The boundary zone had existed for so many years. How could there not be any rank 9 demons, but on the shore, there was not a single one. These rank 9 demons were no longer satisfied with the energy tide eruption every time. Instead, they entered the sea and fought with the sea demons for the imperishable substance. But now, not only could they enter the heavenly palace in the inner area, they could also enter the eternal lake. Roar! Squeak, 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 the demons were excited and frenzied. Feng Jiuqing was also about to collapse, 2 rank 9s, and Qin Yaozu was currently stronger than him. The Qin family's old lady's combat strength had recovered, and she was not weaker than him now. This was enough to make him suffer. Now, there were still 8 rank 8 demons surrounding him. The despair in Feng Jiuqing's eyes was obvious. He was dead meat. Fang Ping. Father! I must kill Fang Ping. Feng Jiuqing screamed again and again. He was not resigned to this. He, a powerhouse who had walked a long way on the rank 9 path, actually fell in the hands of a rank 7 martial artist just like that. He was really not resigned to this. In the past, he had laughed at his nephew for being tricked by Fang Ping. Now, Feng Jiuqing regretted it. If he had known earlier, that day outside the Martial King battlefield, he would have killed Fang Ping even at the risk of being killed by a Martial King. Father! Do you hear me? Feng Jiuqing roared. This time, he no longer cared about those attacks, but bombarded the restriction in the sky. In an instant, many black cracks appeared. The black cracks increased, and the commotion became bigger and bigger. Feng Jiuqing did not care about this. He wanted to attract his father's attention. The commotion was so small that King Feng could not feel it. Rumble! Feng Jiuqing tried his best to avoid the crowd and demons' attacks, still bombarding the restriction, even the restriction underground. Even if he received the biggest counterattack each time, he did not care. Again and again, and again and again, the peak of Mount Royal Sea and the true king seemed to feel the changes here. On the opposite side of the Forbidden Sea, some demons wandering on the other side suddenly fled. Seeing this scene, Feng Jiuqing flew madly toward the Forbidden Sea tributary, roaring, "Father, your son was killed by Fang Ping. Father, avenge your son." Fang Ping's expression was ugly. "Motherf asterisk cur, did I kill you? Aren't you still alive? Besides, I didn't even do anything to you. From the beginning until now, you have been shouting that I killed you. What did I do to you?" In the sky above the Forbidden Sea tributary, black cracks flashed. Although Fang Ping did not feel the true king's mentality, he knew that there was a powerhouse's mentality trying to cross the Forbidden Sea and cover this side. However, in the sky above the Forbidden Sea tributary, there were many cracks, as if they were about to explode. That should be King Feng's mentality. Otherwise, the boundary zone was still kind to humans at the peak. Usually, it would not initiate an attack unless it was inside. Fang Ping could tell, so could Feng Jiuqing. At this moment, Feng Jiuqing once again unleashed his full strength, directly using the flight step, flying toward the Forbidden Sea. Behind him, Xianxia and the others also unleashed their full strength to attack him. Not only did they attack him, but they also attacked the seawater. Under the sea, countless demon limbs appeared. The commotion here was too big, and the demons at the bottom of the sea had long been attracted. Feng Jiuqing did not seem to see this, or maybe he did not care. King Feng might not be able to hear what was said at the Forbidden Sea. He wanted to tell his father that he must kill Fang Ping. Feng Jiuqing directly used the flight step, ignoring all the attacks, leaping over the Forbidden Sea, roaring, "Father, you must kill Fang Ping." Again and again, repeating more than 10 times. At this time, he was already entangled by 7 or 8 tentacles. On the shore, Xianxia and the Chen family's old lady were also bombarding the air. At this moment, Feng Jiuqing laughed maniacally. In the next moment, everyone heard a cold, murderous roar. "Fang Ping! I must kill you." Fang Ping looked innocent. F*ck, King Feng really heard it, and risked having his mentality crushed to pieces to forcibly transmit his voice. "Ha ha ha." Feng Jiuqing laughed loudly, but his laughter stopped abruptly. At this moment, he was completely dragged into the Forbidden Sea. "Humph." King Feng snorted coldly again. Suddenly, huge waves surged on the surface of the sea. Fang Ping seemed to hear a muffled groan. King Feng's mentality was completely crushed. Even at this time, King Feng's voice still echoed. "Fang Ping. Fang Ping." That icy chill made some of the demons on the shore could not help but take a few steps back. Fang Ping looked helpless. He looked at Li Hansong and the others, saying innocently, "What did I do? I didn't kill them. Are you thinking about me?" Everyone was speechless. Wang Jinyang was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "You're too outstanding." "I know. I mean, this stupid mouth of yours is too outstanding. Feng Jiuqing is mad at you, that's why he only has his eyes on you." Fang Ping's head hurt. After a while, he sighed. "Both of you. King Huai, King Feng." These two were determined to kill him. Once they got the chance, they would do anything. "No, maybe more." Yao Qingjun said lightly, "Don't forget King Song. Even if you didn't know before, you probably know now. Last time, you got lucky." Li Hansong mumbled, "There's a lot. How many people did he kill in the Land of Kings? In the future, everyone will know that he did it. I think there are more than 10. You're only rank 7. Fang Ping, you've provoked so many true kings. Don't ever go to the Forbidden Zone again." Sino Nation only had 14 paragons. The number of catacombs true kings that Fang Ping provoked might not be less than Sino Nation's paragons. Don't forget, there was still Ji Yao's grandfather, the Life King, and her father who might reach true king level. Fang Ping looked sad. "What did I do? I didn't do anything either." Beside him, Qin Yaozu and the Chen family's old lady had a complicated look on their faces. These people, were talking about true kings. Fang Ping had offended 2 digits of true kings. How did he survive until now? Qin Yaozu was shocked, speechless. His old man was a paragon, but the number of true kings he had offended in the catacombs was probably not as many as Fang Ping. On the shore, Qin Yaozu and the rest looked at the demons warily. Fang Ping said carelessly, "Big demons, you can go to the mountain path platform now." I will open the boundary wall later and let all big demons enter the heavenly palace. Fang Ping said for a while and ignored the demons. He had to be patient at the crucial moment. What was the hurry? What was there to be afraid of? It was not the first time he had done something like asking a tiger for its skin. The demons had intelligence, but that was it. Now that they were all dead, the demons had done their job. There was no hurry to bother with them. As the young master, he still had to show some respect. The demons did not seem to have any objections. Soon, the demons dispersed. Seeing Fang Ping's bossy attitude, Xianxia looked at him again. Amazing, he had only been away for 15 years and there was such a powerful young martial artist in the outside world. Xianxia did not care about the demons. He looked at the Forbidden Sea and said with mixed feelings, he died just like that. He and Feng Jiuqing had been fighting for too many years, their strength was equal. But now, Feng Jiuqing, a powerhouse who had walked a long way on the rank 9 path, died just like that. Xianxia did not know what to think. The enemy died so easily that he thought he was dreaming. Fang Ping smiled. Old Chen, he's dead. Everyone can leave the boundary zone. Isn't that a good thing? It's a good thing. I just think, Xianxia did not know what to say. He just felt that it was too easy. None of the 6 Qin family members died, although it was not appropriate to say this. When he saw Feng Jiuqing and the others coming today, he was prepared to die. The other Qin family members might not even have 1 or 2 survivors. Moreover, they might not win. But now, not only did they win, but they also killed all the enemies. The Qin family members were all alive, and all of this was Fang Ping's credit. It could be said that. Fang Ping chuckled. Old Chen, don't worry about it. It's just a few rank 9s, cough, cough. Beside him, old Wang coughed softly. Fang Ping came to a sudden realization. I'm full of myself. I didn't kill them. Why am I full of myself? That's not right. I killed 2 rank 9s, Fang Ping exhaled slightly. I did kill 2 rank 9s. I've even killed the Rose City Lord before. Last time, I even tricked the Sky Gate City Lord to death. Many rank 9s have died in my hands, this time, only a few rank 9s died. It was nothing. Fang Ping stopped thinking about this. He chuckled and said, Old Chen, let's not talk about this anymore. They're dead. Feng Jiuqing has been dragged into the Forbidden Sea. They're doomed. The token was probably buried with him as well. In fact, even if they had the token, let's not talk about whether they could enter or not. Even if they could, I don't think they could get anything. There really were experts in the domain of domains. So after this, Elder Chen and the rest can leave the domain. I still have to thank you, little friend. Xianxia was also filled with emotions and a bit embarrassed. He sighed and said, unfortunately, this old man is still incompetent. In the end, I couldn't kill Feng Jiuqing in time. This time, I angered King Feng, we're enemies to begin with. It's nothing. Fang Ping said disapprovingly, it's not like there's one more Maple King. The last time King Huai personally went into the Outland, he couldn't wait to swallow me up, but I was fine too. Last time, at the King battlefield, a large number of true monarchs gathered, and all of them wanted to kill me immediately. I also returned safely. Elder Chen, there's no need to take this matter to heart. For martial artists of my generation, it's a good thing to be hated by our enemies. If our enemies don't even want to hate us, then our lives are too boring. Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia did not know what to say. It sounded very reasonable, but you're only a rank 7. Is it normal to be hated by a large number of true monarchs? This old man is already a rank 9, yet I don't see many true monarchs hating me. After killing King Feng's son, King Feng doesn't seem to be as angry as before. Xianxia swept a glance at Fang Ping. Were all the martial artists outside like this now, or was this kid special? But looking at Wang Jinyang and the rest, they did not seem to be easy to deal with. I've only been out for more than 10 years. Are all Sino Nation martial artists like this? Xianxia did not know what to feel. The Sino Nation martial arts world seemed to have undergone earth-shattering changes. These old antiques like him were really out of touch with the times. Fang Ping did not care about these. Very quickly, he said, Elder Chen, now that the Forbidden Catacombs is in the middle of a war, we have to leave immediately. As soon as he mentioned this, Chen Yaoting said hurriedly, then let's go too. But... Fang Ping, are we really not going to care about this place? Don't worry about it. Seeing that he wanted to go too, Fang Ping did not say anything. Having 2 rank 9s to help was a good thing. Moreover, Qin Yaozu's ability was very strong. Previously, when 2 rank 9s were fighting against 4 rank 9s, Qin Yaozu could beat a few of them to a standstill. Among them was a powerhouse like Feng Jiuqing, who was much stronger than Old Wu and Old Wu. If he went to help, he would be comparable to a few average weak rank 9s. Fang Ping said as he walked toward the side of the plank road, there's nothing underground here in the boundaries. There are only some empty buildings. Even if they go in, they can't move them away. Above the Heavenly Palace, there are really unparalleled powerhouses. Even if a paragon comes, it's hard to say. But if a paragon really comes, we can't stop him either. So, don't bother about this side. Those demons. Fang Ping, will definitely do what I promised. I'll open the boundary wall and send them in. If these demons go in to cultivate, won't it cause the powerhouses inside to be unhappy? Chen Yaozu was a little worried. As for the fact that there were powerhouses in the boundaries, although he did not know about this, he was not surprised that there had been outbursts of pressure in the boundaries before. After living for almost 300 years, he knew a lot of things. The only thing that was a little surprising was that Fang Ping and the rest encountered it and were actually fine. Could it be that the seniors in the boundaries had really taken a fancy to them and accepted them as their successors? At this moment, Qin Yaozu was even more curious about Fang Ping. These few people had somewhat overturned his impression of martial artists. It made him a little self-doubtful. The neo-martial arts era was developing so quickly. Was he really so behind the times? Fang Ping did not care about what he thought. He said casually, I don't know. It depends on luck. Everyone was speechless. Depends on luck. If you don't know, you just told those demons to send them to the Heavenly Palace, to the Lake of Eternal. After a while, Fang Ping and the rest returned to the platform. At this moment, there were many demons gathered on the platform. Not only the 8 rank 8 demons, but there were also some. With a dignified expression, Fang Ping said loudly, only the 8 great demons who participated in the battle previously can enter. Otherwise, if too many demons enter and disturb the old ancestor's cultivation, that would be a sin. If the old ancestor is angry, all the great demons have also felt the old ancestor's pressure earlier. I can't bear the consequences. If anything happens, I won't be responsible. As soon as these words were said, the 8 rank 8 demons all roared fiercely. Chase away those demons who rushed over, Fang Ping said again, all the great demons who can't enter, don't worry. In the future, everyone can come here to cultivate and wait for the energy tide eruption that occurs once every 3 months. When the old ancestor's cultivation is over and he's in a good mood, maybe he will also accept some great demons into the Heavenly Palace to cultivate. Of course, all of you also have your obligations. From today onwards, if there are catacombs here, which is also what you call people from God's land who come here, you must chase and kill them. If I come here again next time, maybe I will also talk to the old ancestor about allowing the demons to enter and cultivate here. Now, I'm going to open the boundary wall. All the great demons who can't enter, please leave the platform first to avoid any misunderstandings. Roar. Many of the demons were extremely jealous, roaring. Above Fang Ping's head, the crystal book shone even more brilliantly. He shouted, everyone, retreat. Otherwise, if the old ancestor is angry, all your years of hard work will go up in flames. Roar. Although they were unwilling, the demons on the platform still retreated quickly. They also did not dare to trespass into the true king's territory. The 8 demons who stayed were wild with joy. Fang Ping sympathized in his heart. You guys insisted on going in. I didn't force you guys. You can't blame me if you go in and get killed. Without further thought, Fang Ping's Green Bull sect leader's aura erupted, the token shone brightly. With a roar, the gatehouse began to shake. Just as Fang Ping erupted. In the bounded zone. Heavenly Palace, in the main hall. The apparition that disappeared before suddenly appeared. Two glaring divine lights seemed to penetrate the boundary wall, seeing everything. When he saw the neo-martial era martial artist who had just been sent away, opening the gateway again, and he was actually mingling with the demons outside, at this moment, the apparition seemed a little more illusory. Dazed, what was he going to do? The things in the outer sect had all been moved away. In the inner sect, the cultivation techniques that he needed before were also given. Did he still want to come? Without waiting for the apparition to think too much, in the next moment, Fang Ping, together with old Wang and the others outside the boundary wall, roared, and opened a small hole in the boundary wall. Great demons, the old ancestor is meditating inside. Everyone, be quiet, don't disturb the old ancestor. When you guys have succeeded in your cultivation and become demon kings, I'll come and get you guys out. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping motioned for Xianxia and the others to quickly squeeze these demons inside. He could not hold on any longer. Not only was the opening troublesome, the key was, the boundary wall seemed to be resisting, not letting him open it. Anyway, after sending these demons inside, there was nothing else to do. Outside the main hall of the heavenly palace, the apparition must have heard these. For a moment, he was even more dazed. Who was the old ancestor he mentioned? Why did he send these demons inside? The apparition also had some understanding of the demons here. Why would they coexist peacefully with these people? No. When he saw the demon that had already stretched its head inside, the apparition even felt a wave of emotion. Excitement? Gratitude? Good person. For a moment, the apparition could not make a judgment. And this did not stop Fang Ping from continuing to stuff demons inside. In the blink of an eye, a demon squeezed in, a second, a third. Suddenly, the apparition did not know what to do, outside the boundary wall. Fang Ping forced all 8 demons inside, panted, and then said with a nervous expression, "Let's go. If the seniors inside are angry, we'll be in trouble too. Let's take advantage of now and leave first. It'll be fine if the demons are killed, but if they're thrown out, we'll be in big trouble." If these demons were thrown out, Fang Ping had no doubt that these demons would chase him until he wished he was dead. Deceiving demons, hearing what he said, Xianxia was nervous. Run, if they did not run now, if it was really like what Fang Ping said, when the time came, all the demons in the boundary zone would come for them. Let's go. Xianxia did not hesitate anymore. With a low shout, he led the Chen family and ran down the plank road. It was a little scary, but also a little exciting. He had fought with the Maple King's people for so many years, but it was not as exciting as today. In less than a day's time, how many things had happened? Fang Ping and the others entered the boundary zone, seemed to have gotten something, and killed Feng Jiuqing, 3 other rank 9s, and 3 rank 8s. Now that Fang Ping had stuffed demons into the boundary zone, it was very likely that they would be hunted by the seniors in the boundary zone, hunted by the demons. The Maple King was still waiting outside. He had no doubt that when they went out later, the Maple King might be waiting there. He hoped that his father could stop them, otherwise, the enraged Maple King would tear them apart. Thinking of this, Xianxia became even more nervous. Fang Ping did not think so much. He was actually not too worried about the nameless powerhouse in the boundary zone getting angry. At least he was not too worried that the powerhouse would come out. If he really wanted to come out, he would have come out long ago. As for the demons, the probability of them being killed was higher. At this moment, Fang Ping was already discussing other things. While running along the plank road, Fang Ping said, "If we go to the Forbidden Catacombs, will we make it? If we go out, we still have to go to Capital City. The war won't end, right?" Wang Jinyang was a little uncertain. "You really want to go?" "Of course." Fang Ping said with certainty, "If I go, I can at least be the logistics." "That's still okay, right? If I don't go, then we'll suffer heavy losses in this war." "That's not worth it." Wang Jinyang said with a headache, "If you go, aren't you afraid of incurring the true king's wrath and crossing ranks to join the war?" Fang Ping scratched his head. "I don't think so, it's not impossible." Li Hansong said gloomily, "You've offended the Maple King to death. The White King did the same last time. If we go out now, the Maple King might bring the remaining 3 god generals to the 18 southern regions to find trouble with you. Fang Ping, why don't you not go?" Sino Nation was already in a difficult situation. If you went, even if the Maple King did not join the war, he would still bring the remaining 3 god generals to join the war. Wouldn't that provoke 3 more rank 9 powerhouses for Sino Nation? Fang Ping was speechless. Even if I don't go, the Maple King might do it. 4 rank 9s and 3 rank 8s died all at once. There's also his son. How can he not take revenge on humans? At this time, Xianxia nodded and said, "Everyone, it's better to think about how to deal with other powerhouses when we leave the boundary zone. Xianxia Catacombs is the Maple King's territory after all. If we go out now, I'm afraid there will be some trouble. I even suspect that after we go out, there will be rank 9s who will intercept and kill us, and not just one." As soon as these words came out, the few of them sobered up instantly. Fang Ping swallowed, looking at Old Wang and the rest. After a while, he said embarrassedly, Before Grandmaster Fang Yu said, we can bring 1 or 2 rank 9s back, he can handle it. Now, will he bring even more now?" The few of them were silent. Who knew, although there were not many cities in the Xianxia Catacombs, and they were very far from Xianxia City, who knew if they would turn out in full force? Fang Ping gritted his teeth. If it really doesn't work, then we'll wait and see. Old Chen, if there are really rank 9s surrounding us, you and Senior 7 are also here. In addition to Grandmaster Fang Yu, 3 to 5 rank 9s are nothing. If there are more than 5, the few of you can think of a way to gather them together. It's best to surround them in the middle. When that time comes, I'll activate the division chief's mentality avatar and see if I can kill them. Even if I can't kill them, it's enough to seriously injure them. When that time comes, the few of you can attack and kill them. Maybe the purple catacombs hasn't been destroyed yet. Let's destroy the Xianxia Catacombs first. Fang Ping licked his lips and said, the Xianxia Catacombs has 8 cities and 16 rank 9s. The Monster Plant Clan has 5 cities. If a war breaks out suddenly, the Monster Life Clan will definitely not attack. That's only 10 rank 9s. If 4 to 5 rank 9s gather and get injured by the division chief's mentality avatar, Old Chen and the rest can kill them in time, maybe we can really destroy the Monster Plant Clan in the Xianxia Catacombs. Say, do you want to try? The purple catacombs hasn't been conquered yet. Let's conquer the Xianxia Catacombs first? No. Everyone said in unison. Chen Yaozu's face turned green. Motherf asterisk Ker, who was this kid? Chen Yaozu said hurriedly, there might be a great battle. If both sides don't agree and start a war hastily, the catacombs' true king will cross the border to fight. Fang Ping, you must not act rashly. As he said that, Chen Yaozu was a little frightened. These few kids, no, who was this kid Fang Ping, a rank 7 who could destroy the catacombs at the drop of a hat? This old man's heart was about to jump out of his chest when he acted together with him. Not only Chen Yaozu, but everyone in the Chen family had a strange look on their faces. Only 10 rank 9s? How could Fang Ping say such words? After all, even including Fang Yu, there were only 3 rank 9s in the Xianxia Catacombs. The mentality avatar of a paragon was not as powerful as Fang Ping thought. Even if a martial king was stronger than the average paragon, his mentality avatar could only kill and injure 2 or 3 rank 9s at most. Even if he could finish off the other party in time. But there were still 7 or 8 rank 9s. Did he really think that Fang Yu and the other rank 9s were made of iron? Each of them could fight 1 against 2 against 3. Chen Yaozu could not take it anymore. He said hurriedly, young friends, it seems like you can restrain your aura. Restrain your aura and return to Xianxia City quietly. Little 7, the rest, and I will leave the bounded domain to attract the Maple King's attention. My father is still at Mount Royal Sea. He won't let the Maple King enter the bounded domain to attack us. As long as he can't find you young friends, the Maple King won't start a war with my father. When we get rid of the trouble, we'll return to Xianxia City and meet up with you. At this moment, Chen Yaozu really felt that it was safer this way. If he followed these few fellows, he might get into trouble. Fang Ping was a little embarrassed. I was just joking. Did you take it seriously? I'm not stupid. Why would I rashly start a war at this time? I saw that everyone was nervous, so I made a joke to let everyone relax a little. Fang Ping sighed. He did not say much. Another mass of imperishable substance appeared in his hand and passed it to Chen Yaozu. He said, "Old Chen is right. If I go with you, the Maple King might really attack. Then we'll return to Xishan City first. Old Chen, you guys be more careful. If the enemies are too strong and there are too many of them, remember to run to Xishan City. The division chief's split body is more or less useful. Besides, I can also help the seniors a little. It can also reduce the pressure. Don't think that the Maple King won't continue if something happens to the few of you. If something really happens to the few of you, the Maple King will think that it's an opportunity. He might invade Xishan City on a large scale." "We understand. Don't worry." Chen Yaozu nodded. He breathed a sigh of relief. "I'd rather fight a few rank 9s than continue walking with you, kid. What if you suddenly have the idea to attack the royal city halfway?" Little did they know that Fang Ping had already destroyed 2 royal cities. Attacking the royal cities seemed to be more frequent. At the same time, just as Fang Ping and the rest were preparing to leave the bounded domain. Forbidden Catacombs. Mount Royal Sea. Zhang Tao looked at Xishan in surprise. Over there, the Maple King's pressure had almost covered thousands of miles. He was furious to the extreme. What was old Ancestor Chen doing? He had provoked the Maple King to this extent. "Old Ancestor Chen, oh, old Ancestor Chen, this is not a suitable time to start a fight. Why can't you just bear with it? Your strength is not that great. Don't go overboard." Zhang Tao felt helpless. Old Ancestor Chen was not him. If he provoked the King Huai would not dare to fight him. But old Ancestor Chen's strength. Honestly speaking, it was just SOSO. The Maple King was not afraid of him. The Catacombs' true king also cared about his reputation. It was not that his strength was not as good as yours. If you provoked him too much, it would only take a blink of an eye to start a fight with you. While Zhang Tao was thinking, at this moment, a roar that shook the void was heard. "Where's Fang Ping?" At this moment, over at the Xishan Catacombs, the Maple King did not sense Fang Ping's aura. Although he had not seen Fang Ping before, Fang Ping was obviously not a member of the Chen family. At this moment, he sensed the Chen family's aura. Where was Fang Ping? Had he not come out yet? He wanted to wait for Fang Ping to come out so that he could kill his way into the outskirts. It did not matter even if he had to fight with the Chen family's old ancestor. Even if his son had to die, he had to send the message that Fang Ping must be killed. Actually, he knew about Fang Ping. His grandson had mentioned this before. One of his most outstanding grandsons had died in Fang Ping's hands. His other grandson was also emotionally unstable and extremely gloomy when Fang Ping was mentioned. Now, even his most outstanding son wanted him to kill Fang Ping. The Maple King knew that there must be a reason. However, at this moment, he did not sense Fang Ping coming out. What a peerless sense could sense was energy and vitality. It was not something that could be sensed easily. He kept staring at the edge of the Forbidden Sea tributary. He discovered the Chen family, but he did not notice any outsiders. He would not sense a few stones crossing the river. "Where's Fang Ping?" "Bastard! Fang Ping, I'll be waiting for you." In his rage, the Maple King did not care about the Chen family at all. Very quickly, he began to summon a few god generals under his command and some Xishan Catacombs castellans. "Forget about the human cities, go to the Forbidden Sea tributary and wait there. Guard, when Fang Ping came out, he must kill him. At the crucial moment, he could even fight himself." The voice was extremely loud and furious. In the Forbidden Catacombs, Zhang Tao's eyes were dull. "Fang Ping, Motherf *Ker, what's wrong with this kid?" The Maple King could not restrain his anger. He looked like he was going to kill him. Did Fang Ping dig up his ancestral grave? Not only Zhang Tao, but the Huai King, who was not far away, was also stunned. Fang Ping again, that little b** again, that little b** actually ran to the 17th Southern Territory. At this moment, the Huai King wanted to go to the 17th Southern Territory to take a look. However, seeing that the war in the 18th Southern Territories was not over, he was worried that the shameless King Wu would secretly hurt him after he left. For a moment, the Huai King was a little irritated. Since he could not go to the 17th Southern Territory, he could not let Fang Ping feel better. Why you? What are you pieces of trash doing? Kill Li Chongqing. Kill him at all costs. The Hui King was furious. Was it difficult for 6 god generals to kill a rank 8, a bunch of useless things? They were actually led around for half a day. Were the god generals of the divine land so useless now? Each generation was worse than the previous. If he ended the war earlier, he could go to the 17th Southern Territory. Why did he have to wait here? Beside him, Zhang Tao did not say a word. He felt a little helpless now. Here, Li Chongqing was being chased by 6 god generals and was drinking life essence like water. What was Fang Ping doing over there? Also, that B***starred Fang Ping had provoked so many true kings. I can't take it anymore. If one day these true kings wanted to kill him, I might not be able to stop them. Could it be that Fang Ping really entered the bounded domain and was discovered by the Maple King's people? Zhang Tao was a little confused. As for his mentality avatar, he really could not sense it. They were separated by a cave. Who knew what was going on? If he was also in the 17th Southern Territory, he might be able to sense something. If Fang Ping had entered the bounded domain, then there would be a reason. Xishan Catacombs. Fang Ping, who had just crossed the Forbidden Sea, also heard the Maple King's angry roar. Fang Ping put on an innocent face and scolded, I didn't kill Feng Jiuqing. You're just a true king and you're still holding a grudge against me? Is that all a true king can do? The few of them were speechless. Stop talking nonsense and leave quickly. If they did not run now, the Maple King would really charge in, and a great battle would erupt. At the same time, Xishan City. Grandmaster Fang Yu swallowed his saliva imperceptibly. F***ck, it's fine if I ask this kid to bring 1 or 2 rank 9s back. Yes, the pinnacle was also rank 9. But don't trick an old man like that. Fang Yu was a little scared. He had heard of them in the past, but he did not believe them. No, he felt that they would not be such a jinx, provoking people wherever they went. How could Zhu Feng be so easily provoked? He was outside of Imperial Sea Mountain. But he had really provoked him. How did you do it? He had been overseeing the West Mountain for many years, but he had never had any dealings with Zhu Feng. It had only been about 7 or 8 hours since Fang Ping and the others had entered. Was he going to fight with the absolute peak just like that? The old man wanted to cry but no tears came out. Guardian Chen, you have to hold on. I can't hold on for much longer. At this moment, a voice rang out. Go to the outskirts of the bounded domain and kill Fang Ping. Previously, in order to prevent the powerhouses here from assisting the 18 southern regions, there were catacombs rank 9 deterrents outside the city. But at this time, how could the Maple King still care about the Hui King? Die or not, his son and his 3 godly generals were nowhere to be seen. Clearly, the odds were stacked against them. He could sense the death of his son. 3 divine generals. The Chen clan had all come out. The result was self-evident. The 2 rank 9 powerhouses outside the city could be considered half of the Maple King's direct subordinates. Sensing the anger in the Maple King's words, how could he dare to delay? Very quickly, he disappeared without a trace. On the city wall, Fang Yu was a little confused. I'm being ignored. Is the Maple King so sure that I won't leave to participate in the Forbidden Catacombs battle? You're actually not threatening me anymore. Look down on me. Fang Yu was still in a state of confusion. Beside him, Li Yiming sighed and said, amazing. If I see Fang Ping in the future, I'll avoid him. I'm convinced, didn't this bastard say he wouldn't cause trouble, but now, wherever he went, he would provoke them. On the other side, Du Hong had just arrived. His expression was complicated as he said, intelligence from the Forbidden Catacombs has arrived. Dean Li Chongqing is being hunted down by 6 rank 9s. Because he's Fang Ping's teacher, that's why everyone's after him. Cough cough. Fang Yu, the rank 9, could not help but cough. He suddenly felt sorry for the people of MCMAU. Previously, everyone had mocked Wu Quishan for being usurped by a kid who hadn't even grown his hair. Wasn't it embarrassing? No, he wasn't embarrassed now. Was he afraid of losing his life? He knew Li Chongqing, that fellow had been quite arrogant recently. Now he was being chased by 6 rank 9s, Fang Yu was speechless. After a while, he asked, what should we do? The two rank 7 martial artists looked at him. How would they know? You are a rank 9, what should we do? Fang Yu was mentally exhausted. After a while, he said slowly, I can't leave. As for Fang Ping and the others, I can't support them, more importantly, going there might not necessarily be any use. He could not go to the forbidden catacombs either. Unless the 3 ministers summoned him, he could not leave his post without permission. Even if everything seemed fine now, he could not leave if the catacombs powerhouses here ran away. At this point, Fang Yu suddenly said, do you think I should change my surname? Huh? Both Du Hong and Li Chongqing were stunned. Fang Yu said to himself, he's called Fang Ping. There aren't many powerhouses with the surname Fang. My name is Fang Yu. If the catacombs' true king mistakenly thinks that he and I are from the same family, the next time 6 rank 9s come after me, won't I? No, I'm a rank 9. Maybe 9 rank 9s will come after me. Maybe the true king will come after me personally. Li Yiming and Du Hong were speechless for a while, but they felt that it made sense. Yes, there weren't many powerhouses with the surname Fang. You just had to have the same surname as Fang Ping. If there's a misunderstanding, it'll be very bad. The point was, you're a rank 9. Do you need to avoid the surname of a rank 7? Don't you find it embarrassing? Both of them said. Nothing. When they thought about it, it was normal. High Grandmaster Fang Yu was not a decent person. If this kid Fang Ping really provoked a few more true kings, this old Grandmaster might really change his surname. Discussions were going on in the city. Outside the city. Endless Mountain. Qin Yaozu led the Chen family all the way through the flight step. Along the way, a rank 9 monster plant and a few rank 8 powerhouses brushed past them. The few of them were extremely vigilant, but these powerhouses actually ignored them. They left just like that. Yes, they left just like that. The Chen family's old woman held a divine weapon in her hand. After a long time, she said, Second Patriarch, what should we do? Those powerhouses had now gone to the Forbidden Sea tributary. Obviously, they wanted to kill Fang Ping. In order to kill Fang Ping, they did not even care about them. After all, there were 2 rank 9 and 2 rank 8s here. It was not that easy to kill them. Maple King also knew that the Valley King sitting opposite him would not ignore them. If they really wanted to kill the Chen family, this person might intervene. Therefore, in order to successfully kill Fang Ping, Maple King still decided to endure, even if one of his sons died in the hands of the Chen family. However, his people had also killed many Chen family members, so it was not considered a loss. Fang Ping was not someone he could let go. Seeing this, Qin Yaozu was also helpless. He gritted his teeth and said, let's go, return to Xishan City quickly. Maple King thought that Fang Ping and the others were still in the bounded domain. If he sent people to kill them now, they might not encounter Fang Ping. Since no one was stopping them, then he would return to Xishan City quickly. Maybe he could still make it in time to join the battle at the Forbidden Catacombs. As for Fang Ping and the others, he could not do anything. He had already sensed that a few rank 9s were rushing over there. Moreover, there were still 3 divine generals under Maple King's command. They might be rushing over too. With so many rank 9s, he could not do anything. After hearing Second Patriarch's words, the Chen family felt conflicted. Forget it, let's go back first. There was nothing they could do. They're putting in a lot of effort to kill me. At this moment, Fang Ping did not conceal his aura anymore. Instead, he turned into a catacombs martial artist's aura, leading Old Wang and the others all the way to Xishan City. It was too scary. He had already sensed a few rank 9 powerhouses' auras rushing toward the bounded domain. We're catacombs martial artists. We're catacombs martial artists. Fang Ping muttered in his heart. A few martial artists without auras would attract attention. With auras and catacombs martial artists' auras, even if those powerhouses sensed them, they might not care about them. Li Hansong and the others did not say a word, running wildly after Fang Ping. At this moment, they did not want to stay in the Xishan catacombs at all. Li Hansong seemed to be calculating something. After running for a while, he suddenly said telepathically, 8 hours. Huh? Come in. We've been rushing for close to 5 hours. We've only stayed in the bounded domain for less than 3 hours. Fang Ping's face darkened. What did he mean? Li Hansong had no intention of discouraging him. He said telepathically, amazing. In 8 hours, we killed 4 rank 9s and 3 rank 8s. We obtained the cultivation method, looted the bounded domain, liberated the Chen family's seniors, and saved their lives. We even made the forbidden catacombs have 2 more rank 9s and 2 rank 8s, Fang. Don't mention names. Fang Ping scolded telepathically. What if they were eavesdropped? Although they were separated by thousands of miles, Maple King would not be so bored as to eavesdrop on a few middle-ranked martial artists' conversations. He might not even have the ability to do so, but there was no harm in being careful. Fang Ping's name was very grating to the ears now. Li Hansong did not mention the name again. He said emotionally, amazing 8 hours. You're amazing. Fang Ping was much more satisfied after hearing him praise him. Of course, if he was not amazing, who was? At this moment, they were also extremely fast, sprinting all the way to Xishan City. On the way, they did not encounter any powerhouses. As for some monsters, they avoided them if they could. If they could not avoid them, they did not kill them. They just ran. At this time, they dared not kill, not even rank 7. Maple King was watching now. If the catacombs lacked a high-ranked monster's aura, it would be easy to be noticed. As they ran, Wang Jinyang asked, how are we going to split the loot this time? Fang Ping scolded telepathically, are you so short-sighted? We're not even safe yet, and you're already thinking of splitting the loot. Wang Jinyang looked at Xishan City, which was almost at their destination, and humphed. Let's go back soon. If we don't talk about it, who knows how you're going to split it later? I don't want to write you an IOU. Old Wang, you're being unreasonable. Am I that kind of person? Yes. Old Wang, you're too much. This time, your loot is 10% less than the storage fee. You don't have to pay Old Jiao and Ironhead. How dare you question my character? I can't stand it. Wang Jinyang rolled his eyes. This bastard, he only felt good when people flattered him. He could not be bothered with him. Old Wang continued to hurry on without a word. They were also extremely fast. 1,600 miles. At full speed, Fang Ping could even break the speed of sound. The speed of sound was thousands of kilometers per hour, more than 2,000 miles. Of course, in order to not attract attention, Fang Ping could not maintain this speed. Naturally, they did not go that fast. Even so, in less than 2 hours, Fang Ping and the others could still see Xishan City thousands of meters away. At this time, they did not dare to reveal their auras. Instead, they restrained their auras and went straight to Xishan City. From beginning to end, back and forth, including in the bounded zone, it took them almost 10 hours. Xishan City. On the city wall, Qin Yaozu and the others had just returned. When they saw Fang Ping and the others, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the 2 catacombs rank 9s here had left. Otherwise, Fang Ping and the others would not have returned so easily. When Fang Ping and the others reached the city wall, before they could speak, Fang Yu said immediately, get out quickly. Elder Fang, cut the crap. Hurry up. Fang Yu chased them away quickly. I'm very anxious. You ticking time bombs, hurry up and leave. If your auras are suddenly revealed and attract the true king's attention, I won't be able to hold on if a bunch of rank 9s come. Fang Ping was helpless. I just came back. I'm almost out of breath from the rush. Do you have to chase me away so urgently? Seeing that he did not seem to want to leave, Fang Yu said quickly, Li Chongxing is being chased by 6 rank 9s. Whoosh, Fang Ping broke through the air, breaking the speed of sound, running very fast. Wang Jinyang and the others also hurried to catch up. Qin Yaozu and the others did not have time to say anything and left quickly. After they left, Du Hong said helplessly, Elder Fang, what did you say? If he goes to the forbidden catacombs, then Minister will have a headache. Fang Yu laughed. Don't really think of him as a bomb. Although this kid is new, he can still feel some things. I heard that Li Chongxing killed the Yang family rank 8 because of him. He's a sentimental person and also a smart person. If he was an idiot, he would have died in the catacombs long ago. If he goes to the forbidden catacombs, he won't cause trouble. He will only be more cautious and think of a way to save Li Chongqing. Can he do it? Du Hong was a little uncertain. 6 rank 9s, Fang Yu said softly, depends. On luck. Now it still depends on Nan Chongqing. Is Nan Chongqing still waiting for an opportunity? If she doesn't break through soon, I'm afraid Li Chongqing will really be in danger. It had been 7 hours since the Forbidden Catacombs War started. When Fang Ping and the others went to the bounded domain, the war broke out. At that time, Guardian Shen also unleashed his aura. Li Chongqing was chased by 6 rank 9s in the middle of the war. 3 to 4 hours had passed. Fang Ping and the others needed time to rush to the Forbidden Catacombs now. Actually, Fang Yu was not sure if they could make it in time. He was also not sure if Fang Ping would be of any use if he went. The biggest certainty was still Nan Yunyua's breakthrough. Moreover, was Li Chongqing really alive now? The news of the Forbidden Catacombs had spread for almost 2 hours. Fang Ping, don't be too anxious. As soon as they left the catacombs, Fang Ping unleashed his maximum speed and flew toward capital city. Behind him, Li Hansong and the others could barely keep up. Fang Ping did not care about this. At this moment, he could not even shout. He transmitted his voice, divide the spoils. This time's harvest doesn't include cultivation methods or books. The total harvest was about 1,000 caddies of energy liquid, about 3,000 caddies of energy stones, about 6,000 caddies of energy soil, and about 500 caddies of imperishable substances mixed in the Sky Palace Lake water, which was slightly more valuable. Other than that, they killed a rank 7 monster beast, a crystal ring, and 3 halves of a giant metal pillar, about 18,000 caddies. There were also some chairs and tables made of rank 8 monster plants. Energy liquid was comparable to 2 to 3 times the effect of a rank 9 energy stone. Even if it was 3 times better, the energy soil was not as good as a rank 9 energy stone. At most, it was only half the value of a rank 9 energy stone. The value of the Sky Palace Lake water should be slightly lower than life essence, slightly higher than energy liquid, 5 times the value of a rank 9 energy stone. A total of 11,500 caddies of rank 9 energy stones, 300 million per caddy, a harvest of 345 billion. The rank 7 monster beast is 10 billion, and the giant metal pillar is comparable to A-grade alloy. Today's buyback price is only 4 million per caddy, 2 million per caddy, a total of 36 billion. The crystal ring. I took a look at this. It may be comparable to a rank 8 divine weapon, considered a fine product among rank 8, 50 billion will do. As for those thrones and whatnot, after all, there are no demon cores, so 20 billion is the most. A total of 5 billion, does anyone have any objections? No. They did not say much. At this time, Fang Ping wanted to divide the spoils, and they did not ask why. Logically, now that Li Chongqing was in a critical situation, Fang Ping would not be in the mood to divide the spoils. But sometimes, some things were better left unknown than known. Fang Ping had a lot of secrets, almost 90% of the resources he obtained were distributed to others, and he did not keep much for himself. But why did he cultivate so quickly? Of course, resurrected martial artists, imperishable substances, these could all be explained. But, Wang Jinyang knew clearly that Fang Ping might not be a resurrected martial artist. No one knew Fang Ping better than him. Fang Ping's martial arts beginnings were guided by him. Later, when Fang Ping besieged the evil sect in Nanjiang, a few of them performed strangely. Fang Ping even consulted him, and not long after, the news of Fang Ping's mutation spread. He could not be bothered to ask about these things. Fang Ping treated them well. When there were benefits, he almost never left them behind. The few of them could reach rank 7 so quickly, almost all because of Fang Ping's help. Otherwise, even if they were resurrected martial artists, they would probably still be hovering around rank 6. Fang Ping was still calculating when Wang Jinyang said telepathically, "If you need it, we don't have to divide it." Am I, Fang Ping, that kind of person? Fang Ping humphed. Distinguishing between public and private interests is the key to me leading you. What is yours, as a leader. The few of them rolled their eyes wildly. At a time like this, you still have the mood to talk about this. Fang Ping performed the flight step while laughing. I'm not in a hurry, it's useless even if I'm in a hurry. Can I fly over in one go? If Old Li really dies, I'll kill King Huai sooner or later to avenge him. He should be happy. Alright, let's talk about dividing the loot first. This time, I want 60%, Tai Tu 15%, Old Wang 15%. After all, Old Wang got the token. Old Yao, you didn't contribute much this time, just 10%. Do you have any objections? Li Hansong got a lot because Fang Ping killed 2 rank 9s, and it was his armor that played a role. On this point, Fang Ping still had a clear idea. Yao Qingjun said immediately, I have no objections. This time, he was considered to be a bystander. He did not do much, but at that time, he used the divine spear to pull Fang Ping and Li Hansong, so the divine spear was slightly worn out. Old Wang too, but he got the token at the king's battleground back then. This time, the ones who really contributed were Fang Ping and Li Hansong. At this moment, Li Hansong also grinned. That is to say, I will get 210 billion, right? Yes. The few of them still did not say much. Li Hansong, on the other hand, quickly calculated. He could get 525 billion. Li Hansong did not want to talk anymore, following Fang Ping, that was called earning money, even if the situation in the Forbidden Catacombs was not good now, he could not suppress the joy in his heart. This was called earning money, this was called entering the catacombs, this was worth risking one's life. Previously in the king's battleground, he also got countless good things, earning hundreds of billions. Now, in 10 hours, other than feeling a little dangerous, he did not actually experience any danger, and he actually earned more than 500 billion. If old Qin knows, he'll probably really go crazy. Li Hansong felt that when he went back, it was necessary to tell Qin Fengqin that he earned more than 500 billion. He wondered if that guy would vomit 3 liters of blood, and then go crazy directly? Torturing him until he goes crazy, doesn't seem too good. Forget it, I won't hit him, I'll just make a fortune quietly. Li Hansong calculated in his heart, and Fang Ping was also waiting. This time, the harvest was considered huge. The time spent was very short, the key was actually not these, but the cultivation techniques. Cultivation techniques, these things were not easy to calculate with money. A few trillion, a few 100 trillion could not buy it, provided that it was a real mentality cultivation technique. If it was real later, he would sell it to old Zhang and not give him a few trillion. Fang Ping decided that when he reached the peak, he must beat old Zhang up. Not thinking too deeply about this, Fang Ping began to wait for the data to change. Very soon, the data changed, wealth, 361 million points vitality, 20,000 calories, 21,222 calories, mentality, 2,300 Hz, 2,322 Hz, destruction force? Bone honing, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 1000 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 points/minute, plus, wealth points increased by about 200 million in an instant. Fang Ping still knew that the system had some discounts. He could accept it if it was slightly less than what was allocated. When he entered the catacombs, his wealth points were more than 180 million, a net increase of about 180 million. In the catacombs, he spent about 20 million. This did not include the House of Gold. Until now, Fang Ping's House of Gold had not been repaired, and he did not know how much it would cost. Not bad. He had earned close to 2 trillion wealth points in an instant. Vitality and mentality had both increased. The most important thing was that the resources were still here, double the gains. It was equivalent to earning more than 4 trillion resources in an instant. It was a huge profit. This was only the area under the domain land, and the buildings were not moved, the energy paths were also not moved. Otherwise, just the ones underground would probably be worth more than 10 trillion. They had only gone to the Imperial Path in the Sky Palace. The value of those thrones in the main hall was beyond shocking. Fang Ping suspected that if he really ransacked the Sky Palace, even 100 trillion was nothing, that was the real good place, it was a pity that there were peerless powerhouses in that place. More than 300 million wealth points. One vitality of imperishable substance is only 10,000 wealth points. More than 30,000 vitality of imperishable substance. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. Rank 8, at most, only had 100 vitality. He did not ask much about rank 9, but even if a rank 9 was 10 times stronger than a rank 8, this was already overestimating them. That was only 1,000 vitality. This was considered the limit, right? More than 30 rank 9 powerhouses, all of their imperishable substance was only equivalent to his. Fang Ping even suspected that more than 30 rank 9 powerhouses could not do it. They needed more. In other words, all the rank 9 powerhouses in Sino Nation added together did not have as much imperishable substance as he did. Peerless was another matter. Fang Ping really did not understand Peerless. Damn, I'm going to the Forbidden Catacombs. This time I'm going to spread my wealth and kill those bastards. But there's too much, it's hard to dodge. Fang Ping felt a slight headache. Sometimes, although he also hoped that humans were better, that the powerhouses were stronger, that they could kill more enemies. But if he took out too many good things, it would not be easy to explain. He had already used up so much imperishable substance previously. Now there was more. What should he do? Oh right. Just say that I entered the Lake of Eternity and got it in the Lake of Eternity. Thinking of this, Fang Ping immediately transmitted his voice, guys, this time when we go to the territory, just say that we entered the Lake of Eternity. Okay. The three of them gave him a deep look. Fang Ping, was he going to take out a lot of imperishable substance? This guy, he was really hiding it well. Li Hansong was not stupid, but at this time, he really felt a little emotional. Fang Ping, I think that even the Emperor realm is not good enough for you. Everyone was speechless. Damn, even the Emperor realm was not good enough for him. Put it more bluntly, he was the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor was omnipotent. Fang Ping, on the other hand, smiled and nodded. For an honest person like Iron Head, flattering him felt even better. Feeling good was one thing, but he still would not give you an extra cent. The few of them were extremely fast. Very soon, the capital city was right in front of them. Fang Ping took a deep breath. Similarly, the Qin family's speed was slightly faster than his. They had already arrived at the Forbidden City. Fang Ping did not waste any time either, descending rapidly toward the Forbidden City. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website, The Entrance of the Forbidden Catacombs. Before Fang Ping landed, the aura of several Grandmaster-level powerhouses had already erupted. Although they had already sensed Fang Ping and the rest's aura, at this moment, a rank 7 powerhouse still shouted loudly, Vice-Chancellor Fang, stop. Fang Ping stopped outside the entrance of the house and said, President Liu, time is of the essence. I want to go in. Among the few Grandmasters guarding the entrance of the catacombs, President Liu of the Martial Arts Association was among them. President Liu was no longer the yes-man he used to be. At this moment, he said solemnly, the war has begun. To prevent the rear from being attacked, non-combatants are not allowed to enter. This includes the seniors of the Qin family. We have already reported to the 3 departments and are waiting for their orders. Fang Ping was a little helpless, but he also knew that this was a necessary process. Otherwise, if a rank 9 suddenly attacked from the rear, under a pincer attack, there might be a large number of casualties. However, at this time, how long would it take? President Liu also knew that Fang Ping was anxious. He said seriously, please wait for a moment, everyone. We have already reported to the 3 departments and sent people into Wuhan City to inform them. There will be results very soon. Fang Ping and the rest were not spies. President Liu dared to guarantee this at the risk of his life. If a fellow who killed countless powerhouses in the catacombs was a spy, then the catacombs was really willing to pay a heavy price. This kind of spy could be sent another dozen. Fang Ping nodded slightly. Before he could speak, President Liu said somewhat excitedly, Vice-Chancellor Fang, I heard that you guys are. Before he could finish his question, the few Grandmasters guarding outside the catacombs said excitedly, I heard from Senior Chen that you guys killed a few rank 9 martial artists. Although Fang Ping was anxious to go in, he could not barge in now. Did they not see that Chen Yaozu and the rest did not let them in? After hearing their questions, Fang Ping smiled and said, it was just a coincidence. It was mainly the efforts of the seniors of the Chen family. I was just passing by. The bounded domain is dangerous. I killed 2 rank 9s while I was at it. I don't even know if they have comprehended the origin path. Really? The few old grandmasters were extremely excited. Although Fang Ping's words sounded a little harsh to their ears, they pretended that they did not hear what he said about passing by and while it was at it. A catacomb rank 9 would not die so easily. Now that a few of them had died, how could these people not be excited? Fang Ping, on the other hand, looked at President Liu, smiled and said, let's not change the number 1 rank 7. After all, the 2 old seniors are getting on in years. We still have to save some face. I'm still young, and I don't care about such empty titles. President Liu felt a headache coming on. At a time like this, you still have the mood to talk nonsense with me. Beside him, Li Hansong said gloomily, I killed a rank 9. President Liu, he understood what the 2 of them were trying to say. President Liu was mentally exhausted. He cursed in his heart. Fine, I understand what you 2 are saying. If you don't want to change, then you must change. If you dare not change, I'll listen. One was killing 2 rank 9s while the other was killing a rank 9. Were you afraid, scared? I'm scared. President Liu felt an indescribable sorrow in his heart. Were all the strong like this? No wonder he was still a rank 7 despite being in his 60s. This time, he understood completely. He looked at Wang Jinyang and Yao Qingjun again. Were they the same? Both of them did not care about this. Of course, not mentioning the ranking did not mean that they were not arrogant. Old Wang was indifferent, saying softly, rank 7 will only stay for a few months. What's the use of caring about the ranking now? These words were directed at Fang Ping. President Liu's expression stiffened. So that's how it is. I understand now. The few grandmasters did not know whether to laugh or cry. Beside them, Qin Yaozu and the rest looked at each other. We understand too, the outside world was still the outside world. The martial arts world was still the same as before. It was just that these few were a little different. As they were talking, in the next moment, a figure appeared on the spot in a flash. Commander! Everyone greeted him. Qin Yaozu and the rest bowed hurriedly and said, Pluto. Li Jin chuckled. Senior Chen, you don't have to be so polite. He was also a person from Star Town, and his seniority was much lower than Qin Yaozu's. In fact, he and the old woman's son, the rank 7 male called Yuanhu, were of the same seniority. Qin Yaozu could be considered as his great-grandfather. Qin Yaozu smiled and did not say much. In the martial arts world, sometimes strength mattered, and sometimes seniority mattered. It all depended on the occasion. This kind of public occasion was not in Star Town. Since he met a junior like Li Jin in Star Town, there was no need to be so polite. Li Jin said with a sigh, it's been 15 years. Although we know that there are still people alive, the situation in Sino Nation has been tense all these years. We haven't been able to send anyone to help. It's been hard on all of you. It's my job. Qin Yaozu answered without hesitation. Not only was he Juefeng's son, but he was also a member of the House of Guardians. The Xuanda Grotto Heaven was originally guarded by the Qin family. Therefore, guarding the Xuanda Grotto Heaven was something he should do. Li Jin nodded slightly. Only then did he look at the slightly anxious Fang Ping and said with a smile, don't be too anxious. Even if you guys go in now, it won't help. Wait a little longer. Wait for Minister Nan to break through. When she breaks through, she will quickly kill some strong enemies. When that time comes, it will be relatively safer for you guys to go in. You can even give the enemy a fatal blow. However, I'm afraid that Senior Chen and the rest have already come out. Let's see if Maple King has informed King Huai, Qin Yaozu said a little dryly, he might not. When we came out, Maple King was so focused on the bounded domain that he might have forgotten about our existence. Maple King might not be in the mood to specially inform King Huai that Qin Yaozu and the rest had come out. Right now, he was focused on the bounded domain, waiting for Fang Ping to come out. His own son had died in battle, 3 divine generals had died in battle. Perhaps Maple King could not wait for King Huai to lose some of his divine generals. There was also competition for the catacombs' true king. The true king would not make a move easily. The number of divine generals under their command and their strength were their trump cards. Originally, Maple King had 8 divine generals and 2 second-generation divine generals. Among the true kings, his power was considered the strongest. This was also the capital of the Feng family's 3rd generation, Feng Miexing, and the rest to fight for the throne. Now, however, the Feng family's power had been greatly damaged. 2 of their sons had died in battle, and 5 of their divine generals had died in battle. There were only 3 divine generals left under their command. Even King Huai could not compare to this kind of power. King Huai's power was not considered too strong. Now that 5 divine generals under King Huai had entered the 18 southern territories to participate in the war, even if Maple King remembered about the Chen family, he might not pass on the message. In Maple King's opinion, more than 30 divine generals against more than 10 Land of Rebirth's divine generals would definitely win. As for the casualties, there would definitely be. On the 18 southern territories side, most of them were King Huai's people. It would be good if some of them died, lest King Huai saw that his power had been greatly damaged and had other ideas. Li Zhen smiled when he heard that. He roughly knew what Maple King was thinking. He had also heard what Qin Yaozu and the rest had said to President Liu and the rest earlier. Killing 4 rank 9s, including Feng Jiuqing, with such a loss, the Maple King would probably fly into a rage. He was not in a hurry to ask about this. In the next moment, Qin Yaozu and the rest could not hear Li Zhen's words. They only saw Li Zhen's lips moving slightly, as if he was talking to Fang Ping and the rest. Enter the bounded domain? Yes. It's beyond my expectations. Li Zhen was indeed a little surprised. He asked again, any gains? The gains are average. The buildings in the bounded domain are all integrated. I can't dig them away at all. Li Zhen's face turned a lot more illusory. That's not what I'm asking. Why is it that when I ask about the gains, the first thing you say is that the buildings are integrated and you can't dig them away? Li Zhen was starting to admire Zhang Tao. Only that shameless person could put up with this kid. If it were him, he would not have been able to hold himself back long ago and slapped him to death. Under normal circumstances, there are not many places that can be entered with the Outer Sect token. Did you enter the Outer Sect Sutra Library? Yes. Fang Ping was not surprised that Li Zhen knew about these. He had also entered the bounded domain before. Fang Ping said immediately, we got all the books in the Sutra Library. When he said this, Li Zhen was already quite satisfied. Not bad at all, although the Outer Sect Sutra Library might not have particularly good cultivation methods and the like, sometimes one could still get some good stuff. Actually, it was quite difficult to enter. When he entered the bounded domain back then, he also relied on his own strength to forcefully break through the barrier to get some stuff. Fang Ping and the rest were much weaker than when he first entered. When he entered, he already had the strength of a weak rank 9. Being able to open the Sutra Library was considered a pleasant surprise. Did you enter the Hall of Enlightenment? Hall of Enlightenment? Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. Was there such a place? Of course, the outer sect area was very big. Actually, they did not go all the way there. Could it be that they missed the good stuff? Actually, it's the same whether you go or not. You guys have not reached that stage yet. It's a little similar to the Hall of Myriad Origins. However, the Hall of Enlightenment in the bounded domain is more like a kind of origin path practice. It's more similar to what Rose City Lord did last time. Li Zhen continued, also, each bounded domain is different. The one I went to was in the outer sect area. The one you guys went to might be in the Heavenly Palace area. Li Zhen then said, leave the books in the Sutra Library behind. You guys go in later, lest you lose them in the catacombs. Fang Ping glanced at him. After a while, he said softly, that. Commander, you're not going to ask any more? Huh? Li Zhen was a little confused. Soon, his eyes flickered. What did he mean? Fang Ping was a little speechless. How much did he underestimate him? It was just an outer sect area, and it was over, not going to ask any more. That. We actually entered the Heavenly Palace. Li Zhen's body trembled. As a desperate realm powerhouse, he was experienced and knowledgeable. He was quite calm. Even when Fang Ping and the others entered the bounded domain area, even into the Sutra Library, he was still quite indifferent. However, when Fang Ping said that he entered the Heavenly Palace, he was not as indifferent. You guys entered the Heavenly Palace? Yes. Li Zhen took a deep breath. It was really a deep breath. It was so deep that Fang Ping felt like he was going to be blown by the wind. What did you get? Nothing. Fang Ping said helplessly, the seniors in the Heavenly Palace didn't allow us to explore the Heavenly Palace. They gave us some imperishable substances, some energy liquids and so on. Then, they gave me a cultivation method that I don't understand. I don't even know if it's a cultivation method or not, seniors? Cultivation method? The next moment, Li Zhen's big hand pressed on Fang Ping's body. Creak, Fang Ping's shoulder felt as if it was being clamped by a pair of pliers. He screamed and shouted, Commander, let go of me. I'm dying. Li Zhen ignored him and stared into his eyes for a while. After a long time, he said in a low voice, don't enter the catacombs. Wait for Zhang Tao to come back, then we'll talk about this together. Commander, that won't do. I heard that the situation inside is not good. Teacher Li is about to be beaten to death. After saying that, Fang Ping immediately said, I'll tell you the cultivation method, no. Li Zhen shook his head and rejected, I can't casually say it. Some of the seniors of the ancient martial era sometimes had some taboos. If I only impart it to you and you say it, there might be a problem. Zhang Tao's spiritual power is stronger. When he comes back, I will be with Zhang Tao. Even if there is a problem, we can deal with it. I'm alone now. If I can't suppress it and something happens, it'll be really troublesome. Fang Ping was shocked and surprised to hear that. He wasn't surprised by Li Zhen's words about the limitations, but he was surprised that Li Zhen's spiritual power wasn't as strong as Zhang Tao's. Holy shit, was old Zhang's spiritual power really that strong, stronger than Li Zhen? Then I want to go in too. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and said, I know that to you, Commander, the cultivation method is more important. But to me, the reason I'm going to the land of boundaries to look for cultivation methods is 30% to save Teacher Li, 30% to cultivate faster, and the rest is for others. 60% is with me. Now that Teacher Li is busy, I have to go in. It won't help if you go in. That's not necessarily true. Fang Ping said quickly, if I go in, there will definitely be a rank 9 who wants to kill me. I heard that Ji Yao is inside too. The Monster Life Royal Quartz rank 9 will definitely have his eyes on me. And the King Huai too. This time, I'll go in and tell him the truth. I killed Huai Muqing. I also killed the people in the land of boundaries last time. Last time, he wanted to eat me up. This time, he'll definitely be angry. They have more rank 9s. I think attracting 2 or 3 rank 9s won't be a problem. This way, it can also reduce some of the teacher's pressure. Li Zhen was speechless. Fang Ping said that he had inherited the cultivation method. Actually, he did not want Fang Ping to go in. However, Fang Ping himself had said that 60% was for him and Li Changxing. If he did not let him in now, what would Fang Ping think if Li Changxing really died inside? Li Zhen was having a headache now. How troublesome, however, when martial artists reached Fang Ping's realm, their beliefs were firm. They would not change their minds just because you said a few words. This kid actually entered the Heavenly Palace. It was really beyond his expectations. While he was still thinking about this, a pile of animal skin books and crystal books appeared in front of Fang Ping. A note appeared in Fang Ping's hand. He wrote quickly, 127 animal skin books, a total of 10 crystal books. September 22, 2010. Deposited with Commander Li Zhen. If you can't return, give it to the Ministry of Education. If you return, take back the books deposited today. Li Zhen glanced at it, his eyelids trembling. I want to kill him, really, don't stop me, but if I kill him, what about the cultivation method? You actually want to write a note when you get some books out. Don't tell me you want me to sign for confirmation? He did not guess wrong. In the next moment, Fang Ping said seriously, Commander Li, please sign. Li Zhen's palm moved slightly. After a long time, without saying a word or moving the pen, he used his mentality to engrave 2 big words on the note, Li Zhen. Fine, you're awesome, this is the only time we've met. The next time Zhang Tao comes back, if this bastard dares to step into the military department, he will kill him. Am I, Li Zhen, that kind of person? I'm already here, and this bastard wants me to sign. After finishing this, Fang Ping did not hesitate and handed all the books to Li Zhen. Li Zhen kept them quietly. After thinking for a while, he said, if you insist on entering, I won't stop you. You have Zhang Tao's mentality avatar with you. Don't go too far away from Wuan City. If it's a critical moment, retreat from the passageway. I won't enter the catacombs. I'll be guarding here in Capital City. Having said that, he looked at Chen Yaozu next to him and said, Senior Yaozu, Fang Ping wants to enter the catacombs. Your coming here is unexpected. If you're here to help, our chances of winning will increase greatly. However, I still hope that you won't go deep into the battle. At the critical moment, save Fang Ping's life. Chen Yaozu heard that and nodded solemnly. Li Zhen, a paragon, actually asked him not to go deep into the battle but to save Fang Ping's life. At this moment, Chen Yaozu seemed to have understood something. Fang Ping said that he obtained a lot of imperishable substances and even gave them a lot. He had been suspicious before. Now, Chen Yaozu was sure that Fang Ping might have really obtained some inheritance. Li Zhen arranged for a while. Beside him, Fang Ping said again, Li Hansong seems to have obtained a cultivation method too. I wonder if it's the same as mine. I'll go down. The rest of them don't have to go, no. Li Hansong said immediately, I want to go too. It doesn't matter if old Wang and old Zhao go or not. I have armor. There's no use for you going, you're the useless one. If I go, other things aside, I can hold up 5 or 6 rank 7s on the rank 7 battlefield without a problem. Beside them, Wang Jinyang and Yao Qingjun also said in a low voice, don't worry. This time, we won't be going with you. We'll be participating in the rank 7 battle. The 3 of us aren't strong, but we aren't weak either. If the 3 of us work together, you know our situation. Rank 7, the 3 of us can even hold off 10 of them. In that case, Senior Chen and the others will also enter, and the situation will quickly tilt in our favor. Li Hansong had the divine armor, he had the divine bow, and Yao Qingjun had the divine spear. Among the 3 of them, Li Hansong would hold off the enemy at the front while he and old Zhao would attack from the back. Even if they could not hold off 10 rank 7s, they could still manage 7 or 8. With such battle prowess, how could he not enter the entrance? Li Zhen was about to faint. Both of them, what was going on in the profound virtue realm, these 2 fellows, did they inherit a cultivation method? Are cultivation techniques that easy to pass on? Are the ancient martial artists in the bounded domain so easy to talk to? When he first entered the bounded domain, he actually entered the heavenly palace too. However, he was a rank 9 at that time, and he only entered the periphery of the heavenly palace. He did not even know if there were any living people in the heavenly palace. Anyway, he did not see them. However, Fang Ping and the rest even met living people when they entered for the first time. Li Zhen had 1,000 questions in his mind. When he heard that Li Hansong wanted to enter too, his head hurt even more. These fellows from martial arts universities were all arrogant and unruly. If it were the martial artists from the military department, he could just order them not to enter. Who would dare to object? Forget it, forget it. He would let Zhang Tao, that more shameless guy, handle these things that were hard to control. Anyway, he felt that he had no way of communicating with these people. At this moment, Li Zhen's eyes moved. He suddenly looked toward the entrance and said quickly, Chief Nan is about to break through. If you guys enter now, you won't attract attention. Also, it's time to let you guys see the power of breaking through to the desperate realm. Lest you guys think that you're really unparalleled and cause trouble recklessly. Go in quickly. When they heard that, they did not delay. Together with the Chen family, they sprinted toward the house. Breaking through to the desperate realm, they had never seen anyone break through to the desperate realm before, nor had they seen the desperate realm in action. The previous few times, it was just some shouting after their mentality covered 1,000 miles. How strong was the desperate realm? Fang Ping had judged many times, but he did not have any reference, so he could not give a clear answer. Now that there was a chance to watch the desperate realm break through and kill the desperate realm, why would he delay? Everyone entered the passageway at lightning speed. After they left, Li Zhen stood outside the house quietly for a while, thinking about something. Inside the forbidden catacombs. Old Man Li had already used up the life essence that Fang Ping gave him last time. Fang Ping gave him almost all of the 100 caddies of life essence. However, he used it all to escape this time. Not only that, including the imperishable substance that Fang Ping gave him, there was only a small clump left now. Looking at the few rank 9s who were still chasing after him, Old Man Li's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. Forget it, at this time if he continued to run, he would not even have the strength to fight back. The suppressed word that was swallowed into his stomach stirred. The longevity sword in his hand was also shining faintly at this moment. Suppressing one person, slashing one sword, using both methods at the same time, he might be able to kill a rank 9. No, he definitely could. The suppressed word of the heaven-suppressing king might not be as powerful as Zhang Tao's mentality avatar, but it should not be a problem for it to suppress a rank 9 for a while. Even if I die, I won't lose anything. Old Man Li muttered in his heart. Then, a loud laugh came from his mouth. In this battle, I have held back 6 rank 9s. I can also leave my name in history. At this moment, a powerful mentality suddenly shrouded from the direction of Mount Imperial Sea. This mentality was slightly fluctuating, as if it was thinking about something. In the next moment, another mentality also shrouded, interrupting the mentality's forward exploration. Smiling, he said, King Huai, are you going to break the rules and come down personally? Zhang Tao. This time, King Huai called his name directly. Just as he was about to say something, suddenly, his mentality trembled again. King Huai. Son of AB***, I'm here. I heard that you're looking for me? Ji Yao. I heard that you miss me? I'm here. Didn't you want to kill me? Ha ha ha, the last time in the king's battleground, it felt so good killing. I killed hundreds of so-called true king's descendants. I was so happy killing. I even snatched more than 100 divine weapons. Ha ha ha, it felt so good. Just now, I went next door to kill Feng Jiuqing. I didn't have time to greet you guys. I heard that you guys want to die, so Grandpa Feng rushed over and finally arrived. Come and kill me. King Huai, killing your people is still the best. There's a lot of good stuff. Killing King Feng's people is boring. His son was killed, but he didn't have any good stuff. What a fortune boy. These voices were incomparably loud. Zhang Tao sensed his arrival. At this moment, he did not hesitate at all. He simply and directly amplified Fang Ping's voice countless times, covering the entire forbidden catacombs. In the next moment, King Huai was furious. Fang Ping. An extremely cold and harsh voice spread throughout the catacombs. Fang Ping. On the other side, Ji Yao's eyes were also blood-red. This shameless bastard, he actually came. Fang Ping. Similarly, among the few rank 9s who were chasing after Li Chongqing, a few of them roared fiercely, unable to restrain their anger. He was actually showing off the fact that he killed everyone's descendants. At this moment, even Nan Yunyue, who was about to break through, stopped suddenly. I'm not breaking through anymore, let's go and kill Fang Ping, hurry, if they left, there would be fewer people later. She could kill a few in the blink of an eye. The remaining few, Wu Chuan and the rest, could also quickly surround and kill them. As for Fang Ping, there was no other way. She could not control him. This guy was so arrogant. Even Zhang Tao helped to amplify his voice. She felt that he would not die so easily. Once Fang Ping, a rank 7 martial artist, entered the forbidden catacombs, the whole battlefield was disrupted. Dozens of rank 9s were fighting, but at this time, all their attention was focused on a figure in the sky above Wuhan City. Ha ha ha. I can do whatever I want in the catacombs. Killing catacombs divine generals is like killing dogs. Killing your descendants is really not fun. I can't enjoy it to my heart's content. I, Fang Ping, am here. Who in the world can kill me? Fang Ping went straight to the rank 9 battlefield, roaring, rank 7 and 8 trash, get lost. You're not rank 9 yet. You're not qualified to kill me, Fang Ping. At this moment, even Zhang Tao did not know if he should amplify his voice. These words were too arrogant. The most important thing wasn't this kid just a rank 7? Courting death. When Fang Ping was about to cross the rank 7 and rank 8 battleground, some of the catacombs powerhouses could not wait any longer. A rank 7 or 8 good for nothing? A rank 7 martial artist was actually so arrogant. Kill them. Behind him, 2 rank 8s and 2 rank 7s from the Qin family, in addition to Old Wang, Old Yao, and Tai Tu, 7 people attacked at the same time. The catacombs rank 7 and rank 8 martial artists were all martial artists from the 18 southern territories. Their numbers were actually less than Sino nations. Almost all the Chinese martial artists who participated in the war had a divine weapon. After a few hours of fighting, the number of rank 7 and 8 powerhouses dwindled. With the sudden appearance of so many powerhouses, those people were stopped before they could even get close to Fang Ping. Fang Ping was arrogant and rampant. He laughed and said, "A bunch of trash. Aren't they all waiting to kill me? I'm coming, kill me. Bastard." At this moment, the few rank 9s who were chasing after Old Man Li were still far away. They had not arrived yet. Tian Mu and the others were nearby. Previously, Tian Mu's team was 10 against 13. 2 of them were lured away by Old Man Li. Now, it was 10 against 11. Even until now, no rank 9 had fallen. When it came to this number of rank 9 powerhouses, even if they were temporarily at a disadvantage, they would not die so easily. At this time, on Tian Mu's side, several rank 9 powerhouses were ready to make a move. Fang Ping was standing 1,000 meters away. He sneered, "A bunch of trash, come here. You. I think I've seen you before. You also went to the King battlefield last time, right? A grandson died or something, I killed him, you should thank me. I didn't torture him. I chopped off his head with half a blade. I've never been to the 18 southern territories. You city masters and demons probably don't know who I am. Those who know of me, Fang Ping, would avoid me. I've annihilated a whole bunch of royal city. I've even killed a few descendants of that old brat, King Huai. I just went to the 17th southern territory and killed that old bastard, Feng Jiuqing. I've never liked him." Fang Ping mocked without restraint, shouting loudly, "Who dares to kill me? I have 9 true King Realm experts protecting me. I am a true King Realm expert. If you can't kill me, wait until I reach the peak and kill all of you. Bastard. Damn it." The 11 rank 9s nearby were enraged. However, these people were currently entangled. The 11 of them were no match for Tian Mu's group. Although Tian Mu's group only had 10 people, many of them had 9th grade divine weapons. How could they leave? Fang Ping laughed maniacally. At one point, he was only 500 meters away from them. He taunted loudly, "I'm right here. I'm so close to you. Can you kill me?" The catacombs powerhouses were burning with rage. Tian Mu and the others were also trying their best to hold them back. They knew what Fang Ping was going to do. Even when Fang Ping said that he was the reincarnation of a paragon, they all knew Fang Ping's motive. It was not to provoke these rank 9s, but to do it for King Huai. Sure enough, the next moment, King Huai's voice rang out, shouting, "Kill him! City Lords Qingming and Bai He, kill him!" As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 powerhouses on Nan Yunyua's side roared, forcefully breaking free from the entanglement and charging towards Fang Ping. As for Tian Mu and the others, it was obvious that they had no other way. Fang Ping did not continue to linger here. He quickly fled to the side, laughing loudly. Just 2 pieces of trash? As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted, "Senior Yaozu, kill them." In the blink of an eye, Qin Yaozu broke through the air and appeared, blocking the 2 rank 9s who were chasing after him. Fang Ping continued as if he had entered an uninhabited place. He laughed loudly and said, "King Huai, you and I are of the same rank. It's not a disgrace for me to scold you. Maybe thousands of years ago, I even fought with your ancestors. Today, here and now, if you can kill me, then I'll consider you powerful. If you can't, wait until I recover my realm, then I'll kill you." Arrogant. King Huai was furious. As for Fang Ping saying that he was the reincarnation of a paragon, he believed it, he really believed it. This martial artist who was resurrected had too many tricks, and he was extremely hateful. Not to mention other things, just this courage alone, King Huai felt that if it was not the resurrection of a martial artist of the same rank, no one would dare to say such provocative words. Mu Yun, City Lord's Jumo, kill. Huai Yu, come back quickly. Leave 3 people to kill Li Chongqing. At this moment, King Huai was also extremely cold. He wanted to kill this guy, not only because he hated Fang Ping, but more importantly, this guy was the resurrection of a true king. If there was one more true king in the land of rebirth, then it would be a bigger problem. While he was still weak, this was the best time to kill him. Nan Yunue and the others were originally fighting 14 rank 9s. 2 people left before, and now, 2 people left the battle by force. Although it was by force, Nan Yunue and the others were kind of going easy on them. There were only 6 of them. Fighting 14 rank 9s was actually very stressful. Nan Yunue was reluctant to break through because even if she broke through, it would be very difficult to turn the situation around. But now, 4 people were gone all of a sudden. Nan Yunue's eyes flickered. Amazing, these 2 guys, Li Chongqing and Fang Ping, held back so many rank 9s all at once, 10 people. When they broke through later, if they killed 5 people. With the strength of Zhang Weiyu and the others, they were all the kind of people who could fight 1 against 2. 5 against 5, they could only kill quickly and turn the whole situation around. However, there were 2 more rank 9s attacking Fang Ping. How was Fang Ping going to deal with them? Fang Ping was calm and composed. He smiled and said, Senior Chen 7, Minister Xia Yifan, it's time to make a move. Following Fang Ping's words, the Chen family's old lady and a girl who looked very young also leaped into the air, blocking the 2 people in an instant. Xia Yifan, the rank 9 powerhouse who went overseas to provide support previously, rushed over at the same time Fang Ping and the others entered. Needless to say, this was also Sino Nation's good fortune. Fang Ping laughed and said, is that it? Then I won't hold back. Kill. Fang Ping roared and suddenly rushed into the rank 7 powerhouse's battle area. The rank 7 martial artist who was fighting with Lu Fengru was just about to counterattack when the golden light on Fang Ping's body pierced him until he bled from all 7 orifices. Fang Ping slashed with his saber. There was an explosive rumble. A middle-stage rank 7 martial artist was killed in the blink of an eye without any ability to fight back. Of course, Lu Fengru had also risked her life to keep the other party occupied. Fang Ping did not greet Lu Fengru. He continued laughing and said, this is boring. Is that it? I've killed too many useless people like this. I don't feel anything when I kill them. Fang Ping, don't be arrogant. At this moment, Ji Yao rode a golden phoenix and rushed over from afar. Fang Ping glanced at her and sneered. Ji Yao, you're also useless. You dare to provoke me again and again. I'll fulfill your wish and send you to the next world. I'd like to see, after I kill you, whether your father will look for me or the incompetent King Huai to settle the score. As soon as he said this, Imperial Sea Mountain and King Huai's faces turned green. Ji Yao could die, she couldn't die here, right under his nose. This battle was the War of the 18 Southern Regions. He had borrowed the power of the Monster Life Royal Court. Ji Yao was here to supervise the battle because the Monster Life Royal Court felt that he could win and there was no danger. If Ji Yao died here, then there would be big trouble. Although Ji Yao was strong and the golden phoenix she rode was also strong, they might not be Fang Ping's match. At this moment, King Huai's mentality probed the area where Nan Yunue and the others were. He was slightly hesitant. These were the land of rebirth's top god generals. Nan Yunue, in particular, had even vaguely felt that something was wrong. Unfortunately, he was interrupted by Zhang Tao. Now, 10 people against 6 people, they were completely suppressed. If 1 or 2 people left, then it would be dangerous. However, his immortal generals were still on their way back. It would take them some time to get there. Should he wait until the god generals arrived? He did not really want to transfer manpower, even if Fang Ping kept provoking him. It only needed a little time, and the 3 god generals under his command would arrive. Before King Huai could speak, Fang Ping roared and broke through the air. A Chongdao materialized in the void. It was no longer a rank 7 Chongdao, but a rank 8 Chongdao. How dare you provoke me? 10,000 teachers Fang Ping slash. Fang Ping let out a roar. The glaring golden light in the void made everyone aghast. How much imperishable substance was this? Ji Yao, who had just rushed over on the golden phoenix, had a drastic change in expression. The phoenix she was riding was the one in the land of kings that day. Although it had golden bones, it was not a true rank 8. It was the same as Fang Ping. But at this time, Fang Ping slashed with his saber. The void exploded. The powerful saber force was not much weaker than a rank 8 powerhouse's attack. Of course, this was referring to those who had just entered rank 8. Old Yao. At this time, Fang Ping suddenly roared. Not far away, Yao Qingjun also roared. A crystal halo broke through the air and rushed toward the phoenix. Clang, clang, a frantic cry rang out. Even though the golden phoenix did not know what the crystal hoop was, it truly felt an incomparably great threat at this moment. Thus, it began to cry out frantically. Phoenix Sparrow. Seeing this, Ji Yao also shouted, a little frightened. What was wrong with the Phoenix Sparrow? Although the Phoenix Sparrow had not reached rank 8, it was rank 7 in the land of kings. Now it had reached upper stage. Rank 7 and had forged the imperishable bones. Monsters were strong. Even a rank 8 powerhouse might not be able to take down the Phoenix Sparrow easily. But now, the Phoenix Sparrow was chirping urgently. It wanted to leave. The Phoenix monster was anxious, but Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. It was really useful. He had felt it at the outskirts of the land of kings. It seemed like this thing was really targeting monsters. This did not stop him from attacking. At this time, Fang Ping's Changdao had already landed. The saber force was shocking. Initially, Ji Yao was not afraid. She had joined forces with the Phoenix Sparrow. She had her own killer move. Fang Ping's explosive power was strong, so she was not afraid. But now, the Phoenix Sparrow was looking at the crystal halo in fear. She actually had the urge to escape. But Fang Ping's saber force had already landed. Damn it! Ji Yao was furious. She was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. She had always wanted to kill Fang Ping. But who knew that when she met Fang Ping, there would be such a big change? Die! Fang Ping roared again, the saber force increased by 30%. A fierce look flashed in Ji Yao's eyes. Just as she was about to escape, Fang Ping shouted quickly, useless. Princess Ji Yao, without your father, you are not even as good as Feng Miexing and Hui Muqing. Go to hell. Just as Ji Yao was about to escape, her body suddenly shone with golden light. A long sword appeared in front of her in the blink of an eye, slashing toward Fang Ping's saber. Rumble, a loud sound rang out, and a huge pit instantly appeared on the ground. Ji Yao's face paled. Fang Ping also took a step back. But at this moment, Fang Ping's eyes were bright. He roared, I will kill you today. You dared to keep the divine weapon in the Sanjiao gate. I will kill your father too. Rank 9, this woman had changed her divine weapon. A rank 9 divine weapon. Not only was it a rank 9 divine weapon, but this woman's body also contained a large amount of imperishable substance and life essence. This was a treasure trove. Kill her. Fang Ping did not say anything. He charged over quickly. At this time, the crystal halo was also quickly enveloping the golden phoenix. Clang clang, the phoenix monster cried out again. This time, it did not care about Ji Yao's orders anymore. It turned around and flew toward the back of the catacombs. Phoenix Sparrow. Ji Yao was helpless. But now that Phoenix Sparrow wanted to escape, there was nothing she could do. Behind her, the Changdao in Fang Ping's hand exploded with golden rays. He roared, bitch, don't run. A piece of trash like you dares to say that you want to kill me in the battlefield. Who do you think you are? That day in the battlefield, if you did not kneel and beg for mercy, take off your clothes and serve me, I would not have let you go. I let you go once. How dare you come back to die? Fang Ping. Ji Yao's sharp scream pierced the eardrums. In the next moment, she roared, God Generals Kuei Bao and Dragon Sheng, kill him. Your Highness. The two rank 9 powerhouses who were fighting Nan Yunue and the others were hesitant. Bastard. I want you to kill him. Ji Yao was furious. She was the princess of Destiny Royal Court. Her grandfather was the most powerful true king in Destiny Royal Court. Not only was her father the lord of the royal court, but he was also about to enter the true king realm. The Outland City Lords and Monster Life clan were under the jurisdiction of the royal court. She was here, so she was the master of Monster Life clan. Even King Huai did not have a higher position in Monster Life clan than her. But now, these two were hesitating. Ha ha ha. What a joke. Ji Yao, what great authority you have. You think you're the master? You're just a fart. You think rank 9s are dogs that you raise, that you can come and go as you please? Look, your father and grandfather are not here. Who do you think you are? Last time, you offered yourself to sleep with me and took off your clothes to serve me. I only took a fancy to your identity. Do you really think you have something? Ha ha ha. Kill him. Ji Yao's voice was cold. She roared, Lord Huai King, does Destiny Royal Court no longer belong to Destiny Royal Court? Dragon Xing, God Generals, are you going to betray the Royal Court? Ji Yao was really angry this time. She was driven mad by Fang Ping. She was also driven mad by the hesitation of the two city lords. The Outland City Lords actually no longer obeyed the orders of the royal court. Years of independence had made these people forget that all their authority came from the support of the royal court. Without the support of the royal court, there were many god generals in the restricted area. How could it be their turn to be the king of this outland? Following Ji Yao's roar, King Huai saw that the last two Monster Life lineage city lords were wavering. He sighed softly in his heart. Forget it. It was not a good time to fall out with Ji Yao now. The 18 southern territories still needed the support of Destiny Royal Court. Go. Following King Huai's words, the two city lords no longer hesitated. In an instant, they broke away from the battle and charged toward Fang Ping. Nan Yingyue and the others were stunned. In just a short while, 6 were gone, there were 14 just now. In the blink of an eye, there were 8. How powerful were the 6 of them? 6 of them were practically suppressing the 8 rank 9s on the other side. Chief Nan. In the crowd, Wu Chuan growled, frowning. He could not wait any longer. 2 rank 9s had gone to kill Fang Ping. Fang Ping had no more trump cards now. The appearance of Chen Yaozu, Chen Qi, and Xia Yifan was an accident. However, these 3 people had entangled 4 rank 9s and had reached their limit. If he still did not make a move, Fang Ping would really be in danger. As soon as Fang Ping came in, he lured away 6 rank 9s. Although it was related to Chen Yaozu and the others, if not for Fang Ping's repeated provocations, the last 2 rank 9s would definitely not have left. Not just here. In the distance, there were still 3 rank 9s charging toward this side aggressively. 9 rank 9s were here to kill Fang Ping. At this moment, Fang Ping was chasing after Ji Yao while laughing loudly. Just 2 rank 9s? Too little. Not enough. Far from enough. Want to kill me with just these few people? Wishful thinking. Courting death. The 2 rank 9s behind him chased quickly. Fang Ping was not too far away from them. A rank 9 speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them had shortened to within 2,000 meters. Within 1,000 meters, the 2 rank 9s could bombard Fang Ping from a distance, stop him, and kill him. Fang Ping observed for a while. These 2 were still too close to Nan Yingyue and the others. He gritted his teeth. Wait a little longer. Before coming in, he had already planned it out. He would lure a few rank 9s to chase after him. This time, he would directly unleash old Zhang's avatar and kill one. As for how many Nan Yingyue could kill, Fang Ping also wanted to see how strong a paragon was. Lure these people a little further away, a little further. When that time came, they would not have time to return to help those people. Not far away, Chen Yaozu was also rushing toward this side quickly. As for the 2 rank 9s behind him, they were also chasing after him. According to the previous arrangement, he had to follow Fang Ping. Fang Ping unleashed old Zhang's mentality avatar. He still had to find someone to finish him off, in case the rank 9 did not die. With Chen Yaozu's ability, finishing him off was the most suitable. At this moment, there were 2 rank 9s behind Fang Ping. There were 2 rank 9s behind Chen Yaozu. Fang Ping and Chen Yaozu began to converge. The 4 rank 9s were also almost gathered together. In front, not only was Ji Yao there, but there were also 3 rank 9s who had rushed back. Chen Yaozu could not help but look at Fang Ping. Enough, he could not delay any longer. If he delayed any longer, 7 rank 9s would converge. No matter how powerful a martial king was, his mentality avatar would not be able to kill 7 rank 9s. When that time came, he and Fang Ping would be finished. It's about time. At this moment, Fang Ping also felt threatened. The few rank 9 powerhouses behind him were all attacking him through the air. The vibration of energy shook Fang Ping's golden back until it began to crack. In front, Ji Yao also saw Hu Lei and the few god generals returning. Overjoyed, she turned her head and shouted, "Fang Ping, your time of death has come." 7 rank 9 god generals, although the other party also had a god general on their side, and he looked quite strong. But 1 against 7, and he still could not kill them. Fang Ping was not Li Changxing. His speed was considered fast compared to a rank 7, but it was far from those rank 9s. He could not run away. My time of death? Fang Ping laughed wildly, saying, "Ji Yao, you will never understand how strong your grandpa Fang is." After saying that, Fang Ping shouted, "Recover my true form, ultimate strike." The place was silent. A few rank 9 martial artists even thought that this guy was out of his mind. He was so savage that he had forgotten himself. They actually knew some of the special martial artists in the land of rebirth. But a rank 7, wanting to recover his past life's strength in an instant, would anyone believe it? At this moment, the crystal book on Fang Ping's body broke instantly. Buzz, the sound of the void trembling was heard. In the blink of an eye, a phantom that looked similar to Zhang Tao materialized, chuckling. 1 trillion. Before everyone understood what it meant, Zhang Tao punched out. This punch did not cover the 4 rank 9s, but 2 of them. The 2 of them roared in terror. Without saying a word, they fled frantically in all directions. The remaining 2 people were also terrified. True King's avatar. Run. Don't, block it together. Some of them shouted, wanting to block it together. For rank 9s might not be able to block it. But at this time everyone cared about themselves. No one was willing to do this. Moreover, Zhang Tao's avatar was extremely cunning. He only covered 2 of them. The remaining 2 were not within his attack range. Should they block it together or run, 4 of them might not be able to block it, but if they did not block it, the other 2 could definitely escape. Hence, the moment Zhang Tao's avatar appeared, the 2 rank 9s who were not covered fled extremely quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The remaining 2 were terrified. Zhang Tao's giant fist blasted out, a crack appeared in the void. It was much more powerful than Old Man Li's full-force sword. No. The 2 of them screamed in terror. Fang Ping gulped. So powerful. As for Ji Yao who was in front, she was like a frightened rabbit, running faster than anyone else. A martial king's avatar. Fang Ping actually had a martial king's avatar. Even for her, her grandfather, the Life King, did not give her this. The Life King would not sacrifice his combat strength for a descendant. Fang Ping did not care about her. At this moment, he remembered the 1 trillion just now and curled his lips slightly. How short-sighted, I was going to sell the cultivation method to you for 10 trillion. You still owe me 9 trillion, Mount Imperial C. King Huai looked at Zhang Tao and sneered. He was happy to see this. Even if the 2 rank 9s were really dead, it would consume a part of the martial king's strength. It was worth it. Zhang Tao was calm and composed, chuckling. It's only 3 to 5 years. Even if I cut 10 more, killing you is also a matter of a punch. Is that so? King Huai sneered. 3 to 5 years. I'm afraid you don't have that much time. Then let's wait and see. Zhang Tao sneered. King Huai said indifferently, it's still hard to escape death, hard to escape defeat. So what if he killed 2 rank 9s? There were 32 rank 9 powerhouses in the field. 2 dead was really nothing. At this moment, Li Changxing roared from afar, break through the air. Slash. This roar was heard. Similarly, an incomparably huge golden suppress word appeared. One of the rank 9 powerhouses was suppressed until he could not move at all. The other 2 also had difficulty moving. Li Changxing's hair and beard were all white. His long sword slashed through the air, laughing wildly. Trash indeed, 6 trash can't even kill a rank 8 like me. Ha ha ha, really trash. Fong Ping, let's kill all of them today. Old Manly let out a wild roar. When he was done, the longevity sword had already broken through the air, slashing the rank 9 powerhouse who was completely suppressed. Bang, a deafening bang was heard. The rank 9 who was trapped was sliced into pieces almost instantly, unable to resist at all. The aftermath even cut the 2 rank 9s beside him until they were bathed in blood. Ha ha ha, another rank 9 trash. After saying that, Old Manly swallowed the last bit of imperishable substance without another word, fleeing madly toward Fong Ping. The demonstration was over. It was time to run. If he did not run now, he would die. If Fong Ping still did not come, he would be finished without anyone killing him. If all his imperishable substance and life essence were exhausted, he would not be able to run back to Wuan City. Old Manly had just killed a rank 9. Zhang Tao's giant fist landed at the same time. Gotcha, the void seemed to be shattered. The power was even stronger than Old Manly's skybreaking sword. King Huai. The 2 rank 9s roared in horror. What they did not know was that King Huai felt that it was more worthwhile to exchange the lives of 2 foreign rank 9s for Zhang Tao's mentality avatar. That was why King Huai did not care at all. On the other hand, on Li Changxing's side, a gloomy look flashed across King Huai's eyes. Another one was killed, although it was related to Heavenly King Subduer's mentality avatar. Heavenly King Subduer was a powerhouse who walked 2 paths. This avatar was not as powerful as Zhang Tao's. For Heavenly King Subduer, the consumption was not considered big. Replenishing it would only take 3 to 5 months. This was not worthwhile, 3 to 5 months. Who would dare to kill Heavenly King Subduer in these 3 to 5 months? While he was still thinking, there was a loud bang, and a black hole appeared in the void. 2 rank 9 powerhouses were killed directly. Fong Ping was dumbstruck. How powerful, too powerful. He thought that he still needed to finish off the 2 rank 9s. He did not expect them to be killed directly. No, they were blasted into the void rift by Zhang Tao's fist. This was a soul energy doppelganger. How powerful was Paragon, exactly? How strong was a paragon? In the next moment, Fong Ping knew. When Zhang Tao killed 2 rank 9s with one punch, the energy of the entire catacombs seemed to be converging in one place. Not far away, Nan Yunue roared, her voice shaking the sky. At this moment, a second sun appeared in the entire catacombs. Nan Yunue was like a god descending to earth, slashing at a rank 9 city lord. How could this be? Someone exclaimed. It was none other than King Huai. At this moment, Nan Yunue had not broken through yet, but with this slash, a rank 9 was directly minced into pieces. Run! The remaining 7 rank 9s wanted to escape immediately. This woman was about to break through, just as Chen Yaozu had said, 999 meters and 1000 meters were worlds apart. And now, Nan Yunue had walked to 999. 9 meters. She was just a little bit away from it. Nan Yunue. King Huai roared, true kings cannot participate in the battle. You want to bring forward the battle of true kings. I haven't reached the paragon yet. Nan Yunue laughed loudly. At this time, she was extremely arrogant. She shouted, wait until I reach the paragon, then you can talk nonsense. You're courting death. King Huai was not willing to let her break through under his nose. In the next moment, King Huai roared, Nan Yunue has advanced to a true king, everyone, help me. As soon as he finished speaking, King Huai was about to cross Mount Royal Sea and enter the catacombs. You want to tear up the agreement? Zhang Tao sneered, smashing the void with a punch, breaking through the air and directly attacking King Huai. He knew that something like this would happen, but as long as Nan Yunue broke through, everything would be fine. Rumble, crack. Cracks appeared in the void one after another. King Huai also waved his palm. Drip, a soft sound was heard, but King Huai and Zhang Tao did not move. A small wound appeared in King Huai's palm, and a drop of golden blood dripped onto the peak of Mount Royal Sea. In the blink of an eye, the blood seeped into the mountain. Zhang Tao said lightly, you're not qualified. King Huai's expression was ugly. Looking at the rising sun in the distance, he suddenly calmed down. Even if Nan Yunue broke through, so what? I should have known that you would suddenly take the initiative to initiate this battle. Perhaps you have something else to rely on, but I forgot about Nan Yunue. King Huai said calmly, since we can't stop her, then we won't. I also want to see how many people she can kill when she breaks through. Of the 32 divine generals, 3 had already died. Nan Yunue had just killed a person. Now, there were still 28 divine generals remaining. How many could Nan Yunue kill? She was only one step away from a breakthrough. Since she had started, she could not delay it. Before the other true kings of the catacombs arrived, Nan Yunue had probably already advanced. How many could he kill in such a short time? After Nan Yunue made a breakthrough, if she dared to attack again, then these true kings would jump levels to fight and exterminate human powerhouses. It's just a game. The Huai King continued to narrate, saying indifferently, it's quite interesting. You, the martial king, actually managed to cut out your indestructible clone. Before he finished speaking, Nan Yunue shouted and swept out with her saber once more. In the blink of an eye, a rank 9 demonic plant was cut in half. A sharp, ear-piercing cry rang out. With a rumble, the demonic plant fell to the ground. Nan Yunue slaughtered in all directions. Wu Chuan and the others also unleashed their full strength, not letting the rank 9 powerhouses escape. A city lord powerhouse could not bear such torture. With a roar, he self-detonated. A rank 9 self-detonation, and a powerhouse who had walked the path of origin at that, even Nan Yunue trembled when she was hit head-on. At this moment, the Huai King suddenly laughed. Perhaps, you all have overestimated this woman. As soon as he finished speaking, the Huai King said coldly, self-detonation, severely injure her. I guarantee that you all will be kings of the 9 domains for the next 9 generations. Nan Yunue did not seem to be as strong as Li Zhan. When Li Zhan broke through, there were powerhouses from the outer domains who tried to stop him. However, Li Zhan killed these powerhouses and even destroyed the monster plant royal quartz origin. That was true strength. Nan Yunue was a little lacking. The Huai King suddenly laughed and shouted again, quickly. Otherwise, all of you will die. When we take over the land of rebirth, I will resurrect all of you. I swear on my name. At the side, Zhang Tao frowned slightly. Nan Yunue, this crazy woman, did she think that she was Li Zhan or himself? She was still lacking. Zhang Tao felt a headache coming on. Before this, he thought that Nan Yunue was quite strong. Why was she not as strong as he imagined when she was close to the breakthrough point? This is a little troublesome. Zhang Tao's eyes flickered slightly. If this did not work, then retreat, abandon the 18 southern regions. This was also the backup plan he had made before. The 18 southern regions did not have martial artists to train, only the Wuan military. If there was really no other way, then retreat. Anyway, he had already killed a few rank 9s. He just wanted to use the opportunity of Nan Yunue's breakthrough to kill more rank 9s from the outer domains. Who knew that Nan Yunue did not seem too reliable? The Huai King's words spread throughout the catacombs. At this moment, Nan Yunue was also extremely unwilling. She was not as strong as she thought. Although she killed 2 rank 9s in an instant and forced a rank 9 to self-detonate, this rank 9 self-detonation had actually shaken her path of origin. At this moment, Nan Yunue's entire body was enveloped by an invisible force. Her body emitted a beam of light that pierced through heaven and earth. However, this beam of light, at that moment, trembled slightly. At this moment, there were only 5 rank 9 powerhouses left here. Hearing the Huai King's voice, these rank 9s, including monster beasts, monster plants, and city lords, all went a little crazy. The Huai King swore in his name to conquer the land of rebirth and resurrect them. A true king's oath could not be false. Since it was hard to escape death, then they would fight. Nan Yunue, even if I die, don't think about breaking through. Rumble, an incomparably loud sound came out, and the beam of light trembled again. F***CK. This woman, Nan Yunue, could not help but curse at this moment. She really did not expect this. She also did not know the situation at the peak. She believed that she would not be weaker than Li Zhan and the others. In fact, even Li Zhan and the others acknowledged this. However, when she reached the critical point, she was not as strong as Li Zhan and the others. There was no justice in this. Nan Yunue was about to go crazy. How could this be? Although the number of rank 9s who had died in her hands had already reached as high as 4, once her breakthrough was blocked, even if 40 rank 9s died, it would still be considered a loss. Not far away, Tian Mu and the others were also attacking in a frenzy. They wanted to keep the 11 rank 9s occupied. When these rank 9s saw that Nan Yunyua's breakthrough seemed to be blocked, they were all ecstatic. If they could stop a true king's breakthrough this time, it would be a greater contribution than killing all the resurrected god generals, further away. Fang Ping also felt that something was wrong. He quickly looked at Chen Yaozu and said, "Senior Chen, why is this happening?" After all, Chen Yaozu had lived for 300 years. He was experienced and knowledgeable. Very quickly, he frowned and said, "This is troublesome. Nan has been fighting for many years, and his consumption is huge. He is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. The Netherworld King has entered the bounded zone and replenished. The Martial King has obtained hundreds of caddies of life essence and replenished his consumption. Only Nan has been fighting all the time and never received replenishment. His foundation is insufficient." He could see it here, and the White King probably also knew. He shouted sternly, "All rank 9 monster plants, consume all your life essence, quickly." As soon as these words came out, the monster plants that were still alive consumed all their life essence in a frenzy, because Nan Yunyue had also targeted them. Seeing the monster plants consume their life essence crazily, Nan Yunyue roared angrily and looked at the monster plant that she had killed. She killed that monster plant very quickly. There must still be life essence left. She had also discovered the problem: she was a little weak. It was not that her combat strength was not as good as Li Zhan and the others, nor was it that she was not as talented as these people, but she was not as lucky as them. Bullying the poor, Nan Yunyue wanted to curse. She thought it would not affect her. Nan Yunyue wanted to pick up the monster plant, but the others would not give her the chance. Rumble, another loud explosion was heard. Another powerhouse had self-destructed. If they did not stop Nan Yunyue today, the catacombs' true kings would not let them go. They could only hope that the true kings would break through the rebirth land and find a chance to resurrect them. Blood flowed from the corner of Nan Yunyue's mouth. Wu Chuan and the others beside her could not get close at all. If they did, the power of the self-destruction would seriously injure them. Bastard! Wu Chuan and the others were anxious. Nan Yunyue had made a mistake. If she was seriously injured now, her breakthrough might be greatly affected. "Here," Fang Ping said hurriedly, "that means, you lack life essence? Will the imperishable substance work?" "Of course, the effect will be better." Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief and snorted. "I thought you were lacking something else. You just lack imperishable substance, absolute peak." This time, it was really a super huge favor. This old lady Nan Yunyue had encountered a huge problem during her breakthrough this time. He had to deliver this favor home. The next moment, an incomparably huge golden light ball appeared in Fang Ping's hand. "Old Chen, I can't go. Do you think you can give this to Mayor Nan?" Chen Yaozu was already stunned. How much was this? Fang Ping did not feel the pinch at this moment. It was not much, just 10,000 yuan of destructive power, which was 100 million wealth points. He had to deliver the favor to the point where Nan Yunyue felt that she owed him so much that she could not wait to be his servant. This was called a favor. 10,000 yuan of imperishable power. Was it enough? Just the little bit of life essence that old Zhang had obtained might not be comparable to this. No, it was not 100% comparable. 100 million wealth points were worth trillions. Trillions, when converted to life essence, that was 400 caddies. Did the monster plant that old Zhang picked up have 400 caddies of life essence in reserve? Did Li Zhen obtain so much imperishable substance to replenish himself after entering the bounded zone? Fang Ping wanted to nurture the strongest absolute peak. Naturally, Chen Yaozu did not know what he was thinking. At this moment, he was really dumbfounded, but he was instantly ecstatic. He had forgotten that there was a guy beside him who had entered the bounded zone before. Heaven was helping humanity. Chen Yaozu held the huge light ball, and without a word, he rushed toward Nan Yunyue. The 2 rank 9s who had escaped earlier were also rushing over there. It seemed like they wanted to join in the battle to kill Nan Yunyue. "Everyone, help!" Chen Yaozu shouted loudly. The moment Wu Chuan, Zhang Weiyu, and the others saw Chen Yaozu, their eyes lit up. In the next moment, Wu Chuan, Zhang Weiyu, Zhao Xingwu, Wang Yu, Li Daong, and Chen Yaozu all unleashed their strongest attacks, blasting toward the martial artists who had surrounded Nan Yunue. Chen Yaozu threw the light ball out and shouted, "Mayor Nan." When Nan Yunue saw this scene, she was overjoyed. "Timely help." In the distance, Fang Ping roared, "Mayor Nan, for humanity, no need to thank me." Fang Ping. In the faraway Imperial Sea Mountain, King Huai went crazy. Fang Ping. Kill. Everyone, kill Fang Ping for me. Don't worry about Nan Yunue anymore. Everyone, kill Fang Ping. Kill him. King Huai had never been as angry as he was now. He wanted to kill Fang Ping. He clearly had a chance to stop the land of rebirth from giving birth to a true king, but Fang Ping destroyed it. He actually had so much imperishable substance. Damn it, damn it. The others could not stop Nan Yunue from getting the imperishable substance because the moment Chen Yaozu threw it out, Nan Yunue forcefully joined them. Even self-destruction could not stop her. At this time, Nan Yunue's breakthrough could no longer be stopped. Just as King Huai roared madly to kill Fang Ping, in the distance, someone roared, "Fang Ping? Fang Ping is here? Damn it! King Huai, kill him!" That was King Feng's roar. At this moment, the two true king powerhouses were incomparably furious. King Huai said he wanted to kill Fang Ping. Those rank 9 powerhouses also realized that Nan Yunue's breakthrough could not be stopped. In the next moment, they all rushed toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping's face turned green. He roared, "Old Chen, Guardian Zhang." As Fang Ping roared, he ran into the distance. There were a total of 8 rank 9s who surrounded Nan Yunue just now. Fang Ping and the 2 who were chasing after Chen Yaozu also rushed over. There were as many as 10, and among these 10, 5 were dead. There were still 5 left. These people did not care about the others at all. They all chased after Fang Ping. Not only them, but the 3 rank 9s who rushed over from Old Man Li's side also chased after Fang Ping. In an instant, there were as many as 8 rank 9s who were chasing after him. In the distance, Old Man Li was just about to rush over to meet up with Fang Ping. When he saw this scene, he was extremely shocked. "I just escaped from 6 rank 9s. You have already provoked 8, should I go and meet up or not? This is too dangerous." As Old Man Li rushed toward Fang Ping, he roared, "Wu Chuan, are you all useless? Kill them." These people were too useless. They actually let those people kill their way out of the encirclement. Damn it, they were too useless. On the other side, Wu Chuan and the rest were also embarrassed. They roared and rushed toward the 5 people who escaped the encirclement. At this time, Nan Yunue swallowed the imperishable substance in one gulp. The golden light on her body shone brightly. The light pillar that reached the sky became even more dazzling. At this moment, Nan Yunue also let out a wild laugh. Her laughter was savage, her laughter was loud. She shouted, "Who dares to kill Fang Ping? Who dares to kill Fang Ping?" This old lady, at this moment, was incomparably confident. "Die!" Nan Yunue roared. Her saber slashed through the void. The divine weapon Chengdao appeared behind a rank 9 powerhouse in an instant. Rumble, the booming sound of the golden body exploding reverberated between heaven and earth. Another sun rose in the catacombs. And at this moment, Nan Yunue suddenly cursed under her breath. Fang Ping gave too much. With this much, she was completely out of control. Rumble, the void trembled. The entire catacombs was trembling. The giant pillar on Nan Yunue's body became even bigger. It reflected the entire catacombs in a golden color. "Nan Yunue, you still dare to attack?" At this moment, King Huai roared. Nan Yunue had already broken through. "Damn it!" Nan Yunue cursed. Suddenly, she let out a cold snort, directly shattering King Huai's mentality. Her pressure was released, suppressing the entire 18 southern territories and making them tremble slightly. Nan Yunue did not say much. She flew slowly toward the direction of Mount Imperial Sea. As she flew, she shouted, "King Huai, I've been sick of you for a long time. Today, I've advanced to the peak. I'll play with you. Savage. Then I'll show you how savage I am." As soon as she finished speaking, Nan Yunue's speed exploded. Like lightning, she went straight for the two rank 9s who were chasing behind Li Chongqing. Retreat! King Huai roared. He did not need to roar. The two rank 9s who were suppressed earlier and had just chased over were already scared out of their wits the moment Nan Yunue exploded. They fled quickly. Nan Yunue wanted to kill them on purpose. Ha ha ha. Nan Yunue laughed loudly. Awesome, too awesome, no wonder Zhang Tao liked to do this in the past. As a new peak, she did not participate in the battle now. Instead, she went to Mount Imperial Sea. She used the flight step and did not make a detour to the peak. There was nothing wrong with that. If they died from the collision, they could only blame it on their bad luck, King Huai snorted coldly. The true kings of the land of rebirth were also shameless. The true kings of the restricted area really cared more about their faces than they did. Moreover, in his eyes, everyone below the true king was an ant. Even if he killed 1 or 2 rank 9s, could he really turn this situation around? At this moment, he could not be bothered with Nan Yunue. The one he hated the most was Fang Ping, hateful, he deserved to be killed. Because of Fang Ping, there was one more true king in the land of rebirth. And Fang Ping might be the next true king in the land of rebirth. Fang Ping must die. 18 Southern Territories, listen up. Kill Fang Ping. At the same time, King Maple also rushed over from the 17 Southern Territories, shouting, all high-ranked martial artists within 1,000 miles, enter the 18 Southern Territories quickly and kill Fang Ping. Ground Sunflower King. Let your people enter the 18 Southern Territories and kill Fang Ping. This person must die. In the 19 Southern Territories, which was also the capital city Catacombs, a true king of the monster plants kingdom did not know what was happening. However, when two true king-level powerhouses wanted to kill Fang Ping, Ground Sunflower King shouted, all god generals, enter the 18 Southern Territories. As soon as he finished speaking, several rank 9 powerhouses rose into the air from thousands of miles away, flying toward them rapidly. In the restricted area, there were no boundaries between them. They could rush over directly. Before this, it was King Huai's war. Now, not only did King Huai erupt, even King Maple had spoken up. Since the two great true kings took this matter so seriously, Ground Sunflower King also knew that this matter could not be underestimated. Mount Imperial Sea. Zhang Tao felt helpless. Fang Ping, run quickly. Get out now, if you don't get out, it will be really troublesome. On Nan Yunua's side, she had killed 6 rank 9s from the beginning to the end. Li Chongqing killed 1. His mentality avatar killed 2. There were still 23 rank 9s left. There were also many rank 9s on the human side. Excluding Nan Yunue, including the 2 people from the Chen family and Xia Yifan, there were 18 in total. The difference between the two sides was not big. Moreover, the human rank 7s and 7s were more than the other side. Li Chongqing, Guo Xingquan, and the other 2 could all be regarded as rank 9s. If these people were to fight, the humans had a huge advantage. The key was, these people only had one goal now, and that was to kill Fang Ping. This was really troublesome. They did not care about other human powerhouses at all. They only had their eyes on Fang Ping. If there was a slight mistake, Fang Ping would definitely die. More than 20 rank 9s, more than 20 rank 8s, more than 50 rank 7s, and close to 100 high ranks were all crazy now. They did not care about others at all. They only had one thought, kill Fang Ping. Not only did King Huai send a voice transmission to the 18 Southern Territories, King Maple had also arrived and sent a voice transmission to the 18 Southern Territories as well. The 2 true kings had spoken up, not only the 2 Monster Plant Clan true kings, but on Monster Life Clan's side, after Ji Yao and God General Hulei met up, they also shouted fiercely. Kill Fang Ping. This was Monster Life Clan's only goal in this battle. At this time, everyone in the 18 Southern Territories knew one thing. Their goal was no longer the land of rebirth powerhouses, but this guy. Kill this guy. Even if everyone died, it would still be worth it. The 18 Southern Territories went crazy. Fang Ping went crazy too. Save me. Fang Ping could not pretend anymore, his face was deathly pale. He roared, seniors, open the passageway to Wuan City. I want to get out. The entire catacombs was hunting him down. Some rank 7 and 8 powerhouses, even if they were being chased by human martial artists, still wanted to kill Fang Ping. Fang Ping was going crazy. Wu Chuan and the others fought with all their might. Although they had blocked many rank 9s, if they were careless and let someone escape, he would be finished. At this moment, Fang Ping's only thought was to run out. He had run a little too far earlier. He was still more than 30 li away from Wuan City. Kill Fang Ping. Just as Fang Ping was about to run, those catacombs martial artists were all roaring crazily. Kill Fang Ping. Kill Fang Ping. Kill him. In the huge catacombs, the high-ranked powerhouses were roaring one after another. The entire catacombs was now filled with the voices of kill Fang Ping. While Fang Ping was going crazy. In the distance, Qin Fengqin was also stunned, looking at the hundreds of middle-ranked martial artists chasing after him, then listening to the entire catacombs shouting kill Fang Ping. Qin Fengqin suddenly felt that he was really blessed. Before this, he felt that his life was really tragic. At this moment, Qin Fengqin felt relieved. What was this? Just a few hundred middle-ranked martial artists. Fang Ping said that he would not come here. He thought that he really would not come here. Who knew? That fellow had just arrived not long ago. Now that he was here, all the high-ranked powerhouses in the catacombs were shouting to kill him. How King scary. It was really not easy to be like Fang Ping. Qin Fengqin felt that even if he raided 10 royal cities, he might not be able to be like Fang Ping. Vaguely, Qin Fengqin suddenly felt a little envious. Suddenly, he roared loudly, be like Fang Ping. I will also be chased by hundreds of high-ranked martial artists in the future. This life will not be in vain. Too exciting, too satisfying. What big business did Fang Ping do this time? Did he really dig up the true king's ancestral grave this time? He had also reached the mentality-vitality unity realm. He could also hear the true king's voice transmission. Earlier, it seemed like 2 true kings were shouting to kill Fang Ping. Amazing, admirable. 2 true kings and hundreds of high-ranked martial artists wanted to kill a rank 7. After today, Fang Ping's name would probably be known by everyone in the restricted area. He also heard Fang Ping's voice scolding the true kings earlier. Old Zhang spread to the entire catacombs. This was also an achievement that no one could compare to. Qin Fengqin was impressed and envious. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was really going crazy. I thought at most a few rank 9s would come. Now the entire 18 southern regions want to kill him. Hurry up and open a path for me to go back. I can't take it anymore. The rank 9's battle zone was almost surrounding him. At this time, Fang Ping was like a lone boat, tossing in the waves. A little carelessness and the boat would be destroyed and he would die. I shouldn't have said that. Fang Ping complained in his heart. Previously, the imperishable substance that he gave to Nan Yunue was given by Old Chen. Why did he have to add a sentence? Otherwise, King Huai might not find out that it was given by him. Genius 1 second to remember website address, mobile version, don't come near me. In the catacombs, Fang Ping roared in terror. He could not help but be terrified. This Zhang Weiyu fellow was actually fighting with 2 rank 9s and moving closer to him. He was going crazy. Zhang Weiyu was also suffering in silence. Motherf ***, you're still making sarcastic remarks. These 2 rank 9s had gone crazy. They were bent on killing Fang Ping. What else could he do? Zhang Weiyu suddenly roared as if he had thought of something. Are there more? Fang Ping understood instantly. He gritted his teeth and said, yes, don't let them snatch it away. Hurry. Fang Ping tossed out a bunch of imperishable matter. Zhang Weiyu's mentality erupted fully, absorbing it in an instant. Before he could speak, Fang Ping roared, 50 billion. F***ck. Get lost. Zhang Weiyu was going crazy with rage. What time was this? You brat still want to settle this with me? Fang Ping was helpless. There was nothing I could do. The cost was too high. If I don't die this time, I'll spend all my wealth points. Even I want to kill myself. Zhang Weiyu got the imperishable matter. His aura skyrocketed. A gunshot was heard from his body. The next moment, a long spear mixed with a large amount of destructive force pierced through the void, stabbing one of the 2 rank 9s. The golden body of one of the rank 9s exploded instantly. We must kill Fang Ping. Hurry. He still has imperishable matter. The person who was stabbed, his golden body exploded, but he roared crazily. At this moment, he completely understood why the two true kings wanted to kill Fang Ping no matter what. This was too strange. Where did this rank 7 martial artist get so much imperishable matter from? The amount given to Nan Yunyue earlier was comparable to the total amount of imperishable matter of dozens of rank 9 powerhouses, this person roared. The other powerhouses swarmed over to this side one after another. From all directions, someone yelled, "Everyone, unleash all your power. Crush him to death with the aftershock." At this time, human powerhouses also gathered from all directions. Fang Ping was in the center of the battle circle. There were battlefields everywhere. He had no way to escape at all. There was no place where there was no battle. Fang Ping was helpless. Wu Chuan and the rest yelled, "Hurry, give more imperishable matter and kill them all. Otherwise, you won't be able to get out." Fang Ping really could not get out. If he wanted to leave now, the catacombs powerhouses would stop him even at the cost of their lives. If that was the case, it would be safer to stay in the central area. At least the human powerhouses were fighting with all their might in the surroundings. At a time like this, Fang Ping would not be stingy, but he still roared, "If you can't catch it, then it'll be taken away by this group of bastards. You must be reliable. Once you get it, kill these bastards." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping threw a few lumps of imperishable substance toward the top powerhouses. He dared not approach them. As for those rank 7 and 8 ones, he could not be blamed for not throwing them away. He was afraid that they would not be able to get them and the catacombs martial artists would take them away. Wu Chuan and the others were quite powerful. Soon, all of them had obtained the imperishable substance. Their auras surged, and they began to suppress those people. Right at this moment, in the direction of Mount Royal Sea, Zhang Tao shouted, "End the battle quickly. Another 6 rank 9s and more than 20 rank 7s and 8s are coming. Hurry." King Huai also shouted, "Hold on. Hold them back. I have already contacted the powerhouses of the 8 nearby regions to send reinforcements and kill Fang Ping. As long as he is killed, those who died in the battle today will be able to live another life after conquering the land of rebirth." Fang Ping scolded loudly, "Son of a b****, you can't kill me. Just you wait and see." Having said that, he roared again, "Minister, go to the land of boundaries and ask for reinforcements. The 9 patriarchs of the land of boundaries can come out of seclusion." Zhang Tao was speechless for a long time. Fang Ping roared, "Minister, let the ultimate battle erupt. The 9 patriarchs have promised that when the ultimate battle erupts, they will come to help." As Fang Ping spoke, his mentality trembled constantly. "Old Zhang, I'm just scaring people. Don't take it seriously. You should understand what I mean, right? Scaring these son of a b****. Suddenly, there are 9 more paragons. Let me ask you, are you afraid? If these idiots put all their attention on the land of boundaries, then that would be even better. No matter how many catacombs powerhouses went, the same number of catacombs powerhouses would die. The land of boundaries was incomparably dangerous. This was not an exaggeration. The periphery was slightly better. Once they entered the inner area, Fang Ping felt that no one could survive. Some catacombs powerhouses had entered the land of boundaries. Those were also dilapidated land of boundaries. Those that existed now were all intact. Fang Ping suspected that they were like the current Xuandegrado heaven, where powerhouses were guarding. Just as Fang Ping's words fell, an earth-shattering loud noise suddenly came from the direction of Mount Royal Sea. The ultimate battle had erupted. Ha ha ha, the 9 patriarchs can actually come out of seclusion? I thought they were already in seclusion. Turns out they aren't. Nan Yunyue, kill. Guardian Chen, join forces, and kill these 2 fellows. Rumble, in the direction of Mount Royal Sea, the loud rumble traveled thousands of miles away. Fang Ping was stunned. Was old Zhang stupid? Motherf ***, was his hint not obvious? At the same time, in the direction of Mount Royal Sea, King Huai roared furiously, "How dare you? Bastards, even if there are 9 more true kings, so what? It's enough to kill you." Boom, the towering Mount Royal Sea was trembling. While Fang Ping was in a daze, Zhang Tao had already beaten King Huai until he kept retreating. In the nearby area, the ultimate battle had erupted. Some of the high ranks who had just arrived were destroyed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Tao was cursing in his heart. Kid, I'm completely shameless, you're finished this time. 3 of the ultimate powerhouses are fighting for you. Of course, he knew that Fang Ping was lying. Since he had already put on an act, he might as well make it look real. What was there to be afraid of? It was not bad to kill some high-ranked martial artists while he was at it. After a few of them fought for a while, Nan Yingyue suddenly shouted, "Stop! Fang Ping, this bastard actually. Zhang Tao, you actually told him such a top secret?" "I didn't say it." While the 2 of them were talking, King Maple shouted, "Do you really think we'll believe you? King Wu, do you really want an all-out war to break out now?" "So what if I did? I was just joking just now." "What patriarch? I just want to kill you. If I kill you, I'll be profiting." Zhang Tao began to deny that there were patriarchs again. However, the more he did so, the more aggrieved King Maple and King Huai felt. Honestly, whether there were patriarchs or not, they were also not sure. There might still be living people in the boundary zone. It could only be said that it was possible. However, could they really contact King Wu and the others? They did not know. At this moment, the 2 powerhouses did not have too much time to think about the outer boundary. The few desperate realm experts fought, and as they fought, the number of spatial cracks in the sky above Mount Royal Sea increased. After fighting for a while, Zhang Tao had already beaten King Huai's flesh to the point that it was starting to crack. At this moment, in a faraway direction, someone suddenly shouted, "Enough." The next moment, someone else said lightly, "What's the hurry? Sooner or later, we'll fight to the death." "Temple Master. Old Li." Both sides stopped at the same time and did not attack again. The 2 voices just now also disappeared in an instant. No one spoke anymore. Zhang Tao snorted coldly. "If it wasn't for suppressing Heavenly King stopping me, I would have killed you today." King Huai gritted his teeth and said, "You try. The Temple Master has already come out of seclusion. So what if it's suppressing Heavenly King?" The so-called Temple Master was the master of the true King Hall. Although he was not the master of the true kings, he was recognized as the strongest true king in the monster plant's royal court. He might not be inferior to suppressing Heavenly King. When these 2 powerhouses spoke, a few people also did not have the mood to continue fighting. Zhang Tao glanced around with his peripheral vision, feeling satisfied. Not bad, 7 or 8 high-ranked martial artists were killed. The rest were far away from the passageway and would not be able to rush over for a while. As for that kid Fang Ping, good luck. I've really done my best this time. The ultimate battle has already erupted. If you still die, then don't blame me." Zhang Tao noticed those high-ranked martial artists who had died. The others really did not pay much attention. At the same time, 18 southern territories. The powerhouses on both sides were somewhat restrained when they fought. This battle. Both sides were somewhat helpless. From a battle of one territory, it had become a battle of killing sides. From a battle of killing sides, it had become a battle of the ultimate battle. In the direction of Mount Imperial Sea, the earth-shattering roar made both sides somewhat worried. Once the ultimate battle broke out, it was no longer a battle of one territory. Everyone here could die. As for Fang Ping, he had roughly guessed some of old Zhang's thoughts. At this time, while both sides were restrained, Fang Ping also began to make small moves. Nothing else, he kept signaling Old Manly with his eyes. "Come on in, you're almost crippled, and you're still fighting." Old Manly looked like he was almost a few hundred years old now. His body was lifeless, and he was still fighting to the death with a rank 8 powerhouse. Humans still had the advantage in rank 7 and 8. Even if Old Manly did not participate in the battle, there would still be people who would stop him. Old Manly probably saw it, or maybe he sensed it. Very soon, he broke away from the battle and flew toward the inner circle. When he flew to Fang Ping's side, the old man said weakly, "I can't protect you anymore." He really could not protect him anymore. He was too good at stirring up trouble. Because of Fang Ping, a battle that was agreed upon not to involve any paragon had erupted into a battle between 5 paragons in the end. It was too scary. "I'm only a rank 8. Even if I can kill a rank 9, I can only kill one. That's when the time, place, and people are at the right time. Now you've provoked so many of the ultimate powerhouses. Everyone wants to kill you. How can I protect you in the future? Fang Ping did not waste any more words. A huge mass of imperishable matter surged into his body, mass after mass. Watching old man Li's lifeless state disappear, he said helplessly, I didn't want this to happen. It's all your fault. You provoked 6 rank 9s to hunt you down out of nowhere. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here. If I didn't come, why would they all want to kill me? Really, how old are you? Why do you have to cause trouble? Get lost. Old man Li almost vomited blood. Don't you know how I provoked 6 rank 9s? Fang Ping did not care about him anymore. Instead, he looked at the powerhouses at the outer circle and roared, everyone, don't worry about the consumption of imperishable matter. Kill them. I'll replenish it for everyone, the patriarch has given me a lot. Everyone, you don't have to use it sparingly anymore. Wu Chuan and the rest perked up. They roared, kill. Kill all these beasts and celebrate. There were still 18 rank 9s in Sino Nation here, none of them died, including Old Man Li who joined the battle again, there were 19. Guo Xingquan and the other 2 counted as 1 too. There were a total of 20 rank 9s. On the other side, there were only 23. The key was that in terms of rank 7 and 8 martial artists, humans' advantage was getting bigger and bigger. If this went on, sooner or later, they could kill all those rank 7 and 8 martial artists and surround and kill these rank 9s. As for the extraterrestrial reinforcements, they were still far away from here. Even if they had already entered the passageway, it would be difficult for them to rush over without a few hours. As they erupted, Fang Ping focused on being a healer. Whichever side was in a tense situation, he would roar, retreat, I'll come to the rescue. In the catacombs, the life essence of a few demon plants had been depleted previously. Right now, there was no life essence to replenish it. One side was getting stronger as the battle went on, the other side was getting weaker as the battle went on. In less than 10 minutes, Fang Ping realized that the ranking was still reliable. Zhang Weiyu roared. A ray of light that pierced through heaven and earth rose, piercing a rank 9 powerhouse's skull with a spear. A rank 9 who was killed in the truest sense had appeared. This was the first one. What happened before were all accidents. Old Zhang's split body, the suppressing Heavenly King's suppress formula, Nan Yunyua's breakthrough, these were actually unexpected factors. Both sides had been fighting for about 12 hours, and the first rank 9 had died. With one less rank 9, the other party was even weaker. Almost all the rank 7 and 8 martial artists were killed. Among them, the rank 7 Li Hansong and a few others performed extremely outstandingly. Fang Ping felt sorry for Li Hansong. He was almost being used as a brick by the old Wang duo. Fang Ping saw with his own eyes that Yao Qingjuan's mentality controlled Li Hansong, smashing him into the battle circle of a few rank 7 martial artists. He really smashed them. Not only did he smash them, but the 2 of them did not stop there. They attacked as one, unleashing big moves without a care for their lives. They did not care whether Li Hansong was inside or not. Li Hansong's divine armor was awesome, it could even block the space cracks. At most, he could just consume his life essence to replenish it. Fang Ping had a lot of good stuff here. He could replenish it. Seeing that the catacombs' powerhouses were decreasing, Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. At least it was not that dangerous anymore. In reality, because of the decrease in manpower now, there was already an empty passageway. Fang Ping, however, refused to leave. He looked at Ji Yao in the crowd and shouted, "Seniors, kill Ji Yao. She dares to intervene in the war between humans and Monster Plant Clan. Kill her." After saying that, he added, "She has a rank 9 divine weapon. Don't let her keep the divine weapon in the Sanjiao Gate." In the crowd, a few powerhouses who did not have rank 9 divine weapons were instantly envious. Zhao Xingwu roared, "Guys, help me stop her. I'm going to kill her." Outside, Ji Yao's expression changed drastically. God General Hu Lei, who came with her, was fighting with Jiang Yuanhua at this time. Seeing the situation, he roared, "Your Highness, leave. Leave quickly." The situation was already reversed. Fang Ping had just experienced the feeling of being killed by everyone. At this moment, he shouted, "Kill her. Even if you don't kill her, you have to capture her as a hostage. She's the key figure of Monster Life Royal Court here. Capture her. I'll see who else in Monster Life Royal Court dares to make a move. If she dies, Life King and Monster Life Royal Court's master will not let these guys go." The Forbidden Catacombs had 12 cities. Monster Life and Monster Plant Clan each had half of the cities. In total, 10 rank 9 martial artists had died. Most of them were from the Monster Plant Clan. 12 powerhouses from the Monster Life Clan, plus Hu Lei, who came to protect Ji Yao. Of the 13 rank 9 martial artists from the Monster Life Clan, 3 had died, and there were 10 left. Following Fang Ping's words, the expressions of those Monster Life Royal Court powerhouses changed. Ji Yao, that was the Life King's granddaughter. The Life King was also the master of Monster Life Royal Court's True King Hall. His position was similar to that of the previous Monster Plant Clan's master. If Ji Yao died here, they would also be in big trouble. At the back, Ji Yao began to retreat slowly, staring at Fang Ping with a face full of hatred. Fang Ping sneered. "What are you looking at? Don't run. Aren't you very arrogant? Seniors. Kill her. Kill her, no, capture her alive and bring her back to Earth. She might be of great use. I heard that the master of Monster Life Royal Court has no descendants. She's his only daughter. I think he has a son? Ji Yao, do you have one? If you do, I won't capture you alive. You're useless. If you don't, you still have some use. If I capture you alive, I can spare your life." While Fang Ping was talking, Zhao Xingwu was already charging toward Ji Yao with bloodshot eyes. Hu Lei, who was still fighting with Jiang Yuanhua, roared, "Heaven's Royal Court, escort Her Highness back to the Forbidden Zone. Divine General Huaiyu, nothing must happen to Her Highness. If something happens to Her Highness, all the agreements between the two royal courts will be terminated." The Divine General under King Huai's command had an extremely ugly expression. Hu Lei and the others were going to retreat. Not only were they going to retreat, but they were also going to bring the other Monster Life Royal City Lords and Guardian Monsters with them. If they left, they would definitely die. Hu Lei was still reliable. He did not run away with his people without saying a word. At least he discussed it with him. But looking at the situation, it was useless even if he did not agree. Hu Lei would not watch Ji Yao get into trouble. Unable to accomplish anything but good at spoiling things. Huaiyu cursed in his heart. This Monster Life Royal Court's Highness was really unable to accomplish anything but good at spoiling things. Without her getting in the way, how could things have developed to this point? Before this, she was also the one who insisted on killing Fang Ping. He had already forgotten that he was the one who asked Hu Lei and the others to kill Li Changxing in the beginning, borrowing Fang Ping's name. But later, if Ji Yao had not insisted on killing Fang Ping, causing the powerhouses besieging Nan Yunue and the others to decrease significantly, how could the current situation have occurred? The Martial King's mentality avatar was powerful, but at that time, everyone gathered together and joined forces to resist. There was no way to cause the fall of 2 rank 9s. Thinking of this, Huaiyu became even more furious. Useless, really useless. Before coming, he swore solemnly, gritting his teeth, looking like he would definitely kill the other party if Fang Ping was here. Now he wanted to run. If he did not have the ability, then don't come and get in the way. Huaiyu exploded in anger. In the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain, King Huai had actually heard it too. His mentality detected that Fang Ping was pressing forward with people step by step, insisting on killing Ji Yao. King Huai was silent for a moment. This battle was lost again, 3 times, all 3 times were ruined by Fang Ping. Fang Ping, King Huai chuckled. At this moment, there were still 22 rank 9 powerhouses left. He had suffered heavy losses this time. Out of the 5 divine generals who entered, 3 were dead, there were 2 left, including the one who had not entered, there were only 3 left. They were brothers in hardship with the Maple King. However, the Maple King's 17 southern territories did not suffer so much. There were 2 divine generals left. Out of the 12 Monster Plant Clan rank 9s in the 18 southern territories, only 8 were left. The remaining 2 were divine generals from the other true kings of the royal court. Including the 10 from Monster Life clan, there were a total of 22. In such a short time, 10 rank 9s had died in battle. All below the true king were ants. That depended on what kind of ants they were. Rank 9 was not really insignificant. If they could kill the powerhouses among the resurrected martial artists and continue to consume the martial king and the others' indestructible avatars, their deaths would be worth it. If not, then there was no need to make a fearless sacrifice. King Huai paused for a moment. Seeing that the people from Monster Life clan were about to forcefully retreat, he suddenly looked at Zhang Tao and said calmly, "I lost the bet. 18 southern territories, 12 royal city mineral veins, all the high ranks evacuate. What's the harm in giving them to you?" Zhang Tao said thoughtfully, "What about the middle and low-ranked martial artists and ordinary people?" "Up to you." King Huai said it coldly. He did not care about millions of people in a city or tens of millions of people. If they died, so be it. The restricted area did not lack these people. He was ready to give up the outer territory and recuperate. 3 times. 3 failures, causing him heavy losses. He lost 2 rank 9s in Monsterwood City, 3 divine generals, and the outer territory. Now, he set his sights on the remaining 8 rank 9 monster plant clan powerhouses in the 18 southern territories. If he could completely subdue these 8 rank 9s, the forces under his command would skyrocket again. When the war fully started, he could lead the forces under his command and reap great benefits in the land of rebirth. After 3 times, he had lost all his face. He did not mind losing it again. In the next 2 to 3 years, he did not plan to let the powerhouses under his command participate in the war. Beside him, Maple King gritted his teeth and said, "King Huai, there's still a chance. 3 of my god generals have arrived." Arrived. That meant they had arrived at the passageway. King Huai pretended not to hear it. "Nonsense. Your people have not arrived yet. If Ji Yao and the rest ran away, then he would be a commander without an army." At this time, King Huai continued to look at Zhang Tao and said coldly, "I have given up the 18 southern territories." "King Wu, are you going to kill me?" Zhang Tao laughed. "Of course not. King Huai is so reasonable. Don't play your little tricks anymore. King Wu, true king powerhouses, in divine land and the land of rebirth, you are the most shameless. Are you trying to buy time and continue to kill my people?" While the two were talking, Ji Yao and the rest were fighting and retreating. Sino Nation's morale skyrocketed, killing a large number of rank 7 and 8 martial artists. At this time, Fang Ping began to kill those rank 7 martial artists. When they besieged Fang Ping, there were more than 20 rank 8 martial artists and more than 50 rank 7 martial artists. But now, there were less than 20 rank 7 martial artists and less than 10 rank 8 martial artists. Zhang Tao did not care. He snorted and said, "King Huai, don't slander me." He nagged for a while. King Huai's face was livid. He said angrily, "Then let's fight to the end." In just a short while, a monster plant clan rank 9 was killed. Seeing that he was about to explode, Zhang Tao shouted, "Stop the chase. This battle is over. Minister, what are you afraid of? Kill them all, don't let Ji Yao go. Even if the war is over, the defeated should surrender. If the divine weapon is not left, we will not let it go easily." Fang Ping roared in dissatisfaction. King Huai suddenly laughed. "King Wu, how about we make a deal? Let's hear it. Give Fang Ping to me. When the war breaks out, if divine land wins, I can protect millions of people in the land of rebirth." Zhang Tao's pupils shrank. After a while, he laughed. "I need to think about this." "Don't rush, King Huai. I will talk to you after I think about it. But what Fang Ping said makes sense. Let Ji Yao hand over the divine weapon. Otherwise, she will not be able to leave the 18 southern territories." Zhang Tao said coldly, "Tiger King, since you're here, there's no need to hide anymore. If you still want to reap the benefits, behave yourself now. Don't think that we don't know what you're thinking. Ji Yao will join the war and leave the divine weapon in exchange for her life. A rank 9 divine weapon in exchange for her life, it's not a loss." In the void, a figure slowly appeared, glancing at Zhang Tao. Soon, he said telepathically, "Ji Yao, leave the divine weapon. Grandpa Tiger King." At this moment, Ji Yao was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. Grandpa Tiger King actually wanted her to hand over the divine weapon, she could not accept it. Ji Yao, listen to me. It's just a rank 9 divine weapon. It's nothing. Come back. Grandpa Tiger King, Ji Yao's face was full of grief and indignation. Suddenly, she threw the divine weapon and left on her phoenix without looking back. Behind her, Fang Ping took the divine weapon and laughed. Ji Yao, you're really my good partner. Every time I meet you, something good will happen. I can't bear to kill you. If you give me more heads and divine weapons next time, I won't kill you. Fang Ping. Ji Yao suddenly turned around and shouted, don't be too arrogant. One day, I will definitely kill you. Ha ha ha. Who in the world can kill me? Ridiculous. Fang Ping let out a loud laugh. At this moment, he continued to shake. Although this battle did not completely kill these catacombs powerhouses, the 18 southern territories were conquered. When conquering a territory, even if there were no giant mines, it was nothing. If a territory was rich in energy, how many martial artists could come and cultivate? This place was rich in resources. How many pills could be produced? Some small mineral veins would definitely be left behind. In addition to taking over the royal city, there would more or less be good stuff. This battle, the harvest was so huge that it could not be any more. When humans conquered a territory, there might be more than 1 million martial artists. This was the profit of war. Fang Ping laughed out loud. He laughed crazily and viciously. He laughed at the catacombs powerhouses. Everyone remembered this laughter. Fang Ping. At this moment, all the catacombs high ranks remembered this fellow deeply. The next time they met, as long as there was a chance, they would definitely kill him. Fang Ping was wantonly in high spirits. Even when he heard 2 loud snorts, he still looked indifferent. Since they had already provoked him, there was no use pretending now. If worst comes to worst, next time I will change my aura and even my face. Can you recognize me? Do you really think I am that stupid? Until the catacombs high ranks left, Sino Nation powerhouses looked at each other, their faces full of disbelief. It was over. This battle ended faster than the last Tiannan battle, and the losses were smaller. A total of 11 rank 9s were killed, a rank 8s killed more than 20 people, and a rank 7s killed 40 to 50. Now, it was over just like that, and since the outbreak of the battle until now, a total of about 13 hours had passed. No, the real outbreak was when Fang Ping came to the catacombs. From start to finish, less than 2 hours, the powerhouses looked at each other. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little strange. Why was it that every time Fang Ping participated in a war, it was somewhat unacceptable? Just as they were silent, Fang Ping said calmly, I am already bankrupt. Each of the rank 9 grandmasters here owes me more than 50 billion. It's time to mention it. The atmosphere was getting more and more strange. Genius in a second, remember this site's address. Mobile version. Just as Fang Ping brought up the issue of the debt. There was silence for about 3 seconds. The next moment, Wu Chuan suddenly shouted, Victory! Victory! A great victory in the Forbidden Catacombs, a blessing for Sino Nation, a joy for mankind. Nan Chong has advanced to the apex. Congratulations to Nan Chong. Congratulations to the South. A burst of loud cheers and applause drowned out the silence that Fang Ping had caused earlier. What debt? Was this the time to talk about such things when they were victorious? Was this the time to spoil the fun? Be happy. As a result, the dozens of master stage masters were overjoyed. They put their arms around each other's shoulders and cheered loudly. Their voices shook the sky as they moved towards Wuan City. It was time to clean up the battlefield. He had no time to listen to Fang Ping's nonsense. Behind him, the corners of Fang Ping's lips curled up. Beside him, Li Hansong shook his head and said dryly, Fang Ping, it seems like they want to renege on their debt. Fang Ping sneered. It's fine. Do you think they can deny it? Li Hansong thought for a long time and shook his head. There wasn't much hope. How could it be so easy to renege on something that Fang Ping had lent out? These old men and women were going to line up and write IOUs one by one. Who knew if these people's harvests would all be negative in the future? Li Hansong felt that these people wouldn't go back on their word. At the side, Wang Jinyang said faintly, take it easy. You owe too much and can't pay it back. It's the most convenient time to get rid of the creditors. Fang Ping chuckled. You can't say that. If the creditor doesn't collect the debt, why would he do such a thing? When the creditor comes to collect the debt, it will definitely be a violent and forceful collection. At this time, who cares about that? Everyone's expressions froze. You're good, so you're going to wait until you're stronger before forcefully urging them to pay up. What about Nan Yunyue? No matter what, he's still at the absolute peak. Are you sure you can do it? Fang Ping did not think much of it. He just had to wait. It would happen sooner or later. Fang Ping did not continue talking about this. Instead, he looked at Li Hansong and sighed softly. This fellow kept shaking his head. Could it be that old Wang and the others had smashed him until he had a concussion? He was already convinced. Why did you have to hit your head every time? Ignoring him, Fang Ping looked at his own data and sighed. Although he didn't go bankrupt, the expenses this time were incomparably huge. Wealth, 160 million points, vitality, 12,000 calories, 21,280 calories, mentality, 1,200 Hz, 2,322 Hz, power of destruction. Bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 1000 cubic meters, plus, energy barrier, 1 point/minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 per minute, plus. Before he entered, he already had 360 million wealth points. He spent a total of 200 million wealth points. Nan Yunyu alone had spent 100 million. Old Man Li was also a gold-swallowing monster. Previously, he had almost depleted his vitality. In order to replenish Old Man Li's lost vitality, he had spent close to 20 million wealth points. The rest of the money was spent on the Grandmasters. More than 10 rank 9s and hundreds of rank 7s and rank 8s only spent 80 million wealth points. In comparison, Nan Yunyue was also a gold-swallowing monster. All the wealth he had gained from his trip to the domain boundary had been used up. Just as Fang Ping was thinking about these things, Zhang Tao's voice came from the direction of Mount Royal Sea. Clear up the battlefield. Everyone, retreat. The forbidden catacombs was about to be sealed. At this moment, the 4 true king powerhouses, King Huai, King Maple, King Sunflower, and King Tiger, had all rushed over, ready to collect the mineral veins. Zhang Tao had ordered the human powerhouses to retreat because he was worried that these fellows would kill these Sino nation powerhouses while they were at it. If they were really killed, they would all be dead. Even if an ultimate battle broke out, it would be useless. At this moment, Zhang Tao, Chen Gaiyang, and Nan Yunyue were also guarding the passageway, temporarily preventing these true kings from entering. Opposite them, King Huai's eyes flickered. He actually had the idea to go in and kill Fang Ping while he was at it. Unfortunately, the true kings of the Land of Rebirth had strong defenses. King Huai's mentality covered the 18 southern territories once again. Zhang Tao did not agree to the previous conditions. At this moment, King Huai suddenly said, "Martial King, I can actually not collect the 12 mineral veins." Zhang Tao's pupils contracted again. King Huai said lightly, "I will keep the 12 mineral veins. The Land of Rebirth will be left to Fang Ping. The 3 of you, please consider it. The 12 mineral veins are enough for you to nurture millions of martial artists." Zhang Tao suddenly laughed. "You don't have the final say. These mineral veins are not yours. The mineral veins in the outer territories were not King Huai's. These mineral veins actually had owners." Of course, it was not a big problem for King Huai to make 2 or 3 demands. Beside him, King Maple said coldly, "His Highness will agree." "Martial King, he's just a commander level. Even if he's really a true king, what can he do? I hate him for killing my son." "Are you really not willing to use a whole territory in exchange for his life?" King Huai said thoughtfully, 12 giant mines. "In addition, I promise that no one from the restricted area will enter the 18 southern territories within 3 years after your Land of Rebirth migrates humans into the 18 southern territories." "I can still do this." "Martial King, are these conditions enough?" Zhang Tao laughed. "Not enough." The few true kings' expressions changed slightly. King Huai laughed. "It seems that Martial King values him enough. Fine, send an order to all the outer territories. Anyone who kills Fang Ping will be rewarded with a rank 9 divine weapon, a huge mine, 1,000 caddies of the fountain of life, a true king's ultimate art, martial king. This order is equally effective in the land of rebirth. After today, all the outer territories will receive the news, including the martial artists of the land of rebirth. I guarantee that whoever kills Fang Ping, no matter who, will be able to safely obtain these rewards. Zhang Tao was indifferent and silent. Nan Yinhua snorted coldly. Do you think that humans are comparable to you? Ha ha ha. King Huai did not care. He laughed loudly and said happily, then I'll wait and see. The reward for killing Fang Ping was sky high. No one below the true king would not be tempted. The catacombs powerhouses would be tempted. Human powerhouses. Would there really be no one who would not be tempted? King Huai chuckled and continued, including the previous matter of sheltering the resurrected humans. I will also send an order to all the regions and inform the true kings. I really look forward to the true kings who will deliver Fang Ping's head in a few days. Ridiculous. Zhang Tao's face was indifferent. Unexpectedly, King Maple suddenly laughed. Inform the true kings of the ancient Buddha sacred land and the 10,000 pagodas world. I think there might really be some unexpected surprises. The two of them spoke one after another, playfully and wantonly. No matter how important Fang Ping was, he was still just a rank 7. If these conditions were thrown out, they might really see a big show. Although King Wu was strong, he was not the only leader of the land of rebirth. The real leader of the land of rebirth was the suppressing king, not only the suppressing king, but the 6 great holy lands of the land of rebirth. The suppressing king was not the only one who was stronger than King Wu. Among the 3 great holy lands of the gods, the ancient Buddha sacred land, and the 10,000 pagodas world, the leader of the gods, the first ancient Buddha, the great pharaoh, these 3 people were probably stronger than King Wu. Even the suppressing king might not consider it. Zhang Tao was no longer indifferent. He chuckled and said lightly, why the rush? Give me some time to consider. Maybe. I will agree. Beside him, Nan Yinhua and Chen Baiyang glanced at him. Zhang Tao did not say anything. You want Fang Ping, right? Sure. This little bastard's cultivation speed was very fast. I really can't wait for this kid to reach the peak. I'll restrain my aura. I'll really throw him to you. When that time comes, let's see if you still want him. Throwing a peek into your lair, Zhang Tao was looking forward to it. Too bad Fang Ping was not a peak. Otherwise, Zhang Tao would agree now. No need for any protection. Give me a few hundred divine weapons, dozens of mineral veins, and I'll give them to you immediately. Thoughts aside, Zhang Tao was calculating in his heart. That kid Fang Ping could not enter the catacombs for the time being. He could not go abroad either. Otherwise, there might be some peak powerhouses who would be tempted. Using a rank 7's life in exchange for these, in many people's eyes, was worth it. Not thinking about these anymore, Zhang Tao used his mentality to probe again. At this moment, Wu'an City had already started to evacuate. Wu'an City. Everyone started to clean up the battlefield. Especially the monster plant that Nan Yinhua had killed. Now, a few rank 9 powerhouses had also transported it back. A few rank 9 powerhouses were extremely envious. Beside them, Fang Ping scanned around and nodded slightly. It looks good. It's preserved quite well. I should be able to forge a rank 9 divine weapon when I bring it back. There's still some life essence left, but it doesn't seem to be much. After saying that, Fang Ping began to pick up a huge crystal bottle and began to collect the life essence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wu Chuan could not help but say, that's Nan Yinhua's. I know. Fang Ping chuckled. I'll keep it for Nan Yinhua first, lest it overflows. Fang Ping did not care about them. He would collect it first and think about it later. When the time came, it would be Nan Yinhua's interest. After collecting the life essence, Fang Ping turned around and called out to Old Man Li, Instructor Li, you carry the monster plant. We have to help Nan Yinhua keep it safe. Old Man Li was all smiles. He went forward and snatched the broken monster plant from the rank 9 powerhouse's hands. This thing belonged to MCMAU. Everyone was speechless. Now that this thing was in these guys' hands, could Nan Yunue really take it back? After cleaning up, Zhang Weiyu did not care about this anymore. He said, let's go. We're going out. We'll discuss how to take it when the minister comes back. Everyone spoke one after another, preparing to leave. At this moment, Jiang Yuanhua suddenly said, I think I forgot someone. Everyone looked at him. Jiang Yuanhua said slowly, that kid Qin Fengqing came in earlier too, but he left early. I don't think he's back yet. Because Jiang Chao was delivering something to Qin Fengqing, he saw Qin Fengqing coming in. However, that guy ran away before the battle of the high ranks started. Now, no one knew if he was still alive or dead. When he said that, Fang Ping was a little surprised. Qin Fengqing came here? Yes. Fang Ping really did not know about this. He was a little speechless. The battle is over, but that guy still hasn't come back. Don't tell me he's done for? As they were talking, outside the city, a figure flew in quickly, laughing loudly. Congratulations to the humans for a great victory. Sino Nation for a great victory. Congratulations to Vice-Chancellor Feng for shaking the catacombs with your might. Congratulations to the humans. Congratulations to Vice-Chancellor Feng. The person who came was Qin Fengqing. This guy had started sucking up from afar. Everyone did not care about this. Instead, they looked at him. No, at his head, Fang Ping mumbled, what happened to him? I don't know. Li Hansong looked dazed too. Very quickly, he said, Fang Ping, he won't torment himself to death, will he? Right now, Qin Fengqing's situation was too strange. A big golden core was floating above his head. There was a tree growing on the golden core, hanging on his head just like that. It was extremely strange. Not only Fang Ping and the rest were dumbfounded, but Wu Chuan and the rest were also dumbfounded. After a while, Zhang Weiyu seemed to have noticed something. His expression was stiff as he said, he'll torment himself to death sooner or later. This guy. Are all MCMAU people like this now? Old Manly frowned. We're not like this. Zhang Weiyu snorted. Wu Chuan, however, frowned and said, This kid better not torment himself to death. Don't give him too much pressure here at MCMAU. Fang Ping still did not quite understand. He frowned and asked, what's going on with him? Wu Chuan was speechless. The celestial bridge is mutating blindly. When the mentality materialized, the celestial bridge couldn't be unleashed because of the lack of mentality. It's stuck. Stuck? Fang Ping was dazed. There was even a saying that it was stuck. I also mutated at that time, but I didn't see it getting stuck. Beside him, Zhang Weiyu added, I don't know what this kid is doing, eating blindly. It seems like a middle-ranked underworld lunar tree's demon core, right? Yes, he couldn't have been bewitched by someone, could he? Swallowing a high-ranked underworld lunar tree's demon core might allow a person to advance to rank 7, but swallowing a middle-ranked one is more likely to mutate. Well, he's already mutated Celestial Bridge, and now he swallowed the underworld lunar tree's demon core. Great, now the demon core and the Celestial Bridge have fused. This is bad, he can't even retrieve the Celestial Bridge. Fang Ping swallowed and said, can't retrieve it? It's not that he can't retrieve it. The key is that his mentality isn't strong enough. Now that all the messy things are entangled together, he can't retrieve it. When his mentality is stronger, maybe he can. While they were talking, Qin Fengqing flew back, beaming with joy. Seeing everyone staring at his head, he chuckled and said, how is it? Cool, right? I've also reached rank 7. Everyone was speechless. Were you sure? How was this guy rank 7 now? A martial artist who was stuck in the middle of mentality materialization was almost unheard of. MCMAU was full of trouble. Li Chongqing was like that, Fang Ping was like that, and now there was Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing did not care about this, saying happily, I thought I had to kill a rank 7 underworld lunar tree. I didn't expect that killing a rank 6 underworld lunar tree could actually help me break through. Everyone was speechless again. Fang Ping hesitated again and again, but still did not speak. Alright, if you think so, then so be it. Instead, he asked Wu Chuan telepathically, can he still advance with this? Depends on luck, it's hard to say. But how do I put it, in martial arts cultivation, as long as the general direction is right, it's fine. As for the minor direction, it varies from person to person. If his willpower is strong enough, he should still be able to think of a way later. However, this big golden ball planted on his head will probably have to be maintained until he's truly rank 7 before he can retrieve it into his body. Fang Ping was speechless, glancing at Qin Fengqing. This guy was still so happy, his strength had probably really improved. As for the big round ball on top of his head, he did not really care. The key was, could you not always eat random things and mutate randomly? Qin Fengqing did not care about them, smiling widely as he moved closer to Fang Ping, saying, Fang Ping, how much did you earn this time? I heard that a few paragons want to kill you, did you earn a lot? Not much. Not much? Qin Fengqing probed, 500 billion is the least, right? Fang Ping had not entered the catacombs for long, he felt that he had overestimated Fang Ping. But after thinking for a while, he said again, trillion? Don't tell me it's really a trillion? Fang Ping said lightly, it's really not much, and I've spent most of it. There's only 10,000 caddies of rank 9 energy stones left, and about a few trillion in debt. Qin Fengqing's tone was sluggish, then he smiled widely, saying, amazing, really amazing. Fang Ping, I've also reached rank 7 now, and I'm also a grandmaster. Next time you have a big deal, call me along. Ironhead and the rest may have broken through earlier than me, but they might not be stronger than me, Li Hansong and the rest sensed for a while, shaking their heads helplessly. Are you really F*King rank 7? This should be considered a real half-step rank 7, right? There was actually someone who was stuck halfway through his mentality materialization, he had to give it to him. Qin Fengqing had tormented himself to this extent. Fang Ping was also helpless, and did not want to discourage him anymore. This guy's willpower was strong enough, and he was thick-skinned enough too. He would not care even if he had a big golden ball to plant trees. When he reached rank 7, naturally, he would be gone. But after thinking for a long time, he still said, don't really look for a rank 7 to fight. What? It's nothing. You take it easy. You know what you're doing. Whether you're rank 7 or not, you decide. Fang Ping did not say much. This guy was not stupid, and he probably knew that he had a problem. Now that he was trying to get close to him, he probably wanted Fang Ping to help him solve it. The key was, Fang Ping did not know how to solve this situation. He would ask old Zhang later. Everyone no longer cared about Qin Fengqing. Although many people looked at the top of his head strangely, no one said anything. After tidying up, not everyone left. A few rank 7 martial artists were left to guard Wuan City, and the rest all left the catacombs. Forbidden City. Li Zhen had been waiting outside the passageway. When he saw Fang Ping and the others coming out, he looked at Fang Ping first. After a while, he said, you've exceeded my expectations again. When Fang Ping wanted to go in earlier, he really did not think that Fang Ping could change anything. But now, it was proven that this guy's other abilities aside, his ability to attract hatred was top-notch. He had seen a part of what happened in the Forbidden Catacombs. The people who had evacuated earlier had told him some of it. These two guys, Fang Ping and Li Changxing, had lured away too many rank 9s. This was the reason why this battle ended so quickly and they achieved a great victory. In addition, Fang Ping had taken out a large amount of imperishable substance. This was also the most important reason, the reason why King Huai was not in the mood to continue fighting. Without saying anything more, Li Zhen looked at the others and said, everyone, stay here for a while. When Minister Zhang and the others return, we'll discuss what to do next. Having said that, he looked at Fang Ping and said, you and Li Hansong, don't be in a hurry to leave, alright? Fang Ping nodded. Very quickly, he smiled and said, Commander, you can return my books to me now. Li Zhen swept a glance at him. This B***starred was too practical. Without saying anything, an animal skin book and a crystal book appeared in front of Li Zhen and floated toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping seemed to keep them quietly, but his mentality started to wander. Li Zhen's face turned green. This kid was counting the number of books. Mother **Ker, I've already given them to you. Do you think I'll covet a few of your books? With a humph, Li Zhen disappeared on the spot instantly. If Zhang Tao did not return, he did not want to talk to this guy anymore. Li Zhen ran away, but Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. Li Zhen did not take the promissory note from before. If that was the case, maybe he could take it back again. No, he could not. His ability was too weak. How about selling the note to old Zhang? With old Zhang's character, after getting the note, he might go to Li Zhen to ask for some benefits and extort a sum of money. When the time came, he did not know if he could share some with him. Li Zhen, who had already left, naturally did not know that Fang Ping would have such thoughts. Otherwise, he would definitely smack him to death. Someone actually wanted to extort him. It was not that he had forgotten about the note, but with so many people here, he was too lazy to mention it. Moreover, he did not think that Fang Ping had other intentions. P.S. Sorry, I've been in the car all afternoon. I've arrived at MCMAU's old home. This chapter was written in a hurry. I still had to eat at night. The next chapter would be a little late. It might be the second chapter. Genius 1 second to remember website address. Mobile version. Forbidden City. The battle had ended, but it was not the time to celebrate. Zhang Tao, Nan Yunyue, and the others had yet to return. There was still a chance that something unexpected would occur. Fang Ping and the others were waiting in the Forbidden City. While they waited, the details of the battle in the Violet Forbidden City quickly spread out. Currently, only the most powerful experts knew about it. Xishan Catacombs. Xishan City. When he heard that the two true kings had given up on the battle and were bent on killing Fang Ping, he was shocked. Grand Master Fang Yu sighed deeply and said with difficulty, "Do I really have to give up the surname passed down by my ancestors?" It didn't feel good. How dangerous. The old man pondered for a long time and suddenly said, "Why don't you call me Mr. Yu in the city from now on? Don't call me Master Fang anymore." Fang Yu felt that it was safer this way. The catacomb's true king must be very sensitive to the word Fang now. Qin Gaiyang, who was guarding the West Mountain catacombs, was not considered powerful among those at the pinnacle. He might not be a match for the Maple King. If King Huai and King Feng were together, it would be even more dangerous. Li Yiming rolled his eyes. This old man was too afraid of death. Li Yiming couldn't be bothered with this uncouth old man. He sighed and said, "Amazing." He was really amazing. For rank 9s had just died in the Xishan catacombs, and he turned around and went to the Forbidden Catacombs, ending the battle of the Forbidden Catacombs. They had run 2 catacombs in a day. Most importantly, they had run 1 catacomb, and a group of rank 9s had died. From now on, we might not be able to see this fellow's shadow in the catacombs anymore. Just as he finished speaking, the Maple King rushed back from the West Mountain catacombs and bellowed, "The 17 southern regions, heed my command, Heavenly Plants Royal Court and Destiny Royal Court orders. From today onwards, Fang Ping would definitely kill anyone who encountered him in the 108 outer territories. The 2 royal courts will be rewarded with 2 9th-grade divine weapons, 2,000 liters of Spring of Life, a true monarch's absolute art, and a true monarch of their choice in the True Monarch Hall to preach for 3 months. As you command." At this moment, all the rank 9 experts in the 17 southern regions roared. Some level 9 experts were even trembling with excitement. A 9th-grade divine weapon, a true king's ultimate technique, a true king's lecture. For a level 9 expert, this was a godsend opportunity. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to step into the true king realm. As for who the true monarch absolute art belonged to, whether it belonged to a living true monarch or a fallen true monarch, no one cared. It would be even better if he died. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to walk the path of a fallen true king. Those who were still alive were still incredible. They could use this opportunity to peek into the true king's Tao. Even if they couldn't walk this true king's path, their battle prowess would still increase greatly. Li Chongqing was able to kill a rank 9 not only because of the unification of 10,000 Dao, but also because he had learned the void-piercing sword technique. That day, Li Zhan had offered a price of 100 billion, which was really free. Even so, Fang Ping had bargained to 25 billion. Li Zhan was already being extremely magnanimous by not smacking him to death. This order is the same for martial artists who have been resurrected. The true King Hall promises to treat the revived martial artists as the same and keep their identities a secret. As soon as he said this, the expressions of Fang Yu and the others in the direction of West Mountain City changed dramatically. Damn it! Fang Yu was enraged. You should be punished for your evil intentions. He believed that if he heard it here, the other catacombs would most likely hear it too. Initially, he thought that the two true kings had reached their limit when they wanted to kill Fang Ping. He did not expect it to be the two royal halls, and even the true king's hall had passed. The truth was as Fang Yu had expected. On this day, Fang Ping really became famous. It was not just the Sino nation's catacombs. Even the catacombs abroad had heard the voice of the catacombs' true king. He must kill Fang Ping. Both King Maple and King Huai did not expect true King Hall to agree so readily. Originally, both of them only wanted to put up a bounty for Fang Ping in the nearby regions. However, when the news was reported to the True King Palace, a comprehensive arrest warrant was quickly issued. A True King powerhouse had been resurrected, could restrain his aura, could change his aura, cultivated for more than 2 years, entered rank 7, possessed large amounts of imperishable substance, and was suspected to have entered the bounded domain several times. Such a martial artist should be killed, he must be killed. This person might be an important person who was related to both the Land of Rebirth and the Land of Rebirth. There were even some experts in the True King Hall who guessed that the Demon Emperor had been revived. Demon Emperor, even some of the younger True Kings in the catacombs did not know about this title, but many of the older True Kings knew. When they heard that the Demon Emperor had revived, the True King's palace of the 4 great imperial halls quickly reacted. Not long after, the news was verified. Fang Ping was known as the Devil in the Land of Rebirth, Demon King, Demon Emperor. Whether it was a coincidence or not, Fang Ping must die. In the catacombs, there were True King powerhouses who had lived for more than 1,000 years. Now, it was year 1040 of the God Continent calendar. Very few people knew that the opening of the God Continent calendar was related to the battle that year, although the battle 1,000 years ago was not as famous as the battle in the Land of Kings battlefields, nor was it as famous as the Demon Emperor's War of Gods. There were people who had personally experienced this battle. These people had experienced that era. They knew how terrifying the Demon Emperor was. Now, the resurrected powerhouse who was suspected to be the Demon Emperor had returned. Along with the older True King powerhouses shouting the name Demon Emperor, Maple King and Huai King's initial plan of putting Fang Ping on the wanted list in the nearby territories had become 108 territories in an instant. Moreover, a great war was about to begin. At this time, the restricted areas were willing to sow discord among the humans. The Martial King protected Fang Ping. The newly promoted True King powerhouse, the Moon King, was indebted to Fang Ping. With the protection of 2 great kings, killing Fang Ping would be very difficult. However, if there was an internal strife among the humans, the Martial King and the Moon King would become estranged from the other True King powerhouses, or even fall out with each other. That would be even better. As long as Fang Ping died, whether he died at the hands of the humans or not, they could use this as a pretext to stir up suspicion among the Land of Rebirth powerhouses. Once there was an internal strife among the Land of Rebirth powerhouses, that would be an opportunity. This day had a huge impact. Fang Ping's name resounded throughout both worlds. In the Magic City catacombs, Wu Kushan wanted to cry but had no tears. Trouble was coming. Everywhere else had their own reactions. In the Forbidden City, when Fang Ping received the news from everywhere, his face was full of grief and helplessness. I'm wanted in 108 territories? Even if it's a bounty, it doesn't have to be like this. Why don't I chop off my own head and send it to them? At least I can exchange it for some benefits. What Demon Emperor resurrected? Nonsense. I have nothing to do with the Demon Emperor. The catacombs could get news from the human world. Humans could also get some news from the catacombs. Regarding the news of Fang Ping being the Demon Emperor unquestionable Jian's resurrection, the catacombs did not seem to hide it. Very soon, the news reached Li Zhen. At this moment, Li Zhen rushed over again. He stared at Fang Ping for a while and said with some uncertainty, "That day in the Hall of Myriad Origins, you really didn't sense anything?" "No." Fang Ping said angrily, "Unquestionable Jian is unquestionable Jian. I am me. What do I have to do with unquestionable Jian? If I can't even destroy the catacombs after living for more than 2,000 years, then I've lived in vain." Can unquestionable Jian compare to me? We're not on the same level at all. Li Zhen felt that his temper had improved a lot today. Otherwise, he would really want to kill this bastard. Unquestionable Jian was a powerhouse who had taken 3 great paths. The suppressing heavenly king who had taken 2 great paths was already hailed as the first paragon. It could be seen how powerful a powerhouse who had taken 3 great paths was. It was understandable that the catacombs were afraid that Fang Ping was unquestionable Jian's resurrection. Fang Ping, on the other hand, had an attitude of looking down on unquestionable Jian. This made Li Zhen very tired. If that was the case, even though this kid was respectful to him, in reality, he did not take him seriously at all. He was not even as good as unquestionable Jian. Li Zhen did not want to say anything else. After a while, he said coldly, Zhang Tao hasn't settled the 18 southern regions matter yet? He did not want to bother with Fang Ping anymore. When Zhang Tao returned, he would take Fang Ping's cultivation method and then throw this bastard far away. In the future, Sino Nation's catacombs would completely seal him off. As for how his strength would improve without the catacombs, nonsense. If this kid had a cultivation method and did not lack imperishable substances, he could improve rapidly by cultivating in seclusion. It would also prevent him from causing some big trouble. Right now, this guy was hated by everyone. He was more annoying than Li Zhen. At least he had the corresponding strength. Others would not dare to provoke him. However, this kid was a rank 7 martial artist. He did not have the strength to crush everything. Who else would he kill if not him? Li Zhen talked about Zhang Tao. Very soon, Zhang Tao returned. Not only Zhang Tao, but Nan Yunyue also returned. As soon as she returned, she quickly gathered everyone for a meeting. In the side hall, Zhang Tao waited for Fang Ping to enter the door. He chuckled. Not bad at all. You're famous. You're famous. I won't be able to protect you in the future. Good luck. Don't. Fang Ping looked helpless. He cried out, Minister, don't you know who I'm doing this for? It's for everyone, for humanity, for Sino Nation. Why does it seem like it's my fault now? I'm so wronged. Zhang Tao chuckled. You can't say that. I didn't ask you to scold King Huai in the catacombs, did I? You were the one who insisted on scolding him. King Huai was so angry that he almost vomited blood. I didn't ask you to say that you were resurrected from a paragon, did I? You insisted on saying that you even shouted Paragon Strike. I didn't ask you to say that there are patriarchs in the catacombs, did I? You insisted on saying that you even contacted 9 Paragon patriarchs. As Zhang Tao said this, the powerhouses present could not help but laugh. This kid put on such a cool act before. Was he scared now? Fang Ping could be considered to have created history by putting a rank 7 on the wanted list in the 108 catacombs territories. It was unprecedented. Fang Ping said gloomily, didn't I do that to attract King Huai's hatred? Otherwise, how could I make King Huai send people to kill me? Enough. Zhang Tao pressed his hands together and did not continue this topic. He said casually, don't enter the catacombs. Don't go abroad. What's the big deal? In Sino Nation, you can't die. Fang Ping's expression was ugly. If he did not enter the catacombs, where would he get wealth? Without wealth, how could he cultivate quickly? Without wealth, who knew how many people here would have died? Zhang Tao ignored him. He also felt that Fang Ping needed more time to cultivate. After saying this, Zhang Tao looked around and said, this time, King Huai lost the forbidden catacombs. Before this, he had already moved away the giant mine and all the high-ranked martial artists, but left tens of millions of catacombs humans. These tens of millions of people are a big problem. This is also the first time we have such an experience. It's different from the Tiannan catacombs. The catacombs in Tiannan catacombs did not give up. Instead, there were restrictions. High-ranked martial artists were not allowed to fight. But here, since these people have been abandoned, it means that they can be killed at will. However, tens of millions of catacombs humans, do they really have to be slaughtered? Kill. Many catacombs humans are ordinary people, completely unaware of this. There are many infants and young children. Martial artists of our generation, even if they are not of the same race, must have different intentions. Even if we can take it seriously, can a group of ordinary catacombs humans do anything to us? If we don't kill tens of millions of people in the catacombs, how can we make the forbidden catacombs our territory? We must not be soft-hearted. In a race war, if we really want to kill, then we can do it. But tens of millions of people, we still need to be careful. Once the catacombs' powerhouse's hatred is aroused, all the cities in the 108 outer regions will mourn, then we'll be in trouble. Zhang Tao talked about the pros and cons for a while, then looked at everyone and asked, "What do you think?" Everyone looked at each other. After a long time, Tian Mu said in a muffled voice, "I only carry out the military department's orders. The commander has the final say." Li Jin glanced at him. "You say that I have the final say at this time? I've never seen you so obedient usually." After thinking for a moment, Li Jin said, "How about this? Since all the high-ranked martial artists have been taken away, then the middle-ranked martial artists, all the rank 6 will be killed." When he said this, Fang Ping somewhat admired this person's decisiveness. Commander Li was quite good at making decisions at critical moments. Actually, in the Forbidden Catacombs, other than one city, the other 11 cities had never fought with humans before. However, at this time, Li Jin said he would kill them without hesitation. Of course, Fang Ping could not be bothered with this. He had never been too concerned about things that had nothing to do with him. Li Jin continued, "Arrest all rank 4 and 5 martial artists. Send some to Tiannan Catacombs, and some for human research." Li Jin said coldly, "Didn't Tiannan Catacombs' high-ranked martial artists not participate in the war? Then send these middle-ranked martial artists in. I want to see if they will fight for resources and territory, or if they will be absorbed, or if they want to invade the human world. I'm guessing that in order to fight for resources and territory, they are more likely to fight among themselves. Of course, this is just a test. A portion of the 3 lower ranks martial artists will be banished from the royal city to be responsible for pioneering and exploring. A portion will be gathered in the Forbidden Catacombs to build a real martial artist city for human martial artists to train. In the past, it was difficult for the 3 lower ranks martial artists to have the opportunity to train in the various catacombs. The evil sect martial artists have also begun to decrease in the past 2 years. The 3 lower ranks martial artists lack actual combat experience. Even if there are sacrifices, we must create a batch of promising talents. As for the large number of normal catacombs humans, they are responsible for mining and planting medicinal herbs. But there are still too many. As Li Jin spoke, Zhang Tao smiled. Simple. Throw them into the restricted area. Open the passageway and send away most of the normal catacombs humans. Whether the restricted area kills or banishes them or doesn't care, that has nothing to do with us. Dead or alive, we didn't kill them. Not every martial artist in the catacombs doesn't care about these normal catacombs humans. If the monster plant's royal court doesn't handle it well, it may cause some trouble. That's the general arrangement. What do you guys think? No objections. The ministers can make the decision. No one had any objections. Zhang Tao smiled. Then it's settled. Tomorrow, everyone will enter the Forbidden Catacombs and start to deal with post-war matters. Kill rank 6, capture rank 4 and 5 martial artists, and throw them into the Tiannan Catacombs. Banish the normal catacombs humans and create a relatively safe place for Sino Nation's 3 lower ranks martial artists to train. The few of them settled it in a few words, without any hesitation. After saying that, Zhang Tao smiled again. Elder Nan has advanced to Paragon. Congratulations! Sino Nation has given birth to the 15th Desperation Stage martial artist. It's worth celebrating. Everyone congratulated Nan Yunue. Nan Yunue responded with a smile. She was in a good mood. Nan Yunue was in a good mood. She asked casually, "Did I get anything from the rank 9 I killed earlier?" In the crowd, the National Garrison Commander of the Detective Department, Zhong Qinghuan, glanced at Fang Ping and Li Changxing and said, "Fang Ping and Li Changxing are keeping that life extinguishment flower." When Zhong Qinghuan said this, he glared at Li Changxing. There was no other reason. This bastard had snatched her life extinguishment flower, otherwise, Nan Yunue had killed the rank 9 monster plants. Now that she had advanced to Paragon, plus she already had a rank 9 divine weapon, she would not need this. The biggest possibility was that he had given it to her. However, this bastardly Chongqing had snatched it from her hands. Nan Yunua's smile froze. He took it away just like that was really fast. Zhang Tao smiled and did not say anything. It was good that he had taken it away. If it was with Nan Yunue, he could forget about it. However, if it was with Fang Ping, then he could think about it. On the side of the education department, there were also a few rank 9 powerhouses. Bai Gongyan, the Wusan Army's commander, and Xia Yifan, the deputy minister of the education department. The education department currently had this configuration, 1 paragon and 2 rank 9s. On the side of the detective department, there was 1 paragon and 1 rank 9 commander, Zhong Qinghuan. The military would be much more powerful. Paragon Li Zhen. Rank 9 Tian Mu, Guoxian, Li Daong, as well as Commander Zhou from the military department who was guarding outside the battlefield. The 3 departments and Paragon had a total of 10 rank 9 powerhouses. As for the 4 main guard manners, the 2 northeast guard manners had 4 rank 9s on the list. Powerhouses who were not on the list such as Qinyaozu and Qinqi were also from the guard manners. The 2 southwest guard manners were slightly weaker. Only the deputy and the principal were rank 9. On the Sino Nation list, there were 36 rank 9 powerhouses. Axe King died in battle, so there were actually 35. There were 18 rank 9s from the 3 departments and 4 manners on the list, more than half. Besides, people like Wu Quishan, Fan Haiping, and Fang Yu could actually be considered as people from the 3 departments and 4 manners. Old Zhang was calculating these things in his heart, wondering if he could get more benefits from Fang Ping. Currently, the rank 9 in the Department of Education, Xia Yifan, did not even have a rank 9 divine weapon. Thinking about it, Zhang Tao was not in a hurry to say it. He quickly changed the topic, saying, "I'm preparing to have someone rearrange the rank 9 list." As soon as he said that, in the crowd, the faces of the 2 presidents of the Martial Arts Association turned purple. At this time, when we are talking about business, you want to rearrange the list? What do you mean? Do you insist on being number 1? Zhang Tao did not care about what they were thinking. He smiled and said, "At this point, some things should not continue. Axe King Xing Kaiwan's name should go." After Axe King died in battle, his family did not even dare to hold a funeral. To be honest, we have let these people down. But the situation was like that. We had no choice. We cannot let the situation become unstable. This time, I thought about the ranking. Senior Qinyaozu, Yu and Senior Qinqi will be on the list. Family Head Jiang, Yu, Family Head Wei, Family Head Su, and Family Head Li will all be on the list. With that, even without Axe King, there were 41 rank 9 martial artists. Previously, there were only 33 people in the rank 9 ranking list. Later, the number increased, and now, there are 41 people. This can also reduce the panic caused by the death of the Axe King. Zhang Tao sighed. Do the same for the other rank 7 and 8 powerhouses who died in battle. For these people, their families don't even dare to publicly announce that their family members have passed away. They know their hardships. They still have to force a smile when facing outsiders. It's not easy. Letting the dead shoulder the responsibility is also our incompetence. Zhang Tao's words made everyone feel a little upset. The reason the dead were included in the list was not to show that these heroes were not forgotten, but to prove the weakness of humanity. Even after these people died in battle, they still had to bear the responsibility. Hearing this, the 2 presidents of the Martial Arts Association hurriedly nodded. They had misunderstood Minister Zhang. Zhang Tao ignored them. Finally, he said, "Even if we win the Battle of Forbidden City, there's no need to make a big fuss about it. As everyone knows, this is a matter that involves tens of millions of catacombs humans. At this time, some people might want to promote the idea of equality for all, but I couldn't be bothered to waste my energy to deal with them. Everyone, go back and have a good rest. Those who need to recuperate, get some rest." Before he finished speaking, Fang Ping asked curiously, "Seniors, you aren't hurt, are you?" As soon as this was said, everyone was speechless. Yes, they were not hurt because their injuries had healed. However, they believed that Fang Ping was not really curious, but had ulterior motives. As expected, the next moment, Fang Ping sighed. It's a pity. I risked my life to go to the land of boundaries and fought hundreds of rounds with the monsters in the land of boundaries. I was beaten to the point that my golden body collapsed a few times. Even my core materialization was destroyed. This time, I obtained some opportunities in the land of boundaries. As he said that, Fang Ping displayed his materialization. Looking at the gold house that was no longer recognizable, some of the grandmasters in the crowd changed their expressions slightly. Before this, they thought that Fang Ping was joking. At this moment, these grandmaster powerhouses' expressions changed again and again. Fang Ping's gold house had a great reputation. After the battle in Skygate City, many people knew about it. They did not expect that even his gold house would be destroyed. Soon, in the crowd, Tian Mu sighed. I can't return the imperishable substance that I borrowed previously. I don't have the money either. Don't worry, when I earn enough, I'll return it together with the divine weapon from before. Fang Ping's things did not come for nothing. Seeing his materialization in this state, and thinking about how this fellow did not even have time to repair his materialization before coming to the forbidden catacombs to rescue everyone, many grandmasters were ashamed. Previously, they even had the thought of reneging on the debt. They were really too ashamed to face anyone. Fang Ping smiled. Senior Tian, it was 100 billion previously. Let's change it now. This time, you've used up a lot of imperishable substance. Let's make it 200 billion. Tian Mu smiled bitterly. He did not hesitate. Very quickly, he took Fang Ping's IOU and revised it. Senior Wu, what do you say? Wu Chuan said helplessly, I can't pay it back. You know me. In order to exchange for the divine weapon previously, I handed over all my assets. I'll owe it first, 100 billion. I didn't use that much, the imperishable substance is not a matter of money. Wu Chuan was speechless. He wrote the IOU without a word. Fang Ping did not put away his broken gold house. Instead, he smashed it on Zhang Weiyu's face. Zhang Weiyu was speechless. He began to write the IOU silently. I don't have money either, putting aside the fact that he risked his life to rescue them, he almost had his materialization crushed. Under such circumstances, they were all unscathed, but Fang Ping was seriously injured. How could he renege on the debt? Zhang Tao and the few other paragons watched, not saying a word. Li Hansong's admiration was at its peak. Look, I knew that these people would not renege on the debt. As expected, I was right, amazing. P.S. Sorry, don't wait. I'll update the third chapter at around 2 o'clock tonight. The updates have been unstable for the past few days, please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website, Brother Tian 200 billion, Brother Wu 100 billion, Guardian Zhang 100 billion, Deputy Commander Li 100 billion, Leader Zhao 100 billion, Grandmaster Wan Yu 100 billion, Elder Fan 100 billion, Fang Ping counted the IOUs one by one. Rank 9, that started at 100 billion. More than 10 rank 9s had all written IOUs. Rank 8s were much less, ranging from tens of billions. Rank 7s, about 10 billion. Many of these people had written IOUs because of the divine weapon incident last time. This time, it was even more. The final calculation was close to 3 trillion. Fang Ping kept these IOUs and suddenly looked at Nan Yunue. Nan Yunue was a little uneasy. Fang Ping chuckled. Chief Nan, it's actually just a hobby. You know that I especially like to collect these. You see, Nan Yunue was helpless. Yes, it could only be considered a hobby. Just the grandmasters present already owed a huge sum of 3 trillion, where could they return it? This was not real money. It was equivalent resources. 3 trillion, 30 rank 9 divine weapons. Where could they find it? Fang Ping said it was a hobby. For a moment, many grandmasters were really ashamed. There was no other way. They were short of money and could not afford to return it. They could only be debtors for once. Nan Yunue sighed and said, how much? Up to you. Fill in a number. 3 to 5 trillion is not too little, Nan Yunue sighed again. She did not waste time and filled in a 3 trillion IOU. Fang Ping took it, grinning from ear to ear. He had gotten his first Paragon IOU. As for old Zhang, this shameless guy had taken away many of his things. He never wrote IOUs. Zhang Tao saw this and coughed softly. Alright, everyone else can go out. Fang Ping, you guys stay. Paragons also needed their dignity. How did this kid Fang Ping cultivate? After they left, he could not ask Nan Yunue for the IOU. Did he have to ask in front of everyone? If he did not give face, he would suffer sooner or later. After the others left, seeing that Li Changxing was still there, Zhang Tao did not say anything. Now that Li Changxing was not here, Fang Ping still had to say it later. Ignoring old man Li, Zhang Tao asked, "Did you really enter the bounded domain?" "Minister, you didn't know?" Fang Ping said in surprise, "Didn't you call that senior?" "I even introduced myself, but before I could finish, you disconnected." Zhang Tao's face darkened. "Do you really think I'm a god? How am I supposed to make a call when we're separated by a domain?" That was the self-reaction of the split body, equivalent to a predetermined program. If you don't use it and don't destroy it, I can still feel some things when I take it back. In the end, it was destroyed by you. How would I know what was going on? Fang Ping understood now. So that was how it was. Fang Ping chuckled. "It's alright, Minister. I've added on a self-introduction for you, saying that you're the guardian of humanity. The seniors in the bounded boundaries are quite happy. I was so happy that I imparted the cultivation technique to you, so strictly speaking, this cultivation technique is still mine." Zhang Tao added. His words almost choked Fang Ping to death. Zhang Tao seemed to know what he wanted to say. He smiled and said, "Let's not talk about other things first. Let's talk about us. If I make a move, I'll give you 1 trillion. You don't have any objections, do you?" Previously, Imperial Sea Mountain, the three of us at the pinnacle acted for you with our true bodies. It's not too much, is it? That's 7 trillion. However, you did it to save everyone, so your contribution is still very big. But they also wrote you an IOU, so the imperishable substance is considered even. For your contribution this time, I'll reward you 2 trillion. 2 trillion, 20 rank 9 divine weapons. This is probably Sino Nation's biggest reward. Based on this, you still owe us 5 trillion. As for Ji Yao's rank 9 divine weapon, the perishment blossoms that Nan Yunue killed, and the imperishable essence, you can hand them over first. Let's make it 1 trillion. You've overestimated the value of these things. I've already tacitly agreed that they're yours. You should be satisfied with this. Nan Yunue's 3 trillion, I've returned it on her behalf. Based on this, you still owe me 1 trillion. However, you've also taken a risk in the bounded boundaries. You've even saved a few people from the Chen family. Guardian Chen helped out previously, so half of the cost is considered free. Based on this, we're even. Zhang Tao laughed. Give me the divine weapons and the perishment blossoms. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. This accounting. Li Zhen was also extremely impressed. Evil people needed evil people to deal with them. Look, after old Zhang came back, with just a few words, this bastard Fang Ping was scared out of his wits. Zhang Tao even knew that Fang Ping might use the cultivation method to scheme. As soon as Fang Ping's voice fell, he had already set up an ambush. That cultivation method was actually passed on to him. He was just using Fang Ping to pass it on to him. Fang Ping's expression darkened. Li Hansong and the rest did not say a word. They sat and watched the two great villains fight. Fang Ping wanted to say more, but Zhang Tao said sternly, "Actually, I've let go of a profitable deal previously. 12 giant mines, a bunch of rank 9 divine weapons, a true king's ultimate art for me to choose. I just want your life." Fang Ping, I'm not trying to scare you. This is the condition that King Huai and the rest offered. Think about it. If I sell you, won't I not be short of resources at all? So, this time's loss, you have to share half of it. That's 6 giant mines. Fang Ping was so angry that his face turned purple. So, I still owe you a few trillion? However, you're a hero. I've always treated you like my grandson. No matter what, I won't do such a thing. Zhang Tao sighed and said, "It's a pity that I can't do it alone." Can I hold up the sky for you all by myself? Zhang Tao sighed and said, no matter how strong I am, what can I do if I fight 1 against 3 or 5? Even if I kill 3 or 5 true kings, what can I do? Now, only when everyone is like a dragon and everyone is strong can there be a chance to resist the catacombs and save your life. Zhang Tao sighed and said, forget it. In order to save you, tell me in detail about the bounded domain first. We'll discuss the cultivation method later and see if it's useful. As for the debt, it's just a joke. You said that I'm the guardian of mankind, so it's only natural that I protect you. Fang Ping was about to cry. He was so touched. Old Zhang really knows how to talk. How shameless. I didn't even offer a price. You've already said everything that needs to be said. What else can I do now? To think that I thought you were short-sighted and that a price of 1 trillion was nothing. You've been waiting for me all along. This impromptu strength. I can't even refute it. Seeing Fang Ping's expression, everyone sighed. The older, the wiser. Zhang Tao won. Of course, the key was still strength because Fang Ping could not speak now. Yes, he could not speak, even the touched look on his face was fake. It was forced out, F*CK, I'm convinced, I'm really convinced. At this moment, Fang Ping was completely convinced. There was only one way to deal with old Zhang, and that was to beat him up. Otherwise, even if you could out-talk him, he could make you speechless. This was strength. This was too much. After a while, Fang Ping could speak again. His expression was a little listless. He said gloomily, Minister, don't do this next time. Zhang Tao did not seem to understand. He said impatiently, get to the point. Fang Ping had no choice but to start narrating. More than 10 minutes later. Zhang Tao frowned. You didn't see anyone? No. To be able to trigger a reaction from my split body, he must have the strength of a peak. It's hard to say if he's alive. Zhang Tao said casually. Beside him, Li Zhen replied, that's right. It's hard to say if he's alive. He might even be. Inextinguishable mentality. Nan Yinhua said lightly, you guys already know that as long as his mentality is not extinguished, he is not considered dead. When we kill the catacombs martial artists, we have to destroy their mentality. If a powerhouse's physical body is destroyed, but his mentality is not extinguished, at this time, he can actually reform his physical body. Of course, if his physical body is completely destroyed, he will only be left with an inextinguishable mentality. At this time, it will be difficult to recover. Li Zhen said again, but the existence of mentality means that there is still hope for recovery. Lake of Eternity. Lake of Eternity may actually be the place these people use to recover their physical bodies, or even. Li Zhen hesitated for a moment. Or even the Lake of Eternity may be some of the inextinguishable substances left behind after their physical bodies died. They did not come back to life. Instead, they went into hibernation and recovery, waiting to recover their strongest combat strength. The few peerless powerhouses were experienced and knowledgeable. In a moment, they had sorted out these matters. Zhang Tao also nodded slightly. That coercion might be mentality coercion. It could also be origin Dao coercion. This is hard to confirm. But it's actually the same. Origin Dao coercion and mentality coercion are fundamentally different. But it can be controlled autonomously. This means that this half-dead powerhouse exists with a consciousness. Actually, I have thought about it before. It should be like this. In this way, some things can be explained. As he said this, he glanced at Li Zhen. If there really was such an intelligent creature in the boundary zone, then even if the origins of the elders of Star Town were unknown, the martial arts inheritance might have a root. Previously, he did not know too much. He only knew some insider information. It was Li Zhen, the trader of Star Town, who told him. But Li Zhen might not know too much. Now that Fang Ping and the others had personally experienced it and proved some things, it could be used as evidence. Zhang Tao suddenly sighed. Thank you, seniors, for not forgetting the survival of humanity. But why did you not let humans enter before? So much so that. Li Zhen said softly, it might not be that they were not allowed to enter. Perhaps they had truly entered a dormant period before. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Tao reacted. He murmured, "That's true. It's been so many years. If they were repairing their bodies before, then they might have truly entered a period of nirvana. No wonder you did not encounter such a situation when you entered before. It seems that their period of awakening is not continuous. Before, we can only say that they were unlucky. Those who entered did not encounter the seniors who awakened." As soon as he said this, Zhang Tao humphed. Since they are awake, the danger is not great. Then, how did that person die? Li Zhen did not speak. Nan Yunhua said calmly, coveting the second path, coveting the origin, coveting the pure immortal substance of the new body, coveting everything, then there is an explanation. But some things, let the past be the past. At this moment, the several people confirmed many things. In the boundary zone, if coercion existed, then it meant that the danger was not great. The coercion of the boundary zone was actually only to drive some people away and kill the catacombs martial artists. They did not necessarily have the heart to kill humans. Previously, Qin Fengqing and Li Hansong accidentally entered. Perhaps this was the case. Fang Ping actually understood a lot of things. He said suddenly, if that's the case, when Qin Fengqing and the others were thrown out, them? Zhang Tao smiled faintly. Didn't you say that only Qin Fengqing had entered before? Fang Ping was embarrassed. How long had it been? How could he still remember? Now he was picking on his loophole. Ignoring old Zhang, Fang Ping calculated. If that's the case, it might be because everyone did not have mentality projection at that time, so they could not accept the inheritance and were thrown out. If I had known this would happen. What a pity. I should have gone in and tried that day. Zhang Tao said again, you? How could you enter? Although the boundary zone may not have the intention to harm people, it definitely has the intention to guard against people. Those who are not descendants of the boundary zone or disciples should not be able to enter it. Fang Ping, you said you entered Xuanda Grotto Heaven. You can enter Su Ling Grotto Heaven too. Kid, don't you think it's time for you to say something? Fang Ping said without batting an eyelid, before I was resurrected, I should have gathered the strengths of hundreds of schools and learned their cultivation methods. Or, these cultivation methods. The cultivation methods of different boundaries could all originate from me. This will depend on when I am a reincarnated martial artist. If I was in front of the boundary zone, then it means that all the boundary zone came from my inheritance. If I was in front of the boundary zone, then it means that I was a genius in the past, integrating the strengths of hundreds of schools. Minister, are you satisfied with this explanation? Zhang Tao smiled. Satisfied, very satisfied. You are the celestial emperor, naturally, you are omnipotent. Inheriting from you is also reasonable. Li Zhen and Nan Yunhua felt like they were listening to a heavenly book. These two fellows. Could they talk about this? Could they even explain it? As expected, Zhang Tao did not pursue this matter anymore. He smiled and said, you went to the boundary zone and this time, you did collect a lot of useful information for us. You are the person involved, so I won't hide it from you. There might really be some powerhouses in the boundary zone, but they should be the half-crippled and half-dead kind. Actually, they can't leave the boundary zone, or if they do, they might be targeted and their origin devoured. In order to protect themselves, these powerhouses sealed off the boundary zone. But I believe that they still care about humans, and have made a lot of sacrifices for this. Perhaps, for more than 2,000 years, it was mainly these people who were protecting us. Of course, I dare not be sure, and I have no way of confirming it. I think you have also heard some things. The old ancestors of Star Town, maybe, are their successors. I still dare not be sure about this. But now, there is no need to look into this. The news you brought back has given us a lot of hope and expectation. These seniors might really be completely resurrected, otherwise, you might not be able to see them this time. After the resurrection, humans will have some more top powerhouses. Of course, we must also be prepared, we can't always think of things as good as we can, Zhang Tao said a lot. Fang Ping listened attentively. After he finished, he said, there are a total of 8 intact boundary zones in Sino Nation. Does this mean that there are still 8 seniors still alive? Maybe. As Zhang Tao said that, he suddenly looked deeply at Li Zhan and said lightly, the place that Li Zhan went to in the past, there is no longer any pressure. Of course, he did not manage to explore to the end. The boundary zone is still sealed, which means that it might not be resurrected, but it still exists. It might have already been resurrected, or even come back to life. Fang Ping's pupil shrank. Li Zhan said in a low voice, Zhang Tao, don't make wild guesses. Zhang Tao laughed. It's nothing to make wild guesses. Let's not talk about this. Fang Ping, I told you all this because I hope that you will understand more. Fang Ping suddenly said, do the seniors know how to take over bodies? Get lost. Zhang Tao suddenly scolded. He was speechless. You have nothing better to do. Stop reading all these strange stories. Take over? When a Desperation Realms mentality enters your body, it is not taking over, but you will explode. Take over. If I die, my mentality will not be extinguished. With your weak physique, why would I want to come? In this time, my own mentality can give birth to a body that is the same as my origin. What use do I have for you? To think that you can think of it, and to think that you are a rank 7 martial artist. Can mentality and physique of different origins fuse? Nonsense. Zhang Tao scolded for a while, then scolded, read less of these things in the future. Don't let your imagination run wild and scare yourself. Martial artists only cultivate themselves, not the other way. Those who walk the second way have no other choice. Otherwise, they will not walk it. There is only one way among all paths. This is the essence of cultivation. Li Chongqing's unification of 10,000 paths is in line with this philosophy. Unfortunately, his unification of 10,000 paths is not complete. This is why his vitality is constantly draining away. He was a powerful genius, but now he has become a complete waste. Old man Li was just beside him. He humped when he heard that, saying slowly, I killed 2 rank 9s. Zhang Tao snorted, saying lightly, I can find the Catacombs King to exchange for the life essence and imperishable substances that you spent for 2 rank 9s, dead or alive. Do you believe me? Old man Li looked embarrassed. There was nothing wrong with what he said. With the Catacombs King's character, if he really wanted to exchange, the probability of him agreeing was not small. Old man Li was devastated. He was a little listless. Old Zhang's ability to cut people's hearts was much better than Fang Ping's. Fang Ping had never thought about this. Look at old Zhang. As expected, evil people will be tortured by evil people. At this moment, Li Zhan and Nan Yunhua laughed. No matter how much the troublemakers of martial arts universities tried, when it came to Zhang Tao, they would be put out after 3, 2, 1. Old schemer Zhang Tao. This nickname was not wrong. Compared to Zhang Tao, these people were still a little green. Li Hansong and the rest were silent. If they did not speak, Fang Ping and Old Man Li, these 2 powerful people, were no match for him. It was better for them not to speak and ask for abuse. Zhang Tao was not in the mood to attack them. These are all off topic. Let's not talk about it for now. Bring us the animal skin book and the crystal book first. As for the cultivation methods that you and Li Hansong have memorized, it's not too late to talk about it later. Fang Ping did not speak. Seeing that Li Zhan seemed to be laughing at him, he snorted in his heart and threw a piece of paper straight at Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao glanced at it, then glanced at Li Zhan. Where's the book? Li Zhan, bang, without another word, Li Zhan slapped Fang Ping directly into the ground. He had tolerated this bastard for too long. Now he had to beat him up. Where's the book? Here it is. Fang Ping did not hesitate either. All the books appeared immediately. He felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart. His strength was not as good as others. If he was a paragon, with this piece of paper, he could trick Li Zhan until he cried. Now, the paragon did not reason with him. He only asked if he would take it out or not. Old Zhang, Li Zhan, these 2 paragons bullied me. Fang Ping glanced at Nan Yunhua from the corner of his eye. I did you a big favor, but you did not even offer to help. The 3 of them ignored him and started reading their books. Of course, Zhang Tao did something sneaky. He kept the piece of paper directly and did not return it to Li Zhan. Perhaps he was planning to blackmail Li Jun later. Beside him, Li Hansong sighed. Today, Fang Ping was completely defeated. He had worshipped Fang Ping before. Now that he thought about it, strength was still the most important. Strength was the way of the king. No, domineering, no matter how good his mouth was, it was still just a mouth. Think about it, Fang Ping had it so bad. He was wanted by the catacombs, bullied by old Zhang, slapped into the ground by Li Zhen. Forget it, in the future, he would focus on martial arts and become stronger. He did not need to learn Fang Ping's tricks. Fang Ping ignored him and looked at Old Man Li. You're not going to help me? Li Chongqing closed his eyes and rested. Don't look at me. It's useless to look at you. You're in trouble now. I can't handle it anymore. You're always talking about paragons. I'm already so old. I don't want to be buried with you. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Tao said softly, I've underestimated the martial artists of the ancient martial era. They have their own specialties. They might not be stronger than us in combat, but some of their tricks are not weak. At least, we can't create a seal like the one in the bounded zone. If we could put it at the entrance of the catacombs. That would be much easier. What a pity. Minister, stop lamenting. What are these books talking about? Some basic knowledge, including the cultivation methods of the 3 middle ranks and 3 lower ranks. It's useless even if you know this. The useful ones are those crystal books. Out of the 10 crystal books, 6 are martial arts related knowledge, and the other 4 are relatively important information. Fang Ping was speechless. Fang Ping was speechless. If I remember correctly, these 2 are all about gossip. Was that important? Zhang Tao ignored him and continued, the 6 crystal books record in detail the future cultivation paths of rank 6 martial artists. After rank 6, how should we go? First, normal cultivation, which is to cultivate mentality and physique at the same time. Second, focus on cultivating mentality, with the physique as a supplement. Third, focus on cultivating the physique, with mentality as a supplement. Fourth, unite all paths, which is Li Chongqing's path. This is the cultivation method of a genius. Rank 6 golden body is at least comparable to the strength of a first refinement golden body. Use the golden body to fuse mentality, completely fusing mentality into the golden body. Fifth, unite all paths, which is also the path of a genius. Before rank 7, mentality materializes, and vitality force fuses with mentality. In other words, vitality force is converted into mentality, and mentality is mainly used for attacking. Zhang Tao glanced at Yao Qingjun and Fang Ping, saying, if both of you lived in the ancient martial era, you should be able to take this path. What about the last path? Zhang Tao pondered for a moment, saying, the last one. I'm not too sure. The book doesn't explain it very clearly. In general, it's to cultivate the internal and then the external, with the internal as the main and the external as a supplement. Zhang Tao gave a brief explanation, saying, the book's introduction is actually quite simple. This is also just a choice for rank 6 martial artists. Let's see which path the rank 6 martial artists will choose in the end. If they choose, then it's settled. The book does have some ways to help you walk this path. This is still quite useful for middle-ranked martial artists. Xuanda Grotto Heaven is very inclusive, listing all the cultivation methods. Unlike Li Zhen who brought back useless books. Zhang Tao said, giving Li Zhen a blow. He continued, Xuanda Grotto Heaven gave its disciples 6 cultivation methods. This means that they might have all kinds of cultivation methods. Beside him, Li Zhen frowned slightly. In my opinion, Xuanda Grotto Heaven may not be as strong as other grotto heavens. Too many means not being proficient, not being focused. Zhang Tao, actually, I'd rather Xuanda Grotto Heaven only have 1 cultivation method. Zhang Tao sighed softly. Naturally, he knew this. However, things had come to this. Was he still going to be picky? In the next moment, Zhang Tao looked at Fang Ping and Li Hansong, saying in a low voice, both of you might have inherited 2 different cultivation methods, or maybe 2 of the 6 paths. Fang Ping was instantly overjoyed, there was no other reason. At that time, he was looking for a cultivation method that combined 10,000 paths into one. However, logically speaking, old Zhao should have obtained a cultivation method that specialized in mentality. Why did he not? Could it be that the senior in the bounded domain was not a powerhouse in this aspect? Xuanda Grotto Heaven's powerhouse who specialized in mentality cultivation methods had fallen. At this moment, Fang Ping had a bad feeling. Li Hansong might have obtained a cultivation method that specialized in the physique. This could be seen from the test. The senior in Xuanda Grotto Heaven might have been a powerhouse who specialized in the physique. No matter what, Fang Ping still hoped that it would be effective. Even if Xuanda Grotto Heaven's cultivation method might not be the strongest in everyone's eyes, at this moment, Fang Ping did not need it to be the strongest. In fact, the cultivation of the cultivation method still needed a hint. Grasping this hint, the few paragons present might be able to deduce a more powerful and focused cultivation method. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version website, in the side hall. Zhang Tao and the others settled these chores first. Soon, the 3 Desperation Realms looked at Fang Ping and Li Hansong at the same time. Cultivation methods, core cultivation methods, this was the most important thing. It was also what the apex really valued. Other things, be it a rank 9 divine weapon or an imperishable substance, these people did not care about it for themselves, but for others. Cultivation methods, on the other hand, were hard to say. The martial artists of the neo-martial era relied on the methods of honing to forcefully cultivate to the apex. This kind of achievement had never been seen before. The most basic cultivation method allowed these people to advance to the apex in just a few decades, entering the realm of the apex powerhouses even in the ancient martial era. As for the more advanced cultivation methods, like Fang Ping, they had a short time. Even the apex could not cultivate and waste a lot of time deducing and experimenting at the same time. The 3 of them looked at Fang Ping and Li Hansong. Fang Ping glanced at Li Hansong and said quickly, "Ask about the Iron Head cultivation method first. If there's an accident, he'll be a little more stubborn." Li Hansong smiled foolishly. Beside him, Old Man Li kicked Fang Ping. In fact, there were some things that everyone knew in their hearts. Being stubborn was just an excuse. Fang Ping did not actually care about the cultivation method, but he was worried that if the cultivation method was destroyed, Old Man Li would not have a chance. As for the other cultivation methods, if they were gone, so be it. Even if the mentality cultivation method was gone, it was not a big deal. If the myriad unification cultivation method was gone, then Old Man Li could only continue in this state. Once he lost Fang Ping's support, he would die at any time. Li Hansong laughed foolishly and said, "Then I'll go first. This cultivation method. I think it's a little troublesome to say it out loud. It's a long tongue twister. I think it's more convenient to use mentality to communicate." "Minister, should I use mentality to communicate with you?" As soon as he said this, Zhang Tao smiled. "Then there's some hope." Ancient martial artists pay a lot of attention to cultivation methods. The powerhouse's cultivation methods are only passed down to the core disciples. They won't be recorded in books. Mentality transmission is more in line with this. As he said this, Zhang Tao was slightly nervous. He took a deep breath and said, "Li Zhen, Nan Yunyue, both of you be careful. Ancient martial artists have many tricks up their sleeves. Later, when Li Hansong passes down the cultivation method, both of you keep an eye on his mentality and protect his core item to prevent any accidents." Both of them nodded. The atmosphere in the side chamber instantly became tense. It was really stagnant. At this moment, Fang Ping felt extremely pressured. The 3 paragons were all ready to strike. The invisible pressure pressed down on him so hard that he could barely breathe. The few paragons were all like that. This made Fang Ping understand even more clearly how important cultivation techniques were. "Begin." The smile on Zhang Tao's face was gone, replaced by a serious expression. "Tell me everything without missing a single word." Before he could finish, Li Hansong's psychic energy gushed out and surged towards him. The corner of Zhang Tao's mouth twitched. Why is this kid so impatient? I'm not done yet. Although he was cursing, Zhang Tao also quickly released his spiritual force and contacted Li Hansong. Li Zhan and the other man were vigilantly watching Li Hansong's spiritual fluctuations. worried that the ancient martial arts practitioner would set some restrictions. Modern martial artists did not have many methods to restrict martial artists. At most, his mental strength could suppress and imprison him for a moment, but after a period of time, his mental strength would naturally dissipate. However, ancient martial art practitioners were able to create a domain that even the pinnacle feared. This was the difference between the two sides. Fang Ping kept his eyes on Li Hansong. At this moment, he did not dare to use his mentality to test anything, just in case something unexpected happened. However, the cultivation technique transmission was relatively calm. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Tao slowly retracted his mentality. Li Hansong also looked relaxed. He grinned and said, "It's fine. Thank you, senior." Zhang Tao ignored him and saluted in the direction of West Mountain. He sighed slightly in relief. There are no restrictions. It is indeed a cultivation technique inheritance. It seems that the senior from Xuanda Grotto has already prepared to transmit it. I'm impressed. Zhang Tao sighed. He was indeed impressed. Ancient martial artists attached great importance to cultivation technique inheritance. They were not martial artists of the neo-martial era and had not experienced everything in the neo-martial era. To spread one's cultivation technique was something that could not be done without great courage. Li Zhan and the others also saluted in the direction of West Mountain. Soon, Li Zhan asked, "What cultivation technique is it?" Golden Body 9 forging techniques. Before Zhang Tao could finish, everyone's expression changed. Li Zhan and Nan Yunue obviously looked disappointed. Golden Body 9 forging techniques. As soon as they heard the name, both of them knew that it was related to the cultivation of the golden body or the cultivation of the physique. However, this was not what they wanted, even if they had some guesses before. When it really happened, everyone still felt an indescribable feeling in their hearts. Zhang Tao laughed. "What's wrong? It's just a name. Why don't you think about it? Since I'm teaching you how to perform the Golden Body 9 forging, there must be a way to increase the strength of your golden body and a way to cultivate the imperishable substance. Otherwise, how do you forge the golden body?" It's true. At this moment, everyone was excited. Even Li Zhan and Nan Yunue were so excited that the chairs they were sitting on broke into pieces. However, considering that there were still a few juniors around, the chairs were formed in the blink of an eye. Fang Ping glanced at them and snickered in his heart. It seemed like there were also times when they lost control of their strength. If they had the ability to solidify the chairs, they would have solidified the chairs. Otherwise, they would still shatter. Once solidified, it would be a treasure. He would have to take it away later. Fang Ping decided that he would keep his eyes on these two chairs after the event. If the two paragons cared about their pride, they might solidify them. Ignoring this, Fang Ping asked excitedly, "Minister, this Golden Body 9 forging can forge the imperishable substance?" Zhang Tao saw his excitement and hesitated. He said slowly, "Don't rush. This probably won't be very useful for the unification of 10,000 Daos." As soon as he said this, Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. However, Fang Ping relaxed very quickly. He smiled. "I'm not in a hurry. I still have more." Old Manly said lazily, "Maybe you two are the same. Don't mind it too much. Be normal. It's good that you don't have cultivation methods. With cultivation methods, this old man will cultivate to the peak. Who knows, you might dare to provoke a monarch." Fang Ping smiled and did not say anything. Zhang Tao said slowly, "Golden Body 9 forging." Fang Ping said suddenly, "Minister, I have to interrupt." "How do you know?" Zhang Tao smiled faintly. "There's nothing a paragon can't do." Nan Yunue was a little impatient. She said exasperatedly, "Stop talking nonsense. What do you mean by there's nothing you can't do? Go create your own cultivation method. Do you need to ask for help?" Nan Yunue snorted, her face full of displeasure. This Zhang Tao guy had enough. He had been pretending from the beginning until now. Ignoring Zhang Tao, Nan Yunue looked at Fang Ping and said, "Ancient martial artists use the ancient language. Plus, they have a slight accent. It's normal that you can't understand. You'll understand after a few more encounters." Our mentality is strong and we've always wanted to find ancient martial arts cultivation methods. That's why we've done some research before. Fang Ping understood. He lowered his head and gave old Zhang a disdainful look. Why did he have to pretend? Zhang Tao did not care about this. He said with a smile, "All right, these are off topic. Let's get down to business." Zhang Tao said with a smile, "Golden Body 9 forging sounds like a golden body cultivation method. In reality, it's not. This is a complete set of cultivation methods." However, Zhang Tao said softly, "However, only rank 7 can cultivate it. I kind of understand now. During the ancient martial arts era, only rank 7 can be considered a true core disciple. Looks like there were many powerhouses back then. Golden Body 9 forging talks about how to build the strength of the body from rank 7 onwards. It focuses on the body and supplements mentality." Mentality. Interesting, interesting. As Zhang Tao said this, his eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. No one interrupted him, letting him think. After a while, Zhang Tao murmured, "Although it's only a minor mentality, once one method is mastered, 100 methods will be mastered. So that's how it is. We can only rely on vitality to supplement mentality. We can't actively cultivate it ourselves. So, our thinking was wrong. Cultivating the body is actually a process of strengthening the circulation of vitality. The strength of vitality comes from the strength of the body. The body is actually the source of vitality. As for mentality, we've always been thinking of using vitality to strengthen mentality. We've forgotten the source of mentality." Beside him, Li Zhen frowned slightly. "You mean, the brain nucleus?" Zhang Tao exhaled softly. "Yes, the brain nucleus. Is the brain nucleus the source of mentality? Actually, this has not been proven. Whether it is or not, even you and I can't say for sure. Moreover, the brain nucleus is located in the brain. It's similar to the Sanjiao gate, in between reality and illusion. When some people die, they stay, but some don't. Before this, we've been thinking about how to hone our mentality and how to make it tough. We actually didn't think about the problem of the brain nucleus." Li Zhen frowned. "It's not that we didn't think about it. The Cultivation Techniques Research Institute has also given me many suggestions. One of them is about the brain nucleus. The key is that there are a few difficulties that haven't been solved. First, there's no way to locate it. Even I, whose control over my body has reached an extreme, can't clearly sense the location of the brain nucleus. If I can't do it, how can anyone else locate the location of the brain nucleus? Second, it's dangerous. The brain nucleus is the carrier of mentality. Once something goes wrong, it may lose all its functions and become a living dead. You and I don't dare to try to locate it by force and probe. If others can't find it, naturally there's no way to explore the cultivation method of the brain nucleus." Zhang Tao glanced at him and smiled. "Why are you in such a hurry to explain? I didn't say you're useless, you. Stop you. You should just disband that Cultivation Techniques Research Institute of yours." What me? I let you lead the cultivation techniques research because I hoped that you would bring some cultivation techniques from Star Town as a reference. It's been so many years and there's no result at all. I'll return it to you, enough. Nan Yunyue suddenly roared, her face pale with anger. She said furiously, "Is this the time to talk nonsense? If you two want to talk nonsense, do it after we're done talking about the cultivation techniques. Stop talking nonsense. I don't have that much time to listen to your nonsense." Fang Ping and the others also had a look of agreement on their faces. That was right. At this time, old Zhang was halfway through talking about the cultivation techniques and he was actually making sarcastic remarks about Li Zhen. How unreliable was that? Zhang Tao chuckled. "I'm happy. Once I'm happy, I talk more. Alright, let's not talk about this. I'll continue talking about the cultivation techniques. I already understand the foundation of mentality during the ancient martial era. That is to cultivate the brain nucleus. As a carrier, the strength and sturdiness of the brain nucleus is the foundation of the strengthening of mentality. The greatest achievement of an ancient martial artist is to find the location of the brain nucleus. Based on this foundation, they cultivate and stabilize the brain nucleus so that it can bear a stronger mentality. The intertwining of mentality and vitality force can hone the body. When the body has been honed to a certain degree, the intertwining of the golden body strength, mentality, and vitality force can give birth to an indestructible substance. Zhang Tao's smile widened as he continued, as for the golden body 9 forging techniques, the reason why it is said that it mainly cultivates one's physical body is because it mainly talks about how to channel one's mental energy and blood qi into one's body and convert them into physical strength. As Zhang Tao spoke, he pondered for a moment before continuing, I'll be more direct. Different materials are produced when the ratio is different. Because the ratio of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal is different, the products produced are also different. Some can become gunpowder, Fang Ping said helplessly. Minister, we're not primary school students anymore. We're a group of high-ranked martial artists. As for you, just continue with what you're saying. We can understand. You're the Minister of Education, you're not bluffing. Old Zhang's hobby of teaching others was sometimes a headache. Nan Yingyue and Li Zhen had helpless looks on their faces. What did this fellow think they were? Did he need to explain it bit by bit? Zhang Tao chuckled. I'll make it clearer, just in case someone doesn't understand. Li Hansong, am I right? Li Hansong put on an innocent and honest face. I want to say no. I'm the Gaokao champion. How can I not understand? However, old Zhang wanted a way out. His gaze was scary, so Li Hansong said obediently, yes. Minister, I can only understand if you explain it in detail. Otherwise, I won't understand. Everyone rolled their eyes. Ironhead's ability to sail with the wind. If you said he was a fool, then you were the real fool. Listen to this bootlicking? Zhang Tao was very satisfied. He smiled. This is the cultivation method that the senior gave to Li Hansong, probably hoping that he can cultivate it and pass it down. I still have to follow the master's wishes and explain it clearly so that Li Hansong can understand. After saying that, without giving the others a chance to speak, Zhang Tao quickly said, the ratio of mentality and vitality force is different, so the power produced is not the same. 1:10 ratio will produce celestiality. This is the most commonly used and also the main power we use. However, celestiality doesn't have the effect of strengthening mentality and vitality force. Celestiality can't be reflected back to the body. This is a kind of expendable power. In fact, it's a mistake in the ratio. If the ratio is correct, vitality force and mentality can both be strengthened and reflected back to the body. Reflecting back mentality, reflecting back to the body, this is the essence of ancient martial artists' research on power. After Zhang Tao said so much, everyone understood. Soon, Zhang Tao said again, the 9 golden body forging technique talks about using the most vitality force and the least mentality to hone the body's strength. The ratio of celestiality, mentality, and vitality force is 1:10. But when this ratio is changed to 1:100 through a special conversion method, we can use it to temper our body, build the strength of the body, and even achieve the golden body. After the golden body, we can add on the power of the golden body to forge the immortal substance and continue to temper the body. At this time, the barrier of the realm will be broken by the powerful physical strength. This is a martial artist who specializes in the cultivation of the body. Most of the time, some things can be broken through by just a thin membrane. When Zhang Tao mentioned this, Li Zhen murmured, so, if you want to focus on psychic power, you should use the least amount of qi power to temper your brain core, right? That should be the case. I see. Li Zhen also came to a realization, but he hurriedly said, then how to locate the brain? You should know that even if one specializes in the cultivation of the body, they also need mentality to complement it. That's right. Li Zhen smiled and said, in my opinion, the most important thing about the golden body 9 forging technique is nothing else but the method to locate the brain. The brain lies between reality and illusion. I'm afraid you've never thought of where the brain is. Zhang Tao's eyes flickered. Between reality and illusion, other than the brain, what else is there? Sanjiao Gate. I've never considered this question before. I've been blinded by it. The brain is actually not located in the brain. After death, it appears in the brain. It can only be said that it has turned from nothingness into reality, a kind of location shift. The real brain is located in the Xianxia gate. What? The few of them were beyond shocked. How could that be? It's true. Of course, we can try to locate it later. Zhang Tao did not say much. He continued, when we break through to rank 7, the Xianxia gate will sit on the celestial bridge, arranged in a straight line. In the past, we didn't think too much about it, so we missed out on a lot of important information. Now, I can tell you that the celestial bridge is not necessarily a bridge. We've always pursued the introversion of strength, so that we don't lose any strength. That bridge connects directly to both sides. How can it be introverted? It's the exact opposite. This is wrong. We need to return to the origin, to restore the unfolded celestial bridge to the circle when we were rank 5. Circle is the characteristic of the cycle of strength. At this time, the Xianxia gate will be arranged in a triangular shape. The flow of strength will pass through the circular celestial bridge, passing through the Xianxia gate, repeating the cycle. At this time, when we unleash our full power, you'll realize that, vaguely, at the center of the circle, something will appear, but it's extremely illusory. This is the brain. The brain is actually a projection of the Xianxia gate and the celestial bridge. At the beginning, it's incomparably illusory. At this time, we can use the Xianxia gate and the celestial bridge to supply strength to hone the brain. As Zhang Tao spoke, Fang Ping's expression suddenly stiffened. After he spoke for a while, Fang Ping gulped and said softly, Department. Department head, what is it? My celestial bridge is similar to what you said. A big circle. A big round pancake. Old Manly added. Fang Ping was speechless. He continued, I'm a circle, and the Xianxia gate is also arranged in a triangular shape, but I don't think I've ever sensed the appearance of the brain. Is there something wrong with me? After he said that, a few of them remembered. Zhang Tao frowned slightly. Release it again for us to see. Because Fang Ping's celestial bridge and Xianxia gate were arranged differently from others, he rarely released this. Ever since he had the materialized object, he did not release the Xianxia gate anymore. At this time, Fang Ping immediately released the 3 gates on the golden pancake. Seeing this scene, the corners of the few paragons' mouths twitched. Strange situations like this in MCMAU were emerging one after another. The Qin Fengqing outside was also amazing. He had the celestial bridge, but his celestial golden egg, and there was even a tree planted on the golden egg. Fang Ping was also strange, but his celestial bridge was a kind of compression of strength. Everyone could still see this. Zhang Tao watched for a while, then said in a low voice, activate the Xianxia gate with all your strength, release the strength, and circulate it along the celestial bridge. Zhang Tao guided bit by bit, and Fang Ping also followed suit. At this time, the 3 gates began to tremble continuously. The 3 gates were arranged in a triangular formation, the main gate facing the center of the circle. On the golden pancake, strength began to gather densely. This went on for 4 to 5 minutes. In the sky above the center of the pancake, which was also the center of gravity of the Xianxia gate's triangular formation, a small, weak light spot appeared. The brain nucleus. Everyone was wild with joy. The brain nucleus had really appeared. Zhang Tao and the others looked at each other. After a while, Zhang Tao suddenly complained, so what he cultivated is the right one. His weird celestial bridge and Xianxia gate actually don't need to be arranged anymore, and they can directly pull out the brain nucleus? Li Zhan and Nan Yunyue also did not know whether to laugh or cry. Fang Ping, who had been mocked countless times previously, turned out to be right. There was no justice in this world. His brain nuclei were being tugged at. According to Zhang Tao, restoring the extended celestial bridge still required a lot of time. Only then could they think of a way to locate the location of the brain nucleus. Fang Ping, on the other hand, saved the trouble and directly located it. While the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry, Zhang Tao quickly said, the 9 refinements of the golden body doesn't say much about the tempering of the brain, but it does say that the Xianxia gate corresponds to spiritual power, vitality power, and life power. You can use strength to permeate and hone the brain nucleus through the Xianxia gate. Try it. Without needing him to say anything, Fang Ping had already started trying. The 3 gates were originally sealed, but now they were wide open. A rank 7 could control the opening of the Xianxia gate. From the three gates, three types of strength seeped out and began to converge toward the illusory light spot in the middle. In that instant, the light spot suddenly brightened a little. Fang Ping's mentality was not strong, but at this moment, Fang Ping's eyes were frighteningly bright. His mentality limit had increased by 1 Hz. 1 Hz was very rare. However, he had just tried it, and it actually increased the limit by 1 Hz. If this continued, this was too scary. The joy in Fang Ping's eyes could not be concealed. Everyone else felt it. At this time, Li Zhen could not help but laugh. If that's the case, the Golden Body 9 forging technique can actually hone the brain nucleus and increase mentality. Then it seems like we don't need to look for mentality cultivation methods anymore. Although the Golden Body 9 forging technique mainly talked about using all kinds of strength to hone the flesh, it also explained the location of the brain nucleus. Everyone had already discovered an incomparably huge result. Once one method was understood, all methods would be understood. Locating the brain nucleus and making the brain nucleus stronger and stronger was the essence of mentality becoming stronger. After discovering the essence, was there still a need to look for cultivation methods again? Zhang Tao laughed. It's better if there's one, but it's fine if there's none. If I'm not wrong, the mentality cultivation method will probably hone the brain nucleus more specifically, and not like this, honing with a mixture of strength. However, all these can be tried slowly. Most importantly, we've discovered a breakthrough point. The Xianxia gate can locate the brain nucleus. Ha ha ha, we found the breakthrough point. At this moment, Zhang Tao was also overjoyed. Not only him, everyone present was wild with joy. However, very soon, Fang Ping frowned and mumbled, no wonder it's not suitable for myriad Dao unification. Nonsense, old Manly pretended to be 13 before, and he swallowed all of them in one go. Where could he locate the brain nucleus? If he could not locate the brain nucleus, how could he hone the brain nucleus? Moreover, he was not honing the brain nucleus at all. He was honing his vitality force. This cultivation method was suitable for everyone except Old Manly. I hope mine is useful for Old Manly. Fang Ping muttered in his heart. At this time, the few paragons were still laughing maniacally. This time, they did not have to care about anything else. A method of locating the brain nucleus had completely broken everything in the past. This was 10 times, 100 times more important than conquering the forbidden catacombs. P.S. Same rules, later the next day. Sorry. Global High Martial Arts update is not very stable, there will definitely be updates. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Everyone was excited and couldn't help but give it a try. Even the few desperate realms began to try to locate the brain nucleus at this time. In the end, after a while, Fang Ping looked indifferent. He held his head high and puffed out his chest. He did not put away the Celestial Bridge and Xianxia Gate at all. His brain core that was as weak as a firefly was incomparably dazzling at this moment. Trash. Of course, Fang Ping did not say this out loud. It was what he was thinking. Even so, the look in his eyes still made the 3 apex experts want to hammer him to death. The Bridge of Heaven and Earth and Xianxia Gate of the 3 desperate realm experts were not much different from ordinary martial artists. The only difference was that the Bridge of Heaven and Earth was too long, while the Xianxia Gate was too big. But the more powerful they were, the harder it was to coil around them. It was extremely difficult for an extremity realm expert to turn the Xianxia Gate and the Celestial Bridge into a ring. Humph. The few apex experts let out a cold snort. What was there to be arrogant about? You think we can't do it? I'll condense a brain the size of a wash basin and scare you to death. It was rare for Fang Ping to have a chance to show off, so he did it to the extreme. It was not until the 3 of them were glaring at him with hostility that Fang Ping let out a dry cough and kept the Celestial Bridge and the Xianxia Gate. He asked curiously, Ministers, your celestial bridges seem to be of different lengths. Is it because the path taken by the origin path is of different lengths? Zhang Tao said reservedly, it's a little related. You know what the Bridge of Heaven and Earth is? It's a channel of power. The stronger one's power was, the stronger, longer, and wider the heavenly bridge would be. He had only released a miniature version of it. After all, the side hall was only so big. If I fully unleash it, my celestial bridge will be 5,000 meters long. Fang Ping calculated for a while. His celestial bridge was also a few hundred meters long. The difference was not too big. Of course, the celestial bridge was only a manifestation of power. It did not represent the long-term nature of the origin path. Fang Ping still understood this. Does that mean that old Zhang's strength is 10 times stronger than mine? That's nothing much, his vitality was only over 20,000 calories. The celestial bridge could more easily reflect the strength of his vitality. Did that not mean, Fang Ping asked immediately, Minister, how many calories do you have in your vitality? A golden body first refinement would have about 50,000 calories of vitality. Peak rank 8 and even early stage rank 9 would have 100,000 calories of vitality. A rank 9 comprehended the origin of Tao, unlike a rank 8 who spent all their time honing their bodies. A rank 9's vitality was not that strong either. How strong are the blood qi of these peak experts? Blood qi, Zhang Tao chuckled and said slowly, we'll see. Below the peak, a rank 9 martial artist's vitality is usually around 100,000 to 150,000. However, among the rank 9 powerhouses, some have very powerful physiques too. There are some who have around 200,000 calories vitality, but it's very rare. If it's at its peak, it'll be around 300,000 calories. Only 300,000 calories? Fang Ping murmured softly. It was much less than he had expected. Did he really think that the absolute peak could have a vitality of 1,000,000 cal? Old man Li often said that 1,000,000 cal vitality could defeat the best. From the looks of it now. If he really cultivated to 1,000,000 cal of vitality, he might really be able to beat the top, even if he did not comprehend any path. Pure physical strength wasn't just 3 or 4 times stronger than a paragon. If his vitality was 3 or 4 times stronger than a paragon, it meant that his physical strength was at least 10 times stronger than a paragon's. The increase in strength and the strengthening of one's physical body was not just a matter of how many times one's vitality had increased. Fang Ping understood that the more vitality one had, the greater the pressure on the human body. At the limit of a rank 6 martial artist, their vitality could reach 10,000 cal. Now, Fang Ping only had more than 20,000 cal. Was his physique only twice that of a rank 6 martial artist? More than 10 times. Only now? Zhang Tao chuckled lightly. He did not say much. He would wait for this kid to reach this level before saying such arrogant words. He ignored him. After the attempt failed, the few of them did not try again. At least Fang Ping's existence proved that this path was feasible. The Golden Body 9 forging technique is useful even for high-ranked martial artists. It can walk the path of strengthening the body. I won't go into details of some of the specific methods now. Zhang Tao said, 9 forging is the limit of the Golden Body. Even if one cultivates the Golden Body 9 forging technique, it doesn't mean that one can definitely achieve 9 forging of the Golden Body. Also, the method of cultivating the brain core must not be leaked. The few of them were slightly stunned. Zhang Tao said solemnly, the cultivation of the brain core lies in a membrane that can be broken with a poke. If we can do it, the catacombs can too. If we can cultivate, the catacombs can naturally do it too. Therefore, this cultivation method shouldn't be widely publicized. If we tell everyone, there's a high possibility that someone will be sent to the catacombs. This possibility exists. Therefore, we can only let some trustworthy powerhouses cultivate it first. Otherwise, if the catacombs get it, it'll be troublesome. They have more powerhouses than us. Everyone understood when he said this, but Fang Ping still said helplessly, even if we get the cultivation method, there's no way to fully cultivate it. Isn't this meaningless? Nonsense. Zhang Tao said exasperatedly, how is it meaningless? Can't you cultivate it? Can't we? Can't you have some grandmasters over at MCMAU? 90% of high-ranked powerhouses can be trusted. They can also cultivate. The ones who can't be reassured are only a very small group of people. Beside him, Old Manly said gloomily, among the high-ranked, which people can't be trusted? Zhang Tao said frankly, first, the martial artists who resurrected, including the few from MCMAU, are not allowed to be leaked for now. Second, the sect martial artists, other than people like Leader Zhao, the rest of the old antiques will not be told. Third, some of the martial artists that we find suspicious will not be leaked. The high-ranked martial artists are not stupid. I don't think you will reveal it to just anyone. You should know what you should know. You don't have to tell others about this. If someone asks about the cultivation method, then let the catacombs spy deal with it. Because if we can tell them, we will tell them. We won't keep this to ourselves. We have located the brain nucleus. The high-ranked martial artists do not need to reveal the Celestial Bridge and Xianxia Gate, so there's no risk of exposure. Nowadays, only when humans become stronger can we resist the catacombs, and not let the catacombs improve with us. What about overseas? Fang Ping asked. Zhang Tao laughed and said, it will be spread abroad too, but it will be a little later. About 3 months. Also, it will be exchanged for some resources. It won't be given away for free. In 3 months, if everything goes well, we should be able to complete the restoration of the Celestial Bridge and the location of the brain nucleus. The martial artists of the neo-martial arts era have never cultivated the brain nucleus. I think if they cultivate it, they will enter a period of rapid improvement. Many people are stuck at the mentality stage. When the time comes, the number of rank 8 martial artists will increase, and so will the number of rank 9 martial artists. It won't be strange if there are even more peak-level martial artists. As for rank 6 martial artists, Zhang Tao pondered for a moment, saying, maybe this is the difference between mentality cultivation methods and physique cultivation methods. The 9 golden body forging methods introduced how to locate the brain nucleus in high-ranked martial artists, but it didn't say how martial artists in the 3 middle ranks should cultivate it. Rank 6 martial artists have already involved the problem of mentality, but the Xianxia Gate has yet to be located on the Celestial Bridge. How should we cultivate mentality at this time? Li Zhen continued, since we already know that it has something to do with the brain nucleus, then we can try to deduce the rank 6 mentality cultivation method next. We had no clue before, but now that we have a clue, it will be much easier. That's true. Zhang Tao said casually, Fang Ping, this time you guys have established a great merit. Without waiting for Fang Ping to speak, Zhang Tao laughed and said, don't talk nonsense. I can't give you anything, but you have what you need. You can just take Ji Yao's rank 9 divine weapon and life-extinguishing flower. If worst comes to worst, when you reach rank 9, I'll lend you the Origin's unique art for you to take a look. Fang Ping curled his lips, looking down on it. Zhang Tao harumphed. Little bastard, he was still being unreasonable. Beside him, Li Hansong said dryly, Minister, this cultivation method seems to be inherited by me. Minister, you're giving it to Fang Ping, what about me? No matter what, I'm the one who passed the cultivation method to you. Get lost. You've already inherited and learned the 9 golden body forging methods. Isn't that enough? What else do you want? Zhang Tao said exasperatedly, you're a rank 7 martial artist. You have rank 8 boxing gloves, rank 9 divine armor, and you're cultivating the ancient martial era's divine body. Cultivation method. You don't lack cultivation resources either. What else do you want? I'm missing a storage ring. Li Hansong said gloomily. Do you understand? I'm missing this. With this, I can hide things. Old Zhang could not be bothered with him. He looked at Fang Ping and said, I'll give you a copy of the 9 golden body forging methods after I'm done translating it. Not literally, I'm passing it to you through mentality. In the future, this kind of cultivation method will be inherited like this. Don't let it end up on paper. Let's not talk about this. Where's your cultivation method? Fang Ping took a breath and glanced at Li Chongqing. Old Man Li laughed and said, what are you looking at? Tell me quickly. If it's really the 10,000 Dao unification cultivation method, then it'll be worth it. If it's not, other cultivation methods are not bad either. Maybe there's a rank 6 martial artist's mentality cultivation method. Fang Ping was no longer vague. Very soon, he started communicating with old Zhang's mentality. This time, the few paragons were still solemn. However, very soon, they were relieved. That senior did not set up any obstacles. Old Zhang listened to Fang Ping's mentality while he laughed and said, you're really lucky, kid. It's really the 10,000 Dao unification cultivation method. You didn't go to the Xuande Grotto for nothing this time. Having said that, he looked at Li Chongqing and smiled. There's only one thing that limits you with the 10,000 Dao unification cultivation method, the rapid depletion of your vitality. Not only that, but because of the depletion of vitality, the stronger you are, the faster it will deplete. Actually, you don't even dare to cultivate normally. There's also no imperishable substance to hone your flesh. You can only rely on vitality force to grind it forcefully. It's harder and more complicated for you to hone compared to the average rank 8 martial artist. However, there's a way to solve this problem now. Old Man Li's expression did not change, but his grip on the sword tightened. Could he self-generate imperishable substance now? Because he could not generate imperishable substance, he could only rely on Fang Ping to save his life. During battles, he was also very aggrieved. After a slash, if the enemy did not die, he would almost be dead. Therefore, when this slash was unleashed, there were usually many restrictions. Moreover, Fang Ping's life essence and imperishable substance were not unlimited. If this went on, Fang Ping would not be able to supply them. He could only be a cripple. Perhaps, at the last moment, he could unleash his final brilliance. Can it finally be done? Old Man Li mumbled in his heart, his gaze turned to Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao said, the 10,000 Dao unification cultivation method is called 10,000 Dao unification. This is also an extremely unique cultivation method. It's very rare, but it's also very common. It's rare because there aren't many people who can cultivate it. It's common because there's a cultivation limit. This cultivation method is actually available in almost every grotto heaven. However, they've all been shelved. The number of martial artists who walk the path of 10,000 Dao unification and 10,000 techniques unification is extremely low. The reason you can't generate imperishable substance is actually related to mentality. You lack mentality. Your mentality has already been fused into one and turned into vitality force. Without mentality, you can't create imperishable substance purely by relying on vitality force and golden body strength. As he spoke, Zhang Tao had already begun to transmit his voice to Old Man Li. Old Man Li frowned for a while, then relaxed for a while, then gloomy for a while, then excited for a while. At this moment, no one interrupted him. They were all happy for him. Fang Ping was also extremely excited. Old Man Li could finally cultivate an imperishable substance. After an unknown amount of time, Old Man Li came back to his senses and smiled. Don't look at me. There's no problem. Zhang Tao said, don't listen to his nonsense. There's still a problem. If you want him to generate imperishable substance, he has to forcefully convert his vitality and simulate it into mentality. This is feasible for him. They're one body in the first place. However, if you do that, his consumption will be very high. Fang Ping, your mineral vein might not be able to withstand his consumption. Fang Ping said happily, it's nothing. I lack everything but this. You're being more direct. Isn't it just energy? If there's enough energy replenishment, Instructor Li can replenish his vitality. It's actually worth it. Isn't it worth it to use energy to exchange for imperishable substance? Actually, my mineral vein isn't that big. After conversion, it's only about 2.5 trillion, Zhang Tao said lightly. I remember that the amount I gave you back then was less than 2 trillion. Fang Ping said sarcastically, I saved it myself. I saved 600 billion energy stones. Minister, do you have to ask about this? Was it not just a little that he dug last time? Was it meaningful to bring it up again now? Zhang Tao was mentally exhausted. He knew that the kid had dug, but he did not know that the kid had dug so much. Also, it was only 2.5 trillion. Before he finished thinking, Fang Ping calculated, according to the previous calculation, we've earned about 11,500 caddies of rank 9 energy stones in total. I got 60%, which is about 6,900 caddies, 300 million caddies, not even 2,100 billion. However, it's about the same value as my mineral vein. After all, what we got this time were relatively pure energy liquids and the like. Fang Ping looked at Li Hansong and the rest, saying, after you get it, provide it to NMAU or CCMAU. They're all for middle and low-ranked martial artists to cultivate. Energy liquids are too extravagant. Use energy soil instead. The energy liquids and the energy essence in the river are all mine. as he said that, a large amount of energy liquids and energy river water mixed with imperishable substance appeared in front of Fang Ping. At this moment, Zhang Tao and the rest looked at each other and quickly transmitted their voices. "He's showing off?" Nan Yingyue asked. Zhang Tao said firmly, "He's showing off. Not just showing off, but showing off that he's very rich. He looks down on us and thinks that we're poorer than him. He's not as strong as us in terms of martial strength, but he crushes us in terms of wealth. Both of you, I've thought about it. To prevent him from running around and entering the catacombs, after the meeting, the three of us will work together to make a mentality solidification house so that he can cultivate in it. What do you think?" Terminator used mentality solidification, which also consumed a lot of energy. However, at this moment, Li Jin agreed readily, saying, "Sure. Not only do we need to solidify the house with mentality, I've thought about it. Doesn't this kid love to show off? Why don't we hang the house above MCMAU?" "That's not a good idea," Nan Yingyue said awkwardly. "Then wouldn't his cultivation method be exposed?" "That makes sense," Zhang Tao agreed. After thinking for a while, he said, "Then we'll bury the house in the ground and let him cultivate in seclusion and peace. Doesn't he love to show off? If he breaks through this time, I think he can't come out." "How can he show off?" The few of them looked at each other. "Good idea, with the mentality solidification house made by 3 paragons working together, this kid can forget about coming out even if he dies. When he breaks through, perhaps no one will know where he is." Zhang Tao was secretly pleased. "I'll let you show off. Don't you like to show off when you break through? This time, I'll lock you up. Let's see how you show off. You have money, can't you go back and show off?" "Showing off in front of us, what's the meaning of that?" At the side, Fang Ping did not know what the paragons were thinking. He was innocent, he did not think too much. He was just happy. Old Li could cultivate now, he could produce imperishable substances. In the future, without the metal-swallowing beast, Old Li could cultivate without restraint. He would no longer have to worry about his vitality depleting rapidly during cultivation. As for the bit of energy, it was nothing, it complemented Fang Ping perfectly. Fang Ping needed wealth, but he did not have much demand for these physical objects. Coincidentally, Old Li needed these physical objects. This could be considered as making full use of them. Energy liquids worth more than 200 billion. No matter what, it should be enough for Old Li to cultivate for a while, right? Fang Ping was very happy. At the same time, he felt a little helpless. He looked at Old Manly for a while. After a while, he said, "Instructor, I'm borrowing it from you. Write me an IOU of 10 trillion later." Although he did not lend as much as 10 trillion, Fang Ping suspected that his mineral vein might not be able to withstand it. The consumption of powerhouses was still very high. Otherwise, there would not be a huge mine in Royal City. This was actually prepared for those rank 9 castellans to break through to Paragon. Nan Yingyue was only one step away from breaking through, but she had already spent Fang Ping's trillion imperishable substances. Old Manly did not say anything. He smiled and suddenly picked up a huge crystal bottle. The crystal bottle contained more than 100 caddies of energy liquids. He poured it into his mouth and drank it like it was water, gulp, gulp. As he drank, Old Manly's body exuded an extremely strong vitality force. The energy that he drank was also rapidly converted into vitality force. A pillar of vitality that reached the sky appeared above Capital City. The next moment, Old Manly let out a low roar. The vitality on his golden body stirred. Very quickly, this vitality turned golden and crystal clear. He's changing his vitality. When he cultivates, his vitality turns into something similar to mentality, Zhang Tao explained. Very soon, Old Manly's body emitted a faint golden glow. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. At this time, this golden glow circulated on Old Manly's skin, permeating, at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. Old Manly's aura became slightly stronger. Old Manly was still drinking energy liquids. One bottle of energy liquids was more than 100 caddies, which was equivalent to 300 caddies of rank 9 energy stones. It was worth close to 100 billion. How could this be the only effect? Old Manly's golden body was becoming more and more brilliant. The pillar of vitality light was also becoming more and more dazzling. Beside him, Zhang Tao sighed again. Before this, he was always in a state of hunger. His body has never been replenished with imperishable substances. The imperishable substances that you gave him were all used in combat. In reality, he did not use them to hone his body at all. His body is in a state of exhaustion. These days, he actually did not improve much, almost nothing, because he could not bear to waste life essence and imperishable substances. Old Man Li did not dare to cultivate. Since his breakthrough until now, the time he cultivated was actually very little. Even so, because of the loss of vitality, his body was in a state of exhaustion. At this time, knowing that he could become stronger and rely on energy to cultivate, Old Man Li immediately hesitated no more. Life essence and imperishable substances were hard to come by, but the quantity was abundant in the catacombs. As long as he became stronger, he could rob and plunder. Unlike before, when he robbed and plunder, there might not be life essence and imperishable substances. The value of these two might be equal, but the difficulty of obtaining them was definitely not the same. Old Man Li's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Close to 70,000 calories. Li Jin suddenly said, completed golden body first refinement, vitality 50,000 calories, completed second refinement, 60,000 calories. One refinement would increase the upper limit of vitality by about 10,000 calories. 70,000 calories also meant that Old Man Li was about to complete golden body third refinement now. Before this, Old Man Li had killed 2 rank 9 consecutively with less than 70,000 calories vitality. Even if they were not very strong rank 9s, it was still not easy. Even if there were people holding him back, even if there were things suppressing him, killing a rank 9 was equivalent to killing an enemy of a higher rank. Boom. At this moment, Old Man Li's body trembled, golden body rays illuminating heaven and earth. Third refinement completed. Li Jin's eyes were bright, saying, a normal rank 8 would usually complete golden body fifth refinement. Vitality has reached 90,000 calories. Even so, vitality is just vitality, but Li Chongqing has 10,000 unification. His vitality outburst can almost double the damage. This time, Fang Ping completely understood the combat strength level of 10,000 unification. 70,000 calories vitality was comparable to a powerhouse with 140,000 calories vitality, and a rank 9 was also like this. At this moment, Old Man Li was still drinking the energy liquid, but it was not enough. The next moment, Old Man Li picked up another bottle of energy liquid and drank it. He was like a bottomless pit. 100 caddies of energy liquid was consumed in the blink of an eye. Li Jin's gaze became brighter and brighter, smiling. He has been poor for too long. Now he's taking the opportunity to replenish himself, making up for his previous weakness. He's starting the fourth refinement. Zhang Tao exhaled softly, saying, this kid, don't tell me he still wants to complete the fourth refinement here? Fang Ping could not help but turn his head to look at him. I always feel awkward when you call Old Man Li this kid! Zhang Tao did not care about him. At this moment, everyone was looking at Li Chongqing. Old Man Li drank in big mouthfuls, the golden glow on his body becoming more and more intense. Ha ha ha. Old Man Li suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was joyous, his laughter was wild. Swordsman longevity, breaking longevity. I only break other people's longevity. Ha ha ha. Old Man Li laughed loudly, his beard and hair standing on end. How unostentatious! He did not care if outsiders said that he had broken his path to longevity. However, he, the swordsman longevity, was not willing to rely on a junior to fight to death, to obtain life essence and imperishable substances to provide for him. He was not resigned to it. Now, although Fang Ping was still providing for him, he had the ability and qualifications to fight. Nurture with battle, kill enemies, seize resources, forge a golden body. Today, the swordsman longevity has been resurrected. No, the swordsman longevity has returned. Ha ha ha. Li Chongqing laughed completely crazily. He wanted to be crowned king, and the king of swordsmanship. Even if there was a top-notch swordsmanship powerhouse by his side right now, he did not care. Buzz buzz buzz, the void trembled. The longevity sword in Old Man Li's hand was incomparably dazzling. In the next moment, Old Manly suddenly lifted a bottle of energy liquid, drank it in one gulp, and shouted, "Wait for me for a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed, vanishing without a trace. Damn it! Zhang Tao cursed suddenly, almost spitting blood. He shouted hurriedly, "Li Zhan, go to the capital city catacombs." Without another word, Li Zhan vanished on the spot instantly. Fang Ping and the rest were still in a daze. Less than 2 minutes later, Old Manly returned laughing, smashing a human head with a bang, laughing. Rank 9 is nothing more than this. Everyone was dumbfounded. A few seconds later, Li Zhen returned. Saying softly, he entered the capital city catacombs and killed City Lord Qiuju in 3 moves. Everyone was silent. Old Manly was reckless and high-spirited, standing with his sword in hand. He was so cool. King ceremony. Old Manly threw this sentence and continued to sculpt. For a moment, it made everyone's blood boil. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version website. Meanwhile, capital city catacombs. Everyone was still in a daze. That was, the longevity swordsman? It's him. City Lord Qiuju is dead. Dead. 1 man and 1 sword entered the catacombs and killed a city lord with 3 swords, some people murmured, while others thought they were still dreaming. Was this really Li Chongqing? Is the longevity swordsman so strong? Someone said with difficulty, City Lord Qiuju. She hasn't comprehended the origin path. She's considered weak among the rank 9 weaklings. Rank 9, are there weaklings? Someone muttered in disbelief. There were no weaklings in rank 9, the so-called weak level 9 only applied to the truly strong. But when one reached level 9, he would be a great grandmaster, a city lord, or a divine general. What weak rank 9? No matter how weak he was not someone a rank 8 could kill at will. In the past, the number 1 rank 8, Wu Quishan, was only confident in defeating a weak rank 9, now, the number 1 rank 8, Li Chongqing, was decisive. As soon as he entered, he released his aura, went straight to the opposite city, provoked the city lord, and killed him with 3 swords. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The level 9 expert in charge of the city had not come to his senses yet. The Chrysanthemum and Autumn Chrysanthemum City had not come to his senses yet, either. City Lord Qiuju died just like that. His death was unbelievable. The longevity swordsman is truly invincible. Everyone was so shocked that they found it hard to extricate themselves. In reality, Li Chongqing's battle prowess was not so strong that it was terrifying. There were many experts who had comprehended the origin path who were stronger than him. At the very least, the top 10 should be stronger than him. But the key point was that Li Chongqing was only a rank 8, a true rank 8. Right now, Wu Quishan might be slightly stronger than Old Manly, but he might not necessarily be stronger than him. However, Wu Quishan had already walked quite a distance on the Tao of Origin and was praised by Zhang Tao as an expert who had a chance of entering the top 10. In the top 10, there were 5 absolute masters, excluding the 5 paragons. Wu Quishan, who was actually ranked 18th, was now ranked 13th among the Sino rank 9. Was Li Chongqing and Wu Quishan on par? The people in the capital city catacombs were beyond shocked. Similarly, in the side hall, Fang Ping and the others were also incredibly excited. At this moment, despite Old Man Li's pretense, Fang Ping could not hide the excitement in his heart. It was surging. 3 swords to kill a rank 9. It wasn't a single strike, but this was completely different. 1 strike was built on the assumption that others were his target practice. This time, Old Manly used 3 strikes and killed a rank 9 powerhouse with 3 strikes. Teacher. Fang Ping suddenly laughed out loud and said excitedly, "You've only started the 4th refinement." "No, I've completed the 4th forging." Old Manly smiled faintly. Just now, in that moment. So fast. Fang Ping exclaimed. After he was done, he scolded, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" From more than 60,000 calories to 80,000 calories, was it not because of the lack of imperishable substances? Haven't I, looking down on me, if he had said it earlier, would he have been chased half to death? You're already so old, yet you're still so pretentious. You still want to save some money? How much have you swallowed? Don't you want to save some? Fang Ping had been excited earlier, but now he was filled with dissatisfaction. From more than 60,000 calories of vitality to 80,000 cal, this was not really an issue of swallowing energy, but it meant that Old Manly had been in a state of emptiness for a very, very long time. He had been lacking imperishable substances to replenish himself. The energy he had swallowed earlier had only helped him fill up the gap. Old Manly ignored him and smiled faintly. I killed the weakest one. I'm only a rank 8. Killing him shouldn't be a problem, right? Li Zhen had a headache. Zhang Tao was helpless too. You've already killed him. What else can we say? Li Zhen ignored him and said, the ground sunflower king is furious. Patriarch Shen is dealing with him. Li Changxing is only a rank 8. Killing him isn't considered breaking the rules. But, Li Zhen paused, slightly speechless. Why do you have to kill a city lord as a sacrifice? You, wait until you've completed the 5th, 6th, or even 7th golden body refinement. When that time comes, it'll be more worthwhile for you to kill a powerhouse in the origin path. Now that Li Changxing had displayed such prowess, the restricted zone would probably receive the news soon. Was he not exposed now? Old Manly said casually, they won't expect me to complete the 5th, 6th, or even 9th forging so quickly. Everyone was speechless. Old Manly said again, I've only started the 5th forging now. Once I've completed the 9th forging, with a vitality of 100,000 calories, I'll be invincible. Zhang Tao glanced at him. How arrogant. Although he wanted to give him a hard time, he still reminded him, stop posing. What invincible? You can't kill the Lord of the Royal Court, not just the Lord of the Royal Court. Your 100,000 calories is useless against someone like Zhang Weiyu. The power of the origin path is stronger than you think, Old Manly said disapprovingly, even if I can't kill him, it doesn't matter. When I enter rank 9, I'll skip the stage of weak rank 9 and walk the path of unity, instantly comprehending the origin. When I enter rank 9, I'll be invincible under the peak. This time, no one refuted. Once Li Changxing entered rank 9, he entered the origin path realm instantly. Holding the longevity sword, golden body 9 forging, unity of myriad paths, ultimate technique, all these, coupled with this fellow's achievements in swordsmanship, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was invincible. And this? How long would it take? Old Manly did not let everyone guess. He looked at Fang Ping and smiled. Be obedient for half a year. Watch me forge one every month. In half a year, I'll complete the golden body 9 forging. Zhang Tao said impatiently, even if you're 100 forging, your improvement speed might not be able to keep up with the speed at which he causes trouble. Fang Ping was speechless. At this time, Fang Ping suddenly said, unity of myriad paths is so powerful. Then what about the ancient martial era's unity of myriad powerhouses? What about the unity of myriad techniques powerhouses? The ancient books have always recorded it, even the cultivation methods. That means that unity of myriad paths may be rare, but it's definitely not unseen. Fang Ping was still narrating when Li Zhen snorted softly. Unity of myriad paths is unity of myriad paths. Longevity swordsman is longevity swordsman. Don't be equated. These words were what Old Manly was thinking. At this time, the old man said in high spirits, the ancient martial era's unity of myriad paths is now the same rank as me. I'll kill him with one strike. Unity of myriad paths depends on the person. You're a genius, but I'm more of a genius than you. Because I'm the strongest unity of myriad paths, the strongest martial artist, the strongest swordsman since the beginning of time. Fang Ping was speechless. Even Li Zhen said so. Old Manly was really strong. However, Fang Ping was a little jealous at this moment. He was a little mad. He mumbled, but you didn't cultivate much. You just entered this rank not long ago. How are you stronger than others? Old Manly laughed. Because I'm strong. That's why I'm strong. Fang Ping was stunned for a long time. Self-hypnosis? Self-hypnosis again? Could it be that the effect of self-hypnosis was that good? Qin Fengqing hypnotized himself that he was invincible. He was indeed extremely strong among rank 6. Old Manly too, both of them had just entered this rank not long ago. They did not have any foundation to speak of, nor did they have any accumulation. But they were strong. Fang Ping was still in a daze. Zhang Tao said softly, willpower, indomitable confidence and courage. Have a purer mind. Fang Ping, don't think about it. Your mind is too complicated. Unless, you can let go of all your worries and burdens. From today onwards, you will only live for martial arts. If you do it, you will also be a powerhouse, a top-notch powerhouse among the same rank. Of course, the premise is that your strength foundation is there. Without that foundation, if you, a rank 7, want to kill a rank 9, that's suicide. Li Chongqing is strong because his foundation is there. 10 years of sharpening a sword, honing his mentality to be strong. 10 years ago, he might have been a genius, but he won't be more of a genius than he is now. Old Manly said lightly, I've always been like this. Hee hee. Old Zhang sneered. He said unhappily, sit down. We're not done talking. What are you standing for? To show that you're awesome? Who asked you to kill the enemy without saying a word? The battle of the Forbidden City has just ended. Do you want the capital city battle to break out immediately? At this time, everyone will be in a period of rapid improvement. At this time, you have to be steady and drag it out. Look at you. You don't have a sense of the big picture. You were chased all over the forbidden catacombs. Now you're so strong. Do you think the catacombs' true king is stupid? Fortunately, you used a sword earlier. Plus, Fang Ping has a lot of imperishable substance. Otherwise, you'll cause the other party to speculate whether you've obtained a cultivation method. Li Chongqing, grow some brains. Do you think this is cool, domineering? I can kill dozens of weak rank 9s with one slap. Did I do that? Old Manly did not say anything. Nonsense. You're at the pinnacle. I'm a rank 8. Is that how you put it? I can also kill a bunch of rank 1s with one slap. Did I say that? Li Zhan and the rest did not say anything either. Old Zhang was envious and jealous. Let him vent. Who asked him to not kill a rank 9 powerhouse when he broke through to the pinnacle? At this point, other than Old Man Li's little accident, the matter had come to an end. Everyone was happy. In his joy, Fang Ping wanted to say something. Zhang Tao did not say a word. He quickly set up a layer of mentality barrier. It was not only aimed at Fang Ping, but also at Old Man Li. Motherf ***, lock both of them up, all of you, go and cultivate in silence, arrogant just because you have some ability, Fang Ping, this kid. He wanted to say something but stopped. Did he want money? He was too greedy for money. Do you think it's easy for me to give trillions of resources to Li Chongqing? I blocked a few true kings for you, and you don't even want to give them to me. Zhang Tao set up a mentality barrier. Li Zhen and Nan Yunhua followed in silence. These two fellows, lock them up. Now that they had the cultivation methods and Fang Ping had the resources, they could cultivate in peace for a while if they were locked up. They did not want to hear gossip about these two. While working, Zhang Tao sealed off the voices inside the barrier. He said, this way, we don't have to listen to their nonsense. We can also help the Martial Arts Association block some trouble. These two fellows, when they're free, they might threaten someone to change the ranking. What kind of evil is this? When he said this, he even took a look at Li Zhen. I'm talking to you. Li Zhen ignored him. As he worked, he said, let's not have any conflicts for now. Try to be tolerant. We need time. A relatively stable period of time for everyone to complete the localization of the brain nucleus. Having said that, he looked at the dumbfounded Wang Jinyang and the rest and said lightly, the few of you, don't cause trouble. It's not a good thing to go to the catacombs frequently. At this time, the most important thing is to improve your strength as soon as possible. No matter how many resources you have, if you don't use them, they're all just decorations, Li Hansong said gloomily, but, the resources are all with Fang Ping. Now that he's locked up, nonsense. Doesn't he have a mine? How much does he owe you? You guys dig up as much as you want. That'll be enough. Li Zhen did not hold back. Beside him, Zhang Tao's gaze was unfriendly. He said, Li Zhen, you're cutting in. What was going on with Li Zhen? He was actually worried about Fang Ping's mine. Was he preparing to fight for the offline with him? Before he could finish, Nan Yunhua laughed and said, these two fellows are troublemakers. Why don't you let me bring them back to the Department of Investigation Services to keep an eye on them, just in case something happens? Zhang Tao's gaze became even more unfriendly. Great, he was really going to fight for his offline. Fang Ping brought back the cultivation methods and took out a lot of resources. There was a lot of imperishable substances. Li Chongqing got the cultivation methods. Right now, he had already started his golden body 5th refinement cultivation. He killed a rank 9 with 3 swords. These two fellows, one was a lucky star, the other a powerhouse. This was great. They were too ostentatious. They were being targeted. Zhang Tao glanced at the two of them and laughed. Forget it. Let Lu Fengru and the rest bring them back to MCMAU. We still have other things to do. There are so many things to do. We don't have time to care about these. Having said that, he added, there's no one guarding the forbidden catacombs. Nan Yunue, you've just broken through. Go and guard it for a while. Li Zhen, make a trip to Stellar Sky City and discuss with them whether or not they should withdraw their people from the King battlefield. If we withdraw, give the cultivation methods to everyone. If we don't withdraw, it'll be too dangerous in the land of kings. It'll be easy to be targeted by the true kings. We can't give it to them then. At least we still have some confidence in the Outland. There are too many things to do. I also need to go and give those high-ranked cultivation methods. I also need to deal with the aftermath of the forbidden catacombs. Everyone is busy now. I'll deal with these two fellows later. Zhang Tao assigned tasks to the two of them in a group of 3. One was to guard Mount Royal Sea. The other was to go to Star City to recruit people. Let's see if you guys still have time to care about Fang Ping and the rest. Nan Yunue rolled her eyes. You go to Mount Royal Sea. I'll take care of these. Zhang Tao sneered. Fine. You take care of them. You have to make proper arrangements for the aftermath of the forbidden catacombs. You also have to bear responsibility for the cultivation methods. Once it spreads to the catacombs, it'll be your responsibility. Nan Yunue felt tired. Bullying people. You know I hate these things the most. She took another look at the trapped Fang Ping, who was moving his mouth and howling wildly. Nan Yunue suddenly said, this kid has a rank 9 divine weapon and a rank 9 monster plant on him. He's just trapped like that. Won't he be tricked out? Li Hansong, Wang Jinyang, and the others were stunned. This person said this in front of them. Was he going to silence them? Zhang Tao ignored these guys. He laughed. Don't worry. It's a simple matter. It's a fair deal. If he really reaches rank 8, I'll let him use a divine weapon to buy a position as deputy minister. He won't have any objections. As for the other demon plants, this kid might not be willing to give them to us. Zhang Tao shook his head and said, if he really reaches grade 8, he will also want to forge a grade 9 divine weapon. However, he probably won't want that grade 7 longsword anymore. When the time comes, we can just swindle it. Old Zhang had already arranged everything properly. He would leave the monster plant for Fang Ping to forge a rank 9 divine weapon after he reached rank 8. As for Ji Yao's grade 9 divine weapon, he would have to bluff his way over so that it wouldn't go to waste. Hearing this, Wang Jinyang and the other two wanted to cry but had no tears. You've already made arrangements. The few of them looked at Fang Ping, who was still struggling in the barrier, and their faces were full of sympathy. You're not as strong as old Zhang, so you should just stay put. However, with Fang Ping's personality, when he reached the peak, the 3 of them looked at Zhang Tao sympathetically. If you don't get beaten to death by him, you'll be considered strong. Zhang Tao glanced at the 3 of them and snorted. What kind of look was that, damn it? What is old Zhang doing? Inside the barrier, Fang Ping watched as the small house took shape. He said angrily, what is this for? He's so hateful, turning his back on me. That's enough. Old Manly sat down cross-legged, looked around, and laughed. The environment is not bad, this place is not bad. Even if you pour out all the energy liquid in your body, it won't spill. Cultivate here from now on, it's pretty good. The solidification house made by the peak is also a treasure. It's much better than the energy room, it can maximize the use of energy. If your materialization is broken, repair it as soon as possible. As for the brain nucleus, cultivate it as soon as possible. You're one step ahead of the others and have located the brain nucleus in advance. This is the golden period for cultivation, don't delay it. Old Manly said, don't waste your time worrying about the school's matters. We don't lack resources now, you don't have to worry about it. The school has been operating for more than 60 years, it's not like it can't handle something like this. But, Fong Ping looked aggrieved. But how long is he going to lock us up for? My skull has been honed, and my mentality has reached 3000 hertz. I might be able to draw the last of the bone marrow directly, forge a complete golden body in one go, and enter the golden body realm. I don't think it will take too long. If he locks us up for a month, then Old Manly was a little tired. So this is what you care about. You're almost a rank 8, a golden body powerhouse, a god powerhouse. At this time, you still have the mood to show off in front of others? Fong Ping knew what he was thinking. However, he was cursing in his heart. Not just me, you're the same. My cultivation has a breakthrough. Of course, I have to let others know. Joy alone is not as good as joy together. Besides, I'm also doing this to boost morale. Also, in this battle, I killed 2 rank 9s. I didn't even have time to tell everyone. Thinking of this, Fong Ping suddenly slammed the solidified wall frantically. Very soon, Zhang Tao's impatient voice was heard. What are you doing? I have something to tell you. Minister, let Qin Fengqing in for a while. I also want you to take a look at how to handle his situation. Zhang Tao did not say anything after hearing him say so. After a while, Qin Fengqing entered the side hall with a golden egg and a tree on his head. Seeing Fong Ping and Li Chongqing sealed in a transparent house, Qin Fengqing was dumbfounded. What was going on? Fong Ping ignored him. Now that he could speak to others, he asked immediately, Minister, what should we do about his situation? Zhang Tao glanced at Qin Fengqing. His eyelids trembled slightly. After a while, he said, there's too much miscellaneous energy in his body. Now that he's done this, his energy isn't pure enough. The energy has all been deposited together. Seeing that Qin Fengqing was looking at him, Zhang Tao sighed. Suffer a little. Light a fire. Qin Fengqing was dumbfounded. Just light a fire. Energy fire. Use large amounts of energy liquids or energy stones to burn him. Burn the accumulated energy and burn the impurities out of the body. It's similar to CCMAU's energy furnace. But let me tell you in advance, the energy that has been deposited in your body is too mixed. There's all kinds of messy stuff. Your big ball looks full of energy, but it's very messy. Fong Ping's flatbread is compressed from pure life essence. You, on the other hand, Zhang Tao went on for a while before saying, your aptitude isn't good enough. If you want to improve quickly, there's always a loss. I have to tell you in advance, if you burn to the end, you won't be able to burn away the impurities, but the energy in your body will be ignited. Have you seen the Royal City explosion? Qin Fengqing finally spoke. His throat was dry. Will I be burned and explode? That's possible. If you're done burning, can I enter rank 7? A real rank 7? It depends, Zhang Tao said in a low voice. Burning the body with energy fire is also a kind of willpower training. If you're not burned to death, your mentality should be enough. Okay. Don't you want to reconsider? Zhang Tao said softly, the pain is beyond your imagination. The energy fire will burn everything in you, your bone marrow, your internal organs. Can I forge a golden body? Golden body? It's a golden body like Fong Ping's. Then, I'll materialize my mentality. You want to unite all Daos? Yes. Qin Fengqing grinned. I heard that when Instructor Li went out for a trip just now, he killed a rank 9 with 3 swords. Zhang Tao shook his head. There's not much hope, but it's not hopeless. When Li Chongqing forged a golden body in rank 6, everything was reconstructed after he was almost completely dead. A large amount of life essence compressed him into a golden body. As for you, if the energy fire burns you to ashes and you're still alive, then you can use a large amount of life essence or imperishable substances and you'll have hope of forging a golden body. Seeing that Qin Fengqing was about to speak, Zhang Tao said lightly, the survival rate is less than 1 in 10,000. Gamble. That's when you have no other choice. If you gamble on this 1 in 10,000 now, forget about where the large amount of resources will come from. If you lose, then these resources will be wasted. Qin Fengqing took a breath. After a while, he said, I understand. Having said that, he regained his smile. He looked at Fang Ping in the house and chuckled. Fang Ping, don't mention borrowing resources. I didn't. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. Gambling on a 1 in 10,000 survival rate. Stupid. I'm not talking about this. Qin Fengqing chuckled. I don't want to court death. If I don't gamble on this opportunity, when I become a paragon, when all Daos unite, my life will also be cut in half. Humph. Old Manly let out a humph, his expression unfriendly. Qin Fengqing coughed dryly and said quickly, I'm talking about burning my resources. Fang Ping, that. Fang Ping looked at Zhang Tao and said, Minister, how much do you need? A bottle of energy fluid like the one you used earlier. Fang Ping's expression was blank. He could not help but ask, 100 caddies? Almost 100 billion? It's just a burn. Do you need so much money? Yes. Forget it, Minister. You can seal the house and pretend I don't exist. Fang Ping sat down cross-legged. I'll go into closed-door cultivation. Outside, Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth and said, I'll use 10 rank 7 heads too. Exchange. 20 is fine too. Seeing that Fang Ping ignored him, Qin Fengqing said helplessly, 10 rank 8 heads. As long as I reach rank 7, I won't be limited by my qualifications anymore. I can use normal resources to break through and cultivate. Now I'm just one step away. Fang Ping, help me once, one last time, Fang Ping said helplessly, you're only rank 6. You're not a metal-swallowing beast. You're a metal-swallowing monster. How many resources have you consumed since you started cultivating? Forget it, forget it. I don't want the heads anymore. When you reach rank 7, think of a way to pay me back. Not only you, those who owe me money will have to pay me back sooner or later. Moreover, there will be interest. These words were said in a loud voice. Both Zhang Tao and Nan Yingyue were helpless. What about them? Fang Ping did not care so much. He continued, let's not talk about this now. This time, I went to the boundary zone and killed 2 rank 9s. I went to the forbidden catacombs and killed a large group of high ranks. You can do as you see fit. Qin Fengqing's eyes brightened instantly. He smiled immediately and said, don't worry. I'll do it properly. That's it then. We'll talk about the energy fluid after I come out. After saying that, Fang Ping sat down cross-legged and cultivated. Beside him, Zhang Tao was stunned for a moment. He sealed the house immediately. Motherf asterisk Ker, so this is the main reason you called Qin Fengqing in. I thought you had something important to tell me. Zhang Tao snorted and ignored him. He tossed the house outside and said, bring it back to MCMAU. Find a hole and bury it. Don't let anyone see them cultivating. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Li Zhen shook his head and disappeared immediately. Foul atmosphere. The huge education ministry was getting more and more foul atmosphere. There was not a single decent person. On September 21st, Fang Ping left MCMAU. On September 23rd, Fang Ping returned to MCMAU. It took 3 days to get there and back. When Fang Ping returned, he saw a lot of people. Lu Fengru's mischievous interest was triggered. She carried a transparent crystal house and hovered above MCMAU for a while. However, Lu Fengru soon realized that she was overthinking things. Inside the crystal house, Fang Ping and Old Manly looked like they were enlightened masters. Their golden bodies were glimmering, hands behind their back, standing in the house and looking down at the ground. There was a faint look of worry on their faces as they conversed with each other, as if they were worried about the country and its people. Outside, Qin Fengqing roared, Principal Fang has gone to war and returned victorious. He had killed 2 rank 9s and countless high ranks. Dean Li killed 2 rank 9s and raised MCMAU's prestige. Congratulations to MCMAU, congratulations to the Grandmaster. Below, the mentors and students were all shocked to the extreme. 2 MCMAU Grandmasters had killed 4 rank 9s, But everyone knew that no one would lie about something like this. In the next moment, countless teachers and students below cheered loudly. Congratulations to MCMAU. Congratulations to Principal Fong. Congratulations to Dean Li. Inside the Crystal House, Fong Ping and Li Chongxing could not hear what everyone was saying, but at this moment, they nodded slightly, smiling. Although some of the teachers and students were curious as to why the two of them were staying in the crystal bubble, experts had their own hobbies, so they did not ask any questions. Sigh. Beside them, Tang Feng sighed and glanced at Lu Fengru. Just admit defeat, this student of yours is much better at acting than you are. He has already arranged everything. Even if he can't hear or speak, he still pretends to be calm and composed. Moreover, there was a supporting actor here. How could he lose face so easily? Lu Fengru was also speechless. She glanced at the two people in the room and said after a while, "Say, if it's not cheering down there but cursing, these two guys are still laughing so happily. Don't you think it's interesting?" After saying that, Lu Fengru looked at Qin Fengqing and said with a smile, "Qin Fengqing, come, scold them." Qin Fengqing ignored him. "I'm not doing it." Even if he scolded her, he had to wait until no one knew. If he scolded her now, there would be many people watching. "Come, let's hear some cursing." "We won't tell on you." Qin Fengqing rolled his eyes. "I'm not stupid. I won't do it." He did not do it. Beside him, Li Hansong chuckled and said loudly, "Fong Ping, you owe me 10 rank 9 divine weapons. When will you return them to me?" As he said that, Li Hansong waved at Fong Ping. Seeing that Fong Ping was looking at him, he pointed below and said loudly, "Fong Ping, you owe me 10 rank 9 divine weapons. It's not too late to pay me back when you have them." In the Crystal House, Fong Ping smiled and nodded. He then nodded at the crowd below to show that he had heard it. "Dean Li, you owe me 250 caddies of life essence. You should pay me back as soon as you have money left." Li Hansong pointed at Old Man Li. Old Man Li smiled and nodded, his face full of smiles. Outside the Crystal House, everyone was stunned. Lu Fengru and the rest also looked at Li Hansong in surprise. This Tai Tu actually learned to cheat people. It wasn't just a scam. This fellow, what was that thing in his hand? Li Hansong grinned from ear to ear. It was nothing. It was just a camera. It was a joyous scene to celebrate everyone's return from a great victory. Li Hansong did not say anything. He carried the camera and ran in front of Fong Ping, saying loudly again, "Fong Ping, let's take a photo together. You don't have to worry about the 10 rank 9 divine weapons you owe me." As he said that, he gestured for Fong Ping to take a pose. Fong Ping understood what he meant. Very quickly, he put his hands behind his back, a gentle smile on his face. His gaze was slightly melancholic as he recorded the video. Done. Li Hansong was very satisfied, his face full of joy. Fong Ping cheated others every day. This time, he cheated himself. Look, in front of MCMAU's instructors and students, he admitted that he owed him 10 rank 9 divine weapons. Old Man Li too. There was even a video as proof. When there was a chance, he would also go and collect the debt. At this moment, Li Hansong felt really good about cheating people. Beside him, Qin Fengqing looked at him with disdain. "Idiot, wait for your death. When Fong Ping came out, he would beat you to death. It was just a verbal advantage." What was the use? Thinking of this, Qin Fengqing waved at Fong Ping, cut his throat, and pointed at Li Hansong, in the Crystal House. Fong Ping continued to smile, saying, "Instructor, beat Li Hansong to death when we get out." "Okay. What do you think he'll say?" Old Man Li was too lazy to guess. No matter what he said when they got out, he would beat him up first. Why care so much? Even though they said they would beat Li Hansong to death, both of them were still smiling at Li Hansong. Calm this guy down first, lest he run away. This guy had a place to go. CCMAU was still waiting. If he ran away, it would be troublesome. Fong Ping did not say anything else. He watched as Lu Fengru flew toward the southern area, waving at the instructors and students below, continuing to smile. As he landed toward the southern area, Fong Ping looked at the changes in his wealth. It was not that he only went in and out of the forbidden catacombs. A rank 9 monster plant, a rank 9 divine weapon, and almost 100 caddies of life essence. This was Fang Ping's harvest. The value of these things added up to about 450 billion. Wealth, 230 million points. Vitality, 19,000 calories, 21,300 calories. Mentality, 2,200 Hz, 2,324 Hz. Destructive force? Bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%. Storage space, 1,000 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 points/minute, plus. His wealth had once again reached more than 200 million points. Fang Ping looked at the data and scanned the school's situation. He frowned slightly. A lot of people are missing. My sister and Xianxia don't seem to be here. Old Manly said softly, since you've embarked on the path of martial arts, don't bother about everything. If you were in rank 1 and everyone was watching over you, would you have achieved what you have now? Proper care and protection are necessary, but appropriate experience is also necessary. Now that the higher ranks have mentality cultivation methods, they can enter the higher ranks earlier. When the war comes, they will have some ability to protect themselves. I'm afraid the war is not far away. You can't protect them all the time, Old Manly continued. Moreover, you better not follow them. If you're not following them to protect them, then you're determined to kill them. You know your own situation. It's best not to admit that you're related to them. Fang Ping was speechless. What else can I say after hearing this? He was wanted in 108 outer regions. Once the news of Fang Ping's sister entering the catacombs was known, Fang Ping did not know what would happen. He did not say anything else. When he saw Lu Fengru and the others walking toward the beach, as if they wanted to throw them into the sea, Fang Ping's expression darkened. Was there a need for that? Zhang Tao and the others had nothing better to do, it was just cultivation. Did he not know the importance of cultivation? Why did he have to lock himself up? It was as if he would not cultivate if he did not lock himself up. Fang Ping was still thinking about it when the crystal house was thrown into the sea with a splash. On the shore, Tang Feng was amused. Aren't you afraid that he'll give you trouble? What should I be afraid of? Lu Fengru looked indifferent. What can he do to me? If he wants to beat someone up, he'll beat you up. You're just standing there. Tang Feng looked helpless. Lu Fengru did not care whether he was helpless or not. She took a deep breath and said, it's time to go into closed-door cultivation. This time, this kid got the cultivation method and solved our urgent problem. Otherwise, if we're still stuck at early stage rank 7, we won't have the face to live anymore. She had only broken through rank 7 in March. It had only been half a year since then. It was normal for her to not reach middle stage rank 7 in half a year. However, the others were getting stronger and stronger. Fang Ping, Yao Qingjun, and the others had surpassed them one after another. Old Manly killed a rank 9 in 3 moves. This comparison was truly distasteful. Now, Fang Ping and Old Manly were also going into closed-door cultivation. When these two came out of closed-door cultivation, who knew what realm they would be in? If they were still stuck at early stage rank 7, they would really be too ashamed to face anyone. Moreover, MCMAU now had 3 rank 8 resurrected powerhouses and 2 rank 7 martial artists. In terms of strength, Lu Fengru and Tang Feng had fallen behind a lot. In the eyes of the students, they were still Grandmaster-level powerhouses. However, in the eyes of the powerhouses, the ones who were really worth paying attention to in MCMAU were Wu Quishan, Li Chongxing, and Fang Ping. As for Huang Jing, Lu Fengru, and the others, they were now insignificant, at least compared to those paragons. September 23, Fang Ping and the others returned. After this return, no one saw Fang Ping and the others again. As for Qin Fengqing, many people saw him. They also saw that this guy had been carrying a golden egg on his head, planting a big tree, and running around everywhere. No one knew what he was doing, but every time they saw him, they would laugh. It was too weird. September 25. The Grandmaster ranking was updated again. Since the Grandmaster ranking was released until now, it had been updated frequently recently. After every big battle, there would be people who died, and people who advanced. This time, the changes were relatively big. A total of 42 people entered the Rank 9 Grandmaster ranking. For the first time, the number of Rank 8 ranking exceeded 100 people, a total of 106 people entered the ranking. The Rank 7 ranking also reached a peak, 402 people entered the ranking. The Rank 9 ranking, Axe King Xing Kaiwan was removed from the list, and 7 people were added: Qin Yaozu, Qin Qi, Wei Yong, Jiang Yuanhua, Su Haoran, Li Xinmin, and Ma Tianfu. The first 6 people were all from Star Town, and this time they entered the ranking together. Ma Tianfu, on the other hand, was the old Taoist who guarded Mount Imperial Sea. This old Taoist previously killed a Rank 8 powerhouse with one palm at Mount Imperial Sea. He was also a Rank 9 powerhouse, and he came from the sect world. However, the old Taoist sect had long been annihilated, and he had been guarding the passageway at Mount Imperial Sea for decades. Before this, it had never been known to outsiders. This time, the ranking was updated, the number of people changed, and the ranking also changed relatively. On the Rank 9 ranking, Nan Yunyue, who was previously ranked 5th, was ranked 3rd in one fell swoop. This was also the result that the 2 presidents of the Martial Arts Association fought for, even at the cost of their lives. According to Nan Yunyue's words, she should be ranked 1st. However, the 2 presidents really did not dare to agree. When Nan Yunyue threatened them, Li Zhen did not say anything, but snorted in the air. Zhang Tao did say a few words, such as Li Zhen's first place could be changed, and Nan Yunyue's second place was still acceptable. As for who Li Zhen's changed first place would belong to, it was self-evident. The 2 presidents were about to collapse. In the end, they gritted their teeth and settled the ranking. Both of them were straightforward, packed up their belongings, and went to find a place to go into seclusion. Seclusion. Jiuqing would not disturb them, right? When martial artists went into seclusion, it was a sign of a breakthrough. In the Rank 9 ranking, Li Zhen was still 1st, Nan Yunyue 3rd. Other than their changes, there were also some changes in the bottom 5 of the top 10. Zhang Weiyu was still 6th, Wu Chuan 7th, and the 8th Kong Lingyuan dropped 1 place. Qin Yaozu was 8th, Kong Lingyuan 9th, and Zhao Xingwu 10th. Qin Yaozu entered the top 10, ranked after Wu Chuan, but it did not mean that his combat strength was inferior to Wu Chuan, it was just that the old man was not too willing to compete. After the top 10, there were changes in the others too. Northern Spear King Wang Yu dropped out of the top 10, ranked 11th, Li Daong ranked 12th, Li Xinmin, the head of the Li family, ranked 13th, Jiang Yuanhua ranked 14th, Wuan Army Commander Bai Gongyan ranked 15th, Rank 9 powerhouse who guarded the capital city catacombs, Yu Peiwen ranked 16th, Taoist Ma Tianfu ranked 17th, Fang Yu ranked 18th, Fan Haiping ranked 19th, Su Haoran ranked 20th, Wei Yong ranked 21st, Wu Quishan had not fought recently. This time, because of the addition of new people, he dropped from 18th to 24th. Others like Tian Mu, who held a Rank 9 divine weapon, were only ranked 30th. The Rank 9 ranking list had bigger changes. This was also an important reason why the 2 presidents went into closed-door cultivation. They were going crazy. Recently, the atmosphere was getting worse and worse. Powerhouses who dropped out of the ranking, without exception, all wanted to settle scores with them. Powerhouses who did not drop out of the ranking were also unhappy that they did not move up. According to the words of the Southern Guardian, a certain Wu, he was much stronger than Zhang Weiyu. If he entered the 6th place, then he would be the first person below the Paragon, not the second person below the Paragon. A ranking almost caused the people of the Martial Arts Association to be ganged up on. The Rank 9 ranking had changed a lot, and the Rank 8 ranking was not small either. Li Chongqing firmly occupied the 1st place, unshakable. Swordsman Longevity did not become a king, and Old Man Li did not even have time to say anything about being a king before he was locked up. This time, the Martial Arts Association had saved a lot of trouble. Other than Li Chongqing, MCMAU's 3 new Rank 8 powerhouses had also shown their talents this time. Since the 3 of them entered the Forbidden Catacombs, they had been holding back a Rank 9. Until the end of the battle, the 3 of them were not at a disadvantage. Although they could not defeat or kill the opponent, 3 Rank 8s holding back a Rank 9 for more than 10 hours. This was strength. This time, all 3 of them entered the top ranks of Rank 8. Guo Xingquan, ranked 6th in Rank 8. Guan Fu, ranked 7th in Rank 8. Mei Lingfeng, ranked 8th in rank 8. Top 10. This was their strength. The three of them had the strength to fight a rank 9 to a draw, enough to enter the top 10. If the three of them could defeat a rank 9 together, then they had the strength to enter the top 5. If they could fight a weak rank 9 alone and not be at a disadvantage, then they had the strength to enter the top 3. In an inconspicuous place, the former first rank 7, Xianxia, ranked 47th in rank 8 this time. He had also improved rapidly. In the neo-martial arts era, golden body powerhouses were usually only 5 forging. Very few people could achieve 6 forging. 5 forging was also a peak rank 8 powerhouse in the general sense. However, according to the degree of forging the golden body, it was easier to distinguish the strength of rank 8 powerhouses. The top 10 powerhouses of rank 8, including Li Chongqing, were all golden body 5 forging. Old Man Li had completed 4 forging, his vitality more than 80,000 calories, and now he had also initiated the 5th golden body forging. Those ranked 10 to 30 generally had the strength of 4 forging, while those ranked 30 to 60 mostly had the strength of 3 forging. Xianxia could rank 47th, although he had the bonus of a rank 8 divine weapon, but it also meant that he had entered rank 8 3 forging. Otherwise, he would at most be ranked between 50 to 60. The final rank 7 ranking list had also changed a lot. Fang Ping had improved again, ranked first in rank 7. It was not because he had killed 2 rank 9, that did not mean that Fang Ping was very strong. This time, he ranked first with the intention of showing off. In the Battle of Purple Forbidden, Fang Ping had made a huge contribution. Although the late-stage cultivation methods were not completely popularized, at this time, most grandmasters knew that Fang Ping had brought them back. In addition, this kid liked to show off and was also a troublemaker. In the end, the Martial Arts Association still ranked Fang Ping first. In history, he was also a martial artist who improved the fastest after entering the ranking list. At the end of July, Fang Ping officially entered rank 7. At the end of September, Fang Ping entered rank 7 first. In just 2 months' time, Li Hansong ranked 6th in rank 7, which was considered to have broken the record, exceeding everyone's expectations. Wang Jinyang and Yao Qingjun, on the other hand, were still ranked after the 100th. Although these two were not weak, their realms were there, unlike Li Hansong, who relied on his stubbornness, ran amok, and had outstanding battle achievements. Other than the high-ranked ranking list, the rank 6 ranking list was also unexpected this time. MCMAU Luo Yichuan took first place in rank 6. Zhang Jianhong took third place, and Qin Fengqing actually took fourth place. This was also the first time they entered the top of the ranking list, the first time they were noticed by the outside world. Not only that, on the rank 5 ranking list, MCMAU Xia Lei went on a killing spree in the Tiannan catacombs, killing a middle stage rank 6 martial artist, displaying the strength of a thrice-honed prodigy for the first time, taking first place. On the rank 4 ranking list, MCMAU Zhao Xueme, with the strength of a peak rank 4 and once honed, killed a middle stage rank 5 martial artist in the Donglin catacombs, also causing a sensation, taking first place. On the 3 lower rankings, there were not many changes. However, on the rank 2 ranking list, an MCMAU sophomore also took first place. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 major rankings. This time, MCMAU took first place in 6 major rankings. For a moment, MCMAU's name, even the whole world was shocked. Genius in a second, remember this site's address. Mobile version, no matter how shocked the world was, Fang Ping was not in the mood to care about this. In fact, he could not care. He did not even know that the ranking had been updated. Lu Fengger threw them into the sea. Other than looking at the underwater scenery, Fang Ping and Old Man Li could not see anything else. Fortunately, it was the two of them. Otherwise, Fang Ping felt that he would be driven crazy. Old Jean did not care about human affairs, who would force people to go into closed-door cultivation like this. However, without those troublesome things to disturb him, Fang Ping focused on cultivating. His cultivation speed was also extremely fast. Old Man Li, who was almost at the side, simply closed his eyes, no longer willing to pay attention to him. No one cultivated like this, his myriad Tao was one. When he cultivated, it was considered terrifying. Fong Ping poured all the energy liquid and energy river water into the crystal house. Old Manly felt that his progress was unimaginable. But Fong Ping, that fellow, took out the celestial bridge and Sanjiao gate, located the brain nucleus, and then did not care about anything else, letting endless vitality force, mentality, and vitality surge out to hone the brain nucleus. The brain nucleus that was originally the size of a firefly was growing at a speed almost visible to the naked eye. As for Fong Ping, not only was he cultivating the brain nucleus, but he also had the time to repair his materialization, constantly filling it with imperishable substances. Old Manly really could not bear to watch anymore. He was afraid that he would die of jealousy. This was how this kid cultivated. No wonder his cultivation speed was beyond imagination. Who would cultivate this and that at the same time, and it was the kind that did not stop. If it were someone else, when they were honing the brain nucleus, they would not have the energy to do other things. Even if they did, they would not have the energy to do it. Fong Ping did not neglect either. He could do both energetically. While Fong Ping repaired the materialization, he said, "Oldly, humph. There's only the two of us here. It's the same whatever you call me." Fong Ping did not care. He said, "Do you think that if I reach 3000 Hz this time, I can guide the skull bone marrow and forge a real golden body?" "You'd better not." Old Manly was originally too lazy to care about him. At this time, he said, under normal circumstances, when rank 7 martial artists reach peak rank 7, their mentality will not stop at 3000 Hz. This is because when they hone the skull, their mentality will still increase. Therefore, when they reach rank 8, they can usually reach 4000 Hz. Mental strength is still extremely important. You're not me, you don't need to cultivate your mental strength. My advice is to wait until you reach 3999 Hz, or even 4999 Hz. When you're facing a major obstacle, then try to break through. At this time, you can make use of the moment of breakthrough to break through this barrier. Fong Ping shook his head and said, "I'm just afraid that when it reaches 3000 Hz, it will automatically pull. Then I won't be able to do anything." "That won't happen." Old Manly chuckled. "You have to take the initiative to guide your mentality. You have to control it. If you don't guide it, it won't affect the honing of your bone marrow and allow you to enter the golden body state. Wouldn't it be faster for me to cultivate my mentality when I reach rank 8? Like I said, it's a matter of checkpoints and bottlenecks. When you reach rank 8, you're facing a bottleneck. Do you think you can break through this checkpoint when you enter rank 9? But I don't have any bottlenecks in my cultivation. Even if I did, 999 Hz was the biggest hurdle I faced back then. After devouring the heavenly golden lotus, I managed to overcome it." Fong Ping said it very naturally. "I don't have any bottlenecks. Why would I care about these things?" Old Manly was mentally exhausted. He did not feel like talking anymore. Bottleneck. Did Fong Ping have a bottleneck? This kid didn't seem to have such a saying. As for the others, there were still some. How many years had Lu Polu been stuck at rank 7, Lu Fengru too? Today, Qin Fengqin was also stuck here, unable to break through to rank 7. What about Fong Ping? Ever since he started cultivating, it seemed like he had never broken through. If he had not achieved myriad Dao unification, perhaps he would still be struggling at early stage rank 7. Old Manly was a little relieved. Myriad Dao unification, the bottleneck was not that big. It's up to you then. But I suggest that you better complete the first forging of your golden body before you break through. Maybe you can enter the stage of greater mastery of the second forging directly. People like us shouldn't waste any chances. When you're breaking through, some of the checkpoints will be very easy to pass." Fong Ping understood. He said, "I understand. Then I'll start honing my body with the imperishable substance from now on." "Oh right, can the brain nucleus be honed with the imperishable substance?" "Even if vitality force, mentality, and life force are added together, the effect is still not as good as the imperishable substance." "No. Oldly, isn't the combination of these three powers the imperishable substance? In my opinion, the so-called golden body power is vitality. If I use the imperishable substance to hone my brain nucleus, won't it be faster and more effective?" Fong Ping suddenly thought of this. Old Manly frowned. Don't try it so easily. You youngsters dare to do anything. Since the ancient martial artists didn't mention this, and there's no record of it in the cultivation methods, then it's best not to try it rashly. But the imperishable substance has the effect of recovery, then what will you do if you hone your brain nucleus and explode? Old Manly was a little helpless. Youngsters nowadays were really bold. The cultivation methods had just been obtained. The powerhouses were not too familiar with them now. It was not time to modify them yet. If they changed the honing method rashly now, who knew if there would be unforeseen events? Then I'll try it a little. What do you think? It's too slow now. Fang Ping looked at the shrunken celestial bridge and Sanjiao Gate in front of him. He still felt that it was a little slow. Honing and strengthening the brain nucleus had increased the upper limit of his mentality relatively quickly. However, cultivation was always like this. The early stages were fast, but the later stages were slow. On the 23rd, Fang Ping honed for a day. His upper limit of mentality increased by about 150 Hz. On the 24th, it increased by about 100 Hz. On the 25th, it increased by more than 50 Hz. On the 26th, it increased by more than 30 Hz. After 4 days, it increased by almost 350 Hz. At this moment, Fang Ping's upper limit of mentality had already reached 2670 Hz and above. However, according to this speed, it was getting slower and slower. In the next day, it might only be more than 10 Hz. If he wanted to reach 3000 Hz, it would take at least a month. At this moment, Fang Ping felt that there were still some limitations to the cultivation methods of ancient martial arts. It did not mean that once you obtained the cultivation methods, your mentality could really increase without limits. However, if you used the imperishable substance to hone it, it might be better. Old Manly really did not want to talk anymore. Slow, it had only been a few days, and this kid's mentality had increased rapidly. He could feel it clearly. Was this considered slow? If someone heard it, was he not afraid of being angered to death? Hearing that he wanted to try using the imperishable substance, Old Manly said helplessly, "Think carefully. Sometimes, a little increase in strength might be a kind of catalyst. If the reaction is too intense and your brain nucleus explodes, then you'll become a living dead." When he said that, Fang Ping was a little hesitant. After thinking for a long time, Fang Ping gritted his teeth and said, "I'll give it a try. It's fine now when I'm rank 7, but when I'm rank 8, it can't be the same, right? If my mentality is lacking, my physique won't be able to keep up." At rank 8, mentality did not seem to be very useful, but it did not mean that it was useless. On the contrary, at rank 8, mentality was even more useful. Mentality was the catalyst that gave birth to the imperishable substance. Without strong mentality, it was difficult for martial artists to forge a golden body. Moreover, the golden body and mentality were also based on the wooden bucket theory. If one's mentality was weak, it would be difficult to support a strong physique. Even if the golden body 9 forging technique took the path of the physique, the limitations of mentality still existed. It was just not obvious. This was because if one wanted to forge a strong physique, mentality would not be too weak. The pressure in the Xuanda Grotto heaven was incomparably strong. If that senior was a powerhouse who cultivated his physique, it meant that his mentality had also reached the corresponding realm. Fang Ping insisted on trying. Old Manly had no choice but to give him a few reminders and began to help him guard. While Fang Ping was still trying to use the imperishable substance to hone his brain nucleus in the water. On the shore. In front of MCMAU's gate. Fang Yuan was high and mighty. She carried a broadsword on her shoulder and walked into the school in high spirits. "I'm back," Fang Yuan shouted as soon as she entered the school gate. A moment later, more than 10 girls around her shouted, "Congratulations to the president for defeating the enemy and returning. Congratulations to the president." From afar, a few older students watched for a while. After a while, someone said in a low voice, "That's Sister Fang Ping? She is, right? What do you mean by that?" "She is. She's practically carved from the same mold." The person who spoke earlier was speechless. A peak rank 1 martial artist who had completed some unknown mission had actually returned to school with more than 10 girls waiting at the school gate to shout congratulations. What the hell? Sigh. Someone sighed. The school spirit of MCMAU, they were completely led astray by Fong Ping. Every one of them was like this. In the past, everyone kept a low profile. Now, even rank 1 martial artists who had completed missions had to find an opportunity to show off. The moral degeneration of the world is getting worse and worse. Someone shook his head. After shaking his head, he quickly asked, "That's some Yuan Ping club, right? Are they still recruiting?" "There are quite a few girls in there, and they're all juniors." As soon as he said that, everyone around him looked at him with disdain. Shameless, despite their disdain, some of them still smiled at the girls in front of the school gate. Not bad, there were even a few young and tender juniors. It wasn't easy, martial artists' cultivation was arduous and tiring. Martial artists in the 3 lower ranks, be it male or female, were more or less crude. Middle ranks were slightly better. They had already passed that stage. What they honed was the internal organs, and when the internal organs were honed, some changes would occur. Therefore, there were not many beautiful female martial artists among the 3 lower ranks. Yuan Ping Club, however, seemed to have some. These older students were contemplating whether or not to join the club. In front of the gate, Fong Yuan did not care about them. She carried her broadsword, her young and round face looking out of place with the broadsword. On the way back, she did not drive. She took the train. An old auntie in the carriage looked at her in amusement. After a long time, she could not help but pinch her little face for a while. She even advised her that children should not play with such dangerous toys. Fong Yuan was very angry. She felt that she was being looked down upon. Now that she was back, she put on a straight face, trying hard to pretend to be more dignified. "I'm a martial artist now, I'm almost a rank 2 martial artist. I'm not a child." Since she was a martial artist, she had to be more serious and serious when she spoke. Therefore, Fong Yuan said with a straight face, "Did you call the Martial Arts Association? Why am I not the first in rank 1? President, next to her, a young girl struggled for a long time before saying, "I called the Martial Arts Association." The person who answered the phone said, "What did he say?" "He said that MCMAU is too arrogant. Forget about grandmasters, they even dared to call rank 1 to ask for a ranking. In short, they said one thing, what? Get lost." Fong Yuan looked embarrassed. "So direct? Forget it, forget it. When I'm stronger, I'll use my martial arts to threaten them. I'm only rank 1 now. I'm no match for them. If they want to get lost, so be it." Fong Yuan did not dwell on this topic. She mumbled, "I'm almost rank 2 anyway. I don't care about the first in rank 1. Oh right, my brother became the first in rank 7. Where is he? I didn't see him. Vice-Chancellor Feng disappeared as soon as he came back. We can't enter the southern area either. I don't know if he's there." Got it. "Oh right, President." A girl next to her said excitedly, "President, did you really kill someone this time?" "Of course." Fong Yuan looked proud. She humphed. "Everyone has the right to kill evil sect martial artists. This time, I went on a mission and killed countless enemies, President, really? How many did you kill?" "A lot." "Then, are you afraid of killing people?" A girl asked, a little scared. These people had just entered rank 1 not long ago. They had not done any missions yet. Before coming to MCMAU, they had not even fought before. How could they have killed anyone? At the start of school, they killed a few wolves. Many of them almost vomited. Killing people and killing monsters were completely different. Fong Yuan said proudly, "Afraid? How is that possible? When I was on a mission, I met evil sect martial artists. I killed them with one slash and scared them so much that they ran for their lives." Fong Yuan's words were extravagant. The little girls around her were full of admiration. The president was the president, although she was the youngest, only 16 years old, her ability was already peak rank 1. Moreover, she had gone on a mission so soon. She even killed people. Not only did she kill people, but she was also not afraid at all. That was worthy of admiration. In the sky. Song Yingji, who had also rushed back, said enviously, Fang Ping's sister is quite powerful. She's much stronger than my Xiaoya. Beside him, Bai Ruoxi felt a little tired. Should I say it or not? Forget it, I'll say it. I can't help it. She didn't learn much, but the way she talks is just like her brother. Bai Ruoxi smiled bitterly. She used a sword, but she insisted on carrying a saber. She said that a saber is more domineering. Can you believe it? When she did her first mission, she didn't even finish it. She cried 7 or 8 times and threw up 4 or 5 times. Can you believe it? When she killed the first evil sect martial artist, she slashed him dozens of times, but she didn't kill him. The evil sect martial artist couldn't take it anymore and had his limbs chopped off by her. He begged her to kill him and taught her how to kill him with one slash. Can you believe it? This time, following Fang Yuan had broadened her horizons. She had never seen an enemy who begged their opponent to kill them and even taught them how to kill on the spot. There was no other way. The evil sect martial artist was only upper stage rank 1. His limbs were chopped off, but Fang Yuan did not dare to chop off his head or stab his heart. That would be torture, slash after slash, but she still could not kill him. The girl was still crying while she was slashing. The martial artist who was slashed could not even cry. In the end, he was in so much pain that he had no choice but to teach Fang Yuan how to kill him. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would die in pain. Song Yingji was dumbfounded. Bai Ruoxi said helplessly, after she finished her mission, she called before she came back. She asked the Martial Arts Association to change the ranking list and asked the members of her club to come to the entrance to create hype. She gave each of them a vitality pill. Don't you think it's familiar? Song Yingji scolded, isn't this what that little bastard does? He could not help but look at Fang Yuan and said weakly, that bastard Fang Ping. It's bad enough that he's rotten to the core, but is he trying to pass on his habits? His sister was only rank 1, now, they were actually doing such things. If the upper beam was not straight, the lower beam would be crooked. The atmosphere in MCMAU was really bad. Bai Ruoxi was helpless too. She sighed. If you're not from the same family, you'll have to marry into the same family. Speaking of which, this girl is quite resilient. Bai Ruoxi still praised her. She lamented, she cried, she scolded, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and endured it. She didn't complain to anyone. She didn't complain to anyone. She was always carefree in front of others. Come to think of it, she's only 16 years old. I wasn't as good as her when I was 16. Song Yingji nodded slightly when he heard this. He said softly, having a brother like Fang Ping is pressure, but it's also motivation. I heard that the evil sect attacked Fang Ping at his house at the beginning of the year. Fang Yuan must have seen it. With that kind of experience, she still insisted on going to MCMAU. Actually, we can already tell what this girl is thinking. Fang Ping is probably the only one who doesn't want to face reality. Bai Ruoxi did not say anything. Song Yingji said again, I heard that he killed 2 rank 9s this time. Is that true? That's what the martial arts world is saying. But I heard that he killed them with a trick. No matter what, it's still beyond our reach. Bai Ruoxi was a little emotional. She had just entered middle stage rank 6. There was still a long way to go before she could reach rank 7. Song Yingji had also just entered upper stage rank 6 not long ago. He might need more time to reach peak. Both of them sighed. In just 2 years, Fang Ping had gone from an aspiring martial artist to the first rank 7. It was unimaginable. Sometimes, however, reality was cruel. Even if they did not want to face it, they knew clearly that the gap between them and Fang Ping was getting bigger and bigger. Now, MCMAU was getting stronger and stronger. As rank 6 instructors, the pressure was also increasing day by day. Both of them chatted for a while. Below them, Fang Yuan was still showing off. At this moment, a celestial bridge appeared in midair. Immediately, the Sanjiao gate landed on the celestial bridge. Someone's mentality had materialized. Dean Luo has broken through. At this time, many people had gathered. Many of them looked happy. After Tang Feng's breakthrough, MCMAU had another Grandmaster powerhouse in a few months. Before this, Guo Xingquan and the rest were from the outside world. They were not MCMAU's own powerhouses who had broken through. Everyone lacked a sense of joy. However, at this time, Luo Yichuan, an old MCMAU man, had broken through still made everyone excited. The Sanjiao Gate landed. Not long after, a long spear materialized in the air. The materialization was successful. Congratulations to Dean Luo for advancing to Grandmaster. Congratulations to Grandmaster Luo. The next moment, deafening cheers resounded throughout MCMAU. On the third day of the ranking update, September 27th, the first rank 6 Luo Yichuan had advanced to Grandmaster. At this point, MCMAU had one more Grandmaster. The number of Grandmasters was 14, the outside world did not have time to congratulate him. September 29th, MCMAU's Zhang Jianhong had advanced. This powerhouse who had guarded the Magic City catacombs for many years had also entered Grandmaster. MCMAU had one more Grandmaster, up to 15. On MCMAU's side, Qing Fengqing, Su Guqing, Chen Zhenhua, and Hu Jianming had all achieved mentality vitality unity. Lu Polu was in closed-door cultivation. Perhaps he would advance to rank 8 soon. Li Chongqing and Fang Ping were also in closed-door cultivation. Wu Quishan, Huang Jing, and a few others in the Magic City catacombs were also concentrating on cultivation. After the battle at Sky Gate, MCMAU had reaped war dividends. The follow-up effects were gradually manifesting. A large number of powerhouses had emerged. The old dream of one school suppressing one catacomb was gradually coming true. P.S. There are only 2 updates today. Sorry. These days will continue until January 7th. Normal updates will be resumed on January 8th. Any missed updates will be made up. Sorry, everyone. 1st of October. Mekmao. Chen Yunqi returned, sword in hand. When she reached the bottom of Fang Ping's crystal tower, Chen Yunqi was slightly stunned. There was someone at the top of the tower. A short person with his hands behind his back was standing at the top of the tower, looking at the sky. Chen Yunqi was stunned for a moment. An instructor passed by, glanced at her, sighed softly, shook his head, and left. Fang Ping left, and Chen Yunqi took his place. Fang Ping was not here, Chen Yunqi was not here, but her sister was learning from them. However, looking at that girl's childish look, who would think that she was worried about the country and its people, hands behind her back. She might as well cover her face, that little round face was joyous no matter how you looked at it. After a while, Chen Yunqi reached the top of the tower. Once she arrived, Fang Yuan said calmly, "You're here?" Chen Yunqi was mentally exhausted, but a faint smile appeared on her face. She asked, "Are you cold?" Fang Yuan was also very depressed. This was not going according to plan. The little girl collapsed instantly. She pulled a long face and said helplessly, "Sister Yunqi, I'm a martial artist, and a rank 2 martial artist at that. How can I be cold? What are you doing standing here? Doesn't my brother like to stand here? Let me try." Fang Yuan giggled and jumped down from the top of the tower. She said gloomily, "When I broke through rank 2, the society said that they would hold a promotion banquet for me, but my brother disappeared. I was going to let him help me host the promotion banquet." Promotion banquet? Chen Yunqi was speechless. You're a rank 2 martial artist, and you want to hold a promotion banquet. I'm a rank 5 martial artist, and I didn't even think about this. This girl, she learned everything, but she learned this from Fang Ping. Chen Yunqi did not continue the conversation. She asked, "Isn't Fang Ping in school? My grandfather said that he's back?" "He's not." Fang Yuan was also very depressed. She shook her head and said, "I can't find him no matter how hard I look. At the underground mineral vein, Dean Li and Instructor Qin are occupying my brother's cultivation room, saying that my brother gave it to them to cultivate. Sister Yunqi, are they secretly using my brother's mineral vein?" However, Dean Li is already a rank 7, and Teacher Qin is also a rank 6. I can't chase them away. Why don't you chase them away? My brother is so stingy, why would he lend them the mine? Unless he's here. Also, Dean Li even secretly dug up my family's mineral vein and was caught by me. He even said it was his own. I've been guarding here for the past few days, afraid that he would move the mine away. Sister Xianxia, thank goodness you're back. Otherwise, my family's mine would be gone. Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. Little miser, when Fang Ping was not around, this girl kept a close eye on him. As the two of them were talking, a voice reached their ears. Li Hansong said gloomily, it's really mine. I earned more than 500 billion with Fang Ping when I went down to the catacombs with him, but Fang Ping didn't give it to me. Don't I need to cultivate now? Mine some ores to cultivate, this girl. He didn't know what to say, he was only digging up some energy ores to cultivate, but Fang Yuan had her hands behind her back and was staring at him like a thief. He was speechless. As he spoke, Li Hansong added, forget it, this girl is so silly. Fang Yuan pouted. Who was he talking about? However, Li Hansong was a rank 7 grandmaster. She could not beat him, so she stopped talking gloomily. I have a share here. That brat Qin Fengqing is the one who took over the nest. In the end, Qin Fengqing said a few words and gave her some snacks. This girl actually gave up the cultivation room in the deepest part to Qin Fengqing. Li Hansong was mentally exhausted. If he had known that the girl would sell her brother so cheaply, he would have done it too. How much were the snacks worth? If he had spent 30 to 50,000, he could have packed a cart full of them. That shameless Qin Fengqing spent a few thousand on some snacks and gave them to Fang Yuan. In the end, Fang Yuan really agreed and let him cultivate in the deepest part. Fang Ping's underground mineral vein had opened up a few cultivation rooms. Naturally, Li Hansong and the others could go wherever they wanted. However, Fang Ping was not around. Fang Yuan was his sister, so she could be considered half an owner. Fang Ping himself had a cultivation room in the deepest part. Under normal circumstances, he would not let others enter. Qin Fengqing had coveted it for a long time. This time, while Fang Ping was not around, he got close to Fang Yuan and gave her half a cart of snacks. In the end, the girl agreed very readily. Seeing that she agreed, Qin Fengqing did not hesitate anymore. He did not even come out for a few days. If Fang Ping's sister agreed, then it was Fang Ping's own agreement. If Fang Ping had any problems, he could ask Fang Yuan for help. Xianxia could not help but laugh. She did not want to care about this. She asked, seniorly, where's Fang Ping? Him? Li Hansong's figure quickly appeared at the top of the tower. He looked toward the sea and laughed dryly. He went into closed-door cultivation. Where did he go? Well, it's useless even if you guys go now. Even if you find him, you won't be able to communicate with him. Xianxia frowned slightly. Fang Yuan muttered, I asked a few times, but he didn't say anything. If I didn't know how powerful my brother is, I would have suspected that he was kidnapped by you guys. Li Hansong's face darkened. Who kidnapped that guy? I'm doing this to protect Fang Ping's image, understand? Can I tell you that he's floating in the water now? Moreover, it was hard to say whether or not it was still floating in the nearby waters. Perhaps it had already drifted far away. Of course. No matter how far away he was, he would not be too far away. He must still be in the nearby waters. Everyone was not worried about this. A powerhouse comparable to a rank 9, a powerhouse with so many tricks up his sleeves that he could even trick and kill a rank 9. If something happened to him near MCMAU, that would be strange. Xianxia asked again, isn't he in school? Senior apprentice brotherly, we won't disturb him while he's in seclusion. However, we haven't heard from him for a few days. Knowing where he is will give us some assurance. In the sea. Seeing that Xianxia insisted on asking, Li Hansong had no choice but to say, he's in isolation at the bottom of the sea. Don't worry, once he has a breakthrough in his cultivation, he'll come out very soon. Seabed? Xianxia was a little surprised. Why did he go into seclusion at the bottom of the sea? Even though he was full of doubts, he did not say anything more. It was enough that he knew where Fang Ping was. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, said with a straight face, I get it. My brother must be using the pressure of the sea to break through. Geniuses can do what others can't. In the future, I'll also go into seclusion at the bottom of the sea. After saying that, she asked curiously, my brother's talent is 699. Has he reached the maximum talent of 700 now? Otherwise, how could he cultivate so fast? In the past, when she did not really understand the difficulty of cultivation, she was still very confident. However, now that she knew the meaning of a grandmaster, her brother was already the first in rank 7. This speed was too fast. Full talent, right? Li Hansong looked confused. What 699? What 700? Chen Yunqi was also a little confused, but she still said, Fang Ping's talent is naturally very strong. Martial artists who can be thrice honed are all very talented. In the whole of MCMAU, only Fang Ping and Xiaolei are thrice honed. Over at CCMAU, Han Su is the only thrice honed. Han Su did not go to the catacombs many times, and he did not have many cultivation resources, but Han Su still improved very quickly. Now, he has entered rank 5. He's probably going to be middle stage rank 5 soon. My talent is slightly worse than Han Su's, but I've consumed countless resources and only just broke through to upper stage rank 5, Chen Yunqi sighed. Sometimes, talent was still very important. Did CCMAU's Han Su have too many resources? Did he have the 100 honing fruit? Did he have the vein molding flower? Did he have an unlimited supply of energy stones? Did he have life essence and imperishable substances? He did not have either. However, Han Su still entered rank 5 quickly. Although CCMAU had some support, it was not too much. This was talent. Xiaolei was now ranked first in rank 5. Rank 6 was probably not far away. Maybe he would be rank 6 when he came back. How many rank 6 students, who were not resurrected martial artists, were there in martial arts universities? Speaking of talent, Li Hansong also nodded and said, Fang Ping's talent is definitely strong. However, to be able to become a martial artist, talent is generally not too bad. Also, people with average talent who can go further are more worthy of admiration. After all, it's very difficult to go further. Many people can't even reach that stage. Today, the first rank 4 Zhao Xuemei and the fourth rank 6 Qin Fengqing are both typical examples. However, speaking of this group of MCMAU students, although Zhao Xuemei's current strength is not high, I think she will definitely have a bright future. Li Hansong was now also a rank 7 grandmaster. He was qualified to comment on this. It was not easy for a rank 4 martial artist to catch his eye. Xuemei, speaking of Zhao Xuemei, Chen Yunqi said with some mixed feelings, Xuemei is really working hard. This time, when she comes back, she probably has a chance to enter rank 5. When I first enrolled, I still remember Xuemei saying that her biggest wish was to become a rank 4 martial artist by the time she graduates. Once she becomes a rank 4 martial artist, she can return to Donglin to take over the business that her father left behind. Speaking of the things that happened a few years ago, Chen Yunqi also felt emotional. At that time, no one would have thought that this would happen. At that time, among her, Yang Xiaoman, and Zhao Xuemei, she was the most talented, Yang Xiaoman was second, and Zhao Xuemei was the least talented. She and Yang Xiaoman also wanted to graduate to middle ranks. Zhao Xuemei was extremely envious. When she talked about becoming a middle-ranked martial artist, she said it with a dream. Now, however, Zhao Xuemei was ranked first in rank 4. She had walked an invincible path. Rank 5 was close at hand, and rank 6 was not far away. Chen Yunqi and Li Hansong ignored the value Fang Yuan mentioned, but Fang Yuan quickly said, Senior Xuemei? I know Senior Xuemei. What's her talent? Single honing, no, I mean the talent value. Fang Yuan quickly said, my talent value is 160. My brother said that he fed me some natural treasure, so my talent value has increased. It's almost 200 now. Is Senior Xuemei's talent value high? Li Hansong was stunned for a while. He said with a strange expression, talent value? Yes, don't you know? Fang Yuan asked curiously. Didn't they know? She had told many people before, but no one knew. Talent was determined by the number of times they had honed their bones. She had tested it before, though. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan quickly said, it's the one in Dean Lu's villa. The helmet on the head, it's used to test talent value. Chen Yunqi understood as soon as she said that. She did not know whether to laugh or cry. How did Fang Ping fool her? Fang Yuan was already rank 2, yet she still believed it. She had wasted her martial arts knowledge. Li Hansong was speechless. After a long while, he said, if you're 160, then Zhao Xuemei is 100. What about Sister Yunqi? I'm higher than you, about the same as you now. 200, I see, Fang Yuan calculated. If that was the case, her talent value was not too bad. Zhao Xuemei, the first in rank 4, was only 100. Sister Yunqi was 200, about the same as her now. If that was the case, she should be able to reach rank 5 soon. Rank 5 was still too weak, though. It would be best if she could reach rank 7. While the girl was thinking about this, Li Hansong looked at the beach, his eyes moving slightly. As for Fang Ping fooling his sister, he did not bother to expose him, lest Fang Ping found fault with him. Since Fang Yuan believed him, he would continue to believe him. Just as Li Hansong looked at the beach. At the bottom of the sea, Fang Ping's brain had shrunk from the size of a firefly to the size of a light bulb. A golden substance was circulating on it. The imperishable substance could be used to hone one's brain. However, Fang Ping did not continue to hone his brain, nor did he continue to condense the materialized object. Instead, he kept attacking the crystal house. As he attacked, he shouted, "Old Li, let's do this together. You're stronger than me. Poke a hole in this thing with your sword." Old Man Li was speechless. "Why are you in such a hurry to go out? It's only been a few days. My mentality has reached 2,999 hertz. Fang Ping said as he attacked, honing the imperishable substance is really fast. I've reached the bottleneck so soon. I have to go out. After saying that, he added, not only has my mentality reached the bottleneck, but my body has too. Speaking of this, Fang Ping's vitality surged, and he said happily, Wooden Bucket's biggest shortcoming has been fixed. I was wondering why my body was only 20,000 calories vitality when I was so strong. It's only been a few days, and I've almost reached the limit of a 1 refinement golden body. After completing a 1 refinement golden body, one's vitality could reach 50,000 calories. Before this, Fang Ping was not even half of this. The main reason was that his mentality was his shortcoming, which limited the growth of his vitality. Or rather, it was not a limitation, but a balance. This was to prevent his vitality from being too strong, causing him to be unable to control his strength, resulting in an imbalance in his strength. If he did not walk the path of 10,000 Daos as one or 10,000 techniques as one, his mentality and vitality force could not be too imbalanced. His physique was strong, but his mentality had always been a little behind, so the upper limit of his vitality was also fixed. However, this time, his mentality grew extremely fast. In less than 10 days, it had reached the limit of 2,999 hertz, which also made his vitality increase greatly. Wealth, 178 million points vitality, 39,000 calories, 41,200 calories, mentality, 2,900 hertz, 2,999 hertz, destructive force. Bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 1000 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 points/minute, plus, this time, he spent more than 20 million wealth points, not because of cultivation, but because of the cost of repairing the materialized object. In terms of actual cultivation, the cost was not huge. Even so, Fang Ping felt that he was terrifyingly powerful. His vitality that was more than 20,000 calories before had now increased to more than 40,000. Now, when he threw a punch, the power was much stronger than before. Rather than saying it was an improvement, it was more like a release of combat strength. Fang Ping's golden body shone even more brilliantly. As he bombarded the solidified barrier, he said, "Old Li, I think I can go head-to-head with a rank 8 now, face-to-face. When I reach rank 8, do you think a 3rd or 5th refinement powerhouse might not be my match?" As he said that, he rambled on, "I didn't really understand it before, but now I realize that the golden body powerhouses in the catacombs don't seem to have a high level of golden body forging." Old Manly said casually, "These golden body powerhouses in the outer domain are usually around 3rd refinement. There are also many who are 2nd refinement, but there are not many who have really reached 4th refinement. Actually, there are powerhouses who have forged 5th refinement, even 6th refinement. There are also opportunities to meet them. Back then, Instructor had killed a 5th refinement powerhouse, but after that, he was also severely injured. Has the Catacombs Golden Body cultivation method also been lost? Fang Ping still had some doubts. He said, there are many old antiques in the catacombs. Actually, I've been thinking about something. In the battle 1,000 years ago, theoretically, there should still be old antiques from the King battlefield alive. Both parties actually lived together in the same era, but according to my speculation, when Unquestionable Jian and the others went on an expedition to the catacombs, the cultivation method seemed to have been lost. Why didn't Unquestionable Jian pass down the cultivation method? He was Purple Cap Mountain's first seat. A long time ago, he had broken through to the true god level, maybe the impasse realm. Therefore, he must have a cultivation method. Then, why didn't he pass it down to others? It's very normal. Old Manly chuckled. Times are different. Back then, Unquestionable Sword was an abandoned disciple. As an abandoned disciple, unless he created his own cultivation technique, he couldn't teach some of Purple Cap Mountain's cultivation techniques to outsiders. As a discarded disciple, it's already surprising that his martial arts were not crippled. Therefore, it's not surprising that he did not pass it down. As for the catacombs, during the battle at the King battlefield, I suspect that the powerhouses were all annihilated. Those who did not die might have died in the bounded boundaries later on. If the powerhouses are all dead, then it's normal that the cultivation method's inheritance is broken. Why did the battle at the King battlefield break out? Fang Ping continued to bombard, mumbling, the catacombs' 2 kings might not be at the Emperor realm, but they should be stronger than the average impasse realm. Maybe they've taken a few paths. If that's the case, powerhouses like this must have existed in the bounded boundaries back then. These powerhouses, the catacombs' martial artists live in the restricted area, while the bounded boundaries live in the periphery. They should have coexisted peacefully for many years. Why did a battle of extermination break out suddenly? I saw that over at Xuanda Grotto Heaven. There's still the 8 trigrams book in the living room, indicating that this battle broke out rather abruptly. If it was a protracted war, they would have fought for many years. Who would have the time to discuss gossip? Therefore, the outbreak of the war was probably instantaneous. Something must have happened, causing the various blessed Grotto Heaven to immediately summon troops and head to the King battlefield. As Fang Ping spoke, he suddenly said, "Oldly, bombard them. Do you really want to be locked up in a cage?" Old Manly was speechless, but he still stood up and continued to bombard, laughing. An unexpected incident. Could it be that the 2 kings are about to enter the Emperor realm? The bounded boundaries felt that they couldn't suppress it anymore, so they sent people to encircle and annihilate them? It's possible, Fang Ping continued, the King battlefield is actually a little strange. Oldly, you don't know, but the King battlefield is very close to Mount Royal Sea. Rumor has it that it's where the 2 kings' palaces used to be. As the ruler of the restricted area, logically speaking, even if there's a palace, it should be in the central area of the restricted area. However, the King battlefield is only about 1,000 miles away from Mount Royal Sea. For powerhouses, the distance is very close. Moving their palace to the periphery, according to our words, that means that the emperor is guarding the country's gate, and Mount Royal Sea can be used as the country's gate. This means that they're prepared for a great war at any time. Otherwise, the monarch's palace would not be so close to the border. What are you trying to say? Old Manly asked as he blasted the barrier. When Fang Ping suddenly brought this up, he had a bad feeling about it. Fang Ping smiled and said, I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just restoring some history, trying to find some connection points, including speculating what the seed of rebirth is. Don't think that we've won a few great wars now. Even if we annihilate the 108 outer territories, it won't be a huge blow to the catacombs. Now, some of the true kings in the catacombs, Fang Ping shook his head and said, I don't think that old Zhang and the rest are really invincible. The true kings that have appeared now are all the weak ones. The real powerhouses haven't appeared yet. These people are all waiting for an opportunity. I'm thinking if we can destroy the 108 outer territories passageway network. If we can, then it'll be much easier. The reason why it was difficult now was that once all 108 outer territories passageways were opened, these catacombs true kings would have countless passageways to go. However, if they did not open the 108 passageways, there would not be many passageways that they could go through. The outer territories passageways were very fragile. Old Zhang walked in and trembled. It was fine if an individual true king passed through, but it would not do if there were too many. However, if an individual person went through, once a few paragons were lying in ambush outside the passageway, they might be ambushed and killed. If they went through Imperial Sea Mountain, there was only one passageway. Even if the catacombs true kings moved together, they would encounter the humans' paragons. Perhaps before they even entered Earth, Imperial Sea Mountain would be defeated. Only when all the passageways were opened and the passageways were completely stable without any restrictions, these paragons would be extremely mobile. With hundreds of passageways, they could go wherever they wanted. The humans' paragons could not lock them down at all. When Fang Ping said that, Old Manly said impatiently, "Stop dreaming. If it's really possible, you won't even have a chance. Minister Zhang and the rest would have destroyed it long ago." "Sigh, I know. I'm just anxious." Fang Ping sighed and said, "If the passageways can be delayed for a few years, then the human's ability will be even stronger. It won't be like now, feeling like there's not enough time. You're a busybody now. I can't help it. As a leader, of course, I have to worry more." Old Manly did not really want to talk to him. At this moment, Fang Ping's face lit up. He said, "It seems like it's going to open." Old Manly looked at his side. Sure enough, a small gap had appeared. Seeing this, Old Manly shook his head again. This was the door gap left by Old Zhang and the rest. It seemed like they had predicted that they would destroy it. Looking at Fang Ping's excited look again, Old Manly was amused. "Are you sure you can break through?" If he was not sure, was it necessary to go out in such a hurry? No, even if he could, it was not necessary. Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. Whether he could or not, he would know once he tried. He could not keep it in forever. He was not someone who was used to closed-door cultivation. These few days, he was only a little excited when he honed his brain core. Now, he did not feel anything at all. In addition, facing the 2,999 Hz barrier, he was more willing to go out and find some opportunities. Click, a crisp sound was heard. Fang Ping suddenly cursed, "Fake." He had wanted to keep this small house that had been solidified by the paragons. In the end, he realized that there were only signs of solidification on the inside of the house. Old Zhang and the rest had actually faked it. Click, the moment the gap opened, the small house began to shatter. Very soon, it disappeared into thin air. Fang Ping was speechless. He parted the seawater and soared into the air in an instant, leaving the bottom of the sea. Old Manly also soared into the air. He calculated for a while. He had absorbed a lot of energy liquids these few days. Could he complete a 5th level golden body? If he could, after Fang Ping broke through, he would follow the 5th level golden body. He should be able to steal Fang Ping's limelight, right? However, it was a little difficult. After all, one was a breakthrough of a major realm, while the other was a minor realm. I still need to make some grandeur. Glancing at Fang Ping in front of him, Old Manly thought to himself. This old man had not been conferred a king yet. Previously, he had opened a chapter to explain that he had been quite busy with the Qidian annual gala for the past few days. That was why he had mentioned that the updates before the 7th would be a little messy. Even if it was messy, Old Eagle had still updated more than 100,000 words in the past 6 days. That was an average of more than 17,000 words a day. That was comparable to other people who updated 8 times a day. Was there a point to having a bunch of comments in the book review section? Old Eagle had only updated 3.4 million words in the past 7 months. Was that really a small number? He had said that he had been really busy these past few days. He had already explained to the book review section and the individual chapters. With so many updates, how could he have saved up any manuscripts? Every day, when he returned from the event, he would have to write until 2 or 3 a.m. He had been staying up so late these past few days that his back was cramping and he couldn't even move. My brother sent me to the annual gala. Did I let everyone down? I had to explain a few times, but all I got was a bunch of pirated readers complaining that the updates weren't good enough. Was there a point to having a rhythm? You don't have any fan points at all. You start scolding, and not just one or two of them. Pirated readers can't see the book review section or individual chapters. All you know how to do is scold. Do you want me to send you 50 cents? Alright, after venting, I feel much better. The annual gala has just ended, and I'm writing now. Everyone, don't wait any longer. Read it tomorrow morning, and the updates will resume the day after tomorrow. The ones that are lacking updates are yesterday's chapter and today's chapter. Old Eagle will definitely make up for it. Whether or not he makes up for it, all the original readers will know. If you want more pirated readers, join the group and I'll send you 50 cents. Global High Martial Arts explained again. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Future Heavenly King full text update. End of chapter 690. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.